Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by Neil, Refracted Curvature, Arthur, 10th Man, Arwin, and a whole bunch of people in Gilded, so welcome one and all.
Hello, good afternoon.
Arwin is ace.
Arwin is ace. It's nice that he gets a
Hey,
compliment
Arthur.
this early in a live show.
I was there in his live show, yes.
Yeah, it was a blast, wasn't it?
Have you just finished a good show?
It was, it
Yeah,
was.
pretty much.
Oh, well, jolly good to know.
Great.
Let's do a bit of
Very
housekeeping.
flat earth technique.
Go on, Arthur. What, you fill us in. What was going on over on Arwin's show?
Hey, I'm just wondering if anyone has a link to a documentary.
There were those globetards, MC Banner and Akuma Virus, who were going on with their same old horse shit, that Newtonian laws of motion are still applicable, although Arwin kept insisting that no, they are fundamentally not compatible with each other. And there's a very nice example which Arwin gave of two puzzle pieces, both of which have hooks outside coming out. So it's fundamentally incompatible. And that is what they're trying to reconcile. So it was pretty obvious. Still, they kept on going on and on about it.
Yeah, for an hour in my chat. They
Wow.
just kept on reasserting it.
They're fundamentally different geometries. One's fourth dimension and the other's three-dimensional geometry. Well, the two, you can't shoehorn in a fourth dimension into a three-dimensional geometry. That's just not. It's not possible. So to say that they're kind of, well, they're saying they're compatible. What was the word you used?
Yep, they're fundamentally incompatible.
Correct. But
Right.
I don't want to
but
argue
this
that.
guy kept-
What cracked me up was in the Skype message, because I did happen to catch it while I was waffling on like I was in the pre-show to Paul, the guy who bought this new PC, just telling him what I've been doing, like I bored you all with in the pre-show. Yeah, it cracked me up because they were flat earthers saying this. Am I wrong?
I don't think so. MC Banner doesn't seem like a flat earther to me.
Oh, okay. Maybe
I
I
don't
just
know.
got that from a misinterpretation of earlier bits of text in that Skype chat. But let's ask the question:
So
is, there,
Arwin,
is there any scientific
hang on.
evidence?
So
Any scientific
Oh,
evidence of gravity?
one question for Arwin. Arwin, so they thought the puzzle of a horse was going to fit with the puzzle of an airplane? Is that what it was?
Well, what it actually started out with is that the guy said that Einstein himself said that, I don't know, his equivalence principle was compatible. So he said that Einstein stated that it was compatible somehow. And he kept insisting. But I think he was just kind of twisting the words, and it's just gave me a headache.
Did we get a hello from anyone in Discord yet? Or Discord, Gilded.
Killed it.
Hey, Righteous, good enough. Let's start there, though. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
I have something here. It says, what is the evidence of gravity? To prove the proof of gravity is the demonstration that the phenomenon happens. A casual demonstration would be to hold an ordinary object out in the air at arm's length and let it go. Watch it fall. The object and the Earth
Whoa.
just accelerated towards each other
Gotta stop
when
you.
there was no other
need anything
significant
else.
force
Stop.
acting.
Stop. Hold an item. I've got a helium balloon. Out at arm's length and do what with it?
Let it go.
Let it go. It's just gone up.
Oh dear. But this is what they do in school. That's what they say.
Oh, hold on.
You know, in school.
I'm not done. I've got a bit of water. Now, I'm very patient, but I'm going to hold this little tiny puddle of water outside all day. By the end of the day, it's gone. Not because it's dribbled through my fingers, but because it's gone through a phase change and evaporated. Just merely by being
dear.
heated by my hand. Or the sun. Well, that's not going down either.
Well, that debunks that, doesn't it?
Yeah, gravity's nonsense. Some stuff goes down, some stuff goes up. That's a phenomena that we experience. Some stuff remains neutral. You can have stuff in water that's not going up or down, it just remains neutral. Right?
Oh, you can have stuff in air that does that as well. Asbestos will remain neutral in air when made friable.
Right.
It won't go up or down.
So therefore, to say, well, the reason we've got gravity or gravity is, and then start with an explanation how if you put something out at arm's length and release it, it drops, that's nonsense. Plenty of things don't drop. They go up. Some things remain neutral. Therefore, the phenomena, if you're going to describe it at all, is some things go down, some things go up, some things remain neutral. Why does that happen? Why is that a phenomena we experience? But that would be the phenomena.
So a citation was demanded of Arvin of his claim that F is equal to ma does not apply to gases. So Arvin may have said it in, I'm paraphrasing, in some other words.
Yeah, I did say
Yeah,
that.
so a citation was demanded of Arvin then.
Okay.
Well, I don't have any. I just know that gas doesn't have mass effectively. The mechanism of mass doesn't apply to gas. It's a Newtonian mechanism. That's what it's anchored in.
What's mass?
And it just doesn't apply.
What's mass?
Mass is a
Yeah, I was
factor.
gonna say, what's mass?
Mass is a component derived from the density.
Well,
But
even
it
gas
is like susceptibility to momentum, or what do you call that again?
That's
Traction
inertia.
or inertia, right?
Well, no,
And gas
inertia is
doesn't do that.
inertia. Is
Gas
inertia.
only
There's only two
Yeah.
descriptions. One is the amount of stuff that it's got, which is mole, and the other you've just given, which is inertia. But mass is essentially undefined because it's got a equivocation, which is to say that it's got other definitions that are the same as the definition of gravity. You've already got a definition for inertia, and you've already got a definition for mole.
right. And besides, mass is, to me, is really effectively derived from weight, which is, well, based on relative density principles. So air weight, water weight, vacuum weight, those are all different types of results for the same claimed effect, right? The same different numerical output.
Well, yeah, you're right and wrong. They aren't different. They're the same. It's just medium specific. But you already said that in terms of relative density, because relative to what? Well, the medium. But yeah, they're not. They're the same effect. You might have a different material behave completely the opposite in a different medium. Like us, we might go down, go boom, boom in air, but we remain neutral in water. Well, that's different because of the medium. Specifically, relative density is medium specific.
So I guess at this moment, we're just waiting for the ballers to recognize when the penny drops.
Or goes up, depending on what you're releasing.
Just
And
obviously,
it's
once
been
they
7
understand-
years. 7 years and still waiting.
Well, trying to put gas pressure into the force convention is a bit problematic in of itself.
And you know what was done by Akumu virus? He said F is equal to ma, and right beside that he wrote P is equal to F by A. F in the sense force, and I suppose he meant area by A, but that is how low he has to stoop in order to conflate the A in F is equal to ma and pressure, so that they can talk about these two things at the same time. It's not the same A. P is equal to F by A has A is equal to area, right? Force per unit area. And A in F is equal to MA is acceleration. Are you hearing, Akuma virus? I pointed it out in the chat.
And did he recognize your correction in the chat?
No,
course not.
whistled past the graveyard.
I don't miss virus, I can tell you that much.
Speaking of surface area, any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
Negative.
Well, can you have a gas pressure gradient without gas pressure?
No.
So when they ask about the gas pressure gradient, they're just ignoring the problem.
QE
and
summarizes it
moving on
best.
to it.
It's the problem is X, and they ask you about delta X. So a delta of gas pressure would be gas pressure gradient. But in order to have gas pressure gradient, you've first got to have gas pressure, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. So when you ask, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Then they say, well, we've got a gas pressure gradient. It's a red herring.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to. It's a red herring. It seems like it's relevant, but it's not, because to have a gas pressure gradient, you need gas pressure first.
First, the gas pressure. If the sky was a vacuum, you will have a window, look out of it at the nice blue sky above you. If that was an area of volume devoid of anything, that would be a vacuum. Then the gas we're breathing would never have developed pressure in the first instance. That is to say that the first gas would have been released from the ground or developed by whatever developed it. If it's vegetation, it seems unlikely in the first instance, but nevertheless, however the first gas was produced, it would leave the ground, enter the vacuum, because it would be 10 to the minus 17 torr at surface level, and it would just carry on through that vacuum in whatever direction it left the ground in, and it would just keep going. It would never hit anything. That would mean to say it doesn't ever press on anything to create pressure. We'd never have gas pressure if the lies of the sky vacuum and outer space were true. We'd never develop gas pressure.
Well, thank
You know,
God for those rebellious gas particles.
Hey, chocolate. You know, when we were all kids, I remember wanting to go play with the soccer ball or football or volleyball, you name it. And it's, hey, this is flat. Who's got a pump? I mean, we don't know these rules about the, how can I put it, with gravity, with F equals or whatever. No one thinks that way when they're a kid. They just say, hey, it's flat. We need some air in it. Now, if we knew we could put air in something, and as we put it in, it escaped, we'd just get a new ball. Something's wrong with that ball. So everyone knows what we're talking about here. Then they go to all these extents to try to say, well, it works down here on Earth with the ball and all that, but there's something else that keeps it on Earth other than a container. You really have to stretch and strive to get rid of all the examples you saw as a kid.
Well, it's sort of like you saying that dogs exist, and then my rebuttal would be like, well, what about chihuahuas? Huh? What about this chihuahua over here? That's what the gas pressure gradient, it's just.
Well, I'd say
That's a
you're
good
barking up the
comparison,
wrong
yeah.
tree.
Any evidence the distance to the sun?
Well, wherever it is, it's not over there right now.
Lovely here. Not that I like talking about the weather, but yeah, beautiful.
According to
Beautiful over here,
99% of
too.
the according to 99% of the classrooms all over the world, the sun is 93 million miles away. What's the problem? Prove me wrong.
How did they measure that?
They calculated it
From what?
from presupposition that the Earth is a sphere and that the Venus is also a sphere and at the same size and that. I mean, it's not convoluted at all.
Well, no, even that in and of itself had to be derived from a measurement. What was the initial measurement?
Hold on, tell them all. When they just looked at Venus, it's the same size as Earth. What's wrong with that? The little assumption they took, and then they went from there.
But you still need a measurement of something before you can
Well,
do
John,
a
The bottom
calculation.
line is it says 93 million miles away in the books.
John, the measurement they say they are using it is R.
No, they had to derive R from somewhere too. Like, where are they measuring all that? They're measuring this stuff from Earth, right?
That's the question. Any evidence of the R value? That's Earth as a sphere with a radius value.
Well,
What's
what
no
would you
point if
accept
don't
as
have
evidence?
one, right? I mean, if everything is based on the globe, but they don't have the radius value, then it kind of becomes mathematical, doesn't it? It's just
No,
they
it-
mathematically assume that, and then everything builds on top of that.
Yes.
Well, you got to, well, before you can say it's mathematical, you need something to be to put into the calculation.
Difference
Right.
between eye level and the horizontal plane.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Your ball comes from a flat Earth derivation. Anybody who's on the ball still happening to watch this? The ball was measured by way of flat Earth measurements. You wouldn't have the ball if it wasn't for the flat Earth we're standing on.
And the flat Earth celestial sphere model that they utilize those measurements in to come up with the idea of the celestial sphere.
So you need a flat Earth to measure, and you need a flat Earth to be modelled, that would be the celestial sphere model, in order to derive a heliocentric globe Earth model. Not that we're standing on one. We've measured a flat plane, modelled a flat plane, and then you've taken that model of a flat plane with the sphere of the heavens around it and turned that into a ball. Sad.
And it's rightly named because when they find that out, it is a true depression angle.
Yeah, that's the derivation. It's the depression angle. They've called it a dip angle measurement when Al-Biruni is claimed to be measuring the R value. But what's he actually doing? We know he's not measuring a ball because he takes the height based on a flat plane measurement to get the height. He can only do it that way. So his starting point is a flat Earth when he starts doing the measurements. The fact that he goes forth to then assume that the dip is based on a curved surface moving away when he just measured it flat to get the height of the mountain is neither here nor there. He's had to measure a flat Earth in the first instance. Al-Biruni.
But for the audience to understand what happened and how they hijacked it, is if you're at a big warehouse and the ground is flat, obviously, for the warehouse to hold objects, and you stand on an object and look down at the ground, you're going to have a depression angle to the flat surface. Al-Biruni on top of the mountain had the same thing. And he says, okay, well, I'm going to use that, like John did, made this kitchen into a sphere.
Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
You know the Earth is spinning because everything is so stationary and still.
That's a bit of a spin on Elon Musk. You know it's real because it looks so fake. You know it's spinning because everything looks so stationary.
Yeah. I mean, that formula that he did can basically apply to every asset of the globe religion, right?
Is Musk a liar?
Remember what he said after that? He said, we have better CGI than that.
Is Musk a
Brilliant.
liar? You know, we say there's only a few small handfuls of people that we can say, you are a liar. If Tim Peake was stood in front of me now, I'd call him a liar. So as much as it's terrible to speak ill of the dead, M. Scott Beach's father was a liar. And I'd say that to his face. Without speaking ill of the dead, because he is and was a liar, as are all astronauts. That's demonstrably provable. They're talking about going to Narnia as though it's real. They're liars. What about Elon Musk?
Not necessarily.
That's what I always thought. Go on, what's your rationale for not necessarily?
Well, it's not like he's designing the spaceship, getting in it, and going to the second law of thermodynamics violation. He's just reaping the benefits of people claiming to do that.
Sack of shit. If you had all that money, yeah, first thing you're doing is going up in your spaceship. So the only defense he's got is, yeah, I'm really rich, eccentric, multi-billionaire who's got no interest in actually going up in the rockets that I'm building. Because the second he goes up in that rocket, he's got a decision to make of how he then portrays what he sees, hasn't he? So you can make the excuses that he doesn't understand how an electric car works or how rockets work, but the simple fact is he's the owner of all of that. He has the ability to go up whenever he wants and see it. So the only mitigation is to claim, yeah, I've got no interest in even looking at the Earth as a ball.
I agree, but he has.
Maybe
He's a liar.
For us to
Bastard.
declare it, though, Adam, would you not agree he has plausible deniability? Oh, someone's just brought up a Tim Peake picture, perfectly timed.
Perfect, exactly that. Plausible deniability, yeah.
But it is plausible.
Plausible deniability, yeah, if you believe that he's such a quirky eccentric, he invests all his time and effort into building a space program, he's got no interest in going on himself. But that's plausible, I suppose.
No, see, then there has to
Nah.
be someone in Elon Musk's company. See, there has to be someone in Elon Musk's company who is faking the Starman in space and the Earth
No.
behind
And
it.
then they've all got
and then
plausible
showing it to
deniability
him,
too.
and he's
You're
not
right, but
aware.
Adam is right.
no, they've got plausible deniability too. In the same way, the guy who says, "Well, it's Photoshop because it has to be," I wouldn't label that guy a liar, not at all. He's just doing his job. And if you've been charged or challenged with making Starman fake CGI footage, and you understand that that's what you're an expert in, they're not liars. They're just charged with making a task. Elon Musk, on the other hand, beyond his plausible deniability, which he has managed to maintain, which means that I can't label him and brand him a liar with a clear conscience. He might
What do you mean?
not
He
be.
should be the first one up there.
I was coming to
If
that,
it
Neil.
was me, I'd be
Neil, I'm
right
coming
up
to
there.
that. Right, the other day we talked about the episode of The Crown that I watched where the Prince of Wales met the astronauts that had gone to the moon. And in that same episode, one of the things he does as a pilot learning to fly, he's like, I'm part of the Royal Air Force, I need to be able to fly. Just take me up in planes and show me how to fly. But when he gets his wings or whatever you get and he starts commanding a flight, he goes in a very up-to-date, sophisticated aircraft and that normally flies at 35,000 and he takes it up to something like 55,000. And the guy's like, we're right at the limits of what this plane can do, sir. And he's like, yeah, whatever. I want to go up higher. That's all he's interested in. Right, Adam, that's your point. So when he gets to talk to the astronauts, this is from the, reasonably reliable sources, and apparently they thought this was reasonably accurate. And I can imagine it, even though it is dramatized to be reasonably accurate, right? All he wants to talk about is going up to the heavens. And they're talking about heaters going wrong and just looking at charts and, because they're liars, right? But as Adam says, Elon Musk would only have one interest. What would that interest be? Going up and seeing it.
If he was the Prince of Wales, yes. That's what the Prince of Wales says.
Yes,
he would
okay,
do.
okay, thank you. It's just a comparison.
In the Tesla cars, the Tesla truck, the Tesla flamethrower. Did he ever go on all of them, or did he just
Yeah, he
invent
did.
them and
Yeah,
never
he
bothered to
did.
use
Yeah,
it?
yes, he did. Even though those weren't his, they were crowdfunded, right? He's supporting them through crowdfunding. So although he's got a hand in it, he's not actually risking any of his own money in those little endeavours. Very sensible man. I've got to take your hat off to Elon Musk. Obviously, he's very, very rich. But yeah, he did have a go, didn't he? Right.
Well, is the things that those things produced claim to be going into one of the most dangerous environments that we can create, such as a vacuum?
Let's go back in time and look at Richard Branson, who's gone through the exact same process. I'm sure there's others that people can mention, but it's the one I can remember most prevalently in my recent history. Right, in our lifetime, we can all remember Richard Branson with Virgin. Do we all remember the bullshit of Richard Branson? He was doing the drop things. Who's causing feedback? Chocolate. The drop flights where they launch off on a rocket of sorts and then get up to a certain speed and then drop a further rocket from underneath it and then shoot that off into space. That was Virgin's endeavor, something they've been doing since the 70s.
Yeah, I
wasn't
remember
that
that.
supposed to be some type of a suborbital flight, something like that.
Right. They've all had.
At this point, it should have been commercial, because that's what they were. That was the whole plan, right? To take regular normies who could afford it up high enough to see the curve of the Earth and all that beautiful nonsense.
It's a perpetual scam, isn't it? Because they're constantly promising it, and you've got all these private businesses like Branson, like Musk, who punt it and promote it in that way. Just it's like love bombing. You know, they dangle a little bit in front of you, and then there's the constant promise of it coming eventually. And in your lifetime, when you get to 60 or 70 and you forget all about the notions of maybe going up with Richard Branson, you know, you die, and then the next generation get Musk doing it.
Yeah, but you may have that token, Nathan, of spending £200,000 in the late 90s to book your ticket. But I'd just like to offer you a credit note towards the £500,000 flight to space in the year 2030. And this man's earned millions and millions selling these tickets to space that not one's been fulfilled yet.
Right, and so support me in my GoFundMe to send a flat earther to space. We're just going to get $500,000 accrued.
I get your point, John, but no, I don't want to be like them. I don't want to con people, right? As much as we've recently been called scammers. No, we don't want to. I don't want to personally convince people that they can travel to the outside edge or the outer ring as a flat earther and then perpetually sell tickets to something that can't happen. I'm not saying there isn't an outer edge. There might be. I don't know. But anyway, my point is with space.
I didn't claim that.
Go on. Well, maybe I missed your subtlety then.
Right. Space. The thing you're already in, right? So I could just get you a plane ticket to Hawaii, you know?
Outer space. Outer space is what they're selling.
I didn't claim outer space. I said just send a flat earther to space.
Fair enough.
Well, didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson come against all three of them and say those guys aren't in space?
Yep.
You're talking about when he slapped the beach ball?
No.
He actually downplayed the idea that now people are so excited and thrilled about us supposedly sending rockets that just go up a little bit and come back down to land. So he's well within the narrative because, you know, obviously he thinks that people walked around on the moon in 1969. So he's kind of taking the stance of, well, this is not really space. I mean, what are we doing? They're just going up a little bit and coming back. And there's not even people going up. So he's on that page.
He
But
said
then again,
it's
he is
just,
one of the priests, so
yeah, he says just a high altitude. They're not even close to being where the ISS or astronauts go. They're not astronauts, he said.
Well, you're not going to see any curvature from 2 millimeters above this beach ball. I wish I had a beach ball to slap.
Well, that
Fantastic,
was his other
fantastic
thing.
magic
So-
trick. What a glorious, that is his best magic trick.
Yeah, it is. Because he says exactly the truth in a way to make you believe you got to go really, really high to see the lie.
Well, to see what he's made you as a flat earther and globe earther reify from physical geometry on the beach ball at the limitation of the edge of the beach ball for an ant looking beyond that limitation. That would be the edge of the beach ball in physical terms, a geometric edge. Well, when you describe it by contrast with you're not going to see the curve of the earth, you're automatically on both sides taking that position that there's a physical limitation to your view at the horizon without him even saying it. And he also drops into that same particular magic trick. That stuff is flat. Oh, just epic. In terms of magicianry, that is outstanding work, Tyson. My
Yes.
hat is off to you.
That's
I don't agree with your
that's it.
heliocentric nonsense, but I will take my hat off to a superb bit of wizardry, which that was.
Ex-
Looking
except
at a
the fact-
ball and saying that is flat and you nod. It's brilliant.
Except when you go pull up the origins of this globe and how they used the bottoms of ships and buildings disappearing. And that was the basis of curvature. And now he says, no, that could never happen. But that's how they got everyone through optics and perspective.
Arwin yesterday was saying that, what's his name? Ken Wheeler, right? Ken Wheeler's some sort of good magician because he's, duping the people that believe his nonsense waffle. Nah. The multi-levels of Tyson in that magic trick, that's good wizardry.
You know what's another of his good tricks is to have his space talk show with a comedian and laugh about almost everything they say.
He's just careful with his words. So when he talks about Coriolis, if you actually listen to what he says about Coriolis, he never explicitly states that the Earth turns underneath. He never says that, ever. You'll never get a soundbite of him saying it either. He implies it in the most crafted way that you've ever heard. I know because I've tried to get sound bites out of it, and it's a very difficult task. Normally what you end up with is him saying something that loosely relates to Earth turning underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame, and the diagrammatical example that the producer he's talking on the video of has put an example of Earth turning underneath a football, for example, visually. But he isn't actually saying it. Now, he means it because his description implies it, but it's only ever by implication, so he's never caught out with someone saying, "You mean Earth turns underneath the football?" Even though they've heard the explanation, he's made it convoluted enough to keep the explanation sound and explicit in regards to Earth having to turn underneath the football without saying Earth turned under the football. He doesn't do that. He's too skilled.
Yeah, but he does say it's caused by the rotation of the Earth. I mean, are you not to assume that the rotation of the Earth is happening underneath the football that's being kicked?
Well, that allows the anti-flat earthers to say that the Earth and atmosphere are rotating together because he doesn't explicitly state underneath.
Well, they can say that,
That
but
would make
that's
no
not.
sense because that would just be one reference frame. So why would
Right,
you even say the Earth's rotating underneath? That would even be the cause. The whole thing is, as the ball was being kicked, the Earth is rotating underneath, and the field goal post moves enough so that the team could score.
Right, that's the understanding you have, but that's why it's such a good magic trick, because of the words he doesn't say.
Exactly. You can't just come out with Earth
only
turned under
word
the
he
football.
doesn't say is underneath, because he does say rotation of the Earth. I know that.
Yeah, but rotation
So
of the Earth is a
maybe the-
nice, safe term. Everybody who he's talking to has that safely tucked away in their educational background. So saying, well, the Earth's turning, everyone would just go, yeah, of course. But if you add on underneath the football, people would look at you and go, whoa, what? So if I jump up and down like the football, the Earth will turn under me. That don't happen, Tyson. But he doesn't say that. So the craft is in what he doesn't say. John's absolutely right.
Well, let me go with Chocolate and see what you guys say here. So, Chocolate, when the Earth is rotating, is that why the stars and the sun and the luminaries seem to move?
Yes, but
According
you
to
didn't
their
say
narrative,
underneath
yep.
Hang on,
You
the chocolate.
Yeah, according to them, yeah.
Okay, so then what happened when the drone lifted off the surface of the Earth and is now filming or taping? The stars are still moving?
Yes, they are.
Oh, so then the Earth's rotation wasn't the reason the stars seem to move, because the drone is now off of the Earth. It's not stuff in the sky that's local, it's the stars now. So it's not Earth and atmosphere moving as one anymore. Even if they hold on to that, are they now saying Earth, atmosphere, sun, moon, and stars are moving as one? Well, then we'd never
No.
have night.
No, because they're saying that the drone is moving with Earth at that point.
Then there's no effect. So if the drone's moving with the Earth, then the football would be moving with Earth in the example that Neil deGrasse Tyson gives. But it isn't. It's deflecting as a result of Earth turning underneath, as we've gone over several times. He just doesn't explicitly state the turning underneath bit. The deflection to the right
but I'm-
he says the deflection to the right caused by Earth's rotation. Okay, well, a 1/4 inch deflection to the right caused by Earth's rotation is just on the edge of being complicated enough for your average normie to not recognize that means Earth's turning under the football.
Okay, fine.
Right, that's our understanding.
Okay, so if the Earth is if the drone is turning with the Earth, then are we in the open or closed system at this point?
Closed regardless, but that would require a closed system in their example also.
Okay, fine. So then, if they're going to go that far, then we're in a closed system, and you can never get to outer space.
Yeah, I mean, that is something I took it to with the late George Netanyahu. Exactly that. If you're going to give an example of a train moving along and you throwing a ball back and forth on the train, and how the ball doesn't suddenly whiz to the back just because you're moving at 70 miles an hour on the train, well, that's a closed system. So Earth's a closed system, according to that example. It's half a win.
End of NASA.
Go on.
No, it's the end of NASA. It's over. It's all.
Yeah.
If it's that, it's over.
Yeah. But their claim in that regard, when they give that example, goes against the actual globe Earth claim, which is why it's safe territory to argue with us. In other words, if we're arguing with an anti-flat earther about how Earth and atmosphere move together, like an example on a train where you throw a ball and it doesn't drift away at 15 degrees an hour, then it doesn't drift away at 15 degrees an hour, and that's what the actual globe claim is. So they're getting you to argue against a position the globe doesn't actually hold, therefore you can argue all day long with them about it.
Right, and that's what I was trying to say about the drone when it goes up and the stars don't stand still, because the underneath isn't explicitly stated by Tyson. Their cognitive abilities will push towards that means it's not rotating it is rotating with the Earth.
Well, let's be clear here, because in celestial navigation, when you use Greenwich time for longitude, every hour, the sun, if that's the star you're using, is moving 15 degrees an hour. So that's how you're able to pinpoint your longitude using Greenwich. So they can't get away from it too far.
Right, but it's never meant to make sense, I don't think. It's a loose, like when you go into it, as we have, it'll fall apart because it's wrong.
I know, that's the fun part of just digging and digging. It's like a kid with his hand in the cookie jar saying his hand's down the cookie jar. This is all the arguments end up being visually like, what? You're gone. It's over. If you say this, then you can't have space flight. If you say you want space flight, then it can't be this. It's contradictory at every point because they're lying to begin with.
Right, but you're still, and the nice thing about it is as flat earthers, when we let them claim Coriolis, we're letting them have the non-inertial turning reference frame and a radius value without challenge, just to point out that their logic is flawed even with that.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why they do it in that way, because at that point they've got their non-inertial turning reference frame. So Earth is rotating in both examples, regardless of the outcome. So Earth and atmosphere moving together to not induce Coriolis effect, as is claimed by the globe. Well, you've still got them rotating, so they win. Earth rotating underneath the football to give a 15 degrees an hour deflection. Well, Earth's rotating as a non-inertial turning reference frame. You're giving it to them either way, regardless if they fight the anti-flat Earth, we're not going to see any deflection position that Simon Dan foolishly put to me, or if they were actually fighting for the globe's position of non-inertial and inertial reference frame inducing a Coriolis deflection as things leave the ground, like a football. Either way, you've got a non-inertial turning reference frame assumed in both cases. So if they can get you to have that false dichotomy argument, or argue against the anti-flat Earth position doesn't affect the globe's claim that it is actually turning underneath, they win both ways.
You remember, Nathan, when they used to say, well, that's powered flight? Remember that?
That was what? Howard? Who's he?
Powered flight. When we would use the airplane example, they'd say, well, you have to account for it with a bullet, but you can't use an airplane because that's got an engine.
Means they don't understand Coriolis effect, because the effect is only induced as you turn beneath things. That was something that Wolfie 6020 will forever be spanked by me with, because he's too dumb to understand how Coriolis works. and somehow thinks it's reference to the plane, the trajectory of the projectile, you will be observing as you turn beneath to see Coriolis drift. Wolfie, you stupid idiot. You're being smack bummed by a flat earther right now for your dumb lack of knowledge when it comes to Coriolis effect. Have they not sacked you yet, Wolfie? Why have you got a pilot's license when you don't understand Coriolis drift? Wolfie will ever be my whipping boy in this regard. You dumb fool. Just want to get that in there.
Can you go through your skit of him calling the tower? I thought that was pretty
Ground
good.
control to Major Idiot Wolfie 6020. I am observing your plane from a roundabout. It appears to be drifting at the rate I'm turning beneath it. Please engage your Coriolis deflection correction meter immediately.
Hey, it's Wolfie 6020 here. I'll engage that immediately, because I'm thick as shit.
Right, you brought it back to the claim of the non-inertial turning reference frame at that point. But if they can get you to argue about the projectile, then they're winning, because you're not talking about the actual plane.
Normally, Wolfie can pull the wool over your average Joe's eyes by talking about his projectile that he flies. Not realising that Coriolis is only ever observable as you turn beneath things. Therefore, absolutely nothing to do with the flight that he's taking. Only ever observed if you turn beneath his flight and observe it seem to drift as you turn beneath it. He ain't going to be correcting for that, like he says he's going to correct when he talks to people who don't know better. And then he met me. Didn't you, Wolfie, you dumb idiot? How they taste, Wolfie, you dumb idiot? You want to come across to your audience as being knowledgeable because you fly a plane? Yeah, it didn't take me, the flat earth, along to point out how stupid you were. You can only observe drift if you're turning beneath things, Wolfie. You're not going to be correcting for that in your plane. And that will forever be your idiocy held up with a light shining on it by me. Because you are fact stupid. That's Wolfie 6020, YouTuber, pilot who should be fired. Putting people's lives in danger, thinking you're correct for drift you only observe if you're turning beneath things. The man should be fired. And I'll say it till the day I die, Wolfie. You should be sacked. Yeah? What are you going to do about it? I'll just laugh at you. Well, you go, oh, I'm really clever, I understand Coriolis. No, he doesn't, ladies and gentlemen. Wolfie's just stupid. That's why I'm educating him right now. That's what this is. A flat earther educating a pilot about Coriolis effect that he doesn't understand. You like that? You like those apples, Wolfie? How they taste? Yum, 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 yum.
Well, and this is one of the cases where I would disagree with Betty about assigning an argument to an individual, because he is claiming to be a subject matter expert. He has training as a pilot. He should know better.
You should know better, Wolfie. You shouldn't ever be in a position where a flat earther has to correct you on your lack of understanding of Coriolis drift. You should know better, Wolfie.
Isn't that a non-actual drift?
Pardon?
Isn't it a definition of Coriolis not actual drift?
Yeah, it's an illusion. Only observed as you turn beneath things, not accountable from a plane, like Wolfie states, because he's stupid.
So if it's an illusion, how do you correct for it?
You don't. Again,
we're-
Wolfie thought you
we're gonna
corrected for
need-
this illusion that nobody's actually experiencing in physical terms. It's not actually happening. You're never going to correct for that illusion. Again, it's just Wolfie. He's stupid. Like thick. Like needs firing. Subject matter expert, my ass. Thick. That's what Wolfie is. Doesn't deserve to call himself an expert. Doesn't deserve to fly a plane. Humiliating to be corrected on his quote-unquote subject matter expertise by me. That's embarrassing, Wolfie. Deeply embarrassing.
Isn't that a lot like Elon Musk example we gave earlier? Why doesn't he go up on his own thing? And Wolfie says things, but he really doesn't believe it?
Because
he does
Musk
fly?
knows better than to talk about things he doesn't know. He'd rather say, no, I don't understand how these things work. You know, but I understand how to exploit them in a business sense. I don't need to know how a rocket ship works. Well, that's him declaring his ignorance as a defence. Wolfie's the other end of the stupid Dunning-Kruger scale, though, isn't he? declaring himself a subject matter expert when he doesn't actually understand how Coriolis works. Thinks he's correcting for illusions. Yeah, that's just stupid. But that's what arrogance gets you. Humiliated by me, the flat earther. I'll stick him on the thumbnail for today's show.
You know, we got someone in our panel named Flat Arthur.
Yeah, I got a great picture of Wolfie with some blonde in a crap box that he's about to fly. Hey, love, I know all about Coriolis effect. Oh, do you, Wolfie? I'm pretty dumb, so I'll believe you. Moving on. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
If I said P waves and S waves, would that be a problem?
It'd be a flat Earth proof.
Then I probably shouldn't say P waves and S waves. So.
Can you ask your question? Housekeeping question, that is, John.
Well, if Earth is a sphere and we navigate it as a sphere, then why do we have to apply a transformative equation to it?
You don't. You shouldn't.
Because it's flat. It's not a sphere. You can't be spherical and then have to apply a transformative spherical equation to something that's already spherical. There'd be no transformation. It would already be spherical.
You know what goes along with that, but on the other vein is when you're using a sextant and you sight the horizon and you're 10 feet above sea level, you must subtract the 10 feet so you get a 90, which makes the Earth flat.
Any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Negative.
If you could just get past this flat plane, we could calculate it as a sphere together.
No comments from Proto Thad in yesterday's show. Yeah, we just need to get over the fact we need a flat plane to measure first. If we can just get past that, we can all live happily ever after on a sphere, says anti-flat earthers when put to them that they have to use a flat plane.
And then the rebuttal to you is you're just hung up on that flat thing.
You're just getting hung up on that fact we need a flat plane. Don't get hung up on the flat plane we need.
I would like to bring it back to
who was the one that said I'll give you the flat Earth? This is back way before the sextant argument.
Cats.
Cats.
Right.
Well, what I was going to say is we were talking about shorts earlier. Do you have that one as a short of him stating that?
Yes. You want me to dig it out?
That's just great.
Talk among yourselves, I'll dig it out.
Yeah, when he says that, or like when Zanuck said, don't get hung up on the flat plane. Or the other...
Zanuck said, yeah, we need a flat plane to start with, something to that effect.
He said, don't get hung up on the flat plane. Protothad said, if you could just get past this flat plane. And then another guy, I can't remember who it was we were talking about Alberuni measuring the mountain using a flat plane. And he said, well, who's claiming the Earth is curved? You know,
nobody's claiming it's
that?
curved. Yeah, I've got several of them. They're all trimmed iron shorts. It's just a bit more difficult to find than I first anticipated, but keep chatting and I'll hopefully find it in the next couple of minutes.
So
I've got thousands of videos. Sorry.
I guess no one now, right? So the argument's over? Is that how it goes? Because that's the way it seems to be, doesn't it? That's why they're not coming in here anymore.
Yeah, it is particularly quiet at the moment, I'm not going to lie. But I don't know, I've always said I quite like it this way.
I do. It helps. You know, there's things that you could dive into and make even more clear, much like
so
you think
I've
you
used the
understand
flat plane.
topic.
Come on, this Zanuck guy was obviously dingleberry dependent.
I am actually teabagging you as you lie dying in your globe faith that required you measure a flat Earth first to then do the sphere bit later.
Yes.
Yes. So you need a flat Earth first. Welcome to flat Earth. What, it doesn't matter that you need a flat Earth first?
Not at all. So I've used the flat plane.
If I can dig another one out, there's a couple of them.
Thanks, Anik.
Yeah. If someone heard that,
They're not
going to
shy,
say
right?
he's a glober.
They're not shy about saying use the
I
flat
used
plane.
the flat plane first. Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
I used the flat plane.
what flat plane? Thought it was supposed to be a ball.
How did you
Nobody's
use the flat
claiming
plane
it's-
on a globe?
Nobody's claiming it's a globe yet. We got to get there first. We got to measure the flat Earth first.
Episode 1590 with Protothad, he is one that said, don't get hung up on that plane, because I listened to that episode quite a bit. It's probably one of your best episodes. It's a long one. It has a lot for show as well. I like that episode.
What's number 1590?
1590.
Yeah, for some reason, Guild is breaking up a little bit. Say one more time the number.
1590.
1590. Yeah. Zanuck made an appearance after he was banned, and it was well worth letting him be, because I couldn't remember why we'd banned him. so he came in and carried on the conversation.
Well, yeah, but I think 1590 is the one where Protothad actually said that about the, yeah, don't get hung up on this flat plane we're having to measure.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find it in my shorts list. There's 100 videos.
Correct.
No, even to this day, Prototad goes into chat and types in same nonsense. I mean, we were showing right around that show, one of those episodes of 1590, near it or after it, we were citing celestial navigation, we were citing, referencing everything. And they says, no, I don't agree with that. It's just making stuff up.
I'm getting close. I can feel it.
So, John, while we occupy till he finds it, what'd you do to your flat kitchen to make it into a sphere? How'd you do that?
Wow, that was wonderful.
I'm trying, Nathan.
In the pre-show, we were discussing shorts and TikTok specifically, and I was moaning that I haven't got enough time to do it. And at the moment, I don't necessarily see the benefit, but you'll have to check out the pre-show if you're a new member, which obviously we've got a fair few members that are new now. Thanks to Godzilla. No, I can't find these videos. I don't think they are actually shorts. I think they're a couple of minutes long and therefore buried in mountains and mountains of videos. So it'll take me a while to dig them out.
Well, look, it's 7. You got 6 minutes according to my clock here. So just do a little short roulette. Put your finger on one. Let's see what we get.
No. I don't think I've got them in shorts videos. I think they were used as intros, so they're still. I could find them easily on the second channel because I use those particular clips for the premiering streams. I might as well plug that. If you're not a member, you can still watch the members only videos, which are typically uncut and after shows, and any short videos that I edit pre-release. Well, obviously the ones that are pre-released get released on the main channel, but the uncut and after show does come out on my second channel. So if you're not already a subscriber, admittedly you get some of the shows 5 days later than they come out for members, but you can still pick up the shows. So they come out on the second channel, like I say, a few days after they've been released to members, which is immediately after they've been recorded. But you can check out all of these shows, uncut and after shows, and they're just in a nice long list on Nathan Oakley channel. So instead of Nathan Oakley 1980, it's just Nathan Oakley. But subscribe today if you didn't want to become a member. Obviously, not everyone wants to pay to get the material early, but you can still have it. And it just comes a few days later. So yeah, that's on my second channel. So check it out if you're not subscribed already.
Can you do that? Since we got a few minutes, play roulette short. Maybe it's a good way to end the show with the last 2 minutes or so. Just
fairly fresh to this whole flat Earth, globe Earth debate. Doesn't prove a sphere. The reason I brought it up is because I'm curious to know how it works on something flat.
Triangulate yourself with the 3 different positions because they're crossing at 2 different points when you've only got 2. So you could be either of these 2 locations, and when you get the third, you've got an exact location. But that means that all 3 of these circles are all circles of equal altitude with straight lines to get 90 degrees to the GP of the star. Well, this straight line here, and this straight line here, and this straight line here are necessitated to do the triangulation, meaning that all three of these circles are all circles on the same level plane.
Sextant could only work on a flat plane because you can't achieve an angle without two straight lines. You need a corner, a vertex. A curved line does not allow for a vertex or a corner.
Yeah, exactly. I would agree with that.
There you go. That was the only roulette you're going to get. But I would suggest somebody checks out my shorts playlist on the Nathan Oakley 1980 channel, as I think there's about 100 videos on there, and they're all about 60 seconds long. As I was moaning, I'm not necessarily moaning about it. I was saying they take a lot of work to produce for me. So to take what would be a 20-minute conversation and hack it down to a minute is a fair old task. But
just do your job.
But the consistency is there. So if you do want to check out the shorts playlist, it's in the very bottom of the main part of the channel. So if you go to the main channel homepage, Nathan Oakley 1980, that is, at the bottom, there's shorts. Check them out.
So are you saying you keep your shorts in the bottom drawer?
I do.
Just do your job and stop complaining. I don't want to hear about it no more.
On
Get
the
it
floor
going.
of the channel. Anywho, I think we covered all the housekeeping, did we not? Right at the end of the live show. Gonna be asking people to stay tuned in a minute.
I think so.
Molten Iron Core?
Yeah, did it?
Yep.
I think we covered all of them. Which is good. It's nice to spread them out, especially at the end of a week, which has been a bit of an up and down week. So right at the beginning of the week, everyone was obviously baying for blood because there'd been a week of shows that were all repeats because I was on holiday. And then everyone was super enthusiastic on the first show. Everyone wonderful panel. Everyone was enthusiastic. All of the audience are great numbers as well. 1.6 thousand views from one of the live shows is about 600 more than normal. They normally get about 1,000, 800, 900, 1,100, whatever. Average of 1,000. Well, that show was well received. The second show after that, I forgot to publish. So it went out, did exactly, everyone's enthusiasm level was just the same on Tuesday. But then at the end of it, because I've been testing the new computer, I forgot to list the show. So it stopped being live and then was immediately unlisted by me, like an idiot. So that kind of killed the momentum. And then towards Wednesday and yesterday, everyone sort of, had that sugar crash. And now today, it's like we've got back to a bit more consistency. So hopefully this will continue into the next week of shows from Monday. Yes, Nathan, I'm glad we're all back on an even keel. Me too.
5 days of shows makes 1 week.
It's just been a very turbulent week. That's all.
The enthusiasm level shouldn't go down, should it? Like, we should be excited about the fact that nobody's listening to the facts we're stating, right?
No, they are. The fact that people deny them and still stick their head in the sand or appeal to whatever else that isn't the point we're making is neither in or there. That regard, the audience, I don't think changes much in terms of what they want out of the show, what they get out of the show. But for me, producing the show, hearing the levels of, I call it a sugar crash, especially yesterday, everyone was really down. It got back into the flow of it, but it's like that Wednesday feeling you get when you're an office worker.
They used to come into the ring and have it out. Now they've lost so much and they're so punched and face swollen with their globe arguments failing at every point. They just come and chat. So now we're in the ring alone saying, come on in, let's hear your argument. No, we'll stay outside the ring and chat.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit like that with Spider-Man, the original, this sort of 2000 Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, when he fights the guy in the cage. From the outside, you're looking in at the guy in the cage going, he's a snarling monster. Well, that's how they're looking on us, I think. They're terrified. There's no other way to describe it.
That's what I was going to say, Tim. There's a reason why they're looking at us from the outside. They don't want no part of these hungry hippos.
Indeed.
You got mean. You guys are mean.
We're mean and nasty.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at a hippo, they don't seem too dangerous until you go inside that pond.
And with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. A huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Gilded and G Plus panels for making today's live show possible. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on a Premiering Stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
But when you read it, it's just like, wow, what the heck?
Whoever wrote that combined Newtonian gravity and Einstein gravity to come up with
Yeah,
that.
that's why ballers do it. That's why they do it with the what do you call it? The mathematics, right? Oh, and what happened on your show today? They combined both of them, right? Newtonian and Einsteinian.
Are you there, Righteous? Before we get into this Einsteinian and Newtonian issue from Alwyn's show earlier.
I'm here.
Can you just chat away with me? I just want to know
Hello?
if this clipping issue I'm getting with Gilded is actually an issue that I need to sort out, or if it was just that last guest.
All right, I'll chat away a bit. I mean, he was breaking up for me too.
I can hear you umming and ahhing, which tells me that this line's fine. Fine. I don't need to concern myself.
All right. All right.
Is he new to that? Is he a new guy?
I doubt it. He was referencing a show from way back when, Neil.
No,
Or are
they
you
would be
asking?
new to Gilded.
I was going to
because
say,
if
okay,
you're
yeah,
new
my
to
bad.
Gild,
My bad.
I was going to say, if you're new to Gild, it's going to happen until you get your mic situation.
You say while breaking up in G+. Yes, indeed. This has been the first day I've been happy with this computer and setup. Everything's run like it had run previous to getting the new computer when it was functioning.
I love you, Nathan.
What?
You're so predictable.
What? I'm elated. We've just gone through the whole live show. At one stage, my kid came in, was like, I want to play on a video game. And I was like, okay. Why don't you put it on for her? And she was sat there happily not making loads of noise. And it just functioned. Everything's working. I'm just very pleased.
I know. It's just so predictable and so good. It's all good.
Well, do you think a lot of the problems stem from like the anticipation and like you building up the idea of this computer for so long, and then when you got it, it didn't live up to your expectation?
That is true for almost everything you ever get ever in life. I watch a guy who makes subwoofers, right, and then puts out videos about the subwoofers he makes. And one of his main things that he tries to explain to almost everybody he deals with ever is lower your expectations. Because we all are guilty of it, right? The new car. So I remember as a rep getting an absolute monster of a car, right? So I'd worked really hard. I'd earned the money. I was going to pay all the stupid tax that was attached to it. And I was like, I'm having that car, right? And it was a lot of money. And I got it. And it was a disappointment in many different ways. For little things like it's squeaking. Like, I'm very anal about that. A new car should not squeak or creak in any way, shape or form, or rattle, right? So you get this new machine, you're very happy with it, until it squeaks. Then your disappointment sets in, right? That's true with almost everything in life. There are very few things, especially that you purchase. Forget about relationships and such. They're a different story. But just with product, there's very, very few things. I could probably count on one hand the number of products that I've got and been
impressed with, like, as opposed to disappointed or just, yes, it meets satisfactory requirements. Most things are a disappointment.
Right, but that I'm just saying that the expectation probably and your high standards probably done more to damper your mood than the computer's actual performance.
Yeah, correct, because you're absolutely right. I've got very, very high standards, and therefore what I was aiming for and perceived to be a set mark in the sand was actually way beyond what a normal person would mark in that sand. So once I've stepped back from it, which is literally only yesterday, I've gone, actually, my expectations are way beyond what I should be should have for this computer. But you know, I grew up around computers, and that your expectations do raise when you've got a reasonable knowledge in it. I mean, my knowledge isn't that up to date. It's still pretty crude, in fact, with this new platform. But you know, your expectations do rise, and therefore, when you've got the opportunity to step back and go, am I being overly fussy? Yes, I am. Definitely, I should be happy.
You run a show that reminds me of Formula One engineering. While the race car drivers on the course, they have sensors on the whole car. They know everything. And that's you, which is really good when you think about it, because the end result is you have a fine-tuned, at the very best, race car. In your case, it's a computer and a show with quality sound.
Which is all I want. That's it. Because when I was talking to the guys who built it, I was like saying, you know, on the one hand saying, well, I don't want it to do much. I just want it to simultaneously run 3 different live streaming chat programs and a video game, and be able to monitor it on 2 different screens whilst live streaming it via a different encoding software. I mean, that's not much to ask, is it?
Listen, sound is excellent. If you want to compare it to something, go look at the 11th Avenue podcast. Oh my God.
That's where this
Nathan,
conversation started. The whole reason I launched into that blurb was because of audio. So I think the sound card that I used in the old PC was causing the conflict that caused that distortion to occasionally crop up, and the way that Windows is just wired up. Because after the fact, I went back and had another look at all the forums, having, you know, chased my tail with it for literally 2 years, and they're like, no, it's just the way that Windows breaks down how the audio passes through it, and occasionally there's corruption and it just gets this little distortion, and you're like, so I could have chased my tail with the old PC forever.
So you're saying you gave away a perfectly good PC?
No, there was nothing. No, there was definitely. I'm selling it now actually because I need the money. But in any event, the PC was not perfectly adequate in any way, shape, or form. In fact, my expectations of it were beyond what its capabilities were most of the time. I just overclocked the snot out of it to get it to do what I wanted it to do without, you know, sluggishly crawling to a halt. But when it was not overclocked and not running at the full spec, as it was just before it was replaced, it became what I would consider to be a nightmare. And I think that's probably most people's computing experience. I've just got higher standards.
Nathan, you should keep it as nostalgia. Like some people want to keep people like as nostalgia.
Nah, I'd rather have the 500 quid, thanks. Nah, I'd rather pay off my overdraft. I'm all good.
It's a joke. Sell that sucker.
Yeah, I need to pay off the overdraft. It's just electricity at the moment. It's really expensive. That's all it is. That's the only reason I'm going overdrawn. It's electricity in this country.
I was having a go at people that are holding on to other people because they brought them to flat Earth.
Is the Octopus Energy thing still happening?
Oh, that's my wife's. She works for them. So if you say, is she still working for them? Yes, she is. Just their billing.
No. Yeah, I was going to say, in your intro, you usually introduce Octopus Energy. I was just hoping you could.
No, it's just a promotion. They did a promotion for a time, and I was like, oh, I can exploit that. So we did. And we did all right out of it. I mean, we paid off about £300 worth of our still probably £1,000 to £1,200 in debt to the electricity company amount through that. So, I mean, there was several people who did actually sign up to Octopus Energy as a result of me plugging it, which benefited us to the tune of £50, and them. That was the incentive. Each time they did it. So
nice.
There was a few
nice
caveats.
There.
So you couldn't transfer. You couldn't get your 50 quid if you were in massive amounts of debt. So if I was to try and utilise
the promotion that I promoted, I wouldn't have been able to do it because I had debt to the electricity company. So there were certain caveats that I obviously didn't particularly mention, but it was a kind of throwaway thing. It was just a promotion that they were doing at the time because they were particularly good with electric tariffs, electric cars. Because again, in this country, like in yours, it's being heavily promoted. Although I like reading the articles about, especially in California at the moment, the moans that people are having about basically it not being a sustainable infrastructure. You know, you can't have hordes of cars sat for 20 minutes doing supercharging. It doesn't seem like it's going to work out, this whole electric car thing, from what I can see. And California is a really, really good example to sort of show how it's not going to work. But there we go. I do find that quite interesting.
It doesn't check out for them to tell you everybody's going to have to stop. We're going to ban buying gas cars. Everybody's going to have to get an electric car. And then a week later, everybody who's got an electric car, don't charge it because the grid can't handle it.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was talking about. The network can't handle it. And that was off the back of me seeing, I can't remember, this wasn't in California, but it was somewhere hot, where they'd come down and their smart meters had locked them out of their air conditioning. No air conditioning for you today. Too hot.
Listen, my baller son was telling me this 3 years ago. He said if it all goes electric car, it will not be able to handle it. It's the worst thing they could ever do.
Well, they're actually putting a lot of money into the infrastructure right now and building nuclear facilities to help with this problem. So it could still happen.
I just don't think the
tweet the other day.
The problem isn't the infrastructure. I don't think that's the problem. Just let Adam in a second, but I don't think that's the problem. I think it's the time. So the instant nature of petrol is that you can fill a tank in 2 minutes and then be on your way. Whereas even if you had the infrastructure, and I've seen in the States where they've got petrol stations with 100 rows for cars to cope with demand, like endless rows of petrol, gasoline, whatever you call it. Well, can you imagine if it was electric and instead of them being in and out in 2 minutes, they had to be there minimum 20? You wouldn't need hundreds. You'd need thousands of these things to keep the roads moving, with them all sat there 20 minutes at a time.
On that, I saw it was a tweet. There's a bloke on a building site proudly showing their new electric digger. So it's absolutely brilliant. It goes, it's silent, no noise, and you get 6 hours on site all day. Works for a good solid 6 hours. And at the end of the day, they plug it into a diesel generator for 12 hours so it's ready for the next day to work.
Right. Ludicrous.
The same infrastructure issue.
I mean, that
in
checks
Scotland,
out.
Nathan. The Scottish police spent millions and millions on electric community vehicles. And after the first few days, they realised their fleet was depleted because they didn't have enough charging points for their own fleet.
Yeah, but they shouldn't have bought Segways.
No, these are like
the same thing happened in. No, I was going to say I think the same thing happened in California. People ended up having to charge their electric cars with gas generators.
Well, they blew
up. Isn't the reason that they want us to use electric is to not use gas?
Oh my goodness!
That doesn't check out too well.
Well, then there's also.
Even if you are, I mean, I make the sarcastic example on that building site there, but ultimately, 99% of all the electric cars are powered by fossil fuel anyway. It's just indirectly through power stations. It's all a con anyway. And even the Western countries that are going green, etc., their deficiency, because they have a massive deficiency, is filled by places like Russia and the likes with fossil fuels. It's washing your own hands and blooding other people's. The West is doing in terms of this to pretend that the overall consumption of fossil fuel is reduced in some way. It's not. It's just, say, blooding other people's hands in carbon management.
And you know what? People might think that this topic, that like what we're talking about right now, doesn't relate to the topic that we usually talk about, but it does, because it's this notion that people think we're on a ball spinning around for billions of years, and apparently this same ball that's been around billions of years, now we're in dire need of assistance, because we might explode in like, I'm sorry for the language, but the world might come to an end in 10, 12 years or whatever the hell they're talking about. So it's like a brainwashing that's just going around right now. It's insane. I mean, it's not even now. I mean, I was told when I was in elementary school, but the oceans are gonna come up and ozone layer, all this crap.
There's a term for that. I can't remember what it's called. It's like nihilism or something similar. Is it nihilism? I've forgotten the term.
Who knows?
Go on,
Yes,
Triplett.
hello? Yeah. I just wanted to dovetail this sentiment with the electric cars. According to the open-toed sandal ether idiot friggin' Witset, you don't need to stop there. All you need to do is spark up a fire and just plug your car right into that.
Well, if that's what he said, then there's only one electric car you need to buy. It's from Honda, because it comes with a cord.
Is that when he doesn't understand what energy is? He claims that it's just energy.
It's a pressure mediation between the resultant of electricity.
Oh, when he said that about fire, right, yeah, okay. Oh my God.
Lest we forget. Have we forgotten?
What do you think? Do you think?
Go ahead.
Do you think the world's going to end in like 6 years if we don't stop like breathing and using cars and stuff?
Just fear-based mind control. That's all it is. Fear-based mind control.
Nihilistic, Nathan, is rejecting all religious and moral principles in the belief that life is meaningless. I think they spent a long time, what you're saying, trying to get us to that stage, but there is this new replacement, which is what this is all about, which is the sin of your carbon footprint. You're sinning against Mother Gaia now. That's the new religion that they're trying to control you with. I don't think they're heading towards a nihilistic, because those people are impossible to control, aren't they? But if we can get you to commit to a new Gaia-based religion where your sin is your carbon footprint, seems to be the...
Adam, is there a connection between Mother Earth, Mother Gaia, and the ether?
She's manifest within that.
And no.
Well, just real quick, nihilism is the belief that you don't believe in anything as a belief.
Well, you believe in nihilism then.
Right. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Nihilism can't be a belief.
Almost like heat is electricity, almost on that level.
The belief, I think, is that because of your not believing in a religious, you believe that life is fundamentally meaningless. So that is what you believe in life.
Does that have meaning? When you say that life is fundamentally meaningless, does that mean anything?
The statement? No, the statement doesn't mean anything, but it's meaningless.
Yeah, right.
So if heat is electricity, is he just taking the fact that if you use a wire that's not the right size and it heats up, and is he using the heat that electricity causes and reversing it and saying if you have heat, you have electricity? What's his point?
I'm just trying to wrap my head around the logic that QE and John just had between them. So if the principle is meaningless and the statement is meaningless, does a meaningless statement about a meaningless principle have meaning? I'm really lost.
Fun to think about these nonsensical things.
Maybe.
Maybe. Oh, thanks.
We can't know anything for certain.
We can't
know anything for certain. That's the only thing. You can't know anything for certain, and you can be certain of that.
That's good to know.
It's all relative to what we know now. Can't know it 100%.
No, that's not true. But it is something that was punted on a show that we have in the UK called Quite Interesting, or QI. And on QI, they described, which I'm sure I've mentioned before in the past, the half-life of facts. You ever heard that term?
Half-life, yes. QI is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I know it is, but it's good to get sort of good idea of what people generally believe to be true based on their purely media-based influences in terms of their knowledge. QI is very good for that.
QE's take on QI. Bullshit. Now, wait a second. Have we gotten any word back yet? You know, remember electrostatics, electromagnetism, static electricity. Any word on the meaning of those words by chance? Or did they skip out? Say again?
You got to ask your eminence.
Yeah, I've had no updates on definitions or meanings of, or even any outlines of logical frameworks. I've had nothing.
No, nothing.
No
Just
response
radio
from our
silence.
Yeah.
Just right. You can't do that. Wait a second. You can't just call time out and stroll on into the beach if you don't like the way things are going. They're ether believers. No. You're going to be held to task. Start defining those terms or get the fuck out.
Hey, Kiri, was the flashcards not sufficient?
They are not sufficient. They are necessary. Let's just not forget there, friends. Okay?
Well, Bob said science proved the ether hundreds of times, so shouldn't there be a trail of evidence?
Trail evidence for what?
Well, his statement.
Nathan, you get a chance to finish that, by the way?
Finish what?
The video.
Your video?
Yes, sir.
No.
What the hell's going on out here?
Sorry.
You missed the pre-show. He doesn't even have time for shorts.
Exactly.
Jeez. You better get on that before tomorrow.
Hello, everybody. How you guys doing? All 11 of you listening on the YouTube live stream. You know what time it is. Yes, sir. It's morning with Miggies. What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? Pretty awesome day, isn't it? Yes, sir. What's up, Honky Donkey? What's going on? Everybody in the chat. You already know what it is, man. We got the panel ready. We got everybody going to be coming through the door pretty soon. Needless to say, we do have this forum, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, ready to take some questions and listen to anybody that wants to come up here and talk about the shape of the Earth. Ah, that's interesting, right? Shape of the Earth. We've been asking this question for years now. Doesn't seem like there's anybody that wants to belly up to the bar and bring forth any of the answers. And we're talking to people from academia, from people with, letters at the end of their name, to people that are just common, that just hear about the information. No one can actually produce the evidence for the radius and diameter and circumference. And believe me, we've been asking. So nobody's willing to come up here and talk to us about it. Therefore, nobody can provide the evidence. So we're ready, we're waiting, and we got an open forum. We want to hear what you think. So if you guys can come up here and start talking about the evidence, then we'll be able to listen to you and we'll hear you out. We like to get to know everybody brand new. So if you're coming into the server, we'll open up the floor for you and we'll ask you a few things. You know, what do you think the shape of the Earth is? Do you think it's a globe? You're on the fence, or do you think it's flat? And either way, we'll kind of get into a discussion and we'll start to figure out what you think. That's great because we don't want to assume anything, so we want you to tell us. Also, if there's any evidence for the shape of the Earth claim, then go ahead and tell us. something is awfully weird sometimes when people come in here. They don't realize that the claim of the shape of the earth is the thing that we're examining, because they're like, well, don't we know that the earth is already a globe? Isn't the claim flat earth? And that's not true, because we don't observe a globe. They even tell you that, right? So everybody would say, no, you don't see the globe, but it's there. You don't feel it spinning, but it is. So that's what they're telling you as far as like from their perspective. But what we do is we open up the floor. See, what we want people to realize is that they don't carry the information that is true or a base axiom. The base axiom is that the earth isn't moving and that it's flat. There isn't any curvature. And some people have qualms with that term flat, you know? Well, it just means what it says, right? The level of plane of existence that you're on right now, it doesn't have any curvature to it. So, yeah, so anybody wants to come in here. There's people in here that might disagree with that, but we'll invite them in. So it's interesting, right? Because some people will be afraid of this, but truly what they're afraid of is confronting their own ideology, confronting what they thought previously, that they preconceived notions or presumptions of what they think the earth is. So this is a time to actually look yourself in the mirror, right? It's a reflection of yourself. Do I really know what truth is? Can I actually tell people about the truth? So that's the thing. It's not me that's scaring you. You are scaring you. So when you don't want to confront that, you're afraid of yourself. Because when you peek behind curtain number 1, that could be the destruction of your paradigm. And I didn't do it. I'm merely presenting it to you. I'm telling you to look behind that curtain, because when you do, you'll start to realize that everything that they had was smoke and mirrors. Kind of like the Wizard of Oz, right? When they looked behind the curtain and saw the wizard that was behind it, it was just a guy pulling on some levers, making it sound like he was something else. This big old bad, Wizard of Oz. That's the way it is. You start to peek behind the curtain and see the guy pulling the levers. Then you start to realize, man, was this what I was following this whole time? And truly, it's unfortunate for those who have been duped by this understanding. And we understand. There's a lot of, people come in here, there's visceral reactions, there's people that get upset, and we get it. Yeah, we get it. I mean, people are upset. But if it was true, none of us would be here, because we only care about the truth. So if it were true, none of us would be here. Long ago, none of us would be here. So no, it's not. And they would have you, believe that the information, because we've talked to many people about it, right? And those who want to claim about it, they say, well, it's too complicated. It's just you can't know. It's too. What they're trying to do is keep that information so far above you that you are just some knuckle dragging, cave dwelling person that doesn't understand anything. That's what they would have you believe. Well, I'm not smart enough. I'm not a scientist. But that's good, because they love that control. So long as it's unobtainable for you as far as information goes, that's great. Because even if you're standing on the thing and you can use your 5 senses, they can easily make you deny those senses that you're using to navigate through the earth, and then say, oh, yeah, you don't perceive the globe. You can't comprehend it. It's too complicated. It's too complicated. You can't know that. So those of you who have been stuck in the mud with the globe and you seem to have no answers for the flat earth, that is the reason why. They always keep you at arm's length with the knowledge. And guess what? You even spout off your rhetoric, the one that you're saying, doesn't even line up with what they're saying. And we can show you that too. That's even better. We use them as hostile witnesses to actually show them how they contradict your ideas of what you think the globe is. And they were like, no. No, these guys, these science communicator persons, these talking heads, they don't say what you're saying. Oh no, you're talking about the earth spinning slower. It's slowing down. They don't say that. They tell you the earth is speeding up. You don't believe me? Type it into Google. Because usually when we ask you questions, you don't know. and you're just dumbfounded. Well, how do you flat earthers say that? Us flat earthers aren't. We're just telling you the rhetoric you believe isn't the correct one. And we correct you on it. And you wonder why you don't know anything. It's because you've given up hope for all logic and reason. You don't critically think anymore. You don't use the most important muscle that you have, which is your mind, right? Your brain. You don't use it anymore. You become so lethargic and so indifferent that it doesn't matter. But that's what happens to a public that actually feels that way. Nothing else matters. Who cares? And only people from the globe would take that position. Do you know why? You want me to tell you why? Oh, it's very simple. Because if it's too complicated to know about the globe, then it's too complicated to know about the world around you anyway. That's the true unveiling of that question that you say, what difference does it make? Because you don't even understand the globe. So how could you possibly understand something so complicated? That is why we always break it down to you, because we're like, guys, it's not that hard. They've only told you it was hard to even understand the earth around you. That's why you were carrying this idea that it doesn't care. You don't care. That's why. You always say, well, it doesn't matter to me. I go to work every day. What difference does it make? Do you know why you say that? That's psychological, man. It's psychological warfare. They've trained you to be indifferent. Now you don't care because it's too complicated for you to pick up and understand that the world that you stand upon every single day and experience is vastly complicated. Therefore, anything pertaining to the earth and its shape would be way too complicated for you to even understand. Therefore, you take the position about being indifferent to your detriment. And then you wonder why we're here, because we choose to be critical thinkers. We choose to be free thinkers. We choose not to be held down by these preconceived notions that people with letters behind their name are authoritative figures. The way we view it is the truth is the truth no matter where you go. And that's about it. It doesn't matter who speaks it. It does not matter who speaks it. If it's the truth, it does not get moved. If it isn't the truth, it gets moved. It's subjective. Yeah, for sure. But the truth is objective and it cannot be moved. Yeah, you can cry and throw a tantrum on the ground when you come in here. No, you guys are wrong. I hate this place. You're crazy. Yeah, you can say all those things. We're still going to be here. We're still going to talk to you about the truth. And we're still going to wake up more people who want to know. Because obviously, after you get past that emotional state, you start to realize how wrong you were. And then come to terms with yourself and be like, you know what? Yeah, I was acting a bit foolish. Apologize for that. Oh, at least some people do. There's some people that take the latter road where they're just like, nope, it's a globe. And we're like, how does it exist? There was a gentleman that was here who was in school for aerospace engineering. By his own admission. Now, did we verify that? Of course not. But here's the thing. We don't question. If you claim to be a clown, you're a clown. If you claim to be a professor, you're a professor. We don't know that. The fruits of which you speak and how you speak really reveals that to us, which I didn't doubt that he was actually in line for, understanding to be somebody who's in that field, right? So it wasn't really something we were questioning because I really doesn't bother me. Okay. So the truth is he was talking about, we were revealing to him about the shape of the earth claim. Because of course, coming from that position, being an aerospace engineer, you have to have some sort of investment, some sort of stock in the idea that the earth is a globe. At least from our standpoint, that's how it has to be, right? So if you're coming into a server full of people who can contradict that your worldview and the profession that you chose involves you having some sort of belief in the globe, it might rub you the wrong way. So you're going to have to take the L on most of the discussion. And he did with gladness, right? So, and I'll give you the way he took the L. Which one of them was, how do you know that the Earth shape claim is what it is? And I think it was talked to him over and over again, right? How do you know the measurement or the calculation is correct? So long as it's on paper, he was exclaiming, so long as it's on paper. So for him, it was so long as it was written down as a calculation. That's all he needed. Something put down in a mathematical construct. So long as the formulas add up, right? And that's all he needed. He doesn't need to go check reality and verify that what those calculations are putting out is exactly what he measures. No. That's not what he was saying. Basically, whatever's on paper, that's what the Earth is. That's it. Now, I implore you, the listening audience, if that's all it takes, isn't that imagination? Or is that someone using verification? Are they verifying that calculation to turn out to be a measurement, which is actually what the Earth is actually, not what I'm putting down on a piece of paper? Because if I really wanted to, I could turn mathematics into whatever I want, right? This Earth could be a cube. This Earth could be a pyramid. This Earth could be any particular 3D shape that I want, so long as the math supports it. And I guess in that realm, right, that's how people operate. So long as the mathematical construct it supports and it checks out, well, the math checks out. That's it. That's the probably the length of where I'm going to go with it. So this is what I'm telling you guys who are listening at the moment. If this is you, this isn't reality. Math is a language used to describe. It isn't reality itself. You can't hand me the number 2. You can hand me 2 of something, but the number 2, you can't give it to me. There's a difference. So math is a language. It's used to describe. And that's the thing. They're taking it as full-blown reality when they see something on paper. And that's utter nonsense. Nobody ever thinks that. But of course, that's what they say. So how are we to proceed forward? That's my thing with you guys. How can we address this? Everybody has these ideas. Something to think about. I'd like to welcome everybody to the panel. We got Adam in here, Chris V, Julius, Kiwi, 2 times, and Car. What's going on, guys? You breaking up?
Not much. You.
Hopefully,
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Just saying hello. Hope all is well, and thank you for snatching up that mic and running with it. Mornings with Miggy on tap. Let's go. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday. It's always a beautiful day in the neighborhood. And
The
we
one
welcome you.
thing that I'm thinking about, this whole mathematics discussion, the one thing that I do want to keep in mind is our paying attention to trigonometry, the whole 3 angles thing, us traversing the waters, celestial navigation, sine, cosine, tangent, that is the observation. 3 angles, right? So I think we do have to pay attention to that. But in terms of actually how these guys arrive at their demonstration of this magic ball, I don't know how you do curved lines in a trigonometry observation or angles with straight lines. It makes no sense.
Yeah, they actually have to have something that they build off of this this math that makes sense, right? It can't just exist in a mathematical construct. The actual math has to make sense. So that's it furthers even, like we would say that it's a mathematical construct, but within that construct, there's a lot of things that they want to apply in mathematics that don't apply in mathematics, that would be one of them. And Kiwi's pointing out that's what we were actually talking to the guy yesterday who was an aerospace engineer. So do you guys, there's some people that might think, well, nobody wants to come in there and talk to you guys and debate you guys. And we had an aerospace engineer in here yesterday. For how long was it, Kiwi? It must have been here for like 3 to 4, maybe 5 hours. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it was like 3-4 hours for sure. And he kept on saying, I've got to go do homework. And he kept on staying on. And he was asking questions to boot. What we had him nailed on is asking, because again, no engineer is going to walk in and say, I'm an engineer. I'm going to ask you, or anyone's going to ask you about your observation as a principal in your field of level. As soon as we asked him that, he yielded the observation that his manuals state that they should be observing a flat and stationary plane for the design of their, I think he said vehicles or some crap.
Yeah. And
Yeah, that was a
not
good
only
one.
not only that, there was a lot of concessions coming out of him, which I like. Okay, so this aerospace engineer said that they are taught, and he didn't know why we were harping on this, but we did. He's like, they're taught to understand that when they apply anything to this good earth, that they have to view it as flat and stationary. By his own admission, this aerospace engineer said this. Now, it might captivate you guys who are on the globe earth side, be like, no, why did he say that? That's not even, that's how they teach him. So him being a student and telling us that, and him being a globe earth believer, made this all the more rich, because he's telling you the truth. Like, he's like, this is what they're showing us, guys, but I don't believe it's flat. I'm telling you what they're teaching us. Now, that's kind of like something where you need to stop and think just a little bit, right? If it was truly a globe, then we'd have to navigate across it as a globe. Whoa, that's a shocker. You'd have to travel on the geometric shape as a geometric shape? Oh, that's weird. No, it's not. That should be the way it goes, but apparently it's not. So we're left with what we obviously know, that it's flat and it's not moving. That's what they're teaching them, guys. Wake up. That's the presupposition that you have to assume the earth to be, even if you're doing that field, because you can't start off with it being a globe. There's no mathematics that they can do. They have to apply in their field how it appears to be. And it appears flat and stationary. That's the way it is. So working in that field, you start off with that understanding, that base axiom. So that's a, kind of a self-check for you guys who are like, well, it's still a globe. Well, that's the thing. The application for the field that he's in has to use the globe as flat and stationary. The one that's moving, isn't that crazy? Don't you realize like what that means? Perhaps not. What's up, Adam? If you're trying to chime in, bud, we don't hear you. It sounds like a bunch of clicking. I don't know if you're trying to get the mic to work or what. But yeah. So we did have a conversation with that character yesterday, and we took him through all the points, everything just like normal, like we would anybody else. We took him to the shape claim. He didn't support any information as to how he knows the radius, diameter, circumference was extrapolated. That was, for me, that was a glancing blow. That was something that he couldn't recover from. All right, so we'll just say that would have been the thing that really made him realize. But it looked like what everybody would understand as sunk cost fallacy. He invested way too much into this field with which he thinks that the Earth is a globe. And he's a young man, so I mean, he's got many more years to actually approach this and view it and such. But it's sad to see that people don't use critical thinking any longer, because as much information as we provided and even showed him and demonstrated, and him himself knowing that he's approaching it from a perspective of being, learning this field, that looking at a material that's telling him that it's flat and stationary isn't alarming in his mind. And like, that should at least validate our position to some degree, at least to say that something is being said about it that we didn't even say, that's coming from books he's learning from. So, that's like, okay, it's for us to have an opinion, or for us to have a side, an argument, a debate on our side. And there's a whole other thing for him to learn about something in the education system that's teaching him that he has to view the earth as if it's flat and stationary. That we never said. None of us went in there and put that. And there's a lot of people saying, well, why don't you guys write papers and put something and peer review them and all that? My good sirs and ma'ams, we don't have to. That information is already given to you. Just like this gentleman who's in the education system, you just simply reject it because assuming something means that it's not that. So when he's learning it, he's looking at it, well, I got to assume that it's flat, not that it is. So that wordplay that they have in there just makes you kind of push it aside. But you still have to view it that way, regardless. And all the applications of when you're creating a specific craft will be operating on that assumption. Well, that's really rich, isn't it? That you're having to use that instead of anything to deal with the globe. So that's why we bring it to you that way. We're showing you, exposing it to you. Look, even if it's a base axiom or the presupposition, right, that you have to assume it being that. So how are we to move forward and then say it's a globe working on a curved surface if you're applying it to be flat? Like for every intent and purpose that you're going to use your craft to be built on this good earth. That's crazy, right? So aerospace engineer went about 3.5 to 4 hours, didn't really put up any kind of a debate or anything. He's like, he was self-proclaiming that he won. I won. I was in here. I destroyed you guys. Usually when people say that, it's just kind of like their way of trying to pat themselves on the back because they didn't have any answers. So it's really, and all the audience too, some of you guys might be just like, oh, he did a great job. Of what? There wasn't any evidence. None whatsoever. Actually, it was to the contrary. He gave us evidence that they're teaching him that he has to assume the earth being flat and stationary. So it's more of a win for us. As he just provided that. And not only that, he just said that calculations and on a piece of paper describe what earth is, and that's all he needs. And of course, if there's a lot of people that feel that way, then you're living in whatever mathematical construct that they devise. They could change it and say it's something else, and you'll just go along believing them. Okay. And we're telling you to wake up.
Act 2 of that is after he said he had to go to meet with his professor. He came back like 15, 20 minutes later, spiraled out of control in the lobby, got thrown in the cog disc, and then spiraled again.
This happens. The cognitive dissonance probably set in. Great. Which is, I thought it was going to set in while we were talking with him. Like he was going to start really going out of control. He started to a little bit get emotional. I kind of put him in check. I was like, nah, dude, you know that was your feelings right there, what you just said. That's all feelings. That had nothing to do with you providing any evidence. You flat earthers. And they always, you flat earthers. Well, yeah, when you start off that way, my friend, you already lost.
He doesn't even know. You'd be like, sure, so what is a flat earther? Can you explain that? No, he can't. So you're labeling somebody like, you X person. What does that mean? He doesn't have a concept of his own idea from a beginning, which is why, like in his world, if you just take it at face value, he's in college, he's astrophysics, he's studying hard, he's meeting with his professor, yet he spiraled out of control for hours. So even that axiom is wrong. Because then he left. I forgot to add that part. I think Daz had posted like a meme of Sigmund Freud asking them what's his obsession with balls or something like that. It just triggered him. It just like I guess so. Maybe he's got a little bit of education, but like just enough that he stopped thinking. He's peak like DK effect. He got slightly above average education, and then suddenly thought he knew more than everyone else.
More than the average bear. Yeah. So what we do here, and listen, it's not that the guy can't get it right. And I always said this, man. The guy seems intelligent. He does. But just like Crit was pointing out, it's to a certain extent because there's a barrier there. The barrier for him it's almost like it's designed to be that way. You can be as smart as you want within the box. You can't go outside that box. It's like something will prevent you from actually thinking outside of that normal construct that you're within. So he can be logical, he can be critical within the box. Outside of it, no way, no how. You can't think of the cosmology that you are currently residing in as in anything other than what you've been told. And so that's kind of what we were letting him, because the mind has to be able to say, okay, let me be open enough to think about something in a different way. And he wasn't willing to do that. There's a lot of people, even in the listening audience, all 16 of you, you would probably think something like that, right? There might be some Globers amongst you in there who think that way. Oh, I'm open-minded. What do you mean? I can think critically. Yeah. Sure. Within the construct, you can. Outside of that and saying, what if the cosmology that you've been residing in is something other than what you perceive? Then yeah, you can't do that. That's where you're closed-minded. Within the construct, you can think of everything so long as you obey the rules. You don't go outside of those boundaries. And that's the most important thing for you guys. Because of the fact that if you do, you'll be corrected. Not only by your handlers, right? Maybe the people in academia will be like, oh, no, Timmy, you need to get back in line. No, it's the people who are your friends. What do you mean? You're crazy, dude. What are you talking about? No, we learned that back in 3rd grade. Now, you get off of that nonsense. Earth is not flat. Come on, who told you that? They put you back in line, and they keep you in check. So it isn't the people that are just above you that are information. No, sir. It's the peer pressure you get from society. That's from your friends and neighbors. They're the ones that are putting you back in line. And that's what we're telling you. We teach you, we show you how to stand up for yourself. You have to care what other people think about what you think. Your thoughts are your own. Heck, if you want to think the earth is a donut. But the thing is, those are your thoughts. And you also, it would be a claim that you'd have to support either way. But still, you'd be able to do that because those are your thoughts. Now, like I said, it would be a claim that you would have to support. So therefore, if you ask us, okay, the earth isn't a globe, you've done that much, how do I know that it's not curving? We would present you as much information as we can possible so you could demonstrate to yourself and with enough evidence that it's not curving. That's actual, that you can do that. Like, that's how we know that we give you something we provide you with. And also, it's the base axiom as well. So along with the base axiom, what you perceive the earth to be, you can know that it's not curving. And voila, it's not. So everything would be, correlation with each other. What you perceive, what you can demonstrate. And that's what we're trying to bring people to that knowledge. So. What's up, A-Person? What's up, Adam? We got you, man, loud and clear. What's going on? Sounds like he's sending a telegraph. Hello, telegraph. Adam, are you there? I'll put him on mute. Yeah, just let me know when you're back, Adam. I'll unmute you, man, because you got some background noise. All right. We do have a person that joined the panel just right now. But everybody in here, Kyle, what's going on? We got a whole bunch of people that just joined us. Also, we'd like to acknowledge the people that are listening on the live stream. You guys are awesome. Whether you're a flat earth or not, you still are listening. So at least at some point, it would be great for you guys to maybe have your own opinions and think for yourself, right? Don't listen to what people are telling you. Yeah, you are your own mind. You make up your own mind. Your thoughts are your own. So long as any claim that you have can be supported, I think you're in pretty good shape. If the claims you're thinking about cannot be supported, however, and they're not true, they don't have any correspondence with reality, then I think that's a bit of ideas that you might have that you can't support them with reality. So we usually talk about that too in here. What if the earth is a bigger ball? All right, so you just made up a cosmology of your own making. It's a bigger ball now. What are the metrics to this bigger ball? You made it up. You brought it up. You said it's bigger. How is it bigger? So we have the standard metrics to the globe, radius, diameter, circumference. We can tell you that. But if it's a bigger ball, you're going to have to give us some numbers, man. You can't just say something like that. Obviously, you measured it because it's bigger. You know that. That's strange, isn't it? When we start asking people for all of that information, they come back at us like, well, what do you mean? I don't have to. Yeah, you do. It's a claim that you just made that the Earth is bigger. It's a bigger ball. So now give us the metrics to that bigger ball. That's not so hard to ask. We got the metrics for the standard globe. Why, if it's a bigger ball, you don't have the metrics to that? Obviously, right? It's a geometric shape, just bigger. Boy, they don't like that. I tell you that. They don't like us to come back at them with that information, like asking them questions. Yeah, this panel has been going forward into the thick of it. We talk about like how to address certain topics. Look at the conversation. Are we presenting the information correctly? There's a lot of topics that I cover, and I do it because I want people to make sure that they're not conveying the message in a very incoherent way. And it can come over incoherent. All right, so I could give you some examples if you want me to go further into it. There's a lot of things that we know already, becoming people who are researching the topic, right? If I start talking to somebody that has no idea of any of the topics that I bring up, then I'm gonna like, it's gonna be real dizzying for the person to really understand even vernacular, right? How I present it. So I would say you don't have to go all spicy with them and go big on them. You just keep it simple. Like, why does it have to be so super complicated? Well, like flat earthers, we just present it normal, just as you would if you were presenting it in any way, just talking to somebody on the street. You don't have to pull out like, well, if you were on the ocean and you stayed at this latitude and you were working, don't there's too much there. You don't have to go into like some complicated understanding or some other way. Just teach them the way it would if you were going to show anybody else. There should be a way that it shouldn't uncomplicate things for everyone. And if they don't get that rudimentary style, then that's a bit of a problem on them, not you, because you went as basic as possible and they still don't understand that. So yeah, just keep it simple. That's all you got to do. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, Adam, if you figured that situation out. I was just saying because when you came in, it sounded like something was banging or like you're making a telegraph, so. Because we can actually hear you. It's just there's clicking going on while you're.
Well, I'm driving an 18. That's probably why. I just arrived at my destination. But yeah, man, I can't talk to the Bluetooth, and then I have to use an aux cable, and they keep failing me. This one was falling out. I just wanted to.
Oh, you're sounding better. You sound a little bit far away.
Jeez Louise. Okay. I just want to say about the tangent lines that they tried to entertain the idea and run a curved tangent through 3D modeling. And it can't even compute. The computer can't even figure it out. It just throws an error code. So, it's definitely impossible.
They have nothing else to hang on to. Nothing. So they try to use that as a way.
But now I got to go to work, make a delivery. I'll hope to get this sorted out so I can join the voice chat and be heard clearly.
All right, Adam. Thanks for dropping in, man. Come back in a little bit when you can.
Yeah, for sure. See you.
See ya. So yeah, going back to that guy, and there's many more that do come. There was a group of people in here. Many people want to thwart the efforts of what we're doing, and they do it in a very slick way. They'll start to say, won't you guys want to form a militia? No. That's a short, man. We don't want to do anything. This is a peaceful way we're gonna get people to realize we don't need to take anything by. The truth is just the truth, man. It doesn't get moved. Now, they, on the other hand, would probably do some crazy stuff like that. We don't. That's not how we operate. Plus, also, we want people to come to the realization on their own, not forcefully. There's no way to do it. So yeah, there's been efforts to kind of paint us in a bad light, but we always correct everybody that comes in here. It's like, nope, that's not us. Nope, we don't do that. We're opposed to that. So, all right. Yeah. If you guys have any questions, if you want to come in here, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, there is a link that Nightbot is putting up. You could click on that. There's a link up there right now. Come and join us. Have a chat with us. If you think the Earth is a globe and you have evidence for it, just come in here and present your evidence. Because I'm going to open up your mic and ask you, what you think about the shape of the Earth, whether it's globe, you're on the fence, or you think it's flat. And then that will give us an indication of what you know, based upon what you say, not what we're telling you. So, and then of course we get into it. We talk about like the measurement that should have been there, right? Which is a calculation about the radius, diameter, circumference, whether you know or you don't. And then we go ahead and provide evidence to you how it's not measuring curve. And then we can take your questions, any questions you want. Doesn't matter what it is. And even how ridiculous they are. So long as they're not something where you're snickering in the background and you're making jokes, because easily you'll probably get muted and just told that you just sit there and lurk and listen. But we want, active participants, people that are just wanting to know more. Engage, ask your questions. Plenty of room for people to hear to kind of ask anything they'd like.
Hello, friends.
Leander Seal, what's going on, man?
Not much. Going to work in 1.5 hours. Just wanted to see what's going on here.
Not too much. Just enjoying a good morning here in the States, and talking to everybody that when I came in here about what happened the other day. With the aerospace engineer.
Yeah, what happened at the end? Because I need to sleep, so I don't know what happened.
And according to Crit, he spiraled and then got thrown into Cogdis, and then he spiraled some more in Cogdis. So
Yeah.
Cognitive Dissonance channel, for those of you listening, is a channel that we have set up for people that really can't control their temper, and it's like basically what you consider a timeout for a young child, because they act out of control. They're not reasonable. They just become pretty violent in the chat and obnoxious, and we put them in there. It's kind of a timeout. But after a while, they calm down. They get out of their feelings, and they can come back out and have a conversation with us again. So it's just basically a timeout.
What I found funny is that he claimed that he won every debate against everyone, even though he has presented no argument for his belief, because it is just a belief.
We stated that before. This is how it is with those types. That's how it is. I won. Okay. They feel the sense of having to claim victory for some reason. He even said, there's even some guy out there that's probably listening to me that I just turned into a globe earther. I'm like, I don't think so. I think the guy you're talking about, he probably called his friends to see how the Earth doesn't have any sufficient evidence for it, and just became flat earther along with his friends. So no, you probably made some flat earthers yesterday.
I like to ask him, what did you think you won? Okay, so this is hypothetically you won here. Let's follow that logic. What did you win? Let's say, I won the argument. Oh, but you said there was no argument. You won the debate, but you said there wasn't a debate. Okay, so what exactly did you win the internet? Did you?
Yeah, they only claim victory, but they don't know anything. That's like I akin it to like when you're playing a game with your young child, and the young child just wants to win and they cry when they don't, so you just let them win. and they say, I won. You're like, yes, you won. But it's not that. It wasn't even that. Because we're just showing him how he's not providing evidence. But because he wants to stay in the belief, right? He's got to stay. In other words, for the belief to be real to him, he's got to say these things to affirm his belief. He's affirming it by saying, no, I won.
Exactly.
Won what?
Exactly.
Definitely not logic or reason. Heck no. A belief? Maybe that. Because we don't believe, we know. But yeah, if you're talking about a belief, yeah, you probably did win. You believe it 100%. We don't deny that. We see it.
Then I got it. He won the confirmation of his reality. That's what he won.
His
confirmation of his reality. Exactly.
Aerospace engineer in the making here. And that's who we had a chat with yesterday. For all those of you guys who are like, you guys have an echo chamber. And you know what's crazy though? People were saying that while he was in here. While the guy was in here, people were saying that we have an echo chamber. Now, I don't know if you understand what an echo chamber is. Or do you? But if you do, then that means we wouldn't allow him in here. And we just talk amongst ourselves. All the time. Without allowing any other opinions, any other thoughts, anybody else. We'd even police the YouTube live stream for it only to be flat earth. And is it that way? No. And are we kicking people out just for believing the earth is a globe? No. So, and do we have globe earthers in here? Yes. So how, my friends, is it an echo chamber? Because if you have only one side, only talking about one thing all the time, and then not having others to come maybe debate or have a different opinion, then I would agree with you, but that's not how it is. You, on the other hand, with your globe earth beliefs, that's the echo chamber. Those institutions you go and learn from, that's the echo chamber. Why? Because if somebody says flat earth over there, what happens to them? Oh, they get shut down. There's gatekeepers. There's people that would stop you. That's an echo chamber. You're in the true echo chamber. That is what an echo chamber is. Where no other thoughts, no other than the one that's presented to you. Oh, and like I said before, you can think a little bit critical within the construct. Only within the boundaries. Don't go out of the boundaries so long as they're still within the cosmology, the heliocentric. That's it. But you guys, true echo chamber, 100%. And we even prove it to you every single day. We prove it to you every single day. Try thinking outside of that cosmology. See where that gets you. Huh. Yeah, you know what's interesting? I like Flurf Williams is chiming in here. What's interesting is that even on the platforms, they haven't done it as the way it first began. The very beginning, YouTube used to have so much content when it came to like flat earth. So much. And now, like, I would say an overwhelming majority of that content is wiped out. And who do you think done that? But so, and that's what we're telling you right now. That is what people, and that people say, what do you mean? You guys are going off of YouTube videos. We're not going off of that. Social media is people talking to each other. Isn't that allowed? Oh, and now who's gatekeeping, all right? And people are just talking about cosmology, what they think. And they're immediately shut down. They're turned away. They're told not to think that. And you guys are okay with it. Crazy.
Yeah, that Michelle Thaler did a talk on Big Think, and her thesis was it's not okay to think.
It's crazy because you think about what the term conspiracy. I don't know, Flurf Williams. I'm reading your comments and what you're putting in the live chat. I don't know if you understand that word. I think to you, because you're looking at it from a very biased point of view, that the Earth is a globe, that conspiracy means what we're talking about. No, my friend. The conspiracy was what you believe against humanity. That's the true conspiracy. It was devised to separate you from your reality and your paradigm in which you exist. That is the true conspiracy. They conspired against you. And you, sir, are subjugated under that because you go ahead and allow it. You don't critically think for yourself. You admit that that's truly the education system should be speaking of this nonsense. Nobody can challenge them. So you are living in the true conspiracy. So have that with your coffee in the morning. Hopefully that tastes as bitter as that coffee. But yeah, that's true conspiracy. They've conspired against you and all of humanity to create this paradigm in which does not exist. Reality does not reflect it. And now we're stuck with it because people such as yourself will police other people in a chat room. You become their police. They don't need to police it. For what? They got folks like you policing it every single day, waking up every single morning, coming into the chat rooms, telling people not to believe this. Oh, you guys are crazy. What are you doing? Instead of saying, you know what? You can think the way you want. Earth is still a globe, but you don't have to defend it. If it's the truth, obviously you are defending it because it's not. All we're doing on our side is showing people. If they believe the Earth is a globe, like I said before, so be it. Happy trails. Enjoy your globe. I don't ever come in here and say like, no, I'm going to stop people. I'm like, no, listen, I'm going to challenge them. I'm going to give them a good challenge. And that's what's going to happen. If they believe that the Earth is a globe, like Mr. Aerospace Engineer yesterday did, I'll still be his friend. It still won't be a globe, but yeah, I'll still be his friend. And that's the thing with you. For you, it's more of a conditional, right? So long as everybody turns into the globe, back into the, you want to plug everybody back into that matrix, make everybody, clones of yourself, where they're saying the same things. No. Not going to happen. So, and there's more people becoming critical thinkers, and they can think for themselves. So, I know you don't, but see, that's the thing. You're still here. You're still listening. You're still coming here. And you say, I come here for entertainment. It's not entertainment. You can't stop the movement. The movement is going to, you know what? Even if they shut everything down here, people already, their hearts and minds are changed. That's too late. You can't stop it's already out. The whole social media, it's permeated through all of social media. Everybody knows it's out there. And it's already causing havoc for your paradigm. There's nothing you can do to stop it. It's nothing I can do anymore. It's gone. It's out there. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I think you can count yourself as the category of that, Flurf. Count yourself as one of those fools born every minute. But that's the thing. We're trying to undo that by just giving them the option. We're giving them the freedom to think something else. If they don't want to, that's fine. That's always up to them. Yeah, that's because there's people that are afraid because your regime has dictated it so. They've become so stern that you can't even speak about it at work. You can't speak about it anywhere. That's control. That's gatekeeping. That's what you guys have turned it into. That's why they can only speak about it in forums such as this. Other than that, your guys are the ones that are gatekeeping. Don't let anybody else think about something else. I have to say this is a bit of passion of mine because of the fact that you guys think that you have the authority, that you're the ones that dictate what people think. You're basically in our live stream YouTube policing people's thoughts. No, you can't think that. And then people ask you, well, then why not? Why is that true? And you have no answer for that. No, just because you can't think that. You offer them no answers. There is no sustenance behind why you're here. You're just here. I don't know why. You say entertainment. I don't believe that. I think you're here just policing, gatekeeping. That's what you do. You gatekeep every day. You wake up in the morning. You love to gatekeep, and you're going to continue to gatekeep. Anybody that comes in there. Nope, sorry, guys. You can't think this way. Look at these guys. These flat earthers, they're crazy. That's all you do. You spin everybody's wheels. You have nothing to offer, and you're going to continue to offer nothing to people. So that's great. That's wonderful, right? I want people to think differently. At least give them the option to. And if they don't, I don't care. But they don't have to gatekeep. Like some people that wake up every single day and make it a mission to be on platforms such as these. Yeah, I do want to kind of get into the mindset of to why somebody would do that day in and day out. That's curious, right? Why you make it a mission to come in here every single day and gatekeep in the YouTube live stream chat. I'm calling you out. Simple. Why do you do it? What is the reasoning behind it? You don't have to. Hey, if you think the earth is a globe, go ahead. Enjoy your globe. Go sit out there and watch your NASA space videos as to how they're finding exoplanets lining up to be our nearest neighbor. Stay involved with that. Leave the guesswork of all of this stuff here to the people who want that. They come in here. If they're curious, they're curious. You don't have to be in here policing it.
Someone who hides in a YouTube stream, there's a lot to be said. You're basically keyboard jockeying the gatekeeping, which that's pretty. There's no soul behind that. There's no courage. You may as well be an NPC at that point, because this is why we're here on Discord. We give personality to what we're observing. You're just a bunch of words on a screen, you NPC. Bitch. Sorry. I apologize.
Every now and again, I'd say it like this, Kiwi. Every now and again, we have to give these guys a self-check, because they're just coming in here gatekeeping, telling people how to think. No, you guys are dumb. Why are you listening to them? Like, here's the thing. Leave the people alone. Leave them alone. Stop telling them how to think. They're not going to be clones of you. We're presenting them with something. And if you want to do that, there's another forum to do that. Why you got to be in here gatekeeping? Create your own forum. Make your Globe Earth Society or whatever you want to call it, flurfwilliams.com or something. And then explain to them all you want. This forum, it's not for gatekeeping. It's for people who are curious. They can ask questions. They can wonder. But to make it a point to come in here day in and day out and tell people, nah, don't listen to these guys. Nah, these guys are crazy. That's strange. That is a bit curious, though. Yeah, it's the topic. It's not. That's what we're doing here. We're showing people the topic, the denial. Yep, that's what we're doing. We're exposing them to that. Yeah, because it's psychology. The thing that you're indoctrinated with, the thing you're told, the thing you're hammered with, where before critical thinking even begins, that thing is a religion. It's a faith-based religion where you have to believe. I know you mock it. That's why I'm telling you. But you make it a point to wake up every day as if it's a mission of yours. You're checking every single day off the calendar. Like, okay, today I went in there and I mocked them. Tomorrow I'm going in there to mock them. The next day I'm going in there to mock them. You don't have an open mind about this. Some people that come in here, if they do mock, it's because it's a visceral reaction to them that they have. They haven't made it their life's mission to be in here day in and day out like an anti-flat earth agenda. They're truly having a visceral reaction to it. They might say it's stupid, this is ridiculous, but that's because they've never encountered such things. You already know all the arguments. You've been in here. You understand. Why do you persist? What is it in your mind that you have to be in here with your morning cup saying that it's just entertainment? That's why. So for people like you and iterations of yourself, they have to face people like us. And you don't want to. We've opened the door, flung it wide open. Come on in. You want to talk about what it is that you have misconceptions on? Let the whole world know. Instead, you want to be a keyboard cowboy and just be in there typing little text chats. Like somebody who hides from the truth. Why hide? Come and tell everybody. Step into the light. Anyway, that's me calling him out. Because it's true, man. Like, people come in here all the time. Why don't they man up and say, all right, this is it. I'm going to get it over with. I'm going to face the facts, if it's facts, and I'm going to talk to them. And if I have evidence, everybody's going to know. Everyone will know that if what I'm saying is true, give the people that option. If you have a strong understanding and you think it's dumb, then show us why it's dumb in detail so that we can look into your information. Or are you afraid of that? Because when we start digging in, we're going to find out you don't have any evidence. That's a bit creepy, isn't it? But of course, psychological. You don't want to face yourself. That's the true nature of this topic. People are afraid of facing themselves. When it comes time to it and man up and come to the realization, have I been lied to? Oh, that's scary. Oof. I've been on this good earth for like 30 years and I've been believing this. Certainly scary. No, that's very different. Young earth creationists and evolution is not the same thing as a physical. That's more philosophical. Okay? Two different topics. That's philosophical and spiritual, and this is physical and material, what we talk about. Very different. You can't equate the two. There is a point. Because when you talk about young earth creationists versus evolution, there's a bit of philosophy involved in that. And it doesn't have anything to pertain to the physical and natural realm in which you and I reside in. Very vastly different concepts and conversations, which we can talk about that in another forum, not this one. We're talking in this forum about the physical and material world in which you and I exist and why you say it stands to reason to be a globe. And I'm inviting you here with doors wide open, with the floor swept, and you can come in here and stand foot. You can have the mic. You could speak to the people. Tell them why. 22 people are watching, Flurf. You could come in here right now. It could all be over with. It would negate the fact that you have to come in here every single morning with your morning cup and listen to us. You could end it once and for all. Why don't you? Huh? We're willing. Hey, the truth matters, right? No matter who speaks it. Even if Flurf Williams was, and I disagree with why you're coming in here, if you had the truth, that would set everybody free. Nobody would argue with you. They'll be like, you have the truth. I know that, but you're here. And you oppose and you gatekeep and you tell people how crazy they are for listening and in the live stream. Why do you do those things? Allow the people to believe whatever they want if that's the case. Whoever they are. It's their ideas. It's their mind. But you don't let them, you argue with them. You gatekeep. You say, why are you listening to these guys? These guys are crazy. Where? Do we go to your institutions? No. We should. But what would happen if we did? A bunch of gatekeepers would tell us to get away. That's all what would happen. Gatekeepers wouldn't allow us near there.
Yeah, they got that.
That's how you're projecting, Fluffer Williams. That's what you're projecting. I like the projection, but you don't listen. You can talk the talk, but my friend, you don't walk the walk. The walk is come on in. You got the sauce, brother. You got the sauce. You got all the knowledge. You got the knowledge. Why do you hide behind a keyboard? Step in front of the panel. Inform them on how your truth is true. It truly is a globe. The floor is yours, man. I'll unban you if you've been banned, and I guarantee you won't be banned by explaining. Because, like, as you know, the aerospace engineer who thinks the Earth is a globe, he didn't leave until he spiraled. And so long as you don't spiral, hey, you can be in here as a glober. Nobody cares about that. We only care for the truth. So if you got it, if you got a winning hand, let's lay that bad boy down. Let's see it. That's what I'm saying. Everybody who's in who makes it agenda to be in here, I'm going to call you out. Because it's simple. You're holding the winning hand. If you disagree so much, then what is it that you disagree with? Come forward. Sorry, I'm making it about Flurf Williams because, guys, and I'm doing this for a reason. People like him become gatekeepers for information. They don't want to let others think freely for themselves, critically, if they feel like it. So what if they think differently? That's the thing. Well, you're doing it anyway. Miggy, I don't think you've seen me around here. If you think I want to debate Flat Earth, you're in here everywhere, every single. I've seen your chats. You
don't apologize, Miggy. You doing the right thing. You bringing that heat this morning. I like to hear it.
Yeah, Paul. See, this is the thing, man. Like people, iterations of this guy have come in here and say, "Well, what am I doing? I'm doing nothing wrong." Oh, yes, you are. You wouldn't like it if I sat in your auditorium saying, "Hey, man, you up there? Earth is flat." And I can provide evidence for that. You wouldn't like that, would you? You'd be like, shh, let the professor speak. You would gatekeep for him. But that's the thing. That's what you're doing. Yeah, you know what? The challenge is fine. When people come in here and we challenge them and they have visceral reactions, I go over this again because I'm making you understand. That's understandable. People are just hearing it. They need to vent some way. So that's great. But when it comes to somebody who makes it a business of theirs to be here day in and day out and gatekeep, no, that's something totally different.
Yeah, that's suspect. You're doing the right thing. You got to call them out.
For sure. And I'm like this. If people on that side of the fence who think they're Globers and they have all the answers, man, come forward. This is what we're waiting on. Yeah, why do you want to sit back in the bleachers yelling, man, the Earth's a globe. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, hey, come up to the stage, buddy. I'm going to give you the mic. You can have that mic and tell everybody why you know it's a globe. Tell them.
That's what's so great about this platform is we're willing to give them the floor. The floor is yours. Come on in. Come into our house.
Yeah, and see, that's what I say. And no one's going to do anything to you. If you spiral, that's probably when we're going to probably do something, when you spiral. That's, of course.
Say something to try to get us in trouble, in court.
Yeah. I mean, obviously that way.
But yeah, like this guy that you're talking about, I've heard that name before, but I don't spend too much time in the chat, so it sounds like he's just constantly in the chat nonstop, but won't come in, turn his mic on.
Every now and again, right? And I'm only picking on Flurf this way because he's been gatekeeping for a minute. I've been watching the YouTube chats. I know who's in there. I know who's saying what and why they're saying it. It's psychological. They want to use.
Can you hear me?
They want to be on a platform to dissuade others. And I'm like, dude, let's let them critically. Who cares? You're not them. Go ahead, a person. Sorry.
Yeah, what this reminds me of, since he won't actually take your offer to come in and prove his point, even though he's going to keep sitting in there, obviously, and reiterating the same stupid crap. Honestly, some people, I feel like, don't get enough attention in life, and so they have to waste other people's time, as he's doing, and we've seen him do it time and time again. Once they're wrong, then they'll go into like the really weird cog diss, and it's kind of like when you see like a kid spiraling, as soon as they're needing a nap or had too much sugar, then they do everything they can for attention and say things that are outrageous just to get a response. And so, calling him out is great, but just knowing that he's sitting there instead of proving a point and instead of speaking up, just time wasting and energy sucking. It's just funny. It's amusing to think that he's actually, getting something out of this.
Yeah, it's like, listen, I don't mind that people come in here and they're in the chat, and if they have their mind to think the Earth is a globe, that's great. You can be a glober in here. Who cares, right? Nobody's going to be like, you're a glober still? Like, that's your business. Your belief is your belief. No one's going to knock you on that. Now, if you're in there gatekeeping, well, obviously you have some information about why it's not what we're saying it is. That is why I say, hey, that's fine. You're starting to gatekeep and you're saying that people can't talk about the Earth being flat. Now, why? Do you got the information that it's not what we're saying? Well, then come forward. Come tell us. We're all ears. Is it something other than what other people have been saying? Because these other guys, they don't have the method by which radius, diameter, circumference was derived. Oh, do you have that? If you do, come on in. Step right up, man. We're all waiting to hear. Not anybody in academia, not any common person, not anyone who's ever stepped foot in this server has brought that information forward. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. And
Does anyone ever expect this guy? He's not a bot, is he?
Nah, he's a real guy. He's a real guy because his responses are always genuine. They're a bot would be addressing you a bit more. How can I put it? They're using certain words, like they don't. A human speaks a different way than I know. I can see the way.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
At any rate, I think I'm gonna go and let Flurf Williams do what he does, because if he does go too far out, then we're gonna recall him back in here. Say, oh yeah, you've been in there a while. You start, but yeah, so long as you're in this forum, this forum will always have people to think critically. So if you're holding on to something and you think it's true, then why don't you just provide evidence for it and just end it? That would easily end it, right? So NASA launches rockets for no reason. Why are you asking us a question about your globe paradigm? As does Japan and the ESA. Okay. Why are you asking us questions about your globe paradigm? Listen, isn't this your rhetoric? It's your rhetoric. Why are you asking us that question? The question that you're asking right now has to deal with your rhetoric. Why are we going to repeat rhetoric from your point of view, from your globe perspective? You didn't answer my question. Why? I'm going to repeat what he's saying right here a little bit. So this is what he says. Why doesn't the entire scientific community believe it's a sphere? Well, why does this entire scientific community believe it's a sphere? Who produces the images and videos that have people convinced? That's strange. More importantly, why? Why, Mr. Anderson? Why must you persist? That's what I'm hearing from you. Agent Smith.
What's the entire scientific community? Is it like a... Is this a group of known people? Are they like...
Dude, I'm telling you, this is totally within the boundaries of like the script from The Matrix, bro. Like seriously, remember when Agent Smith was battling Neo at the end, and he didn't understand. He was so furious with him. He was like, "Why are you persist?" And he knew that Neo just kept going and going, and he said, "Because I can."
On who the scientific community is as a whole.
Yeah, it's an absurd question on its face. It just reveals his lack of understanding of what science is, what the nature of science is, and so on. Just the whole concept of scientific consensus throws the whole original reason for the scientific method or science in general to even be developed. Science should be an ever-changing body of knowledge that as soon as one scientist challenges something and then tests that, then it can change. This concept of science being a fixed monolith just shows the ignorance of these people and how they're just using the word science as a code for consensus. I'm part of the scientific community. I don't accept the globe because it has no scientific proof. So there's one person disproving a statement. As we know, there's many other people. Quantum Eraser's part of the official scientific community. I mean, if you're just going by people who have degrees in science, we can, Dr. John D., we can point to person after person after person that show the scientific community is not, in fact, in consensus on the globe model. So he's just talking about the consensus of mainstream plastic so-called society. He has nothing to do with science. He's only hijacked that word, whoever this person is, for his own purposes.
Right.
For entertainment. He said, he confessed, it was all for entertainment purposes.
Who is it we're even talking about? Sorry, because I just came in, so I don't know who we're talking about.
Oh, a text troll in YouTube.
Okay.
He's a known text troll. He's been in the YouTube live stream. I'm only pointing out that someone who has a morning cup and wakes up every day at the same time, comes into the chat at the same time, gatekeeps at the same time. There's a pattern that starts to be drawn out. And like I said, coming into this topic, people can be visceral when they first react to it, and it could rub them the wrong way. But they become a couple of things. They either become an anti-flat earther, which they make it their mission to every day thwart the efforts of people that are trying to understand the topic. They could go back to being a complete glober, which they completely believe the earth is a globe. They can be somebody who's on the fence or thinking maybe they could be something other than what they've been told. Or they could actually, look and do research and become a flat earther. Any one of those that I just said, they usually turn into one of those. And
it's unfortunate. If he has some knowledge that I'm unaware of, I wish he'd come in and state it, because I'll be a glober again. Come on, get in here and teach me something. Show me something. Let me know. What is the Earth? Come on, I'm ready. I'm willing to listen. My mind
say
is
this.
wild.
I'll say this, Paul. Usually, I say that's kind of putting bad energy out, because usually when you say you want fantasy to be a reality, fantasy starts creeping in, and it might become a reality again. So I would say just when we're actually speaking words out into existence, just make sure the energy that you're putting out isn't one that could encapsulate you back into a mindset that involves fantasy, because somebody might come out with a real fantastic story and captivate your mind and say, whoa, that's crazy. I didn't hear about it that way. So I would say reality is what it is, right? It's not curving anywhere. It is a flat earth. The truth will set you free. It has set us free. But to say such things, it's almost like, and I say because of the fact that when we take a look at the Matrix, almost seems so ironically real, like when we're talking about paradigms and the way we speak of things, because one of the characters in there, he said that, just, I want to go back in. I don't want to know anything. If you can erase my mind, make me somebody like a celebrity. And so he said those things, and of course they obliged, right, with a certain term to do it with. So putting that energy out almost seems like we can get plugged back in, but we're not. We're outside already. We're not releasing others. So I think his name was Piper in the movie.
The only difference between me and that character in the movie is the character in the movie, he knew that it wasn't real. He knew that he was getting plugged back in to a false reality. I'm not looking for that. I know what's real, what isn't real. But I would like somebody to come in here and challenge,
for sure. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But I'm saying the energy that it produces. I always tell people, like, coming in here, like, it's about the energy too, because we can talk amongst ourselves and be like, yeah, somebody came in here and there was real evidence. But the thing is, when we say that, it's already bad energy because we have the real evidence. If it wasn't real evidence, then what they would present would be real. You know what I mean? So then we'd be standing on a subjective, informative. Like, it wouldn't be objective. And if you're not standing up on objective truth, then you could be dissuaded by what they would consider to be true. So their truth would be truth, and not your truth. So you see what I mean?
I get it. But I was trying to throw some bait out there. You kind of stepped on it.
No, sorry. No. I mean, like, I understand the bait. I understand the bait, because it's like you want them to be like, okay, if you have that truth, come on in. But like, I say it in a way that's just, and I'm putting it that way because we all have that tendency to say, like, if you have that truth, come in here. But in a way, we reshape that to, like, man, I'd go back to the globe like in an instant if you have it, to entice them. And I think the enticing part, should come from them wanting to. Like, we shouldn't need to throw a spice into it. Like, I would just say this overall, not just you, Paul, because this has been said overall. Like, I would say many flat earthers have said it, and I usually say that's putting bad energy out, because that bad energy, somebody could be crafty enough to come up with something, and then present it, and then it's like, oh, I never thought of it that way. Okay, you have a good point. So then it becomes that the truth we're standing on could be dissuaded, and I think that we're standing on objective reality, which is the truth is the earth isn't curving, and there's no way they can come back from that. That's it.
Guys like you and me and ladies in here too, we need, it's got to be verifiable. So nobody's just gonna come in here and say some whatever, and I'm just gonna be like, oh shit, I didn't think of it like that. Yeah, good. Maybe, I'm not gonna rethink everything I already know to be true.
Yeah, but it's the energy, I guess, aspect of it. Even if that was the case, the energy we're putting out is kind of like, it's received by many ears. So even out into, like, the people, the 24 that are in the live stream and so forth, like, somebody might be like, okay, he wants that, I'm gonna see if I can come up with something. You know what I mean? And
about the energy.
Did somebody say they wanted to go back into the Matrix?
No. It was
I was confused about the conversation.
No. It was a form of putting energy out into the, like, enticing them to come in here. I understand the context, but I'm saying, saying those words is like putting bad energy out into the world.
So
like,
you're saying by me doing that, I might mess somebody else up that isn't quite as fun as we are.
Yeah, inadvertently. Like, okay, so if I would, so you're not doing it intentionally. Inadvertently would be kind of like somebody listening in the live stream would be like, oh, is that all it would take? Or something. They wouldn't receive it like the way you're meaning it. They would inadvertently probably take it the wrong way. So, and that's why I always, and I'm always talking about that in the chat. I'm always like, guys, if you're putting something out there, even to entice, like however you do it, make sure it's not in a way where it sounds like, oh, I would just run back to the globe, man. Like, oh, I would just be hugging it. I would be back in my space videos. Oh, I would just be so happy.
Okay, now I know. I understand what you're referring to because he said something like that. Okay,
yeah. No, but I'm
I
saying,
didn't know what you were referring to. Yeah.
I've heard many people say this. This has come out of many flat earthers' mouths. So I'm kind of like, if that was true, what you're saying, that bad energy could be received by somebody inadvertently, and it's not going to be enticing to them. It's going to be a mission that they're on. Because for them, it's now, how crafty can I be to make this guy believe back the globe, right? So the mission wouldn't be to bring truth forward. It would be to see how I can get this guy to believe the thing back again that he used to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and so,
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, because Paul, like and like when other people say that, I mean, I've probably said something I like that too in the past, but it's like we're trying to get them to understand. It's not because they think if they haven't gotten the truth yet, they think. Or one of the lies that's out there is, oh, the flat earthers, they just want to be part of this cool club. And so sometimes we say stuff like that to make them realize, like, no, this is not such a great club to be in. Like, we didn't ask for this. But they can't understand. That's like too much for them to even understand that. So even to try to get them to understand that by putting a statement out like that, it's not going to work, I guess, is what you're saying probably. And it might like do something bad for the person. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
It never usually does. What it does, it causes more inadvertent bad energy that we don't intend to. Like, and I would say that usually happens most of the time when we say it, because we know what we mean. Each and every one of us, we're just enticing them to come in here. That's the whole gist of it. I understand that 100, right? But the inadvertent bad energy that comes out because of the result of that could be somebody, it falls in someone's ears and they're like, oh, so that's all they need. They are happy to go back to the globe if only under this condition. All right, let me check this out. And so they make it a mission to try to bring that belief back in without any evidence. Not saying that Paul's like waiting on that, but I'm just saying they're not, their mind is focused and shifted into like, how can I get this person to believe back the thing again that they used to? Because it sounds like they're really happy when they were, blissfully ignorant to like the truth. You know what I mean? That's, and I do it this way because it can become like a thing that we all used to say, but like, I don't mean that. But I hear a lot of that too within like, well, even like I'll just bring forward with the topic that we used yesterday, which was the AE map. And it was a whole subject in the morning, like, is it right? Shouldn't we use it? That kind of thing. But we got into that. Some people felt it was necessary. I went ahead and exclaimed the reasoning behind the way I feel like when you present that, it becomes something you can't verify. Inadvertently can be used as a crutch for the person listening. Because even if you say, no, we don't have a model, we don't have a thing, but this is a concept for you to look at. So when they see that, the byproduct of that is that they could take it in as a crutch that they use to present flat earth to somebody else, which then in turn that other person might use it as a verifiable standpoint to argue and debate with somebody else. So in essence, we just created the AE monster, which is like now it's got legs, it's got arms, it's running around, other people carrying it like it's the gospel truth. When we presented it, it was just a concept. So inadvertently, we just made a whole debate out of something that wasn't. So if we're not careful, how we present flat earth to others using things like the AE map and the Gleasons can become something in the way of a stumbling block for flat earth. Like we inadvertently will create monsters out of that people will be like, no, flights do work on the AE map. And it's like, dude, no, like that's not, don't use the AE map. And that's not verified. You can't use an overall view of the Earth. Nobody's ever seen that.
Miggy, isn't that part of the progression, though, of coming to where we're at? Like people like us on our level, isn't that all part of the progression? So isn't that inevitable? Isn't that going to happen anyways? When people are, if they're really into it and actually really researching, they're going to come to that. They're going to find it. They're going to see it, and they might believe it for a minute, but then they're going to, listen to somebody else or see another video or research something else, and then be like, oh, okay, no, that's horse shit. You know what I mean? So isn't it kind of just a part of the process?
I would say that if we're going to present flat Earth, there has to be a way we're doing it where it doesn't encumber a lot of the things and tactics that were used in the old ways. Of course, how we present knowledge is very key and vital to the success of how we're going to be able to bring forward the next generation of critical thinkers. Okay, so like the curriculum, right? I'll just put it that way. For how we teach people about the flat Earth, there's a lot within that curriculum that is not presentable in a way that can be digestible for somebody learning. We create crutches, stumbling blocks, ways that people are learning that don't have adherence to reality. And so if by doing that, we're trying to help them understand, inadvertently, we become people who are making up these philosophical reasonings or doctrines that they start to adhere to. And they're not that we want them to, right? Like, we're like, no, don't take the AE map and use it as in the gospel. Don't make it a standard. But they themselves are like, well, I needed it because I didn't understand how to conceptualize the flat Earth. But we can use, if we're not thinking how to speak to them in a way that we could demonstrate in reality what we mean, then we're doing a disservice by doing something that's demonstrating reality without reality. We're using something as a concept to demonstrate reality.
What is it that the main? Yeah. But I think, I see. Maybe I'm just already too in touch with what you're saying, because I think that the whole purpose and part of our mission is to get others to admit and to come to terms with the fact that we don't know any of these questions, really, when it comes to, you know what I mean? Isn't that the starting?
We could say one thing. Yeah, we could say one thing and then demonstrate another. And that is a prime example of what I mean. I say, I don't know what the entire shape of the Earth looks like, but here's what the entire shape looks like.
Yeah, I would never give anybody any kind of map or any. Yeah, I understand how that's wrong.
Inadvertently, that's what happens when we present the AE or the Gleasons. Inadvertently, we could say, man, look, I'm telling you, I don't know what the overall of the Earth looks like. Nobody knows, but here's what the overall Earth looks like. You see what I'm saying? There's a bit of contradiction when we start. And I'm just saying, I'm presenting that as a way, like, people can take this and they don't have to take this. If you like presenting the AE map and that brought in some people that you think are like now in the flat Earth and they know the difference, that's different, because like a lot of people are actually having debates about the AE map. If you don't know, just type in the AE map debates on YouTube and you'll see that there's people that are debating the actual AE map. And they're saying how flight paths do work.
A little differently would say, here is one person's idea. This isn't verified. And
it doesn't. There's no way. There's like any way that we can shape it. It's still like the same way that I'm telling you. Hey, we're saying we don't know what the shape of the Earth looks like, but here's what the shape of the Earth looks like. Inadvertently, we're not meaning to say that, but that's kind of what we're saying. Like, so any way you slice it, it's still going to be like, hey, man, none of us here are claiming any concept shape or nothing, but here's the concept shape. You know what I mean? It would always turn out to be that way. So we contradict ourselves.
You're right. And like, I have my own idea of what I want it to be in my mind, but that doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't. And you know what? I would never, to a newbie, to somebody that I just met that was really interested in it, I would never even suggest that. I wouldn't steer them to any map, because that's always, I thought, our thing here in this server is we don't subscribe to any maps or any system, none of that stuff. We don't have
Yeah, right? Sure. We're one forum amongst many. So the many forums that this thing could be floating around in, besides this one, it could be, people can be debating on it. And it's like, you enter into those debates like, why are they debating the AE map if that map is not even reality? And then they're debating other Globers, and Globers are like, yeah, you guys are wrong. And it's like, people are listening to those debates. They're like, that's not
a whole separate rabbit hole, isn't it? It's it's a distraction. Yeah.
It is, but I would say this, that a lot of flat earthers have fallen in that category of debating that map. They debate the AE. This is a and there was one, I think, on the text chat, 2 of them, that were debating that it is essential to
in here. That happens here.
Go ahead.
That happens in here?
No, in the YouTube live stream. So the YouTube live stream from what we're doing. So the two guys were saying that it's essential for us to present a visualization, and it's like, no, it's not that. not the AE map. I don't agree with the AE map being something we use to present visualizations. If we're going to do a visualization, it needs to be something that we can use to demonstrate, which was good. Like there was Fraud that was in here. He said, think of 2 rubber duckies in a bathtub. And that's the visualization because it's demonstratable. You can put 2 rubber duckies in a bathtub and show how like the rubber ducky, no matter how far he goes and no matter how big the bathtub is, that ducky will never go upside down and the other one right side up. That's never going to happen in known reality. So if you could demonstrate to somebody using a visualization without having to bust out the AE map, then you've done it correctly because they're actually thinking about it in a way that reality reflects what we're talking about versus having to use the AE map as a crutch to explain something that we're not. We're using a concept to explain reality instead of using reality to explain reality. That's how it really.
Mistake, anyways. We're not responsible for. It's not on us to prove what we're saying. It's not on us. We're here to disprove.
I agree. I agree. It's not. Yeah, but like the onus that is on us, right, is how we present. Yeah, but listen, the onus on us is to be good educators. That's the onus. Right. It's on you to be a good educator. If you fail, that's not because the person didn't to get it. It's because of the way we're presenting it. So there's checks and balances, right? Like, yes, of course, somebody could be still stuck in the belief and they don't want to learn, and that's different. But if the way you present it is coming off very rudimentary, like they're able to see how easy it is to understand, that's different. But if you're using things like the globe does, okay, the globe uses the globe to show, hey, look, Timmy, this is where you live, and they'll spin the globe. That's what we're doing with the AE map. Hey, look, Timmy, this is where you live, and we're showing the AE map. It's like, oh, but this is just a concept. This is not where you actually live because this doesn't represent Earth. So we're using the same kind of concept to reality. And I mean, usually that's how it inadvertently will start to seem like the globe is being used, but we're using the flat Earth in that way. So it's just really, it's checks and balances, making sure that we're presenting the information, and that's why, like, I always bring it up because it's like, it's important for us to have that kind of realization, right? If we're not checking to see if we're presenting it in a correct manner, then we start to do damage, right, in that way. And inadvertently, the person, go ahead, Dandelion.
Oh, you finish your thought. I thought you were done. I have something to say, but I won't forget. So finish your thought.
Yeah. I always like, even speaking to kids, I want to present it in a way that we can do things together, right? I want to show them things in reality that correspond to what reality reflects, not what a concept on a diagram or something. Like, if that diagram represents reality, then kudos. But I'm saying if it doesn't, then I'm using something that's a concept to show what reality is, and it's never going to line up. It will be something of a fantastic idea in their mind, but it will never seem to be what I'm presenting, unless what I'm presenting reflects what I'm doing. Like, that way it's different. But
yeah, I was just going to say along those lines, because I appreciated you saying what we're doing here is learning how to educate people, effectively. Right. I think that's really should be our focus, and has been, but like, obviously there's many challenges, especially in this platform of Discord, but that's been something that's always at the front of my mind. It's why I don't, why I keep coming back here, checking up, seeing how it's going, which is, just kind of usually just going along, one way or another. People come and go. Some people stick around. But I think, my vision is for the future that there will be, physical schools that teach reality. I don't think there are any. If there are, please let me know about them, and I'm not in any position myself to start one. I would if I could, believe me, I'd start one tomorrow. But when I'm homeschooling my children, and we've talked about that before with our Flat Earth Homeschool Server and the Truth Textbook Project, the Flat Earth University that CI and Redford tried to get going, and you had another thing now, which I can't remember what it was, but I remember you started a thing that was along those same lines too. It's with that in mind, that in the future, like, when this, I mean, it's already here, the vacuum that people who, especially who are having children, see when they, I mean, I saw it, when I started having children, 20 years ago. I'm like, what, how am I going to educate this child? I can't, because I tried the public school, the private school, the charter school, and now we landed on homeschooling. But in the future, there will be, a physical school, and that's what part of what we're doing here is to learn, what methods to use to introduce people to reality when they have been, brainwashed by a hostile force who's using their energy for evil purposes, So how do you, I mean, it's part of it's just, people have been deprogrammed in the past. It's not like, the ideas are completely new. I mean, basically, the globe is a cult, and these people are mind-controlled, brain-numbed robots, and you are trying to, start to get them back to reality again. And if they're children, it's a little easier. When they're adults, there's, varying degrees of difficulty, sometimes impossible, when, like you just said, they don't want to know. They want to keep eating the steak in the Matrix, thinking this thing they've been presented, the hijacked Matrix program, is the right one. And you can't do anything about that. You just have to let those people go, and I've gotten better at doing that over the years. I think all of us probably have.
How did you, hold on, you're kind of pulling at my heartstrings a little bit. Because you're talking about the future and, what we can do in the future. And talking about children and schools. I'm going to be a daddy for the first time in January.
Oh, that's so great. Oh, congratulations. That's great.
This is all I can think about. I'm terrified. I don't know what to do. I can't homeschool. Well, maybe. It might be a possibility. Maybe. We'll see. But like you said, and you kept saying future. Well, I feel like the future. We're in the future. The future is right now. It's
You're right. We are.
Yeah,
it's some distant thing, in it's right now, and that kept hitting me and it's been hitting me for months now. We're in the what month is it? It's almost October.
They have the world, Polly. They have the world, but they also have you. I mean, they have you as well. So they have the world, but you at some point, when you release them to the world, you're training them as they're getting older. From a baby to when you actually do release them out of the world, but they're yours to actually mold. So they come to you and be like, Dad, is this the way this goes? And you're like, this is what reality is. It's your job. It's put upon you. So for every parent, that's a super job to have. It's your job to instill the knowledge of the world that they perceive around them. If they come with any other, if they're in public school or whatever, that's okay. You can show them, look, this is what they present, but this is what we know, right? And you show them that. You teach them. They become critical thinkers as a young person, and then they forward that into who they can be as a mature adult, because you've instilled that in them, how to think critically for everything. So you're like the line of defense first, and then they become their own person to critically think. They have the line of defense that you created in their mind, so that they'll be able to navigate this world. That's what you do. That's your job, to make sure that doesn't matter where they go. They could be homeschooled or in the, sometimes the public school systems, it's very bad, in this country, in U.S., but it depends where they are. I mean, some of them just teach them the rhetoric, but that's I think it's still your job to give them the discernment. The discernment comes from you. You're the one that instills that into them.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I'm so scared of, because I'm thinking about it. I think more that I think about it, I know what I'm gonna do. I think the part that I'm fearing is when she becomes that age where she's gonna resent me and dislike me and not listen to me. But then all of a sudden she's gonna reach that age where she realizes everything I said was true and right. And I don't think I'm gonna be here for that. You know what I mean? I'm scared that I'm not gonna be alive.
I wouldn't be so sure, Paul, because I talked about this on Ladies' Night, and I think her name is Colors of the Country or something like that. This young lady who her dad's kind of like a truther, and I was telling the story. She's a teenager, I think. I didn't ask her exact age, but she was. I was telling the story of my son, who's only 14. And he's been listening to me, his whole life. And I was kind of like you, oh, he's going to reject it or whatever. I didn't even know. I just felt like it's my obligation to present it. But he came back from his first day of driving with his driver's ed instructor, and he said, "Oh, my driver's ed instructor, brought up that the official story of 9/11 is a lie," and everybody in the car agreed with him. And then I said, "Oh, what did you contribute to the conversation?" And he told me the things he said about Building 7 and controlled demolition and all this stuff I've talked to him about that I didn't even know if he was listening at all, because half the time they don't say much. I think they're kind of just like taking it in. They're like, "Oh, she's saying this, but the TV's saying that." And like you said, like, which one are they going for? I'll tell you what, I found out at least one of mine's, going for what makes sense, because obviously the official conspiracy theory doesn't hold water, and children have a very, strong spirit of truth. Like, if you just present it, I think the worst thing we can do is second guess ourselves and like not present it because we're afraid, like you said, oh, they're
Yes.
going to get teased if they go to school and talk about it. I tell them, I have all the time said, like, and this is how it is, but if you go, you can just choose to talk about this in the world now if you want, but just know, many people out there are, still stuck in this, delusion of the media programming and so on. So, you might get pushed back, just be ready if you decide to do that. But like, the first time he ever gets a chance to talk about it is in a car with a teacher who is brought it up. Like, it was like so wonderful. So don't like start out before the child's even born thinking, it's a hopeless cause, because I'm telling you, it's not, because and that's what Colors of the Country said when I told the story at Ladies Night. She's like, "Oh yeah, we're listening to everything you say. We're watching you." Like, they're going to watch you. And if you are presenting the truth and you're strong in the truth and you seem like, a healthy person who's like, I don't know how to explain it, but like,
Well, that's
they
the thing
might
for
choose that. They might choose that over, whatever the nonsense is on TV. Like, who would choose that if they had a choice? I never had a choice. When I was young, I had to figure it out for myself. But a child, your child, Paul, who has a choice, who has it laid out for them ahead of time. Like, what an advantage.
better context though. I'm in my mid 40s, and this is my first baby. So that's why I'm a little worried, because I'm worried that, I'm already halfway through probably my cycle. I'll be lucky if I make it to.
No, I had a baby, and I'm a woman. I had a baby at 44. Now, I think it was a week before I turned 44. And I'm still going strong, and I'm still going to be going strong. So don't be letting those people tell you can't keep going, because that's another lie of the death culture anti-population agenda is, oh, you better not have children when you're getting old. Then why were we designed to do it then, huh? Because you'll be perfectly fine. Just keep yourself together.
You're right. But that scares me though, to be the idea that I might not be there to, be there for my child. It scares me when she,
do the best, Paul. I would say this, just like to cast your fears aside when it comes to that, because you're gonna just in this good earth, just do the best that you can while you're alive, and just live it like there's no tomorrow. Like, if you're worried that tomorrow's not going to be there, then you're living every day in that fear versus living every day in the like here and now, where you could be loving and teaching and doing all the great things. And if something happens in the future, we're not going to be around. Well, what could you have stopped that to do in the first place? Nothing. So why worry about something like in the future if you're not going to be around, when right now is the time to be loving and caring and showing, all as much as you can. And if at some point you're not around, well, you're not around. You wouldn't worry about it anyways, because you're not going to be here. But like, the point is, like, if worrying about it, it's not going to change the fact that you still have to live on this good earth and living like, you're not worried about tomorrow, because you're going to give it all you got, everything.
Also, here's another piece of advice I have because I just ordered a wax sealing kit and some new stationery, because, it depends on, what the other forces in your child's life that are like opposing you, which I have a force that is opposing everything I say, so what I am going to do, I decided the same child who went and had the truther teach him at driver's ed, also almost killed me his first time out on the road, like literally. So like, it was a near-death experience. Not near-death in terms of like seeing the light, but like, wow, that person just honked at us and swerved. And so if they'd come straight at me, like, I would have likely died. So I decided, oh my gosh, I gotta write, even though the oldest ones, like, have heard it all, like my youngest ones, aren't really old enough to hear some of the stuff. So I'm going to write a letter to each one. And so that, that's why they had seals in the past. I actually got a dandelion seal. It's very cool. And, the reason they sealed the letters is so another person couldn't open them and read them and then not give it to the person or break it or whatever. The person would know if it had been tampered with. So I'm going to write a letter to each child with things people have done that before, like videotaping yourself. You could do it that way. I'm going to do it with physical letter so that I'll probably give them to my adult daughter or something. I haven't decided what I'm going to do, but you could give them to a lawyer, I guess, if you have a will, and tell them all the things that I would want them to know if I don't make it. Because we have no guarantee. Like I almost died, a few weeks ago. And I think there's we have some protection keeping us safe, but you can't count on that always happening. We don't know what's going to happen. So, I think that's a good idea to just write some stuff down and a video if you prefer doing it that way. If you have someone you can trust that's an adult, you could probably go the video way.
Let's see if the person. Well, he just left. I was gonna call on the guy who was in here. See if he wanted to say.
You can take those feelings of worry and turn it around into positive energy or something about it. When I had a child, something seemed in me, made a huge change in my life, and I think most real men do about the same thing.
Adam, you're coming in kind of low, brother.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, you're pretty low.
There we go. I was saying you can take those feelings of worry and turn it into positive energy and do something about it. I know for me, when I had my first child, something clicked instantly, and I made huge changes to just be better all around, to be healthier and make more money and all of that stuff. So it's not something you just got to sit there and stew with. You can get up and do something about it, especially if it's nagging at you like that. And as a father myself, my youngest learning about the heliocentric model right now in school, you just take it one day at a time. You kind of pick their brain about what they're being told. And, mine recently has been watching me watch debates and stuff and learning about both sides, stuff she hasn't even been taught yet. But she's hearing both the helio side and the flat earth side, and she's pretty entertained by it. She likes how worked up people get. And she sees already how the globe side really doesn't have anything but, fallacies and ad homs and all that. So she's being exposed to it. And when I first brought it up, you can kind of see her mind crack. But, not to worry. Disney movies and stuff like that already do that to children's brains, expose them to things that they're not ready for yet. So at least this has a lighter side to it. It's not as dark as death and stuff like that. It's a science, earth-based topic. It's actually fun to learn about and explore. And I was going to say something else, but I forgot. I was glad to get technical issues worked out so I could even speak on here.
That was great. I'm glad you contributed that, how having a child inspired you to improve yourself. That's great. And that your child's listening. That's great too. I mean, that's the thing is we're not going to find on this earth. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? We're not going to find a utopian environment to raise them. Even that in itself is questionable. People have tried, and usually fail if you try to insulate them from everything,
I remembered what I was going to say. Also about sorry to cut you off, Dandelion. It was about them already being exposed to such dire things like the COVID stuff. She had to wear a mask at her desk at school and, all that stuff. So she's already kind of been thrown into this world where she's like, what's going on here? This isn't normal. Dad, what do I do? Am I going to get sick and die or something? Is everybody sick? There's all these things that they shouldn't be exposed to, but they already are. So if you're worried about flat earth, it's kind of, like I said, the lighter side of things.
Yeah, and this generation doesn't. Yeah, they don't think like certain things are that crazy. Like they've grown up like where all the like musicians talk about the Illuminati and stuff like that. Like it's different than the older people. Like they're more. I don't know what to say. Like weird stuff doesn't like freak them out as much. Is my impression of them. And plus. Like what you said too, that she just naturally senses like something's wrong, which I think is normal. I mean, I thought that when I arrived on this earth, decades ago, like, what is this? I mean, I had an innate sense like, whoa, this is not right. And that was back when things were like semi-normal compared to they are now. But I developed like an obsession with Little House on the Prairie. Like, why wasn't I born during that time? I would have been so much better off. I mean, as a child, and a lot of girls do. I think that's normal. Like and now I'm not like that. I don't want to go back. Like, please don't make me repeat this, especially the last 3 years. And no, let's go forward. We can take things that were done better in the past and learn from them and maybe add the other things that we've learned, and make it better for, our communities or whatever. But yeah, I think that's a healthy attitude that you have but I think it's a normal impulse that Paul's bringing out, that you want to protect them from everything. And then you realize, how am I going to do that? It seems overwhelming.
Thank you so much too for coming in and saying what you said. That is really inspiring and made me feel, of course, a lot better and put things in perspective. And it is just, it's probably irrational. It's just an irrational fear of being a first-time daddy, and I care. I care about it.
I don't think it's irrational at all. I think it's very rational to be concerned about this world. I mean, but what Miggy was saying, and I think Adam too, you just you do the best you can. I mean, you can't control every variable, but you can, like you said, maybe you won't be able to homeschool. That's fine. Like I do that now, but I'm not like putting that out as everyone must do this, and if you don't, you have failed. Like I don't think of it that way, because my first child went to public school, and I pretty much did what Mickey said. Like I knew, especially the school she went to was like very bad, I had substitute taught there and volunteered there, so I scoped it out. I'm like, whoa, I'm going to have to educate her, after school. Like she's just there for entertainment, and run around outside and play. And then came home and I had workbooks I had her do and so on. And she ended up having a decent education. We switched her to private school when she got older because of the concerns are even greater, especially for girls when you get into, and probably boys too. I shouldn't say that. Yeah, my boys, I didn't even let them touch public school, because at least the girls they kind of will stand back and be like, oh, these people are nuts. I'm just going to quietly go about my business. Sometimes, especially one of my boys, would be more of an imitator, and start getting into trouble. But, whatever, as you go along, you'll figure it out. If you decide to want to homeschool, you don't have to, say, oh, we're going to homeschool from 8 to 5. Like I was just talking to a lady at our Trail Life meeting yesterday, which Trail Life is like the Christian alternative to the Boy Scouts, who is going back to day shift. She is worried about homeschooling, but she's going to do it early in the morning. And when she comes back from work, and then I think the grandma's going to be with the child during the day or something, she's going to keep doing it, and you don't have to do it according to any model. You can work it around stuff, but even if you aren't exclusively homeschooling, you are still homeschooling, whenever they're at home, you're still teaching them. So that other stuff is just some input they get, but it doesn't have to be the end all and be all.
And part of my anxiety too is, and please, if there's people that are VC verified in here and don't have a role, let's please stop me and we'll change the subject, because I bring this stuff up all the time. At certain points in time, I've had this conversation with many people ad nauseum, and if anybody doesn't want to hear it and they're sick of hearing it, stop me. But for you that probably might not have heard it, one of the things we're struggling with is the midwife situation and having an at-home birth or in the hospital birth, because we're conflicted on whether we want to try to go the sovereign citizen route with our daughter, knowing both what we know now and what no, I mean, I wish that maybe it would have been done for me and not put me in that system immediately with the, you know, I don't know how much we want to talk about it on the live stream, but
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a worthwhile.
It's probably a side topic for a discussion for another room, because it becomes it becomes a very divisive topic for others who would advocate for the opposite and on the same truther like scale. So I don't. It does descend into a pretty toxic environment when people have visceral, like even on the truther side. So I don't want that to even be.
Yeah,
so,
that's why.
Not to say that it can't happen. Not to say that it can't happen in the server. I'm just saying not in this room, because this is being live streamed to like 22 people right now listening.
Yeah.
So even though we veer off to the side a little bit, we can come back on track about the shape of the earth. And like you said ad nauseum, like sometimes it feels like we're going over the same points, but those 22 people listening, there might be some people who haven't been around. So we always got to be considerate to the people on the audience because of its being live streamed.
Absolutely.
Everything Miggy was saying earlier was spot on about how the kids will like intrinsically look to you for everything. You can see it in their faces. It's a wonderful thing, but I definitely hold the position of, my daughter wants to learn from me instead of just being told what to think. And what we're saying about all this and trying to unpack things for people and teach people who've been told to lie already and can't come around because of clog this. Like, all right, so we got to fix those people, but the other side is like we got to, this is all about our children not being told lies and stuff. So I'm not going to lie to my child. I know that if she was to bring it up at school, she, I better teach her how to defend her stance, or at least ignore it and not give a crap. But, I think it's important that this generation, if we really want to see the world change, then we got to be telling this to the children, whether there's a stigma attached or not. And then just look how actively they're trying to remove bullying, right? There's no bullying in schools and stuff anymore. So this and everything else, people, I won't get into it, but
that's a lot though.
It should be in an environment.
That's a lie. That there's more bullying now in school than there ever was. That's
for sure. You just had to bully about the approved topics. That's right. Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick because Miggy's right. Like, I would be happy to talk to you about that sometime in Chill Chat, because I've gone through both home birth and hospital birth, and also know people who have gone both routes that you discuss. Paperwork or no paperwork. So I think there's advantages or disadvantages to both. But the one thing I do want to tell you is whatever you choose, whatever you choose.
Would you be willing to jump on the room right now?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go to Chill Chat. I just want to pick your brain about a couple things.
Okay, sounds good.
"24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Let's go." Sorry, I had to jump in there and say that. But by the way, you guys are here. It's morning time over here in the States. We got about 9:51 in the a.m. where I'm at. Howdy to everybody. We are talking about the shape of the earth in this forum. We got a lot of things that we were discussing previous to like the day before. Going over a few things. We're also talking about just opening up a forum for them to come in here and ask any questions. And we're talking about the shape of the earth claim. Radius, diameter, and circumference. It seems like nobody has an answer to that. We got 21 people looking at us and listening on the YouTube live stream. But also, we have this forum available to anybody that wants to come present some evidence for the shape claim, namely the radius. So if you guys can come in here and do that and demonstrate how the method was extrapolated, please click the link. Nightbot is actually putting that link up for you in the YouTube live stream text chat. So all you got to do is click that link, come on in here, and provide your evidence for the shape claim. Should be easy, right? Earth is a globe, isn't it? Well, if it is, we'd like to hear about it. Come on in here. We do have on the panel, just people are hanging out with us. Adam is in here, Critspiracy, Gizbo, Julius, Kiwi, Flatty, Plagueman, and Carr. What's up, guys?
Yar.
Yo, what's going on?
What's up?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Miggy, what's up,
homie?
man? What's up?
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, so we like to have those conversations and keep it an open forum. Because for here, this place, we're not afraid of the truth. And as far as investigating it, we can do it all day long. If the truth is the truth, then it cannot be moved. So we stand on that and we rest on that. So if anybody does have the information that they think that the earth is curving, and just come over here, man. Let's talk about it. There's no need to just be hanging out lurking. I mean, if you're holding the winning hand and you can just end it, well, come on in. It should be easy, right? I'm always making this all call, and it's important because if you hear this all call and you're like, hey, I can take that on, well, come on in. We've had many people that have tried. I always like to put examples because, like, people don't realize who's been in here. I mean, yesterday we had an aerospace engineer, and he's going to school. He's an undergrad, but still, he's aspiring to be somebody that works in that field. We've got a lot of information that he was really honest about yesterday. Namely, that you have to assume that the earth is flat and stationary to apply the specific mechanics that you would working with the types of crafts that he's going to build. This is the assumption they have to have. And of course, he said that. That's how he learned that that is an assumption either way, that you have to assume the earth to be flat and stationary. So we're examining that. Why is that the case? Why couldn't it be presuming that the earth is a globe and applying those mechanics to a globe earth? Very, very interesting. But nonetheless, this is how the world is being taught for pilots to, when they're looking at their flight manuals, that they have to assume that the earth is flat and stationary. Well, it's not only assuming now. For us, it's knowing. So that's where we're at. So we welcome the conversation. If you guys have that understanding that you've been taught that the earth is a globe, go ahead and have that conversation with us. So what's going on, guys? What do you guys think about, like, people coming in here and assuming that the earth is a globe and they have the answers?
I got a good question, Mickey. Gizbo. If you were a pilot or you're trying to learn to become a pilot, how scary would it be if you didn't assume that the earth was flat and stationary, but like trying to land that it would be like in constant motion and you had to guess at the speed and the angle to land your plane?
I think it'd be pretty hard. You have to involve a lot of complicated mathematics just to land the damn thing. It does take some knowledge because people train to be pilots, but to assume that it's a globe and then navigate on it as a globe, I think that would be even worse. That's why it's a lot simpler to assume that it's a flat earth, because that axiom, that base axiom that you start with is easier because that's what it is. It should be. But then they superimpose over that understanding that, you're just assuming that it's flat and stationary, but it's really not. But you can travel on it like it is. That's crazy. We can take some questions also if you're in the YouTube live stream and you want to give us some questions. We got Wayne John that's in there. What's up, man? It looks like you are advocating for the globe with a question that says, perhaps they assume it's a globe when they put a satellite into orbit. Assume that it's a globe.
Satellites do not equal space.
So my understanding is, in order for them to put a satellite into orbit, are they assuming that the earth is a globe and they spend millions of dollars on that assumption? Or do they know it's a globe and they're putting millions of dollars into that? What do you think, Wayne John? Is there a flat earth radius? Is the next question that you put in there. Is there a flat earth radius? No, there isn't. Nobody knows the size of this good earth. So there isn't any mathematics you can put onto it as far as the extent of how big it is. Geometric shapes. Nobody's made a claim to a geometric shape.
And just to go back to that satellite orbiting thing, like let's say you were, I don't know, what's a good orbiting height? Like 144,000 feet or higher, maybe? What's a good orbiting height?
For what? Satellites?
Satellites.
Would they have to go beyond, what is it, 62 miles, which is that's the barrier for, like, to say where outer space begins, according to their rhetoric.
Right. So if you were to orbit around a sphere and you were 62 miles up or out from that sphere, you would have to know the depth of that sphere inward as well. So that way you could create a circumferential circle around the outside of that sphere. And that involves knowing a radius of the Earth. Otherwise, the satellite would float away or crash downward anywhere. I hope that answers Wayne John's question.
You cut out a little bit at the end, Gizbo, but he put in the text chat. I'll just read a little bit there. It says, whichever it seems to work for as satellites are concerned. So he doesn't, and he says, he was responding to, I guess, our question, or like where the, they say Leo begins, right? Low Earth orbit. And he said 22,000 miles. I think that's what it reads. Yeah, 22,000 miles. You look at, I mean, I don't know where you come up with that. It's 62 miles where the low Earth orbit begins. I don't know why 22,000 miles. At any rate, we have Angst is in here. I'm going to mute Angst. Alrighty then. Angst, are you there?
Hello.
Hey, man. Welcome to the chat.
Hey, what's up, dude?
I know you've been in here before. Actually, you left the same time that I left the other day. I didn't have a chance to speak to you, and I was hearing kind of a bit of what you were stating from your position. So I do kind of get to know like what you think, but it's important for everybody else to actually understand your position. And we're always asking the question here. It's important for all of us to understand if we can know the Earth that in which we stand on is indeed a globe or it's not. You know, like what we're saying, it's definitely on the surface we don't measure any curvature, and if there isn't any curvature to be measured, it's flat. So we're going to kind of give you the floor here. You've already had the floor before, but I'm going to go ahead and do it again so that way I maybe can address any point that you bring up. But also, just to get to know you a little bit better, I've heard you're a bit more of a philosophical guy. You like to get into that. But we are looking at the shape claim right at the moment. So if there's anything you have to contribute in that specific realm or that discussion of the topic, if we could stay on topic, that would be amazing. So let's stay on the topic of the shape of the Earth if we can, and not digress into maybe thoughts and feelings. Because really, as long as we get to the truth, that's all that really matters, right? Of what the shape claim is. So Angst, if you can, go ahead. I'll give you the floor. Let us know, from what position you come from, without asking us any questions. What do you guys think? No, it's just we want to know who you are, Angst. So please let us know.
Okay. Well, I think it's important for me to like demonstrate the reason why I sort of reconcile the notion of there being a round Earth and the notion of there being a flat Earth with like some philosophical position. This is what I was doing the last time too. So basically, the position I have is that both of them are. We make statements about both of them, and they're both propositions. So the statement, the Earth is a globe. The statement, the Earth is flat. These are propositions, and so they are truth apt. And so I would say that the proposition that the Earth is flat is actually parasitic on what kind of embeds and constitutes reality. Because I think what constitutes reality, I actually reject that there is any material. I think it's all just a bunch of ideas that are embedded by further propositions. So it's just a bunch of propositions that we are experiencing, like self-realizing themselves. So when we have people, and this is why it's so important for my philosophy and why I was bringing it up last time, every single action that we do, that we like take, including like speaking to each other and everything we say, it has a direct consequence on reality. because reality plays out like a big sort of like dialectical scheme. And so if we have a lot of people, and this is my issue with the flat earth community, that are affirming the negation of a true proposition. Let me say that again, meaning that when you affirm the negation of a proposition that is true, that the earth is a globe, if you affirm that negation constantly, then it's going to embed itself in some form or another as sort of like parasitic relationship on what is true of reality. And so if we have communities like this that are affirming the negation of true propositions, and it's not only constrained to the flat earth community, but it's the one I'm talking to right now, then basically my position is that it's more of like a moral issue, because moral reasons are going to demonstrate reason givingness. Reason givingness is irreducible and constituted as propositional content, and therefore there are certain moral norms or rules guiding our actions that stand independent of desire, and we ought to act in accordance with these rules in virtue of the nature of them. And if we do not, then it is going to be parasitic on the self-realization process between the web of propositions, that is the process of metaphysics and how reality comes to a dialectical end. And so to sort of reduce that, when you affirm the negation of true propositions and continuously do it and have groups that continuously do it, it's not just, a meaningless talk. It's actually having like an effect on the larger scheme of how reality plays out. I think there's reason in history, there's reason in speech, there's reason in everything, and it all affects reality. And so when, like I said, when we have groups like this that are, positing false beliefs, then it's going to be parasitic on reality itself. That's basically my position, and it's something we ought not to do, in virtue of it being incoherent. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna let. Was that the end point of your statement? All right, that's cool. That's so angst, everyone. This is what he thinks about this. The understanding of the discussion or the topic that we bring up. He's using keywords here, as I would like to point out. Being somebody who's a person who understands from a philosophical position, he'll start to use words that are triggering to those of you who are in the truth community, I would say. I would say just let's, on the merit of what he just said, let's not assume anything of what he thinks, but just based on what he said, just go over the examples of what I stated first when he first came in. So the number one thing I asked was a demonstration of how reality represents itself through the way in which they, we would say we understand the paradigm. So the paradigm is that the earth has a set size of dimensions, right? It's stated to be such as they've told us. Now, Angst is taking a position of saying that reality in which they presented to us should be affirmed as a reality in which we ought not to go against. So there is a very hard standpoint he's trying to make within the context of his philosophical reasoning, and then saying that if anybody adheres to this, it becomes a notion, talking about flat earth, that becomes parasitic to the mind, that it then attaches itself and then becomes reality for somebody. And in fact, the idea and understanding of what he just said was a real way that it actually becomes parasitic. So his reasoning is not rooted in reality. It is, however, something of a philosophical, if you want to call it like a Jedi mind trick. So it gets you to think that everything that's been presented to you just as a presentation from authoritative figures is the way that we should view the world, through their eyes, not our own. Critical thought is then tossed in the bin, and then we ought to just take on whatever somebody else's prepositions are about what we view the earth and its paradigm to be, as in through the lens of other people's educators' position standpoint, because they have authoritative and a more in-depth view of the information they're giving us. We should not ought to question them and to proceed forward into just believing the paradigm without question, because anybody else coming up with somebody else, a thought that's outside of that, is parasitic. It will then infect your mind, and then you will become a critical thinker and then go against what the rhetoric would state. In turn, it would cause other people to do the same, and then you'd have a damaged society because of it. So really what he's saying is that if I could put it plainly, don't think about anything other than the globe, because that's dangerous. And to sum it up, I think this is what Mr. Angst is saying to the audience. For you guys to perceive what he's saying is that we should just take them on merit and by faith, and which we will not. We are going to seek the information out, critically think about it, and see how it resembles reality. For us, it is not philosophical. It is very much reality in which we live. We can know something to be absolutely true. And I would ask Mr. Angst this question, just for your consideration, ladies and gentlemen, to the 22 that are listening to the live stream. This one question that I will ask him, he will either be honest and answer it correctly, or he will divert and then not answer it and enter into a philosophical spiral, which will then we will never know the answer. But my question to Mr. Angst, if you're here still listening, are you talking to us on Discord?
Yeah, I am. But can I respond to it?
Yeah, but I'm just gonna get into the question.
I just because you mischaracterized a lot of what I said, so I just want to.
No, it's actually on point. But like going to the fact that we're talking on Discord and you affirming that, how do you know? How do you know?
Well, I think I have a justified true belief in that.
How?
Well, so I have a belief or a propositional attitude, meaning I have an attitude, a doxastic attitude, that is oriented towards a proposition that stands independently. And it just so happens to be that that proposition is true, and the truth bearer, well, the truth conditions of the proposition are going to be the way it coheres with a set of propositions that transcend the proposition uttered by my mouth. And so when I utter the proposition, I am talking to you on Discord, it's true in virtue of the conditions being a form of entailment with other true propositions. And it is I have an attitude towards that proposition being true. And so there's the belief, there's the truth of the belief, and it's justified in virtue of its coherence with a web of propositions, a bunch of propositions connected together that represent a degree of coherence. And since there is a high degree of coherence within the web-like structure of propositions, then there is a high degree of justification. So that is how I have knowledge of the original claim that, or the affirmation of the claim that I'm talking to you on Discord.
Thank you very much, Angst. I'll take it one step further. Can you know this 100% for sure that you're talking to me on Discord?
I think knowledge is not infallible, so I don't think we can know things 100%. Like anything. But yeah, I think we can know with a degree of certainty. Yeah.
Do tell.
What?
Yeah, do tell how we can't know 100% that we're talking on Discord. You just stated that we could with your long-winded explanation, and now you're
that didn't entail that.
You're double downing and saying that we can't know.
Well, no, that was really describing the nature of knowledge and how I know something, but that doesn't really entail that I know it for certain. You asked me that after. I think that there are degrees of knowledge, because I think there are. I think there's like a large set of epistemic, like abstract propositions that are constituting the way in which we come to like a self-actualization, as these propositions embed through a second order chain of cause and effect. And so there's almost an actually infinite number of propositions, but it can be quantified, I think. But because it's abstract and exists in a separate ontology and is ontologically distinct and foreign, we can't really say that like we have any direct epistemic access to it. We can only really like categorize it in such a way and analyze it as being a necessary condition for experience. And in doing so, I think that I can reconcile that with a valid theory of knowledge, namely what we're talking about, how I'm able to demonstrate that we can have a degree of certain degrees of knowledge relative to the propositional attitude that we're trying to analyze. So I think that we can't know things for 100% certain, but in doing so, we're always going to get back to creating second order propositions, because in me, having that belief, even if it is to be justified and true, there's a sort of second order proposition going on there that it's like that it's true that we can't have knowledge for 100% certainty. That is like it's a proposition in itself. and then that's going to require like another second order belief. So it all boils down to like your question sort of lacking meaning because we're sort of constrained within this realm of stance dependency. So when you utter those mouth sounds and asking me that question, I just don't think that it represents any semantic content, so we can't derive any linguistic meaning from the sort of question. And I think because meaning is intrinsic and interwoven into metaphysics and all of philosophy as well, it's going to run into an issue where you uttering those mouth sounds and asking me that question is incoherent. So to bring it back around, based on everything I just said, you asking me the question, if we can have a knowledge with 100% certainty, it's incoherent. It's an incoherent question.
So that long-winded explanation is telling us that we can't have a knowledge that we're talking on Discord for 100% certainty.
No, it's telling you that your question is incoherent.
Why? I'm asking if we're talking about...
I just explained it.
No, you haven't. You're just diverting into a long-winded explanation to kind of use your philosophical jazz hands to confuse the people that are listening to you, which I'm not going to allow you to.
No one's trying to confuse anyone.
Get right down to it and say, are we 100% sure that we're talking on Discord right now?
I just explained to you how that question's incoherent. You didn't listen.
With your mathematical, philosophical jazz hands?
It was purely analytic and formal. Yeah.
I know.
Okay, yeah, there you go. You know.
For you to web the weave of lies that you do, you have to start off with confounding the public, which is fine with me. You can do whatever you like. Either way, with all certainty, we're talking on Discord.
So if you agree,
guys,
if you agree that my explanation,
go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry,
if you agree that my explanation is formal and technical, then the concepts contained within what I'm talking about are formal academic concepts.
You have to.
So I mean, if you don't understand them, that's on you. It's not my job to teach you. I'm not your father. So I mean, you can.
We're going to have to stop your triggering spiraling. All right, guys, if you want to have a conversation with Angst and tell him how we're not talking on Discord 100%, go ahead and let him tell you a little bit why that's not really true. Or maybe some other questions. But Angst, if you can, just please allow people to speak, and then they'll allow you to speak. I'll be here to moderate that just to make sure. And that's why I muted you so that I can say this. That's the only reason why. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so my take on this is that he can't know for sure if he's on Discord or not.
100%, yeah.
100%. Okay, and asking the question if you're on Discord is somehow malformed because it doesn't get you any sort of truth.
It doesn't represent any semantic content.
Okay, so what about the just lived experiences? If you're not able to even interact with somebody, like it is today, Wednesday, are you able to recognize that today is Wednesday?
I think all knowledge is a priori. It has nothing to do with experience.
No, I'm talking to you. Are you able to recognize that today is Wednesday?
I can affirm that proposition.
Okay, you can just so yes or no, right? Today, what day is today?
I can affirm the proposition that.
Okay, I'm asking you what day is today? Like you're just some random
Wednesday.
dude. It's Wednesday. Okay, Wednesday. What month is it?
It's October.
Okay, October the what? What day?
19th.
On this day, did you use an app called Discord?
Yeah, I think so.
There we go. We got to the end of it. Thank you.
He said, I think so. He said he thinks so. Crit.
He said, "Oh, I just heard yeah," and I just
No, he
was like,
said I think so.
Oh yeah, no, I said I think so. Because you got to realize, and this isn't going to be too long-winded at all. We can't ever rule out the possibility that we're being deceived every single moment we experience, right? Everything we experience could be tricking us. So how do we know for certain? Right? How do we know for certain that?
Angst. Even the globe.
You see what I'm saying? Critspiracy?
Yeah, even the globe, Angst.
No, the flat Earth lies.
No, even the globe. You said we could be lied to at every moment. We don't know.
Every moment.
Oh no, I never said we could be lied to. I said like our entire experience, how we perceive every moment that we experience, we could be being deceived by like an evil demon. Yeah, everything we experience could be false. That's what I'm saying. Like everything we experience could be false.
Including the globe. Got it. including outer space. Got it.
Well, it would include also the flat Earth idea. So
Are you also saying that the world is an illusion? Is that what you're
everything? Yeah,
also
everything
saying?
could be an illusion. Yeah.
Because that's like a cop out answer. Even Google
It's not a
says
cop
that.
out. Like if you're going to say, well, we know something
It's a total
for
cop out
certain,
answer.
how do you know for certain that we're not living in illusion? That
This
we're
is
not in
how
illusion?
you test it. You ask the question, what happens if you say no thank you?
What are you
So
talking about?
if I say no thank you to a heliocentric model, there's going to be some NPC like you coming into the space trying to act like nothing's knowable. If you say no thank you to a flat earth, they just let you go about your life and have at it, Haas. You do you. The very basic level of understanding yourself, cause and effect. If you don't care about flat earth, or if you don't like it, don't want anything to do with it, no one's going to follow you around and say, have you heard about your Lord and Savior? Like they do for the heliocentric model. You can't escape it. It's everywhere. It's like infused with culture. I mean, you open the news today, it's going to be some radical claim. NASA finds you can do X with a paperclip, a cotton swab, and 5 hamsters. This special trick ISS astronauts use to talk to their family on social media. You click on it, it's just an ad for Twitter or something like that. You are just inundated.
Yeah,
Can I just say something real quick?
Let's bring it back to Angst, and so he can explain. Angst, if you have a point you wanted to bring up.
Well, it was just I wanted to bring it back because you said you kind of got off topic there, Critspiracy, because I was just asking very simply. We can't rule out the possibility that everything we're experiencing is an illusion, which would include, what if the flat Earth and round Earth are both not true? What if everything's an illusion? What if we're living on like, what I'm saying, like something random? Like, what if we're living on like the back of a purple elephant or something, and that's what we're really living on? We're just being deceived. So it's like
it could be neither of those. You're saying it could be neither of those. Like
it could be, yeah. How do we rule out that possibility? How do we know for certain?
No, we're listening
it's
to
one
you.
or the other.
If this is your stance, then it's your stance, But like I would say, you can't take if that's okay for you to think that, then you can't hold a position of certainty in any realm of shape. So you can't come in here and saying that it would be parasitic, X, Y, and Z. Because then I'm going to tell you, well, it would be parasitic to think globe. It would be parasitic to think of the purple elephant. It would be parasitic to think of anything else that you say, because your thoughts are parasitic.
Do you know for 100%? Do you know for 100% certain that we're not living on the back of a purple elephant?
I will tell you.
100% certain?
Even if we are on the back on the elephant, on the elephant back, we are only saying that on that back the water is level, nothing else. Do you understand that?
How do you know that?
Yeah,
how we know that? How we know that? Look at like this. I go to the beach and I see the lighthouse on 10 miles. That means I see the lighthouse on 10 miles, and that's it. And there is
Sasha, he's operating on a philosophical realm. You're on a different realm. You're in the realm of reality.
That is philosophical. Well, that's not reality. It's called perception. And the thing
I'm in reality. I don't know what
the thing you're talking about right there
he's operating on
is actually really interesting. Hold on, the thing you're talking about there with perception, how you can go out and look at whatever. The thing that's interesting about the thing that's interesting. Hold on. The thing that's
what is your perception? What is your perception of? No, my question that to understand.
Okay. Let me just make this point, and then you can ask me whatever you want. The thing that's interesting about your perception and all of our perceptions is that our perceptions deceive us at sometimes. Sometimes our perceptions deceive us, and so I would say, if our perceptions deceive us at least once, we have no reason to believe that they are accurate at all ever. And I can give an example as to how our perceptions deceive us. If you look at something that's like a large building from very far away, it looks smaller than what it actually is when you get up in person. So your perception's deceiving you. It's actually a big building. It's not small.
Right.
Yeah. So this is like
let's now see how water perceive us and how we perceive water. Okay.
We can't know how water perceives us.
can we say how water behave without, because water cannot speak, well, water can behave, and people can speak, and people will also speak in the name of the water, but water still will behave whatever people are saying. Are you agree with me?
I don't even know if we can have any commitments to how water behaves just based off of observation.
He's philosophical, Sasha. So you have to remember that like, you're engaging.
Can I put water in the? Can I put water in the air and to keep water in the air?
Yeah.
How?
Okay.
In clouds.
In clouds. Can I keep? Can I keep a lake in the clouds?
I don't know what that means. Keep a lake in the clouds.
Yeah, I'm asking you now for the lake.
If you're asking if you can make water like float in the air,
to have a lake, what should I?
My answer is just going to be I don't think so, but we can't know for certain.
Okay, to have a lake, in the first place, what should I have?
Water.
And?
I don't know.
Some kind
He
of.
doesn't know, Sasha. He admittedly said he doesn't know. That would be the end point for you.
Something to contain that water that we can call it lake.
He said he didn't know. He's agreeing with you, but he didn't know in the beginning.
Yeah, but again, we can't know for certain any of this.
Anyway,
that's the key point. You always got to have that little.
Are you here now? Are you here now?
Yeah, we already told him that.
Am I here?
He doesn't know if he's here or not.
Are you present now? Are you speaking with me?
Yeah, I'm experiencing.
But you are not sure.
But that doesn't entail experience. Doesn't entail existence.
Here's one thing I would say. Here's one thing I would say, Sasha, with the gentleman that we're speaking to, Angst, is that I can respect a globe earther who believes the Earth is a globe and the point that they bring up. I would say that much. But this guy, he's burning down the whole entire house, like everything. You can never, not even know. He came in at first firing his gun, saying that it's parasitic to say flat Earth. At the same time, he was saying because globe is this and that. That's what we've been taught. But yet he really didn't know. To the Globert side, he was burning it down too, and the Globers were
really.
Probably like, "Wait, man, dude, you're burning down."
Not really, because I said, and this is why you mischaracterized what I said.
You don't know.
I can finish my point because I'm just gonna surmise like what when he came in here, coming to at least first telling us that we can't say it's kind of dangerous for us to talk about flat Earth, but at the same time, after this discussion, we start to realize. He can't know anything 100%, not even the globe. He admitted it. We might be in a simulation. We might be on a purple elephant in the back of it. So for him, the globe isn't even a reality to him. So he can't even say that it is. Because he can't know
just
anything.
Because I can't know anything for certain doesn't mean that there's not different levels of justification. So if I have a belief about the Earth being a globe and a belief about the Earth being flat, all I'm saying is that the belief about the Earth being a globe is more justified than the belief about the Earth being flat. But it doesn't mean that we can know either or for 100% certain, because we can't. We can't know anything for 100% certain.
Thank you, Angst. No, I'm just saying. I wanted you to state.
Yeah, so it's more. So your belief is less justified. So you have on no rational grounds. On no rational grounds can you accept the idea that the Earth is flat. There you go.
Relax.
So you agree it's incoherent to accept that the Earth is flat. It's incoherent.
Let me talk to the audience, Angst. All right, so guys. For those of you who are listening, if you're believing in the globe for some reason and you have valid points, this young man who's in here doesn't have valid points for the globe. He's actually mocking you who believe the Earth is a globe and saying that you might have a reasoning to believe it, but you can never provide evidence for 100% certainty.
You just don't understand philosophy.
With your guys on your side, he's just destroyed the globe. Thank you very much, thanks for that.
I just destroyed the flat Earth.
The idea that you actually didn't.
I destroyed that belief.
You keep coming back in here, Angst, and you keep on showing the fact that you do not have numbers to unpack for us to look at. So we observe this reality. We observe this reality, right, with the numbers that are provided by us, by them, to state that the actual curve that they're attempting to say it is built upon is not there. So if you have numbers that we can look at and verify we can go from there. But you just speaking, you may as well just be floating upon those clouds that you keep talking about, because you need to bring yourself back down and ground yourself in thought so that we can venture forward to unpack what we're sitting in, dude.
I think you should take like an intro to philosophy class. This is really easy because when we talk about science, for example,
numbers
well,
are not
let me just say,
philosophy.
yeah,
Numbers are not
yes, they are.
philosophy.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Foundation is not philosophy.
Yes,
What
it
you
is.
stand upon is not philosophy, and reality is also not philosophy.
It's all philosophy. Questions about all of these things are philosophy.
Lake, are you saying that lake is philosophy?
So let me just say this.
Are you saying that lake
When
is
you're
a
asking for
Are you
evidence,
saying? Can I repeat the question again, please? Are you saying that lake is philosophy?
it's philosophical. Yeah. How do we analyze that? Like,
are you saying that table is philosophy?
Everything we perceive is.
Everything what you perceive is philosophy.
Yes, because we have to understand. In order to perceive anything and make claims, because oh my God, dude, let me answer your question. In order to perceive anything, like in order for you to perceive,
my question. You don't need to answer
let me give you an explanation.
You answered my question. Yeah, you did it. Yes,
I
you
answered.
did it. Yes,
Yeah, I
you
already
said
answered.
that. You said, man, wait.
I already answered.
Yes, you said that.
Well, this is unlistenable.
So let me give an explanation now. Stop shouting over me.
Wait a second.
It's very simple.
It's very simple. Wait. It's very simple. Wait for a second.
Just let him get it out. You can come in afterwards.
That means you said lake as a philosophy. That's great. That is so stupid that you cannot imagine. That is not philosophy. Lake is a lake. It's a
So what I mean by that is, hey, listen. When we
listen this again. Listen this. Listen. I'm not saying listen because listen doesn't mean listen. I'm not saying now listen. I'm not.
I'm gonna take control of this. Okay, Angst, you can respond so long as it's not long-winded, so that Sasha can respond to your point.
Yeah, it's gonna be quick. Yeah.
All right, so make it quick so that Sasha can respond.
Lie so fast it's hard to even.
Like all of our
Adam, hold on, guys, hold on. Adam, you are hot micing. Adam, Ayo, you're hot micing.
Everything we perceive, like if we perceive a lake or a table or whatever, we make claims about these things or claims about anything. This is all philosophy. That's all I'm saying. All of our perception is philosophy. How we perceive, what is perception? We make claims about what we perceive. Is there any subject-object distinction? Is there anything separate from our minds? Is it all in our minds? These are all the type of questions that are philosophy.
Thank you. Sasha?
Great. That means let's start from the beginning. I don't know in this moment if I take a glass and drink of water. I don't know if I'm taking a glass and drinking water because I need some another person to tell me. Does also he's perceiving the same thing when he take the glass and drink of water? That means then we will touch that point. In that moment, I don't know in which point we can move now because we realize that we can drink water, that we are perceiving and drinking water good. Now, if I walk now in this moment, am I walking now or I need to ask other guys, are you perceiving that I'm walking? What the fuck you are talking about? Do you know what the fucking basic normal things are? Or we need to philosophically question fucking everything.
Yeah, a lot of people find value in questioning things like that. The way I look at it, hold on, I'm having a conversation with this guy.
So you're gonna get muted. I'm getting control of this conversation. Sasha, if we can, please, let's tone down the F-bombs. Let's respond to him. I would say if you're getting a little heated, pass the buck off to somebody else. Somebody else will respond to him. We want to get a good, coherent conversation with him without calling names.
It's all right. No, okay. Without saying names, that means philosophy. If I ask you what is the lake?
Sasha, I have to let him respond. I muted him for the reason of me.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let him respond.
Yeah, because of the issue that we can't ever know anything with 100% certainty, then what we're left with is when we do everyday things like walking and stuff based off of beliefs that we've already justified in our minds to a very high degree. We've already walked so many times. We already know most likely what's going to happen. So we just keep doing it. We already do things the way we do and these are things that you're calling normal. I agree, but we talk about other beliefs like the flat Earth, there is no justification for that belief. It is just an empty assertion. There's no
No, you're wrong.
justification. And if you try
You're
and
wrong.
ground it in evidence, if you try and
No,
ground it
you're
in
wrong.
evidence,
You're
there's no.
wrong in this
When I
case.
ask for a justification, hold on, I'm almost done. When I ask for a justification, or justification in epistemology means a reason. So the problem is when a flat earther tries to use evidence as a justification for their belief that the Earth is flat, evidence runs into the problem of underdetermination. There is no reason in evidence. There's no reason to accept evidence because evidence is underdetermined by conceptual content. So there's no reason to believe that the Earth is flat at all. There's no good reason, and you haven't
Content
provided me.
conceptual, but it measures flat. It's not conceptual.
That means
It measures flat. Yeah. What grounds those measurements?
That means what you experience, what you see, you cannot perceive like that because that's not true. That means if I see something flat, if I experience something flat, if I experience stationary, I cannot believe that it's happening because that is not happening. Are you telling me that?
Well, I'm actually saying that you're not experiencing that you're living on a flat Earth. No, you're experiencing that you're living on a globe. Yeah,
to live on the flat water,
your
not
mind
on the
is
flat,
your mind
flat
is telling
earth.
you it's flat.
Sasha,
So
let me tell you what you're experiencing. Let me tell you what you're experiencing in your life. Ready?
You surround yourself by a bunch of people who affirm that the Earth is flat. So
Man,
your mind plays tricks on you, and now you
yeah,
think it's flat.
Yeah, of course.
12-year-old telling a grown adult how to live.
Yeah, Anx, I'm gonna let you, Sasha. If you have it, like, listen, other people want to jump in, Sasha. So if you want to finish up, if you want to finish up your point, go ahead. That way, somebody else can chime in because I think more people want to jump into this convo. So, Anx, if you don't mind, I'm gonna let Sasha finish, and then you can you can finish that point after him, and then I'll let somebody else jump in from the flat Earth. Go ahead, Sasha.
Whatever you, I will conclude. Whatever you say, philosophically, whatever we speak now, whatever we do, whatever we studies, blah 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 blah. In the end, that lake will not curve and it will stay level because of nature, because that's what water is doing. It's not about perceiving. That's what is water doing. That's it.
Bro, they literally have pictures from outer space. The Earth's round, bro. Cope.
Is that really? Hold on. Is that really your response, kiddo? Is that really your response? Because that doesn't look good on you.
They're all lying to us.
That's great. That's great. That's fantastic. I believe you.
Sasha, I have to say this.
Only me didn't lie because he said
Sasha, I'm sorry, brother. All right, so Angst, that was his end point, I guess. Angst, was that your end point?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna let Glad come in here. Glad, if you want to come in, Sasha, I'm gonna mute you, but I'm gonna pass it off to another flat earther, Sasha, because everybody else wants to jump in. So, all right. So if anybody else wants to chime in, Angst here has a conversation for anybody for a moment, I guess, while he's here. And so in doing so, just remember, be respectful in the conversation. No name calling. There's no need for that. Just address what he's saying, as far as like destroying the argument, not the person. So if you please, if anybody else wants to jump in and challenge him, go ahead. I've already had a conversation with him at the beginning, so Glad, if you want to jump in.
Thanks, Mick.
After Glad, I'd like to jump in, please.
Okay.
Go ahead, Glad.
Hey, Angst. Hi. Hello. Let's see. Okay, so which of your three senses every day alert you to the quote-unquote fact that you live on a spinning globe?
I only have 3 senses?
Sorry, I'm. Which one of your senses? All of your senses. I apologize. Which one of all of your senses lets you know that you live on? Which one, or groups of them, right? Which ones tell you, "Hey, I'm living on this spinning curved thing"?
I think it's actually it's a priori, so it's going to be logically prior to experience, which allows me to deduce that.
Oh, so it's subjective to something you heard before you experienced it.
Well, no, a priori propositions are necessary, so definitely not subjective.
But you don't know how to answer a question. I asked which of your senses, like sight, touch, taste, smell, which one of those are letting you know that you live on a spinning ball?
It wouldn't be my senses that let me know that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I have, guys. Go ahead.
You guys never heard of a logical argument?
Thanks.
All right,
if you can take a look at
Kiwi's up next. Go ahead, Kiwi.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, if you can take a look at the picture posted at 34 minutes past the hour by King's Clown, Kiwi in brackets. I'm just wondering how that speaks to you in terms of navigation, celestial navigation, things of that nature. Is that something that
Kiwi, he doesn't have any rolls. Hang on, Kiwi. He doesn't have any rolls. Let me give him some rolls real quick because he can't see the live stream voice text at the moment.
Oh, snap. My bad. Thank you. Thank you for that, my brother.
Yeah, we're redirecting him. He doesn't have the rolls yet. I'm giving him the rolls. Let me see. Give me a moment, okay?
Yeah, take your time. So what I'm wondering about is specifically, have you ever looked into how trigonometry, the observation of triangles, actually applies in reality, or?
I don't think that's how math works.
Okay, how does math work then?
Yeah, I think math is like I'm like agree with like mathematical Platonism, but sort of like a different variation. I obviously think that like all mathematical concepts.
Okay, so hold on.
Or numbers are abstract entities.
Let me just. Okay, I'm gonna keep this conversation. What I like to do is keep this conversation as honest as possible. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna post the definition of mathematics, or post the definition of math in the live stream text, so everybody can see it and understand what is the. Let's see, the standpoint or the basis that we're going to work from. Do you think that that's fair? Instead of
I don't think it is, because
this is going to be more of a, well, again, if there's how many 8 billion people walking this face of the earth, so we're going to make this definition specific to you, which is borderline.
No, not at all. I never asked for that.
1 in 8.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we're going to want to appeal to definitions require a theory of meaning and a theory of truth. So we're going to need to dissect, relative to the definition you're going to provide, what theory of truth you're going to use to reconcile that as being a definition, what theory of meaning, and how that theory of truth and theory of meaning make
that's
that.
Fine. This conversation is actually working out a little bit better. Hold on, Mickey, just give me one quick second.
Yeah.
This conversation.
I apologize. 1 second. Angst, do you know where the live stream voice text is, and can you see it?
Let me look.
Information that the gentleman is providing is going to be in that channel, so I need to know your confirmation that you do see the live stream.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Miggy. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much. So what I did was post up the definition of mathematics, but if you'd like to consult with it, read it. If we can't agree to that definition, then my line of questioning is pointless and I can withdraw. So it's up to you if you'd like to.
I see a girl eating food.
Or you can scroll up just above that, my friend.
Let's not put. I'm sorry, Kiwi. Let's not put those images. Means while the conversation is going, I'm gonna delete all irrelevant messages.
Mathematics. Okay. Plural in form, but usually singular in construction. Oh, sorry. Definition: the science of numbers and their operations. See operations, sense 5, interrelations, combinations, generalizations, and abstractions. End of space. See space entry 1, sense 7, config. You realize this is a very dense definition, and all of these are specific concepts that we would have to, even if I grant and say, yeah, let's agree on that definition, right?
I'm really looking for you to just pull out the one in there, which is trigonometry. Algebra, arithmetic, calculus, geometry, and trigonometry are branches of mathematics. And I'm asking you for the observation of one of those, which is trigonometry, which is geometry, right? Do you agree that that is a fair, like a triangle is 3 angles with 3 lines? Do you not agree with that statement, or is that too dense of a definition for you?
I could agree with that, but I mean, can I at least give my explanation?
Okay, let me hold you to this. You agree that a triangle is 3 lines and 3 angles constructed, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So of those 3 angles in the study of a triangle, you realize that, or I'm asking you, sorry, do those 3 angles have to add up to 180 degrees?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Great. So if you can scroll up further to the post that was made again to reference it at 34 minutes past the hour.
Okay, let me see. Okay, let's see here.
So trigonometry, the observation of 3 angles, sine, cosine, tangent. Where does a curve come into play in this?
I think I'm looking at the same one. Is it posted by King's Clown?
That's right. Kiwi in brackets.
Okay. So you're asking where does a curve come into play in this?
Mm-hmm.
I think it would come into... So there's going to be, when we look at like trigonometry, as I accepted the definition of it that you provided, and the sort of concept that we demonstrated and agreed on about a triangle, I think one other important distinction I would make to demonstrate the sufficiency of why a circular sort of notion or concept would be required for us to even have the capacity to conceive of a triangle is the distinction between like analytic and synthetic.
I didn't ask you for
gravity.
thoughts. I strictly we're just working. We haven't gotten to your thoughts because again, your thought is one of 8 billion people on this earth. I'm asking you strictly for the observation of the construction of a triangle, 3 lines, 3 angles. The fundamental of introducing a curve, would that not completely falsify a triangle if you were to introduce a curve?
I'm telling you, I'm telling you why I don't think it would. You're just not letting me explain.
Okay.
Let him explain, Kiwi.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the way I think math works in general, which is important for understanding like the specific issue, is that there's a distinction between it's all going to involve judgments. And remember, I don't accept that there's anything material. So everything is going to be completely abstraction. And so there's a distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. And that's a necessary condition for math to function. And so, and we can kind of, if you don't understand what that means, we can dive into it. But basically, there's going to be a way in which the object of the concept of triangle, the predicate of the concept is determined by the way that the object is given through 2 fundamental faculties of the mind. And so you have predication, which is an active faculty, but it requires that there be a sensory input, and that sensory input generates through these faculties of the mind, like sensibility. And sensibility is going to allow for the concept of the representation to form a predication. And then there's a process where the actual predication on the specific concept and there would be a precondition. So there's 2 layers. There's a precondition predication,
you even know what you're saying
which
right
is
now?
required for the specific concept. So the triangle, namely what we're talking about, the predication is required for there to be a concept of the triangle. So there has to be a positing of a proposition or any propositional content. And that is going to be entailment, which if it's played out in an abstract dialectical scheme, where there's a proposition that posits itself in the mind and then negates its own positing, and then there's a further negation of the negation of its positing, then that entailment is going to be circular. And if it's an abstraction, and these are abstract concepts and actual, not only concepts, but entities, then there is going to be an actual, like, picture an actual circle as a necessary precondition for the predication of such triangle. So you would need to take that, you would need to accept that as a necessary condition for us to be able to understand the concept of a triangle. And again, I don't think that triangles are something that are like, I think triangles are only concepts, but they're abstractions. So everything is constituted by proposition.
It took you 4 weeks to get to the end there where you said that. Okay, thank you. Go ahead,
The last thing I'd like to say, and then I'm going to withdraw, is that a sextant, which is what folks who navigate the waters in ships back in the day used, they didn't require all of what you just said to use the tool to observe triangles based on their navigation requirements. So I thank you for your word salad of an answer, but you did.
It wasn't word salad, yeah. It wasn't word salad. It actually
a sextant would disagree with you, especially
that was the only thing it was delicious.
The instructions on how to use a sextant would totally disagree with you. But thanks.
You just want to eliminate critical thinking.
One second, guys. I was following Angst. I followed along exactly what he was saying, verbatim, word for word. I followed his method of how he understands the world. So I did understand what he was saying. It did kind of sound like if you're on a third person, you could hear it as word salad. I followed him everywhere he went. I was with him lockstep. I understand what he means, but I don't agree with it in the sense of like we can't understand a concept and it's not abstract. It's the way we use and perceive the world around us in order for us to agree on things. I understand everything he was saying. I just disagree with it. But either way, he's presenting his and Angst. If you don't mind, sir, can you let us know what profession you're in, or are you studying? And that way we have a better understanding of where you're coming from, because we'll look into the field, or maybe You know what I mean? Like if you studied something that you're really, it's really kind of your point of view. I would address you in that way to know, like, we're going to mislabel you. That's what I mean. I don't want that to happen. So for us not to call you some kind of like, you know, crazy guy, like what is it? What do you study? Is this, and you don't have to be forthcoming with that. I mean, you could just be somebody on the internet, but
no, I'm open with it. I'm okay with letting you know.
Okay, well, that's cool.
I do study philosophy at San Diego State University.
Okay, and
I'm a third year undergrad. No, I'm a third year undergraduate. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I figured as much, but I didn't want to assume. But either way, yeah, thanks for being here and having the conversation with us. However, the debate does get kind of spicy every now and again, which is to be expected if you're coming into a forum like this. But I will try to do the best with moderation to kind of keep it civil, and at least people will be addressing it without having to throw insults and stuff, because I don't agree with that in a forum where intellectuals are having a debate. So that's just me. Okay, I'm going to be doing that. But if we disagree, and strongly, I think you can interject and they can interject. I think there needs to be an allowance of interjections when the point's being misrepresented or that sort of thing. So I'm just kind of keeping the flow of everything going so that everybody can have a great time with the debate. But you're very much welcome here to have your worldview or your views on Earth, and you can say whatever you like. This is an open forum. I want you to feel welcome here. Also, guys, remember that this is the forum where we have to show the world how we debate and how we come across this topic and how we show people, all right, the whole world that's listening. We got 26 people in the live stream. Might not be much, but it's still reaching people, and they can consider it for themselves how we demonstrate to others. And it doesn't matter who we speak to, so long as we're staying within the boundaries of being civil. So that being said, again, if you're just joining us right now, we're speaking to Angst. He's a third-year undergraduate he's studying philosophy, and his viewpoints on what Earth is vastly different from maybe somebody who you think maybe advocates for the globe. So if you're going to take him on, remember that insults are not required. So we can do it on the merit of the information being presented. So
yeah, and I just wanted to say real quick, originally, and this is what I'm still going to preach, that I'm coming in here looking for a justification for the belief that the Earth is flat. And what I mean by justification is a reason that's independent of the belief, and a reason would have to be logical, obviously. So some sort of logically valid and true argument. And the reason why evidence or any sort of scientific, findings won't work is because evidence is underdetermined. It runs into a problem of underdetermination. And so basically, on no rational grounds are we able to accept evidence for one theory over another, because evidence is underdetermined. So therefore, evidence is not going to act as a reason for any sort of belief. So you would need to qualify that further and say, well, the reason I believe that the Earth is flat is because of X, and give some sort of logically sound argument. It has to be true and valid. I haven't heard that yet. I have not heard that yet.
All right,
I've heard appeals to perception. I've heard appeals to perception.
At the end of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I was going to say to tie it up. I've heard appeals to perception. I walk outside and I see things, and it shows it, and I can somehow conclude the Earth is flat. That's all I've heard. So
well, you've got a lot to learn, kiddo. As you were, folks. Go ahead and get him.
That's good. Anybody else that wants to come in here? I think Kyle and Ocean looked like they want to participate. I'm going to go ahead and kick it off to, I don't know who was first. So
I got something.
Hang on, Crit.
His frame.
One second. Hang on, Crit. We're going in order. After Kyle, then it'll be kicked off to you. So just write down what you were going to say so you won't forget it. Ocean, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, sure enough. Well, to be fair, Miggy, I think Adam was first. But that's just me. If Adam wants, then he can go ahead.
No, he's at his mic. I think he's got a hot mic. I unmuted him because I didn't know if he was there or not. So I muted, but he's hot micing at the moment.
Oh, okay.
I just muted him. Yeah, he don't know his mic is open. So go ahead, Ocean.
Yeah, sure. So Angst, I would just like to start off by, pointing out that it's frequently the case that, let's say, our senses are deceived. But in the case of flat Earth, it's really the fact that, let's say, we experience it as flat. We don't believe it, But then again, let's say, someone who believes in a globe Earth would say, no, your senses are getting deceived because there is this curve, but it's like negligible. However, this viewpoint is a positive claim, as you would call it, right? For example, if I see an apple and you tell me that's not an apple, that's, let's say, I don't know, something else, like maybe it's a touch screen or whatever, or it's a drawing of an apple, like those realistic 3D things, right? It's not the guy who says it's an apple who should present the proof. It's the guy who says that it's an illusion, right? So I would just say that you come here seeking for arguments for flat Earth, but I would rather say that what you should seek for, if you're being like, like consistent or whatever, is to seek reasons for globe Earth, because that's the positive claim, right? So you need to study, like, okay, this curve is negligible. Is it really the case? So all the things that you said about belief systems and whatnot, you should apply that to the globe, because we're not the ones making a positive claim. So the burden of proof is on people who say that we should disagree with our senses. That's not impossible, but it does shift the burden of proof to them. So I just want to say that. Do you agree? Do you think the burden of proof is on them?
Well, I actually think that's really interesting to explore. The issue is that what you said right at the outset sort of self-defeats your position, because you said you agreed that our senses are deceiving. You agree that our senses do deceive us, at least sometimes, which would, at least at that point, give you no rational grounding to accept that your senses are accurate at all in any case. You can say, I think they are, but I mean, if you're holding that premise to be true, that your senses have deceived you at least once, you really have at that point thrown out all possibility for you to have any sort of rational grounds to accept that they are accurate still. And so, that's why we would have to, like sort of clarify that first. Do you hold to that still?
No, did you misspeak? I think it's absolutely not true, right? The point of a positive claim is, okay, I'm not saying our senses are perfect, but you're drawing it further, kind of like doing a straw man and saying, hey, if our senses are not perfect, then that means we have to consider them to be imperfect. No, I think our senses are a good tool to make, sense of the world around us. They work daily. They work in pretty much all circumstances where needed, but sometimes there are illusions. So I would say just, and you would have to agree with that usually, like, you're not crippled or whatever. So your senses work, your body works, and that's the baseline, right? So anyone who suggests a deviation from the baseline, even if it may occur frequently, right? Like maybe like we're in some kind of a clown house, right? And we're getting deceived frequently. But any deviation from the baseline, that's what has to be shown. The baseline itself is our senses. Do you agree or not? That's not saying they are perfect. Or I'm not making any kind of claim about how often we are deceived.
Well, I mean, I would just sort of agree, but I would say the baseline would be experience, and we could get into that. But real quick, I just wanted to say what I was getting at when you said you accept that your senses, deceive you at least once. Then, but you're basically saying, well, no, even though that is the case, I still do have reason to think that they're not deceiving me. That is what I'm critiquing, because if we talk about how we know, that's really what I'm talking about, how we know that our senses aren't deceiving us. It's going to require a belief that's true and justified. So I'm granting that, the belief that your senses are valid or not deceiving you, the belief that your senses are not deceiving you, I'm willing to even grant that that's a true belief, even though I don't agree, but I'm willing to grant that. And you're still going to run into the issue of justification. In virtue of what is that belief justified? And because you have agreed with the premise that that your senses have deceived you at least once, it's going to be very hard for you to provide any sort of rational grounding or reason as to why that belief is justified. So at that point, I guess maybe you could have a contention with the nature of knowledge and it not being, you not needing justification, or maybe you can sort of demonstrate how it's justified. But that's sort of where I think the conversation is.
So is it nihilism or solipsism that you're doing?
What?
Which one?
What?
Well, anyway, keep going.
Yeah.
I'm not doing any of those, no.
Well,
all right. So Ocean, just let me know when you reach a stopping point. Here's the thing. Because there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people in here, and a lot of people want to jump in and take part in the conversation. It's going to get real hard when everybody wants to jump in. So remember, whoever's speaking to Angst, as long as Ocean, you got to clarify when you're done. Like, okay, I'm going to pass it off to somebody else. They want to jump in. Let them know that, because nobody knows when you're done, and so Angst can actually have a conversation with other people. Just because of the fact that now everybody wants to talk to Angst. So. When you're done, that is. Just make sure that other people want to jump in too. So,
but
just be courteous.
One thing though, Maggie, I'm looking here in the voice chat. I'm seeing that Derek Nelson is, for example, saying that flat Earth doesn't take a belief. So maybe we could pick up on that. Maybe someone else wants to pick up on that, because I think Derek is making a crucial point here. Angst came in saying that we believe it's flat, but I think it's rather an observation than a belief, right? I mean.
Well, I just take a belief to be a propositional attitude. Yeah, I don't mean belief. Belief sometimes can have the connotation of like religious people believing in like a god, with no evidence.
An observation is stronger than a belief. Like if I have a belief in Bigfoot, then an observation of him is also, let's say, well, it implies a belief in Bigfoot, right? Unless you can show that our senses are getting deceived, right? That it's not actually Bigfoot that we've seen.
Well, no, the problem is that the observation requires a second. It is a belief because in virtue of it requiring a second order belief. So the direct observation you have of something requires a second order belief that you understand that you're observing something. So that in itself is a second order belief. So basically, think of it like this: it's like you're thinking that you're thinking. So that's sort of what I'm talking about when I say second order. So it's like a higher order belief that you're forming inherently. And that's just what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. That is going to be a propositional attitude, and I think it comes before experience.
I would disagree with that. I would say that an observation is merely a stronger belief. It's a belief which is backed by the senses. That doesn't make it true. So in the case of flat Earth, right, the belief would be that the Earth is flat. Then we have the observation that the Earth is flat because we see no curvature. Right, it doesn't correspond to a globe, but that observation, well, that serves to reinforce the belief, right? But in essence, what we're dealing with here is the observations. It's a geometrical problem, and it deals with, well, how do we measure the curvature if it exists? So, and geometry deals with observations, right? And
yeah, I see what you're saying.
We luckily have them. So it's this stronger version of belief that enables us to use geometry. And well, from what we see from our observations, it's just you can't really pinpoint the curve. That's all we're dealing with in a server.
Honestly, yeah, it's a good point. I think from what I've learned, it's sort of similar, but from what I've learned, and I could be wrong, but basically a belief being a propositional attitude, meaning there's a proposition that stands on its own. Like, for example, say you're observing like an apple on the table. What I mean by belief is that you're forming an attitude towards the proposition that there is an apple on the table. And I think when you say stronger belief, the way I understand it is that we can sometimes have stronger attitudes towards the specific proposition. And in this case, direct observation can provide grounds for a very strong attitude, as opposed to something like a belief in God, which, we obviously can't directly observe, blah, blah, blah. So I think there are degrees of strength with regards to the attitude we have towards the proposition. But regardless, I would say that there's no degrees of truth to the proposition. It is either going to be the case that it is true that there's an apple on the table, or not, because it's a proposition. And the attitude I have towards it is dispositional, I would say. So we don't really have control over the attitude we have towards the proposition. So even though, like I said, we can have a direct observation of something and have a very strong attitude towards the proposition about that observation, it doesn't mean that it's...
Can I interject real quick? So you're saying that if observations shows no curve, right? So if you were to do observations, do I get this correct, right? If you were to do observations now, and you were to get direct confirmation that the Earth is flat, like you would even fly up to space or whatever, and you'd see it's all flat. you would still hold on to the notion that it may be a ball. Do I get this correct? You would not be convinced.
No. What I'm saying is, if you were to fly up and see that it's flat, I think that now you would be, and of course, it's not necessarily going to be the case that you think like this. But if we break it down into like how the mind works, this is what I like the formal way that I'm putting it. There would be a proposition that your mind represents. You're not thinking about it, but it represents a proposition that the Earth is flat based off of direct observation. In this case, you flying in outer space, looking at it. And you have a very strong attitude towards that proposition being true. But you always cannot rule out the possibility. You can't rule out skepticism. There's always the possibility that you could be being deceived. All of your experience, like I said, you can't rule out that possibility. So even though you have this direct observation of the Earth being flat, and you really strongly believe it's true based on just the fact that you saw it with your own eyes, you cannot rule out the possibility that all of your perceptions being deceived. And so the best you're left with is providing on top of that, you can say, okay, well, I very much so, like 99.9% believe the Earth is flat now because I literally flew into outer space and saw it flat.
Mate, I'm gonna tell you one thing. If you're gonna tell to people in real life, I have a 99.9% disposition towards the belief that the Earth is flat. People are gonna call you a flat earther. And this is a Discord where there are flat earthers, you know? So if you're already at a level where you would be willing to accept evidence for a 99.9% claim, that would make you a flat earther, wouldn't it?
Wait, can you say that again? I'm sorry. I felt like had nothing to do with what we were talking about.
So according to pretty much popular belief, right, if you talk to anyone, if you were to tell them, I believe with 99.9% confidence that the Earth is flat, I can't rule out the possibility because I'm a Neoplatonist, but I'm like 99.99% Earth is flat. They're gonna call you a flat earther, don't you think?
Okay, yeah, probably.
Yeah, so then I would say, welcome to flat Earth if you're at that point, right? We're not dealing here with the 0.01%, which stems from, your philosophy, sort of. And even
I don't think that's what I meant when I said... Yeah, I don't think that's what I meant when I said 99.9%. I think maybe you misunderstood me, because what I was saying specifically is that when we have a direct observation, we're adopting an attitude towards a proposition based off of that observation. So when, for example, the example you gave of flying into outer space and looking at the Earth and seeing that it's flat, you're having a direct observation. And so now that attitude that you have towards the proposition is very strong. You have a strong attitude that's true. The problem is you're never going to know for certain whether it's true, even if you directly observed it. You can say all day, I know it's 100% true, but you can never know for certain, even though you directly observed it. Yeah. So you still need to provide a reason. You still need to provide a logical proof, a logically sound explanation.
There is also. I'm going to tell you two things, and then I'm going to check out, mate, okay? Because I have some other things to attend to soon. First thing is, what you've said, right? If you have a 99.9% belief in that the Earth is flat, that is contrary to what you currently believe. So if you stick around the server, you look into the topics, you might get your percentage change, so to speak. So maybe you'll get, interested in that. Because I do think that if I were like a 0.01% flat earther and I were to change to 99.9% flat earther, that's quite some, well-learned stuff. You agree? So that's what the server is about. We're not here about like the remaining 0.01%. That's important, right? And the logical reason, you say we have none. We do have one. The reason is that, let's say, everywhere around us, right? So flat globe Earth comes with the model of a cold and dead universe in which there are burning balls of gas and planets and galaxies and black holes and whatever. This is something we again do not observe daily. We do not observe any kind of void, like we just don't. And what we do observe, however, is a universe full of life and patterns and warmth and that kind of stuff. So the logical, that doesn't mean it's true, but the logical thing is to say, okay, probably that's true for the rest of the universe, right? So the logic from it being flat is essentially that what we're experiencing right now is the universe. There are no other planets, so to speak, right? It's like if you keep going to the left, you're still going to be on Earth.
Wait, you're saying it's true, but it's not true? I'm sorry, I have to correct you just to make sure I'm understanding. You said it's true, but it's not true.
In what part? Can you repeat that part? I
You,
didn't
you said
notice it.
something about how you said something about like it's logically. You said it's not true, but it's logically, and then you went on to say something, and then say it's true. Can you just repeat it again? I think maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, because sometimes you can use logic on observations, right? For example, I say, okay, I see that this apple is red, and the logic follows that it's not blue. But maybe I'm deceived because it's not red, but it got a red color. So even with logical reasoning, you can still make mistakes if your data is flawed. Okay?
Well, I don't think that's no. I mean, I'm sorry. I would like to follow from that, but the problem is with that example you gave is that the proposition that apple is red is I mean, it's not a necessary proposition. There's still a possibility where apples can be blue in some other possible world, right? Like, what is necessarily the true? Like, what makes it necessarily the case that all apples are red in every possible world? You could say at best it's like a synthetic proposition. It's all apples are red in this world. Yeah.
No,
well, that's not even true either. So it's like
what I'm saying is that logical reasoning does not always get you truth. In an ideal world, it would be. You get me? But in this world, if your premises, what you start your logic off with, right, if they are wrong, then your outcome of a perfectly logical reasoning could still be wrong.
Yeah, I know you're. Yeah, so you're. Yeah, I understand. But the thing I asked for
is that a yes?
Yes, but the thing I asked for was
so that was not a contradiction. What I said earlier.
The thing I asked for, well, it's valid. It's logically valid. Like, I agree. Things can be logically valid, but not true. But that's why I asked specifically for a logically sound argument, which entails that the argument is logically valid and true. So I asked for a logically sound argument for the belief that the Earth is flat, not a logically valid one. Logically valid does not mean true. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and what you're saying here,
so I'm basically asking for like a deductive argument. That's all I'm asking.
So I think I gave you one, right? A deductive argument. So we look at our universe, at the world around us, and from that we deduct that the universe probably is kind of the same. That's a deduction, right?
No, it's not. That's not deduction. So you gave me one premise and a conclusion. We look at the world around us, therefore you look at the world around us in the universe, therefore the world is the same. Is that what you said? It's not a deductive argument.
That's not therefore. It's a guess. You get me? It's a guess.
So it's an abductive argument then. You're making an inference to the best explanation.
Whatever we want to call it, but it's very difficult to do deduction when we don't have complete correct data. It's an approximation. It's an approximation of a deductive argument, but it's the best we can do. Because, if you had, let's say, the money to go and travel to Antarctica or whatever, or to do a trip from north to south to confirm that it's a globe, then you could get deductive reasoning going. But sadly, I'm not one of those guys who has the means to do so. So you shouldn't be asking it either.
I got a question.
Either.
Well, I mean, go ahead, it's not deductive. I just wanted to say that it's not deductive. But go ahead.
Yeah, but any argument for the globe also can be for that reason.
I could give you a deductive argument for the Earth being round. Easily.
Sure, go please.
I could just do a variation of the Kalam. Everything that it begins to... Well, I'd actually do it stronger. I would say, for everything that exists, there is a sufficient reason for its existence, such that the sufficient reason is modally necessary. That would be P1. And this is off the top. So there's a sufficient reason for everything that exists, such that the reason is modally necessary. Premise 2, things exist. Conclusion, there is a modally necessary entity. And so the conclusion follows from there being a principle that governs the conditions for which things exist, which is premise 2. And that because premise 2, and then the conclusion entails those two premises, I think. I might be... Yeah, that sounds like it's sound. Do you have an issue with that?
I got a question for you, Angst.
Okay, I just don't know if the other guy, he wanted me to give him an argument. I don't know if
Yeah, but I'll pass the stage to some other guy because I'm pretty sure that the other guys will probably say the same as I will. So I'll just pass it on. Okay. It's been nice talking to you. It's been nice talking to you. Angst. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, you too.
Yo.
Yeah, basically, I mean, I've been listening to the conversation here maybe for about an hour or so, but my question is, you know, I heard you speak about evidence and justification, you know, that there's overwhelming evidence and justification that the Earth is a globe, and that your main reason was photos from space, and that flat earthers should cope. And so I was just curious, could you expound on the evidence and justification that you have that we live on a globe? And if it is the photos from space, can you describe that a little more in detail?
Yeah, I don't think I said that there's like overwhelming evidence for the Earth being a globe. I did say at one point at the end of the conversation I was having with someone, I said something along the lines of like, oh yeah, there's pictures from outer space, and so, you know, therefore the Earth is round. Cope. I said something like that. So I was just joking. I don't actually. I wasn't being serious about that. I tend like to want to attack the position. Or supplement like the proposition that the Earth is round, or a globe specifically, through reason, like so ontological arguments from reason, not really anything scientific. So that's what I've been trying to do here this whole time.
I understand that. Well, I guess a second question would be, you know, going back a little bit, even childhood, before we got into higher realms of thinking and philosophy. What was the first moment where you believed that you were on a globe?
It was probably like the narrative that I was told growing up and stuff. I agree with that. Like the narrative being told by like my parents or school, I guess. I don't think my parents ever like taught me that. I'm pretty sure it was school. So.
Right. And naturally, and that's the majority of it. I mean, probably 100% of flat earthers have the same exact experience. And I guess my question is, do you think that that might have influence on your higher realms of understanding and learning, albeit that we try to be as objective as possible? Do you think that might actually have an influence on your state of mind, even as we learn, you know, philosophy and all of these things, that conditioning, that rootedness in the prior belief?
I'm not personally convinced of that. Like, I think we can definitely like completely change our beliefs as we get older. You know, I think people who were born like Nazis, for example, and stuff could have, you know, and I'm sure they have like grown older and, you know, gone away from those beliefs. So I don't think we're constrained to the beliefs that we're like brainwashed by when we're younger forever.
So what's your proof for the globe? Since the
so what is that justification and evidence then? You know, you spoke about it, and I know the photo from space, and you were joking a little bit. But what is like the most hardcore proof and evidence that brings you to the logical supposition that the Earth is spherical?
Well, sadly, I'm not going to be able to appeal to evidence as much as I'd love to, just because evidence is unjustified. So because I'm more of like
what is justified? You said that 100 times. What's justified to you, kiddo?
I'm not a kiddo.
If evidence is not justified, what is?
Well, you said the word justification.
Logically sound arguments, which would mean not
it sounds like you don't even believe in those.
Of course I don't know what you mean by believe in them, but they're logically valid and sound arguments are going to act as a...
Do you know what a circular argument is?
A logically valid argument just means that the conclusion follows from the premises. Like if we're talking about
so is there such thing as scientific evidence or not?
It exists as a concept, yeah.
Does it match reality?
Does it match reality?
Yeah, that's why we're here.
I don't know what it means to match reality.
Thank you.
You have to qualify that.
No, that was
okay. So using the concept, I just got one more thing, and then I'm done. I can. Yeah, well, we can pass it on to the next guy.
It's reality. If he's saying everything is an illusion, there's no way to go against that stance, because unless we can prove reality and what it is, which we can't, and he can't prove his simulation theory either, then just it's going to go in circles.
Yeah, and that's my point, is that it honestly feels that it's just the past hour and a half has been a circular argument, and that's kind of the problem with philosophy at times, because we can all shed our own hue and color and shade on our philosophical thoughts, but at the end of the day, it is important to kind of have some sense of concrete notion, like the idea of measurement, the idea of 6 feet, the idea of 2 feet, the idea of 1 meter, the idea of level, things like that a majority of people can agree upon, at least to build a house, to build a bridge, to build a train, things like that. And so I would like to maybe see if we could shift towards that more grounded common sense of conversation, because I really feel like it's going circular at this point. We're just circling around philosophical terms. I'd love to get practical, and I'm out. Whoever wants to take it next.
Which is why I was asking him about mathematics. So the observation of
logically.
The observation of mathematics. Angst.
Yeah.
The observation of mathematics, which is what I was asking about prior, right? Do you not measure your foot? How big is your foot? How tall are you? Are those things reality, or can those be also philosophized? Because I thought a ruler gave a measurement, a unit of measurement, and that was agreed upon. So are you going to reinvent those units of measurement?
Well, everything...
No, he's consistent with reality in itself, so that doesn't work.
I think everything exemplifies some degree of reality.
You can prove that without measurements. You can deduce it by thinking logically that if everything comes from something, then something must be there. I don't know if you believe in the aether or not.
That's actually probably the closest I've got to the answer I'm looking for on here, because what you just asked me, King's Clown, the problem is, of course it's going to exemplify some degree of reality, but it doesn't follow from that there is a mind-independent reality in which these measurements map onto or something like that. So I think that... Huh?
But again, no, what was just rendered is the fact that we're attempting to bring this conversation into the brass tacks, the observation of the numbers, okay? We're not philosophizing the numbers. We're not here to reinvent the unit of measurement, because those things exist, right? So we have, and again, have you looked into things like the Earth Curve Calculator to actually look to the known radius that's given to be able to look to see if the floor is actually deformating?
Hold on. When you keep saying the numbers, the problem is that I think it's important to analyze the truth conditions of numbers, for example. And I'm going to say that the truth conditions of numbers it's a priori. Numbers come logically prior to experience. The truth of the propositions comes logically prior to experience. And it's a series of counterfactual conditionals. So that's how I think it works. It's important to discuss that, and not in order to have a common understanding. It's going to radically alter the way we view mathematics and the differences we have.
Which is fine, and I can say that back. It's when you attempt to question mathematics, that's beyond my wheelhouse. So I'll withdraw. Sorry.
Again, you notice how I was not questioning mathematics. I was saying, in virtue of the fact of the truth conditions of mathematical propositions in general being a priori or logically prior to experience, I'm going to need some sort of deductive argument as to how these numbers
are going to constitute elements of reality and therefore demonstrate that there's a flat earth based off of their calculations. And you can't do so because you can't provide a deductive argument for the way that math works in that way.
Well, sure. How about the fact that 8 inches per mile squared does not exist?
Wait, what did you... 8 inches per mile squared does not exist?
Correct. Go find that curvature. Go find it.
So that's a conclusion. What leads you to that conclusion?
That's the mathematics they've given us. 8 inches per mile squared for the curvature of the Earth at 1 foot height, observer height. At 1.22 miles, the horizon should start curving downward. We have evidence against that.
If the truth of mathematical propositions is a priori and comes logically prior to experience, then you need to give me some sort of argument from reason as to how those elements are constituted in such a way.
Okay, do you have the wax out of your ears, Linda? I just told you that the globe mathematics tells us 8 inches per mile squared is the drop we should observe. When we go out to observe that drop, it is not there.
I'm basically asking to dumb it down for you. What makes that true? What makes that true? Is it just because a book tells you?
Observation, dipshit. You don't have to dumb it down for me, Linda.
Is Linda your wife's name or something?
Doesn't prove reality as a whole.
What makes that statement true?
Professor, teacher that have any of these questions figured out?
I want to know what makes the statement true that he just said.
Angst, do you believe you exist upon a globe of a certain size?
Do you think you evolved from a puddle of mud, Angst?
No. Not at all. Why?
Then pull your head out of your ass and go find 8 inches per mile squared and prove the globe.
Yeah, what makes that true? What makes it true that that's not the case? That can't be the case.
Because it's not observable over large bodies of water. There is no 8 inches per mile squared drop.
So it's not observable, therefore it's not true?
Dude, when you look
wow, I think he's got it. I think he's got it.
Can you observe... Hey, listen. Can you observe the proposition 1 + 1 = 2?
Hey, listen, Linda, I jump out of fucking airplanes, okay? At no height whatsoever is there any curve to the horizon.
Can you observe...
What do you do? Have you left your computer screen in the last 3 weeks?
Can you observe 1 + 1 = 2?
Oh my God!
Wait a second. It's fucking idiot. You're not even concept to tangible reality.
Just a retard.
Can you observe 1 + 1 = 2?
Angst. Why are you comparing?
I'm talking to the old man.
No. Why are you comparing concepts to objective reality?
He's saying he's saying if it can't be observed, it's not true. So I'm talking about.
He's referring to an objective reality, an object. Okay.
No, this is verbatim what he's saying.
He's not referring to a concept.
That's not what he said.
Your dumb propositions.
So if there are propositions that are true prior to experience and cannot be observed, but they're still true, then that would act as a defeater for his assertion.
Do you know what the difference between a concept and objective reality is?
Well, what's the difference?
No, I'm asking you.
Well, I don't think there is a difference. I think reality.
Well, then you've lost your marbles, bro.
How?
Sorry to say.
Is that a defeater?
No, you're completely disconnected from reality, and you can't be spoken
to ad homs. That's great. So you're resulting to logical fallacy.
No. It's an objective observation that you're clearly disconnected from reality at this point.
Are you trying to demonstrate the meta-conceptual sufficiency of logical structure by saying that?
What is one banana plus one banana?
Is it a sufficient or necessary condition?
1 + 1, kiddo. What is it?
Oh yeah, I was asking the old man who said that. What if you can't observe it? It's not true.
3. 1 + 1 = 3.
So old man.
No, I didn't ask you what. I didn't ask you what 1 + 1 was. I asked you what is if I have one banana in one hand and one banana in another hand. How many bananas are there? Not the conception of 1 + 1.
I'm talking to two different old men here. I'm trying to respond to the old man who jumps out of airplanes and whose wife divorced him. That's what I'm talking to. So
You said that what can't be observed it's not true if it can't be observed, right? So can you observe 1 + 1?
That's a concept. For fuck's sake, guys.
Can you observe 1 + 1 = 2? He's not going to answer.
You can't observe concepts.
He's busy jumping out of airplanes. Well, what about
you observe 800-meter depression over 100
What if everything we observe is constant?
Right. So next time you walk out in front of traffic, remember it's just concepts coming towards you.
Yeah, it is just concepts. That doesn't mean it's not real. That's the point.
Okay, Angst, can you observe 800-meter? Angst, can you observe an 800-meter depression over 100 kilometers?
Okay. Can you point me to where mathematics just naturally exists in reality?
Hey, you guys, I guess Biggie might have went AFK here. One speaker at a time. We're just going down the list.
Let's go one at a time and keep it civil. Please, go. Who's next?
This old guy
I'm asking.
His wife's
really quick, for the young man, when you result to ad homs, you automatically forfeit the argument. Thanks.
No, I'm not ad homing at all. He keeps calling me Linda.
Call people old man. Listen, 100 kilometers, I go out, walk out that distance, right? Where's the 800-meter depression?
What does that question mean? Doesn't mean anything.
Based on your mathematics of the model that you're entertaining, if I go out 100, you're entertaining those mathematics, so it has to be your model. I'm not entertaining them. So I'm asking you, 100 meters or 100 kilometer distance, there should be an 800-meter depression. Where is it? You asked me about 1 + 1. Ask us about 1 + 1.
What do you mean there should be an 800-meter? What are you talking about?
That's your globe mathematics.
Okay, so the world.
Have I made that claim that there's an 800-meter depression when you walk out kilometers or whatever? Have I made that claim?
Yeah. Yep.
Have I made that claim? I made that claim when?
Oh, hold on a second here. Let's remember.
I never said that.
Hold on. Let's paint the sides. Let's draw the line in the sand so everybody knows where everybody is. We're sitting here talking about real life. You're attempting to deconstruct the real life with an observation of a number that they give. Right? So I'm asking you, 100 kilometer distance out, there should be 742 meters depressed. Where is it?
Yeah, did I make the claim that there should be that 700 whatever meters depressed? Did I make that claim?
If you are here by the process of deduction, you're observing that number. In order for you to consider it and be educated on the matter, you should know your number that you're enforcing.
That's the claim you're making. What's the deductive argument?
It is
you said if you're here by the process, you said, just to clarify, draw the lines in the sand. You said if you're here by the process of deduction, then there should be this number. What is the deductive argument? That's a conditional you're giving me. If it's true, then there's a deductive argument contained within it. What's the deductive argument?
This is the commercially given number. Google it.
You said it's deduced. You use the word deduction. What is the deductive argument?
I deduce because we're here in this forum, right, with the observation of we're looking for that number that they're claiming. We can't find it. So you are either here looking for the same number to show that you can't find it, or you're here speaking for it. So I deduce that you're here supporting for it.
I'm not going to let you dodge. You said that there was deduction involved here. What is the deductive argument?
I deduce based on what you're saying. You don't see it like we do.
Okay, so you deduce it, right? You deduce it. What's the deductive argument?
At the very beginning, he said he's not on Discord. He doesn't know it's Wednesday, has no idea if it's October or not, is not even sure of any of this stuff. So to say that he's here for a reason, he doesn't even know if he's here or not.
Listen, that's not at all what we're talking about.
He's in the wrong forum.
That's not at all what we're talking about.
He's in the wrong forum.
I'm not going to let your friends help you dodge.
Into a flat Earth forum, dude.
I'm not going to let your friends help you dodge. You said you've deduced something.
Don't talk about you've been dodging everything. You've provided no evidence for your globe. You're just a silly little sophist that doesn't know where he is.
Let's move forward. Is there somebody else in the voice text to speak to us?
Yeah, it was kind of like a round robin trying to get this guy to say something that was testable. At one point, he did say that the Earth, he's got photos from space. But when you asked him to produce a photo, he couldn't. He couldn't produce a photo. He couldn't even say where he saw a photo or if he's even seen a photo. He just wanted you to cope with an idea that there could be a photo from space.
I just want to know if he knows the number he should be looking for.
He doesn't. Even math, he doesn't know if that exists or not. Like, numbers are not even a real thing in this world.
Well, if you can't entertain the numbers, then here's the thing. If you can't entertain the numbers, you shouldn't be shopping for furniture for the living room. Right?
I mean, I think the problem with this guy is also that he's like, the way at which he rattles pretty difficult definitions and, you know, stuff like that. It's even if he studies philosophy, you still got to write it out on paper. So I'm pretty sure that not all of the stuff he says, like that he actually knows what he's saying, you know. So kind of like a sophist rattling, but yeah.
No, it's like that.
Well,
like
and you have to ask yourself, like, okay, would these philosophical arguments work in a chemistry class? Would they work in a trigonometry class? You know, it's I think people compartmentalize when it's like these arguments would not work in other fields.
Yeah.
You know, you have to return to common sense.
Exactly. I really like how nowadays philosophy is 1 degree. Well, in the past, if you have to believe what this guy thinks about the Greeks, philosophy used to be the university. Like, if you're doing chemistry, that's philosophy. You're doing maths, that's philosophy. But this guy is like, nah, that's separate, and these like weird Platonistic beliefs, they only give me high grades for philosophy. But if I apply them to what is it, chemistry, as you said, then you get a low grade. I mean, I wouldn't want to hear about why that's possible, because, yeah, it's like, I don't know, like weighing 120 pounds on one scale and 250 on another scale. It's like, bro, the scale's got a problem.
Could you imagine being brought in for questioning by a court of law, whatever? You're going to speak as a witness, and then you're going to start attempting to theorize murder? Well, you know, it doesn't work.
That's how I started talking to him, like a witness on a stand. I said, hey, is your name Angst? And, you know, where are you today? Like, on the date of October 19th, where were you? And he couldn't answer that. There's no way he would even be able to testify on the witness stand. Because they would be like, hey, who are you? For the court, for the record, what's your name? Where, you know, what brings you here today? You know, tell us what you saw, what you heard. He couldn't be able to do any of that.
And if you can't answer those questions when you're in court, they throw you out.
It'd be contempt. Especially if he's a material witness.
Exactly.
I mean, the guy might say that it would give him a job at like some kind of a philosophy institute or whatever, but this kind of reason would also land him in jail, which is also a pretty factual thing, you know? It's like, it goes both ways, right?
I mean, they would order a psych test on someone like that.
Yeah, dude, but like in philosophy class, it's all like, yeah, seems good. Gonna give him like a B for his essay, because that's what they always give for an essay. Yeah. Anyways, I'm out, guys. Thanks for talking. Enjoy the evening.
Yeah, see you later, Roshan. It was good listening to you earlier.
Yeah.
Speaking of this dude.
Take care, Roshan. Always a pleasure, man. Be well.
Certainly. You as well, King's Clone. Have a blast, guys. You.
You think he does this type of shit when cops pull him over and they catch him doing 100? You know, it's like I was doing the limit.
Yeah, whatever government tells him, I think whatever government tells him, he just accepts. Like, government presented a photo from space, he just accepts it. Government presents to him, "In God we trust," he just accepts it. You know, whatever. So it's kind of like what this guy responds to. Virtual force is what only thing that gets this guy to move. How much pain can be he can avoid. So the cop pulls him over, says, "You're driving at this speed." He's like, "Okay, how much is the fine?" And he pays it. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's just whatever systems of power and authority can make him believe things that are not true, or that he even doesn't even perceive. He could say, I don't even perceive myself as being in a car. And the cop would be like, uh-oh, gotcha now.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? When people look back in the history and they say, oh, how could Stalin have gotten away with killing all those people or whoever? We take today's standards and today's system and we say, well, because today's standards and today's system didn't conform to those kind of ways of thinking, that therefore we can't imagine it in the past. But really all that's happening is that you've got conformists. You've got loads of conformists, and they will do, like you say, whatever the government tells them. And if the government spins it in a way like that, oh yeah, we've got to kill all these people and it's moral in some way, don't question it, you'll get millions of people going along with it and not questioning it. It doesn't actually matter what you're doing. And that is itself a concern.
If you say they gotta die, I guess they gotta die.
Yep.
Imagine the cop walking up to his window. License and registration, please. What is a license? Can a license really exist?
Where do you register your vehicle exactly?
Well, I mean, we do it today, don't we? We'll say like, oh yeah, we've got to bomb all these people in this country, otherwise, because terrorism. It's like, so they say terrorism, and then they say extremism, and then they expect you to just be okay with them murdering people. No, I'm not. Still not okay with that.
What he was saying kind of makes me think about like our human experience when we feel hunger or pain or whatever it may be. It's always just like a reaction, a chemical reaction, neurons firing, right? It's not really anything to quantify, really. Like, it's hard to wrap my head around what that could mean for my reality, that I'm not really experiencing the things that I'm experiencing.
Well, and I think that back to that point of how are people able to commit these atrocities, and you could very well see an individual with that mindset. Well, what is life? What is death? It's all the same, and with this lack of common sense, commit these atrocious acts as well, because kind of like this Buddhist philosophy that okay, life is illusory. But at the same time, Buddhism acknowledges that we also have an effect on our reality. And it's like you need 1 foot on earth and 1 foot in heaven. It's you can think in the clouds, but you also need to be practical.
Yeah.
I find it really interesting that I could care less if they want to continue thinking that the Earth is a spinning ball of water flying through space, but they obsess that it's not flat. I think that's hilarious.
That's slightly dishonest too, though.
And what I've found with I've only.
Sorry, I was just trying to clarify. Dishonest for them or for me?
Both. Because you want everyone to have knowledge and truth. You want everybody to know the truth.
Well,
otherwise, yeah. So that's all I meant. I meant it like not trying to come at, and I'm not trying to come at you or anything. But I agree with you, and I feel the same way you do. But I don't care, but at the same time, I care a lot, actually.
Yeah. Like I speak my truth quietly and clearly. If they don't want to accept that, that's their prerogative. That's all I'm saying. Like, if they want to continue believing putting 5 more rovers on Mars is beneficial to their neighbor, they can continue thinking that if they want. It's not going to bother me, but they obsess to prove to me that it's not what I know it is.
I mean, this is my only difference is they obsess, and they obsess with trolling us, right? But I obsess the same time. I just don't project it outward because I don't, I know. I mean, I do here with us, with us, but I know it's not going to go anywhere with them. But at the same time, I am obsessing about it. But at the same time, trying to, live with it. But it's a thin line, and I'm not the only one that feels that way.
I like
just know with the past.
Sorry,
the past like 3 months or so, I've been on this Discord, so I'm relatively new. But all of the arguments I've heard from the globe side tend to evolve into this circular argument of wordplay, of I don't know, just forgetting to be practical. It's exhausting at times.
I think my favourite quote from all Globers ever, which there's quite a few to choose from, but I think my favourite one is when that one astrophysicist guy said, "We're not working at the really is level." I just think it just embodies the whole philosophy. It's like we don't really care what actually, like we're not comparing anything to what really is. We're just trying to make something that fits itself.
Right. Trying to fit a circle in a flat peg, so to speak.
Yeah. I'm trying to put a sphere in a flat peg. Yeah. It's like, why would you not want to work at the really is level if you're trying to take reality? It's bizarre.
Well, and for me, I think you would probably get. It's probably why we don't see many engineers or anything like that. People of more practical, considerations with construction and things like that, because they would understand it a lot more easily.
Yeah, it's probably not worth it for like the higher ranking engineers to get involved in this, because they would understand the practicalities, and then they'd be the dumb flat earther who's worried about their job. It's just not worth it.
Exactly. Now, I have a question, since I am relatively new. I hear about
Kyle,
I understand more.
Kyle, you're chopped up, bro. We can't hear you. You're chopping up.
I'm sorry about that.
Try again?
You said that
clear. Am I clear now?
Yeah. Try again.
Yeah, basically just a simple equation that describes how the sextant is calculated. Like, I hear it all the time, and I know there's an angle on one side, but I'm just I could always Google it, but I'm chatting with you guys. If someone can explain it real quick. I'm behind the wheel. Otherwise, I'd be looking online or something.
Kyle, before somebody jumps in and answers you, so the guy who was in here, I had to step away. I had a phone call, but did he get booted, or like somebody handle that guy, or how did it go? Seems like old dude said it went to hell when I left. So
yeah, he spiraled. Yeah, he spiraled out of control. Started calling people like, "Oh, well, you're just divorced," and like your wife doesn't care about you, and you think you jumped out of an airplane. And at some point, I don't remember who he was talking to, but he said, like, I can deduce that the reason why you're here is to talk to flat earthers. and he just went spiral about what is your deduction method? I'm not going to let you escape from it. He just went on like a complete spiral. So I muted him, and then he left.
Yeah, I asked him about the whole him being here, the reason for him being here in terms of what he observes, and that's when I stated that I deduced that he was here because he was curious about the model. So I asked him about the 100-kilometer distance and for the 800-meter depression, which doesn't present itself. But he's all about deconstructing the numbers and the mathematics, so I don't know how we work with somebody who's so heavily drinking the sauce that they are all about the philosophy.
Yeah, he made it very clear when he came in here. I asked him the simple question, how do you know for 100% certainty that you're talking on Discord? Right? Because at first I said, are you talking on Discord? And then he went into a, like, I would say 4 to 5 minutes spiel on how his philosophy was relevant to the question. I was like, okay, so he basically has a justified true belief that he's talking on Discord. Like the end point from what that was when he said that. Okay.
Yeah, we were just going over that. Yeah. He went in circles.
Yeah, no, I told him on top of that. Yeah, you have a justified true belief you're talking on Discord. Okay. Do you know 100% certain that you're talking on Discord? Oh, but that's when things went just crazy. Well, we can't know that. What? Are you serious? Oh, okay, so we can't know 100% certainty that we're talking on Discord. But to a level of degree, we can know we're talking on Discord, but we can't know that 100% we're talking on Discord. Gotcha. So, okay. And he said this, right? This is coming. You could rewind the tape, but he did say that it doesn't matter if it's flat or globe or we're on a purple elephant. We don't know. That's what he said. And so I'm kind of exposing this idea that these people have with their silly philosophy that they should speak in these words that, you know, they're trying. He really put himself in a tilt at the end. I was following his train of thought all the way through. I don't think he believes what he's saying. I just think that these are the cunning ways that are put upon these guys who are learning this. He's a third-year undergrad, right? He's studying philosophy. So for him, this is some way of importance that it actually has merit to people to kind of like thwart their idea of like what we're doing. Because he started off, right, very visceral and saying that flat Earth is a parasite to the mind. So those are trigger words, you know, that he's using, right? So that we can be like, what do you mean parasite? And so, you know, and he just went on saying that because of the fact that we can't, and the way he was saying, if you listen to him, you can rewind the tape, but he was saying like, we shouldn't question the authorities. That is dangerous. Because I surmised what he said afterwards, and he kind of basically agreed to, yeah, it's like, so.
Yeah, the arrogance of academia.
Yeah, so, but then again, like coming to like where he actually burned the whole house down, meaning that everything was up for grabs. So you can't know it's flat, you can't know it's a globe, and you can't know if you're riding on a purple elephant. How do we know? Like, so 100%. So that's the thing. It's like he doesn't know that he destroyed his own paradigm in which he has a justified true belief in, because now he's saying, well, you can't know, right? So now everything's up for grabs. We don't know anything, you know, for certain. You can't reach a conclusion of like saying like I'm 100% sure I'm talking on Discord. You can't do that. In his paradigm, there's no way you can say that.
And to be clear, somebody like
right, there's other alternatives. It could be a simulation. Maybe we're just all people living in each other's dreams. Like who knows? Like there's the things that are coming out of this guy are far from reality, and that's how they like to keep you if you're following this guy's train of thought. Far from reality. And when anyone in here is saying, like Sasha was trying to make a point with the lake, what is a lake? Can we observe it? Is it tangible? Like all that. He went as far as to say as the lake is philosophy. And he said, what about a table? That's what Sasha's saying. And he said, it's also philosophy. Imagine that. So
somebody like that would get arrested, or how would they handle him in court?
Yeah, it's just...
It would fail the psyche, Val.
These are the ways that they keep the dream alive, ladies and gentlemen. That's how they keep the dream alive. If they keep it in a realm of like unobtainable, like you can't ever really know. But that same.
Do you remember the guy who said? It was like a couple weeks ago. He said I believe the Earth is a globe. I know the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove the Earth is a globe. He went into some diatribe like that. It's hilarious.
So this guy's no different, right, with the way he was speaking it. But I'm actually like, I like it that he's in here. I don't like that we mute him and throw him in the cage. Like, what? I mean,
right.
Like, keep him out here. Expose what he's saying to the world. Attack the argument, not the person. Like,
put him in the public forum.
Yeah. Show them what he's saying is utter nonsense. That's how you tar and feather somebody. Like, not the person, but the actual argument. You show him that his argument is weak. Like, even for the globe earthers that have like these valid points that they want to make, he's even denouncing them. So like, for them to say like, I support that guy. Well, if you support him, he just destroyed you too. You like that? He burned the whole house down. He took down flat earth and globe earth with it, and purple elephants and everything else that you can think of that the earth is. So he completely destroyed everything. And then he says, I win. And like, no, you don't. You actually lost everything, including your own thoughts about what you think reality is. So I gave him the role reality denier. And I'm not going to give him globe earth because he didn't represent globe. He represented somebody who doesn't know what reality is. So that is what he stands for. And furthermore, if he doesn't change his position, that's what he'll be exposed as in here, as far as the argument goes. So people will know him by his argument. And being a third-year undergrad for philosophy, he fails to understand reality as for what it stands for. We can never know nothing 100%, according to him. And, his long-winded explanations, and he went off to like, I guess it sounded like he was reading off of something, he was, but
it made me think that he had all his notes splayed out on a desk, and he was just kind of like going over, all the pontificating he's doing in his classes with his professors, and basically his cup was already full. He didn't come to pour anything in it. You know what I mean? Like he already had it all figured out.
Same thing, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely reading notes.
Even if that was the case. Yeah. So even if that was the case and he was reading off some script, we just destroyed that script into the fact that like we can't agree on what reality is. That means that how are you going to navigate this earth in any way, shape, and form without knowing things? I don't know if that's a dog in front of me or not. I better hit the gas. It might be a fluffy pillow. Like you have to have a way you can discern what things are and then know that they are, or else you're in trouble. Like, how are you going to discern things like, oh, that's fire. Let me put my hand in there. It might be ice water. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to die. Right. Like, there's no way you're going to be able to discern what reality is if you have that mindset. And so,
yeah, he just wanted consciousness and wanted to forget about matter.
Right. But in the same way he did that, the agenda was to burn down flat earth. His message was like, don't listen to these guys. It's a parasite for the mind. As he came in hot and heavy right at the very beginning, I'm like, go ahead and spew your nonsense. I'm going to destroy every argument. And hopefully I wanted you guys to do the same, like to show him. And he did a very good job of hanging himself, because when Sasha started asking him, what is a lake? Well, lake is philosophy. What is a table? It's philosophy. You see how that ridiculous that sounds? So even if a glober agrees with him, that glober that agrees with him will put him in the same camp as reality denier. I wouldn't even call him glober. They're denying reality, just like he does.
He did a 180 and turned around and said that that pictures from space are real, and didn't give a justifiable reason for it.
Right.
From authority.
That's why I'm trying to bring it back to that.
Yeah, because he said it because it's authority. The systems of authority presented it. So it in his worldview, that's the only thing that's true.
He gave me new faith. On my next date, I'm going to be super nervous because by his logic, I could still be a virgin.
In that reality, anything is possible. Anything. But this is what their logic and their reason rests on, that you can't know anything for certain. 100%. There is no such thing as that. There could be an alternative. You're really just someone who lives inside someone else's dream, perhaps.
And what did he kept harping on something? What was it, like logic precedes experience or some shit like that? I don't. But the thing is, his preconception of the globe model that's why I tried to ask him about his childhood. Like most of us, we grew up with that notion of outer space and the globe and the movies and all that. It's come from before your experience then, and the answer is it came from media. I mean, it came from the conception and ideas from mainstream.
Right. He said he believed the narrative.
He did, because he's saying, and if you want to boil down basically what he's saying about the globe is that they got a story you don't. I mean, if you want to make it concise, they got a story, you guys. He's like, he came in here, I'm waiting to hear your justified true belief. If it's good enough, I'll be a flat earther. And it's like, dude, what? Like, people are telling you, go out there and go see for yourself. And you're talking about just tell me a nice story. So long as it rivals what they have, you might have a winner here. I might convert. It's like, no. You got it all wrong. He's like, well, they have story of space. What do you guys have? Nothing? Okay. They have the story of the ISS. They have the story of like rockets going to, like, all this stuff that he like that stuff. He's believing. He said justified true belief in the sense of like, so long as the story matches up with the rhetoric that's been told to him, and it has some way in his paradigm making sense, because he's always told ever since he was little he lives on a globe, then there's no reason why he should deny that. And the new topic, which is flat Earth, would be the one that he has to have the justified true belief in.
Miggy, next time I will take another example. I will take example of food. I will say, let's perceive food. Some people perceiving food like something what is good for people and need for people, but some people perceive that the people doesn't need food and water. That means I'm perceiving that I will not eat anymore and I will not drink water anymore.
Right. The practicality of life is that our food, our belly needs food, our lungs need air.
But how you perceive?
But you can't know that 100%.
How you perceive food? Like me or like somebody else? I don't know.
This is, I mean, according to him, this is the paradigm in which, see, those guys are stuck. They're stuck in this idea. So long as they can outdo everybody in the sense of like, I could just make anything that I want about this paradigm, and I'll have reasoning behind it because we can't know everything 100%. Therefore, I can make up whatever I want. So that's how their circular logic goes. So long as we can't, if I can keep you in the realm of where I'm at, right, which is we can't know anything 100%, there's always room for error. You say that it's a globe? Nope, sorry. It could be a purple elephant that we're riding on. These are his words. You could be riding on a purple elephant right now. How do we know we're not?
No, all this story, Miggy, is because we are experienced as flat and stationary, and because of that, maybe our senses are telling us wrong,
Yeah. Well, and I like the idea of the starting axiom. It's like, okay, well, let's say all of our senses, they might be off or this or that, but at the same time, we're all experiencing a base axiom of illusion, if you want to call it illusion. Whether we're on the back of the elephant or wherever we're at, we still can measure 6 feet. We still can measure, using a level. I mean, whether it's an illusion or not, it's agreed upon illusion. So, okay, let's argue it's an illusion. And what's the most truest illusion then?
I always get them because these guys, they think they're so crafty in the way they speak, but they sound like utter fools when they finish saying their long-winded explanation as to what they perceive reality to be.
Dude.
So when they come in here, it's a joy for me. It's a joy because I want people to realize that the gobbledygook that you're there sitting for as a third-year undergrad is nonsense. Utter nonsense. Some of it applies to just thinking in that philosophical sense, but has no relation to reality when we start talking about how we know things are what they are. Or if you're experiencing, reality like we are. Are you talking on Discord? Yeah. Do you know that 100% sure? No. Like, that's weird, right?
Very.
Because you can...
I want to ask, can you build a house using philosophy?
It's funny. I would say this: there's people, and I'm gonna call out some people in the YouTube live stream. If you're in there and you agree with angst, then you should be a reality denier as well. You're not a globe Earth person. You don't know if the Earth is a globe or not. You can't be 100% sure. There's no possible way that you know that. But if you denounce angst in the way he thinks, then possibly you might have at least, I would give you a belief that you think the Earth is a globe and with some valid points. But if you're with angst, then all bets are off. It's anything goes at that point. So if you take the standpoint and support him, then you are a reality denier, just like he is. And that's what you'll be labeled from here forward, reality denier. Until you say that you're not anymore and you've come to your senses, then, of course, you'll just remain that from this point forward. So yeah, if you're a globe Earth person and you think that, the Earth could be something else other than globe because we will never be certain, then yeah, you are definitely because think about it. You're advocating for something that you don't even know 100% sure you know of. So YouTube chat, if you are in there, NASA, I'm going to call you out. If you're that way, if you agree with angst, then you deny the globe as well. Because he said, we don't even know if the Earth is flat. We don't know if it's a globe. We don't even know if we're riding on a purple elephant. There you go. Reality denier. Have a nice day.
Well, and I would encourage anyone in the chat, come on to Discord. Let's talk about it. Let's get in the open forum and see what you have to offer.
I wanted to ask him what his mentors or his professors or whoever is teaching him this stuff, like, what's their final word on it? Like, what does it all lead to for them? Because, like you said, I think they're filling his head with nonsense, and then, they don't have any idea what they're talking about either. They're just filling his head with nonsense. There's no answers that could be sought through that line of thinking. And I'm sure that whoever he looks up to doesn't have it.
NASA, you think you have an argument in your YouTube live stream chat, typing away at your keyboard? Why don't you come in here and talk to us about how you deny reality yourself, so that we can know the true nature of your denial? I just don't sit behind a keyboard. Listen, I'm gonna sweep the floor here. I'm gonna mop it up a little bit so we can clean up from the last bloodbath that we had with this guy that was in here who didn't even understand what reality was, and we'll go ahead and bring you in. You think that you have everything you want to talk about? Well, come on in here, belly up to the bar, and I'll give you the floor. I gave Angst the floor. He was in here for as long as he was.
Let's do this.
Let's go. Why be typing when it's so easy to let 40 people that are listening on the live stream be able to hear you out? Go on, get it out. You got the winning hand.
He's a guy who works for Looney Tunes. Like, I saw this thing before where he got booted and doxxed. There's a guy on Looney Tunes site who says that the only thing that happens here is people get doxxed.
Go ahead, NASA. Come on. I'm calling you out, man. You're talking about like we don't know what we're saying, and point out our wrongdoing and what we're saying. The guy was burning everything down. So, are you not up for the challenge? Are you not wanting to come in here? Is that what it is? You just want to type on your keyboard? That's fine.
His whole line of reasoning was just ridiculous, though. Like, he would be the perfect and ideal North Korean soldier for, like, Kim Jong-un. Where it's like, oh, if you dare question that he's our supreme leader, then you're going against the narrative. Therefore, you're a parasite.
Yeah. This is he was calling it out, Derek. He said that term was actually used about 3 or 4 times in the way his introduction was when I gave him the floor. He was saying it with boldness, like he said it from his chest. Like, that's a parasite for the mind. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And because I already knew his position from the previous engagement that he had here. So I knew where he was going. He had no chance. So I just want to let him spout off his disdain for the flat earth, because that's all it is. It's just disdain that he has. There's no evidence that he has. He didn't bring forward. He didn't have any supporting evidence for the globe.
None. He said there was no justification for the flat earth, and then we asked him for justification of his, and he provided nothing, some philosophical answer about nothing.
Well, he said pictures from space and that we need to cope.
And he wanted a logical argument. He didn't care about measurements or observations.
Well, and it's like he didn't
He
care
wanted
to
logic
give
to present.
or he didn't care to give evidence for his pictures from space, but demanded that it just must be true because that's part of the authoritative narrative. Not because he can prove it.
Oh, this is rich. Let me take a screenshot of this. Hold on, NASA.
Like logically, you can deduce that the aether exists, and I was trying to ask him about that, but I guess I wasn't getting through.
There you go. Check that out. Look what I put in live stream voice text.
Yeah, that's a victory shot right there. That's a money shot.
What trolls? Who's on your back? You think we're gonna chase you down? Oh my goodness. Who's gonna follow you, man? Like, none of us will. I don't think any of us will. Like, shoot, none of us gonna be like, dude, you gotta know it's flat.
The opposite has been true in my experience.
Are we? What? I think it's the opposite, man. You guys troll us. Like you love to hate.
Oh yeah, they do. Yes, they do.
You love to troll. We don't. I don't care. Dude, if you come in here and you leave, I'm not gonna be like, man, where did that guy go? Let's go find him. Where's his foxhole at? Like, I don't care.
We gotta make sure he knows it's flat. He's so important to the truth, and the truth will defend itself whether or not this kid has an attitude about it. For real.
This guy really said he was doxxed. That's what he said.
I just I don't care, man. Yeah, it does make it seem like it is. You are. I don't have to make it seem like you're scared. Dude, you are. You're shaking in your boots right now if you got any. You don't want to come in here. It's like none of you guys do. All you guys do is know how to punch on a keyboard and try to start up a conversation there and, discussion. But you don't want to come in here and provide evidence, man.
You know what it is? It's wasted intellect, the anti-flat earther. 100% squandered intellect. Sad to see.
Squandered, for real. Now, come on. I don't... Really? Oh, my goodness. Nobody put a price on your head. Why? Because you believe the earth is a globe? Oh, come on. Like, guys, it's not even...
Someone put a price
my years of Epi, I've never seen another Epi actually try to dox a glober. Never seen it.
For a glober? Yeah, I know, Spake. That's what I'm talking about. Like that. Wow.
This guy jumped the shark and then did a backflip.
Because he provided evidence that the earth is a globe, apparently, on that sentence that Spake put in there. I don't know. Who knows, man? Like, why? Present your number one proof of FE? Why don't you come in here so I can talk to you about it? How about that? I don't want to have a chat versus voice conversation. Get in here. I'll tell you voice to voice.
That is just...
He's trying to make the whole thing look stupid by cornering you into responding by voice to his text. He's like trying to ruin the whole thing. Yeah.
No,
anyway, does anybody want to come in? Anybody want to come in and have a voice conversation like big boys and big girls?
Nah, they just want to keep keeping on the YouTube channel.
Wait a second, Miggy. Who asked that question, Miggy?
NASA.
Hold on.
They
are an acceptable loss. You don't have to pay attention to them in this live stream. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, I'm exposing them because they want to hide behind that chat and speak about this chat. And so I'm actually putting them on the spotlight. Like, okay, you're back there. Come on up. You don't want to come in here. Oh, why is that?
Hasn't that guy NASA or NASA been in here for the last 3 days? For continuous time periods?
Oh, in here? I'm not sure. In this Discord?
In the YouTube chat. Sorry, in the YouTube chat.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, at this point in time, don't you think that he would have gotten your number one argument by now if he's been listening all this time? He's got at least like 6, 7, 8 hours underneath his belt by now. Like, brother, come on. Miggy's told you what his number one argument is multiple times.
Nah, Kiwi, the powers that shouldn't be press the reset button on these guys every night, man, and then send them out the next day with the same script, so...
They don't have,
Got it.
They don't. It's like they lose all memory, right, of the previous times before. They just come in here like, "What? What are you talking about?"
Some of them have been in there for years, man, and they still say the same shit day in, day out.
They show absolutely no progress in learning or evolving their argument whatsoever.
Absolutely.
So that would be the definition of an NPC then.
And to further that,
a paid show, whatever.
If to further that, I'd say for the 45 people that are listening, if there's any amongst you who don't think that the Earth is a globe, or they do, we'd like to have that conversation with you. But jump in here, man. We want to talk to you. Nightbot is putting the link for the Discord up. I definitely want to have a talk with you about if you think the Earth is a globe, you're on the fence, or you think that it's flat. Either way, we're going to find out the evidence behind each and every one of those that I just said to support your claim on what you think. So we can have a conversation here, talk about it, and you guys can interact with us. I'm always keeping it civil, so I'm actually pressing people to come on here, but at the same time, if you do have a conversation with me, I'm going to destroy the argument and not you. So we'll still keep the conversation civil. And also, there's many people in here who would like to have a conversation with you as well. So by doing so, you'd be able to engage with everybody here and know what our positions are. So if you're in the audience, 48 people now, we're getting more and more. Let's try to shoot for 100. Why not? Let's go for it. We did 53 yesterday. I think we can go to 100 at some point. Invite your friends, share the link, get the link out to everybody. We have good discussions in here, guys. We challenge people's ideologies of what they think the Earth is. And also, we like to invite NASA, who's telling me to stop. No, I ain't going in. That's fine. You don't have to. But we'll invite the 48 people that are watching at the moment to come in here and join us. There's a lot of discussion here to be had. Maybe some misconceptions about flat Earth. Perhaps some real good debates about, globe Earth. But either way, we'll get to the root of like what truth is and be able to, amongst ourselves, have some great discernment within these discussions. So with that, is there anybody that just joined us? Let me see. Lucky Effie, I haven't spoken to you. You have Flat Earth tag. Welcome to the chat. If you're here, Lucky, that is. I'll go down the list. Adam's probably chilling out at work. Ball Kickers joined the chat last time since I was here. Chili's with us, hanging out. Chris V, Conspiracy, Ever Vigilant. Crypto Sosthenes changed his name because that's the topic of the week, I guess. Eratosthenes. But definitely call you out on your fallacies. Dave Hinkle, he's at work probably. What's up, Dave? Derek Nelson's joined us in the chat. Fake Professor Waterball. What's up? What's up, Derek? Glat Flobe, Ever Vigilant. All right, Eratosthenes is there. He's there. He's listening. Iron Horse has joined us. Julius J, he's at work for sure, but still listening to us. Kiwi, he's got some words about the floor to have with you if you want to come in here. Lucky if
let's talk about the foundation. Thanks.
Lucky if he's joined us also. I haven't spoken to you. Welcome. Morvis, Morvis. He's a faithful listener. First time, what is it? Long time listener, first time caller. What's up, Morvis? Obvious it be. What's going on, man? Plegman is in here. Quetz is in here, and Sasha. Yeah, welcome, man. We're having a great day. We got 47 people listening to us. Show them and displaying to everyone that listens to us that we're gonna provide some evidence for what we're saying, and also demonstrate to the world that the globe does not exist at all. So, welcome everyone. If you want to chime in.
Well, I do this because I want to protect those who would be deceived from being deceived as best I can. And I think one of the best ways to do that is to keep it simple with Earth curvature. If there can't be any Earth curvature found, and be honest with yourself at this point, guys, come on, there isn't any curvature. You're struggling just to keep an argument alive. I digress. No curvature, no globe. And I don't know, life started to get a little sweeter after that ability to break through to actual discernment of the world around me. And, it started with noticing that my senses, none of them alert me to my reality being a spinning ball. My senses don't tell me, hey, you're on a spinning ball, and here's the endless list of reasons how you should already know this. Lastly, I'll say, had no one ever told me that the Earth might be a certain shape, I would never have assumed the shape in the first place. Thanks.
Yeah, there's a term that I've always remembered. That's people from the South in the United States. If you step on a cat's tail, they're going to holler. Yeah, soon enough, you'll hear them say something in the live stream voice text chat that is just utterly crazy. But this is what he looks at in his reality. Now, consider that if you will. But yeah, that's what he says. It just got pushed up by Chile. But it says there, you can see effects of curve, plane ride, ships going off to sea, etc. That is NASA's just, I guess, summary of like what he means. What are seeing the effects of curve? Effects? You're crazy, man. What curve?
Let me get this straight. So I don't have to find the banana if I just see effects of a banana?
Yeah.
Is that right? I don't have to find that banana. I just have to say, hey, check it out. I think a banana's been around here. Okay? I see some banana resin left.
I feel the effects of a banana that was sitting on this counter.
What are the effects of a banana? Like you see someone like fell over in the middle of the street, but like, oh, must have been a banana there sometime.
Yeah, exactly. I can be around. Listen, I can be around my kitchen corner, right? I can not only see around that corner because of the refraction in the room, but I can see where a banana has been. The effects of a banana. I can assume all of these things. Isn't that wonderful? This is fantastic.
He says, hey, oh no, get this. He says, Gladflow, that is a false analogy. No, I don't think so. That's right.
Actually, I broke it down pretty simply for the audience because you can't seem to do anything like that about curvature, can you? I'll rip you apart, man. Don't worry about that.
He wouldn't know which way he was going, man. Like if he comes in here, like, no. Bro, like, I'm serious. You guys with your ideas?
Couldn't be bothered, to be honest, with a group of people.
Everybody's like, how? You know, like.
See, that's why these guys are a liability to like the heliocentric model. Like the experts told them, stop. Okay? Yep. Stop talking. Okay? Each time you open your mouth, you damage science. Yeah. This is why people are starting to look at systems of authority, because if people started listening to people regurgitating what they thought they heard. I don't know who told them that. Where did he come up with that?
Well, that's why the experts don't engage either, or so-called experts, because, they know they would look dumb. Not just look dumb, but sound dumb. They can't justify what they try to convey.
Well, that's why I like the we're not working at the really is level thing, because it's very honest and very dumb sounding all at the same time. They don't care about what really is. They care about fitting a model to a worldview. Like the actual nature of reality doesn't matter to them.
Yeah, they live in their minds,
You interesting to see if this NASA chap comes in for a quick chat.
Hey, Crypto, he says this, though. Experts have no time for your ad hocs.
Oh, right.
That's convenient, isn't it?
Did he mean ad homes?
Oh, this is rich. Miggy and Gladflow and others have their well-polished script and sound confident and are smooth enough talkers in order to win, in quotations, a debate.
Right. Yeah, that literally describes Globers.
I mean, wow.
I'm not sure about you guys, but I just kind of rolled out of bed and hopped in the voice chat. I don't know anything about the script.
Yeah, you guys.
You know what Healy needs to do with that chat, Miggy? He needs to have like a run it, like the Nightbot needs to have a message that just comes every 30 minutes or something, just with these names you see there every day, and just have a counter of how long they've been there, like Trillion 4 years, NASA 6 months, you know?
Yeah, believe it or not, man, this is all coming straight off the dome, brother. There's in any script I'm running off of, except for the one that I've been doing for 9 years now with you guys. I've engaged in so many discussions that I don't even have to have any script. I can perceive your argument like 3 paces in front of you. You wouldn't even know. That's why. I already know. We've been down this road so many times. You guys are the ones on the script. I'm like, yeah, I know what you're going to say next. And you're like, no, you don't. I'll go ahead and say it. You're like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, see, told you. So it's easy. You guys are so triggered by stuff. You don't have any evidence for the case for the globe. That's simple. I'm not trying to make you join the server, bro. If you got nothing to present, then sit there in the chat and keep typing away. You're just going to be just like the sideline fanboys to the ones who actually belly up and come in here. Those guys who come in here, whoever they are, even if they are trying their hardest to say what the globe is, at least I give them credit for coming in here. You, on the other hand, you're just like a bleacher. Like, you got pom-poms and waving at people. Yay, go team. Oh, team, hurry up. Get it right. They got nothing. A burden of proof is on me? Oh, that's rich.
Oh, that's so not correct.
Wow.
I thought it was the person making the claim that had the burden of proof.
That's
weird.
Oh, wow. Please let me take a snippet of this thing here. The globe has been verified for centuries by explorers. Where have you traveled to?
I wonder if those explorers used sextant to navigate the waters that they explored.
Oh, you just shush up now. No, I'm just kidding.
Blasphemy. Triangles? What is this you speak of? Mathematics? Pshaw.
All right, there's 49 people. We're reaching the 50 mark. Let's go. Everybody's listening. Come on. This is your big, I always say this. This is your big moment, Globers. You can come in here and there's how many people are in this chat right now? There's 49 listening. We got 20 in here. Well, not including the live stream bot. That's 19. We got 19 in here, 40 in there, 50 now. Yes, sir. We got 50.
Let's
hit that 50 mark. Let's go.
This is NASA's golden opportunity to make a globe argument to 70 people.
I mean, what a hallmark! What a message somebody would have if they'd have the gumption to set foot in this server. Plus, I give you the floor. Yeah, they might say like, "Nah, that's not right," but still, you'd have the opportunity to say what you want thoroughly. Tell us. No, I didn't walk back on the invitation for you to join. As a matter of fact, I'm saying if you want to join, go ahead. Let me know what your name was in here. so I can unban you if you're banned.
Get the VIP treatment.
No, for sure.
Well, the red carpet.
Breeze on true.
It wasn't that easy, but we listened to Angst, and he was pretty long-winded. I don't think you'd be that long-winded, so not unless you're going to be saying the things like him and denying reality. But I have hopes for you. As I said many times, I made the mistake of coming in there before. What mistake?
Ego is a lot to swallow when it gets embarrassed.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
It's only as unfortunate as the person that it's tied to. If that person can walk in with no ego, they don't get embarrassed. So come on in, man. Remember, enlightenment, there's no ego attached to enlightenment. Humble thyself.
Definitely. You got 50 people watching, listening, waiting. I don't know. It's, these opportunities that you guys have that you rather mash on a keyboard than come in here and just set the record straight. Be easier, huh? At any rate, we got people that just joined us. So if you're just joined us right now, Marthoth's just joined us. Lucky FE, if you're there, what's up? Marthoth, what's going on, bro?
Hey, what's up, Maggie? Not much, just listening in, Was hoping there was going to be some, globe arguments, but...
Well, there was semi. I wouldn't call it a globe. We'd have somebody who denies reality was in here. There's a...
Plus, if it's part of the official narrative.
He's a third-year undergrad and learning philosophy, so he wanted to test the metal in a room full of critical thinkers where he kind of bit off more than he could chew at the end of it, I guess. He spiraled out. One of the questions I asked him is, hey, do you know that you're talking on Discord? Can you know that you're talking on it? He's like, yeah, we can have a justified true belief that we're talking on Discord. But actually, what I just told you right now, it wasn't his response. His response was like 4 minutes long of, philosophy mumbo jumbo. I mean, his way of trying to explain how it's possible that he's talking on Discord. And then I followed up with that. Like, can you know for certain that you're talking on Discord 100%? Well, not really. And that's where everything fell apart. When you can't know 100% that you're talking on Discord.
But I thought you went to your store, whether it be the Google shop or the Apple shop, iTunes, and you typed in DISCORD, and the app came up, and you clicked it, and you downloaded it. So you agreed to the conditions and all those fine things. So the developers of the application named it Discord. You agreed to download Discord. And now you've clicked on the application Discord to open up Discord and gone into the flat server. And you're now questioning whether or not you've used Discord? What? How does that make sense?
He was questioning whether or not it was even Wednesday or the 19th of October.
He did question that, didn't he?
Yeah.
I like it. It makes the it makes the argument that we have like that much more sweeter. To like we're not gonna destroy the globe. You're gonna destroy it. And sure enough, like clockwork, he did. How do we know we're on a flat Earth? How do we know we're on a globe Earth? How do we know we're on a purple elephant? We can't know anything. He said that with all boldness, in quotations, quoting him.
What he does know, though, is that if you challenge any system of authority, that is a parasite of the mind. That's the word he used, right? The parasite?
Yep. Said flat Earth was a parasite.
Hey, Spake, you know what's weird? No one cares about that guy. He makes it sound like you guys are just going to hate on me if I talk about the information. It's like, dude, nobody cares. Do you have evidence? Okay, well, come on in. You don't? Off you go. And like somebody's going to follow him, like whatever chat room. What chat room did NASA go into, man? We got to figure this. No one cares, dude.
Go as you were. Still your lies. Whatever it is you do.
He brought you NASA videos, like, you know, them telling you that there's an exoplanet out there. Get all excited how the next neighboring Earth-sized planet that's near us is only 2 billion light years away. Our neighboring planet. Like, no one cares. $51 people listening on the live stream. We're coming at you live, raw, unfiltered, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Dum-dum-dum-dum. That's just me. I'm putting a little spin on us hanging out. Because, man, we got like 50 people. Inquiring minds want to know, is the Earth a globe? Absolutely not. But if you want to have a conversation with us and talk about it, you're welcome to do so. Nightbot is putting the link up. You know, scroll up, look for it. It's there. Click on it, jump in here. That's crazy, man. Right on cue, Nightbot came up and put another link up. That's synchronicity.
Thought that you can debate the truth. Ha!
I love it.
You can't debate the truth.
You can't handle the truth. And that's true for most people because they can't.
Oh, man.
Well, he's right about that. You can't debate the truth. That's why we sit back and casually talk about it while they spiral and talk in circles and diverge and obfuscate and whatever they do. I mean, it's completely obvious every single time, and it just happens time after time. You'd think they learn a thing or two from each other like we do, but it seems like they're all on their own.
Afraid about being doxxed. For what? Because I'm sitting right here comfortably and calmly, and what we observe, man, stupid ass people. Come on, man. Sorry, I'm sorry, stupid ass people. The observation, not the people. I apologize for critiquing the people.
The thing about dropping that dox thing, it's like this victim status that he's able to roll out.
Yeah.
That somehow Flat Earth has harmed him. But yet he keeps coming back. Keeps coming back day after day.
Or seeking him out, which I don't think anybody is here. Nobody cares.
We got better things to do. As I said to him, he's one of 8 billion people. We're not trying to redefine anything for just you. You're one of 8 billion. That's why I went to post up the definition of mathematics to see if we could just hold him accountable to something. Otherwise, we might as well just go into the insane asylum, pick out any contestant, bring them on down. No, I didn't do a good job. Never mind.
Well, it's like Effie is a threat to his career choice, and so, but then he turns it around and takes it personal.
Yeah, for those of you guys who weren't here yesterday, we had an aerospace engineer who was studying to be that. Anyway, he's an undergrad. Yesterday in the afternoon, his name was Eric, and he was talking to us about why his belief in the globe was so strong. And he really didn't have... He lied about a few things, right? Claiming that the blackbird actually has to dip its nose down around the curve of the Earth. And everybody was like, ooh, show us that information. Show it to us. Citation, please. Everybody was wanting to know. And we're all geared up like, man, finally we got some documentation of them saying that they're actually dipping their nose down. And the blackbird was going to be the proof for that. But guess what? Just like the Price is Right losing horns. He didn't have it. It didn't have it. And he said, I misspoke. I'm going to have to recant that. No kidding, dude. Like, there isn't nothing that you have there that's going to tell us that planes are dipping their nose down. Utter nonsense. And you said the Blackbird's doing it when none of the other ones are? Huh. Interesting.
I think Bob cleared that up with an actual jet fighter pilot on Globebusters. It's actually when you punch in Globebusters on the YouTube, it's the main video that's presented.
I'm more impressed they used the word recant. I mean, that's practically doesn't exist in Glober's, vocabulary.
So he was actually taking a position of being somebody who's studying in the field for aerospace engineering. He was a bit condescending, but it was something we can deal with, right? So long as we're not triggered and be like, calling him names. We're attacking the argument. And I even told him, dude, you're getting in your feelings, man. He's like, oh, apologize, man. Sorry. But then, moving forward, it's like, still didn't bring, and I asked, simple things that we usually ask. Go ahead and show us the radius, diameter, circumference, how they got that information. Of course, you didn't have that, right? What we did understand of his perception was that he thinks that a mathematical construct is reality. So if it's on a piece of paper or it's somewhere like on a computer screen, that is reality. You don't got to go check it out. Just because it's already, the math works out, well, then that's what it is. That don't make sense to none of us because you're like, okay, well, the math has to correspond with actually going out into the field and seeing if that math represents what you're doing. That's somebody that's logical would think that. Oh, no, not this guy. He's like, no, that's good enough. As long as it's on a piece of paper and it works out, everything checks out mathematically, you're good. And I was like, dude, math isn't reality. Hand me the number 2 if that's true then. Or the number 5. How about the number 7? Can you give that to me? No. Math is a language, it's a description. So you can't do that. Like math is it's a useful tool that you're using when you're actually describing what reality is. But it isn't in and of itself reality. That was a jagged pill there for him, but still, he just doubled down, hung out. Nah, math is reality. No, I believe it's just on a piece of paper. That's what it is. Which is fine because at that point he's just believing. But taking him through those points and having him realize all that just like made it all so real for him. Like having a discussion with us. And him, like all the other guys that come in here, pat themselves on the back and say the things like, no, I think I destroyed you guys. And we're like, where? You didn't do anything. He's like, well, there must be one guy out there that hears me, what I'm saying. And it's like, yeah, that Earth is a globe. I don't think so. You didn't convert anybody. I told him you probably made them turn into flat earthers for listening to you, provide no evidence.
That is actually how it happens. A lot of the time.
No worries, man. We're coming in pretty charged up. It's been an eventful week so far. We're keeping this moving forward. We got 52 people, man. We're about to break yesterday's stream, which was 53. If we can do that, we're well on our way to 100. We need 100 people in here, guys. Oh, and by the way, shout out to Helio. Helio's the man. He's got this stream going up for everybody every single day. Just a little plug for Helio because he's always, in there and he's got this stream up for everyone. If you do like the content, people in here and the Flat Earth Discord, we're on every day. If it's not me, it's going to be other people in here. Great minds are in here. Lots of intellectual people that know what reality is, right? That know that 100% they're talking on Discord. You'll be talking to those guys that can identify what reality is. So you're in good hands. And if you do like that, look at Helio's link there. I think Nightbot is putting it up, and you can contribute to him. Shoot him a couple of dollars. You don't have to, but it's kind of cool that you do. So it's a little plug for Helio because he's always doing great work. And we want to keep this channel running smooth for him, and trying to keep the lights on, fellas. So just go ahead and do that. It really helps him out because somebody that's been having a stream up here like this for quite some time, it's kind of cool. So if you do, just kind of shoot a little something his way. And the link for that is in the Discord too, and it's also in the YouTube live stream. So yeah. But if you do want to have a discussion with us and you think the Earth is a globe, also come in here, because we got 50 people watching the stream right now. NASA chiming in again. Again, I do things anyone can do. There is no work I need to do, as the burden of proof is on flat Earth. No, not the globe. Interesting.
That's literally their only tactic. They just sit there all day, like flipping everything around.
Yeah, they do.
They project onto us exactly how every single glober believes in all their deceptive and fallacious ways. And then they flip the burden and all this.
Yeah, the burden is supposed to be on them, but they say, oh no, it's on you.
I do want to welcome Lord Plum, has just joined us. Lord Plum, I'm going to unmute you. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. How you doing, man? Do you think the Earth is a globe? You're on the fence? Or perhaps you think it's flat? What is your perspective, Lord Plum?
Hi, guys. I'm new here. Yeah, I'm just thinking new things and like open to everything and just like experience and trying to know different things, right? I'm just new here, bros. Keep talking. I like to hear.
So how did you hear about us, Lord Plum? Were you listening on the live stream and jumped in, or how did you find out?
No. One friend invited me, Chimera. I don't know, Breaking Track. I don't know if you know it. Yeah, I'm just like, okay, is my friend in real life? I'm just, okay, let's see what people are talking about the globe and if the Earth is really flat. I don't know. I'm just here to see, bro. I'm not here to being people discuss. I don't know what people.
Well, it's good to take a position of listening, but as an introduction, Lord Plum, I'd say that we want to get to know who you are. That way, we can identify. Hey, this guy thinks this way.
Oh, okay.
We can't assume what you know. So that's why I asked. Do you think the Earth is a globe? Do you think you're on the fence about it, or do you think it's flat? Like either way, you're gonna tell us, and then we're gonna go from there, knowing that you know.
Okay. I think for now, I think it's a globe.
Okay. Is there any reason behind that?
Just because I learned that in school, and just it's everywhere. Like people trying to tell you from when you are born, the Earth is a globe, and just that. And now I'm seeing different people talking about different, if Earth is really flat or I don't know. I'm just seeing like mathematics stuff, and then I don't know. I have a degree in like systems and network and manager, and like I'm trying to see what people are talking. So much people talking about the Earth is flat or don't. I don't know. I'm just here to see what are you talking about.
Well, my friend, we're talking about the shape of the Earth claim, which is the claim that the Earth is a globe. Now, we didn't come up with this claim, right? So the claim is that the Earth is a globe. Do we see it as a globe when we walk outside our door? Of course not. The understanding is we don't perceive the globe. They're telling you that it exists. So in some way, it exists in a paradigm of the mind. So that's the only place that it can exist, because if you don't imagine it a globe, you can't perceive it as one when you just see, right? So we're talking about how as you were growing up, this information was hoisted on your mind as to like, this is what the Earth is, right? Before you could start to any questions, you were already told you live here, and they told you in a heliocentric paradigm with solar system, right? So that's what they told you, right? So that's their point of view. That's what they were telling you. So we're coming at it like, okay, so you were taught that it was a globe, but you don't perceive it as a globe. So now we're going to talk about, is there any evidence for it being a globe? Right? So this is a discussion that we're in right now. And my friend, we opened up the floor for anybody to come in here with the evidence that it is. We want people to come in here if they have any evidence and talk about it. So, and as we did with you with the introduction, you said, you know, of course, I just believe that it's a globe because that's what I've always known. So that's what we do with everybody else. If that's all you know because you've just been taught, and that's different. There's a lot of people that come in here that say, no, I know it's a globe. 100%.
Oh, okay. So now I'm your open, bro.
But I mean, that's what, you know, usually that we take the conversation a step further. But being is that you're just told that it's a globe, there's really nothing that they've given you. And we actually tell people that's what everybody else has. It's just a belief that you grew up with. You have no evidence that it supports that it's a globe, and that's fine. But we're here to set the record straight. If it was a globe, there'd be a lot of evidence. We would not exist because truth is the only thing that matters at the end of the day.
Sure.
That's why that's why we're telling people, like, listen, it's about truth. And the truth is the earth isn't curving at the set rate that it is. And of course, you can examine that for yourself. You don't have to listen to me. You just have to go and test it out. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. Just see, like, I see one a couple of things, like the logos of the I don't know, the nation's logos is like all flat. No one is right around. I don't know. I'm just small things. Yes, small things is like making sense all along the way, you know. But I don't know. In the end, is really true. It's really flat. It's really a globe. I don't know. But I want proofs. I want proofs, and for both sides.
Yeah, so Plum, check it out. We always start from somebody who's curious about that and at least wants to have a discussion. Where we can't tell the person anymore is where they already made up their mind that they don't want to know anymore. Like it's a globe and that's all there is to it. But if you have like an open mind, you can start asking more questions like, you know, how is it that we can see this curvature? Like how did they find out? And so that's what we're asking other people that think that it's a globe. It's like, do you know that it's a globe? Some people say yes, some no. But it's still good because we have that conversation with them. So,
yeah, I think the great thing about this Discord is like everyone can talk a little bit, and along the way, people is just I'm here like 1 hour or 2 hours, I don't know, but people are talking, and it's good because I want to know if it's really okay. I want to ask you one thing, like tell me about the eclipse. The eclipse when you see like the moon. Like when the moon is like fully covered, we expect to see like it's covered the whole moon, and all the fuck do you process that information when the earth is flat? Like I don't know.
All right, so the cosmology factor is in play when you start talking about what you see with the moon. But I mean, do you know what a cosmology is? Like what you perceive this world to be actually doing in the grand scheme of things, right? Like you think that you're flying through the cosmos in a heliocentric paradigm, in an ever-expanding galaxy. This is what you perceived at the perception that they've given you. Would that be correct to say?
Yeah, right. Yes, yeah.
So you're asking, how the hell does flat Earth fit into all of that? Well, my friend, it doesn't, because that paradigm does not exist.
Oh, okay, so just fucking bullshit.
This is the crazy part. This is the crazy part, right? So just bear with me, right? This is the crazy part. That paradigm has been given to you so that you could perceive everything that you look up in the sky as what they're explaining that stuff to be. So through that filter, you're trying to filter out flat Earth, and that's the reason why it doesn't work. So we don't ever exclaim the paradigm of flat Earth through that lens. We will tell you that what you think about in your cosmology, you need to set it aside, start from scratch. Don't have any idea of what we're going to tell you so that we can inform you like what we say. And it's simply this. We're telling everybody that as far as we know, we are the floor of all of existence. We're the ground. There isn't any like outside of, and we're not some globe or some flat saucer flying through space. There isn't any. The idea of the vacuum of space and an ever expanding cosmos happens to be something you're tying into this, and you can't. We have to be in the. We're saying the floor, the ground. There isn't anything like if you're trying to conceptualize it right in your mind. We're not floating in space. There's no floating. We can't know that, right? Where we're like what's outside of this ecosystem that we are in. So I'd say we know for certain that we are the floor, and everything above you, right? The sun, moon, and stars are all above you. So there isn't anything like more than what you see to say that there's more galaxies, more planets, more X, Y, and Z. Go ahead.
To make me like think about satellites, like how do you feel like explain Starlinks? They are not in the same height. I don't know, like when you try to like, they say it's so many satellites like in the space. How do you explain that? I don't know. For me, like they are just so high. I don't know. How do you explain like how the fuck there are so many satellites? Yeah. Like
I'd say this, Plum.
Yes.
Know that you're invoking, when you say that, you're invoking the cosmology automatically. The cosmology that you're invoking, that those satellites are in a low Earth orbit, you're invoking the cosmology when you're saying that. How is it possible that satellites are doing what they're doing in low Earth orbit on a flat Earth? That's what you're asking right now, isn't it not?
Yes. Yes,
right.
For sure.
Remember, I told you to remove that cosmology. That's the thing.
I know. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, no, it's fine. But what I'm showing you is that when you think about questions, like I would say, do not filter the question through the cosmology, because every time you're gonna find like, how is it possible that they have satellites on this cosmology of a flat Earth, but they're colliding in your mind. The cosmology that I'm telling you, that we're the floor of everything, and everything above us, like the sun, moon, and stars, is all that there is colliding with your idea of how low Earth orbit is not a reality. So you're trying to fit the globe Earth space paradigm with what we're saying with flat Earth. So so I would say this: is it possible? I would try to rephrase your question to make it sound a little bit more palatable for anybody listening. Is it possible to have any type of craft go above our heads in the way that a satellite would, to kind of match up to like anything that they're doing? Is it possible that there's technology or advanced technology out there that they can use to mimic that idea without using the concept that it's floating around in low Earth orbit? For sure. That would be the answer to that. So whatever you could perceive that satellite being, it could be working within the construct of this specific cosmology that you're actually in, which is what we're saying. That it's yeah. Go ahead.
But what's the point? They are telling you, okay, we have satellites there, and like, what's the point of them? Like, just because, okay, I can imagine like high balloons in the air, like with antennas. I don't know. I can imagine that, like in a large scale, but I don't know why they are telling people that, like misinformation. I don't know. That's the question.
Plum, yes. I would say this: your mind is trying to reason with itself. So through the process of me talking to you, your mind is going through what we call cognitive dissonance, and it's not a bad thing. It's what everybody comes like when you hear about this topic. Every mind does this. What you're experiencing right now, it's called cognitive dissonance, and the first thing the mind goes to is what would be the reasoning behind their hiding the idea that we don't live. Like that's what everybody does. It's the natural reaction. So the answer to that motive question won't make a difference to you if you don't know the evidence supporting it. So I could tell you as much as I want to, right, about the reasoning behind it, but I can't reason behind I'm not them. So I couldn't give you the definite. But what I can tell you, right, is that the information you're receiving is deceiving your perception on reality. So that deception leads to, like, if somebody, like, just say for instance, if I lie to you, what do I gain for lying to you?
Okay.
I gain control of the information. I gain control of the information, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. That's 90% of the raw information.
So I gain control of the information that I'm giving you to perceive. So if we're both thirsty, we're looking for water, and I find out a spot where there's water, I could say, hey, we're not going to find any water here, but if you pay me $1,000 right now that you have the money that you're carrying, I'll tell you where there's some water. Or you know what? Better yet, I could fill up that jug and come back with you, and you can pay me $1,000 for that. I can do things with that information and use it to my advantage, whatever it is, to usurp my authority and control over you. Wouldn't that be reasonable for somebody that lies to you? I don't know the extent of like what can happen. Yeah. I just know that I control the information of where that lake is, or that stream, or that water that I'm talking to you about. And with that, I can control you, because you can't get that water. I'm a gatekeeper. You have to come through me. You have to pay me $1,000 before you get that water. So whatever it is, it could be anything, and I could name a few things, right? But it's control of the information. And with that information, they control your mind and your perception. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. But that just said, like, I know how the world works, but it just said, that's seeing people like not trying to help the other, just trying to gain much opportunity, like making control of everything. That's just sad, bro. I know that happens a lot every day, but for me, I don't know. For me, just okay. I know people can control this information, but if people work together, maybe we are living in a better world. Like,
yeah, I know your mind's trying to reason right now.
Yes, for sure. You can talk with other people. It's fine.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think it's good that it's natural, and it's good for you anyway to actually go through it like that. You know that every country in the world has a government, right? You already know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And sometimes the government does things that we don't agree with. You agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
For sure, because you have both sides of the coin, for example.
And you could say that you can agree sometimes with what they do, and sometimes you don't. But either way, with certainty, all of us can say that the government lies. At some times they do lie. Like, we're not going to say all the time. That would be making a statement that sometimes, they do things, and they might fix a road or do something that is something that's positive, right? What I'm saying, it's not all negative. There's a lot of negative things, but on the sense of like, do they lie? Of course. That's just the nature of the way things are. The people that have the authority and the information. So even if that was a possibility, that could lead into other aspects of like you thinking like, okay, I can't just accept everything. There has to be a measure of what's keeping them honest and all that. So you can't just gullibly like believe everything. That's just not possible. You have you have to at least be skeptical. And so all we're asking is just to be skeptical on this specific information of the shape claim of the Earth.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm just talking about everything when my mind is trying to make like some sense of what's happening. Yeah.
No. Like we do this all the time, and we know it's hard, right? Because we want to make sure that the mind is kind of able to handle it's not easy, because sometimes the people that we speak to, they spiral. They start yelling how stupid we are, and this is not right. It's like somebody hearing the truth and that the mind can't handle it. So if you're doing okay, like even if you felt like a bit spiraling, but I would say consider it. This is not something that you take on and say, "Oh, you guys said it's flat."
To see like videos and talking about like I have to see like documents about this what you are affirming to. Like I want to talk with you and with other guys like about this stuff, but I want to see like documents and papers to see like what you are claiming about. And okay, you understand what I'm saying, like.
Yeah, of course. There's plenty of information in the server. I'd say like in the channels that are below us. I think there's one where there's videos and lots of PDFs, and there's stuff you wanted to take your time. So much material that we have, but I'd say take it. Don't rush into it, man. Take your time.
No.
Examine everything, and then I would say this: don't take anybody's word for anything. If anything, you should test things out for yourself to make sure that nobody's gonna be like, "Hey, man, just believe in the flat Earth, okay?" And you're like, "Cool, I'll believe in flat Earth now." Like that's not how it goes in here. Everybody does
for sure.
Because of how big the topic is and like what we're asking. It takes a measure of like going through and like really, like it takes a lot for somebody to actually realize that they've not been, hearing the right information. So,
yeah, okay. I have to leave, but it was nice talking to you. And like, I don't know, it was fine. I have to see like the conversation, but maybe tomorrow I'm here. I'm from Portugal. I didn't say, but yeah.
Before you leave, Plum, I'm gonna give you a VC verified, and
okay. Thank you.
I'm gonna give you a link embed if you want to come in here, and like I say, just talk with us because everybody's here open. Usually there's moderation in this room all the time. So if you need to ask, even if it sounds stupid, just ask the question. What's at the edge? Maybe you might have, or something. I don't care what it is.
For sure. I will see some videos and I will come back, like asking some questions.
All right, Plum.
Yeah.
I appreciate your time, man.
Yeah. Bye. Enjoy. Everyone.
See ya.
See.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What's up, guys? L1NC, what's up? Let me unmute your mic. Hey, yo, looks like you got Kirby. What's up? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Are you there, L1NC? Hello? We got 55 people listening on the YouTube live stream. Let's go. I think we can reach 100. Go tell your friends. Tell them to come in here and listen. If there's any people that have the idea that the Earth is a globe and you want to present your evidence, we got a lot of people on the panel right now. And you can talk to them or me. Doesn't really matter. But everybody here has a great knowledge. There's a lot of intelligent people in here that are willing to take your questions. There isn't a silly question so long as you're asking honestly. So we're ready to talk to you about it. We got 27 people in this live stream chat, guys. A huge panel of flat earthers that are in here and willing to talk to you. So we got 51 people in the live stream. So join in. The Nightbot is putting the link out. So you guys are welcome to come in here. I'm just going to look to see if there's anybody in here that's new. Looks like we got Saliva Cat. Saliva Cat, welcome to the chat. Saliva Cat.
Thank you. Hello.
Hey, what's going on? Howdy.
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Doing really well, man. So just a quick introduction. Hey, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And, you might be coming from the position that the Earth is a globe, or you're on the fence, or you think the Earth is flat. Either way, we'd like to hear about your perspective and tell us about yourself and tell us why you think the Earth is what it is. Give us like a little introduction of who you are and what, maybe if you're in college or whatever, if you want to state that. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, so I'm 23 years old. I've been following Flat Earth for about 4 years now. I currently live in a mental hospital because my mentals aren't in a good shape. Had some trouble with the law. It doesn't really matter, but essentially, big thing for me is how is it that the moon and the sun are proportionally the same size when they are also perfectly distanced from one another in the heliocentric model? I don't believe that is a coincidence. Well, I believe it's too strong of a coincidence for it not to be flat Earth.
I don't know if you misunderstood what I said about an introduction, Saliva Cat, but I was saying, can you please tell us what you think the Earth is? And then from that point forward, let us know who you are. But you've already said who you are. All you got to let us know right now is what you think the Earth is. So that's our understanding of what you know the Earth to be. And then follow it up with some evidence or, to present to us. So that would be great. And then we can engage with you on that question even, if you like.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I believe that the Earth is flat.
Okay, and what do you have to support that claim? Because all of us could if we wanted to. chime in and support every claim that we speak of. So, what is your supportive evidence for that claim?
Well, I haven't done any observations that are new per se. I think everyone can make these observations, but I do have a notion that I think is quite powerful.
Go on.
Well, I don't understand how the moon and the sun could proportionally be the same size in the heliocentric model, where not only are we the planet that harbors life, but the moon and the sun are perfectly the same distance from one another for them to appear the same size in the sky.
Okay, and was that your big... how long have you been in Flat Earth, Sullivan?
About 4 years.
Okay, so within those 4 years, has that been a strong argument that you brought forward to people who don't think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, because it's too much of a coincidence.
Okay, well, there is a lot of people that might say that in the Flat Earth. You know, I've heard of it myself, so just to give your kind of side of what you're saying, that a little bit of credence, but would that be a go-to first opening, I would say, argument for Flat Earth? Would that be the first thing you go to? Like, look, man, the Earth and the moon are the same size. You guys got to look at it, and that's my evidence for Flat Earth. Would you think that's correct to say? Because
no, I said the sun and the moon are the same size.
Oh, sun and the moon, my bad. Sun and the moon, right? So would you think that'd be correct to say that the sun and the moon are the same size, and then lead somebody to the knowledge that the Earth is flat because of that?
I think there are plenty of other observations that one could make and what's the word? Cite. And I think that those could be even better than what I just said. But I think that in terms of coincidence theory, it's a very powerful argument.
Okay, so for you, I guess you'd like to say that that's a very powerful argument. But for us who have been I would say there's a bit of education that it's going to come your way, Sullivan. Good thing you're here. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We are in sorts of an academy. We have people here very knowledgeable and are willing to help anybody that wants to know more about the Flat Earth. Or perhaps you've been in an argument or a discussion or a platform that haven't informed you. And we're here to correct people that have been misinformed with Flat Earth and Globe Earth. So we teach everybody all across the board to make sure that we're getting the arguments sound and that they're being put out there correctly. And I would say that presenting that to anybody in a debate style forum or just somebody just presenting it, right?
Yes.
It's nothing that can be solidified in the shape claim. So the shape claim has to deal with the actual ground that you and I stand upon. So if I'm talking about flat Earth, then the Earth being flat would have to be something that I'm speaking of, not the shape or the size of the moon and the sun. So just to correct a little bit of how you're presenting it, that's okay. If you feel that way, you can show somebody that and they can, think about it. But as far as it going farther than that, it just won't reach the people who actually want to know about the shape claim. They will then start asking you, well, you don't even know if the Earth is a globe or not. And so they'll start to debate on that. So we wouldn't necessarily lead with that or even bring that into the discussion. We could even say, so we would even say that would be kind of something would be used as a speculation chat or even talk about it in a way that could make some sense to someone, right? In a different chat, not in the shape claim chat. Shape claim is when we're actually rivaling the globe Earth to produce information of how it was derived, that the radius, the diameter, and the circumference.
Are you cut out, man? Can anyone else hear him? I can't hear him. He's cut out.
No, he's probably having some technical issues, dude. Don't worry about it.
Maggie, we can't hear you if you're still talking. Is my mic working right now while we're waiting on him?
Yes, we can hear you, Dave.
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate what Miggy was saying there. We just get right down to the nuts and bolts, like get down to the root of the argument. And the argument is it's a ball. So we challenge people to prove that it's really a ball. You understand what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody else can go ahead.
Yeah, I would say a pretty strong argument. It's the first thing that you might want to say to someone is that we've measured the ground rather than looking up. But yeah, if anyone knows what the sun and moon is, make any claims, please come and tell me, because I have no idea what they are.
Yeah, I like to.
You are saying that it's coincidence. I am thinking like you, but it could be. Don't forget it. It could be also coincidence. That can be also the truth. For example, that they are that size or blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Do you understand? That's not. We cannot realize is that true or not true in that sense. But yeah, of course, that has a lot of question. Like, oh my God, that cannot be so coincidence, But that's not the point of the surface of the air, because we are speaking more about what is the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I really respect you people for letting me speak. Everyone here. I really hope that you have a good life and you continue to wake people up in this way, because I think it's like really. It's really strong and good.
Hope you have a
Yeah,
good life
no worries,
too, bro.
Sullivan. We welcome you here anytime, brother. For sure.
Thank you.
All right. I think I got disconnected for a short second there. What happened?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Power outage. Ryzen, what's going on, man?
How you doing?
Really well.
Good, man. I'm just delivering stuff, man. I'm delivering food. I'm going to go on mute.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Is anybody out there?
Yep, can hear you.
Can anyone hear me? All right.
Yeah, NASA's hitman was coming.
Oh, he's coming? Bad boys. What you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm talking about Spake's comment. Yeah. Oh, because you just know us flat earthers are just out there putting hits on Globers, right? Right. It's ridiculous.
I bet it's very enjoyable to have. Well, partly enjoyable, partly quite a little bit discouraging to have people of the globe theory come in here and start arguing.
Nah, it's not. It's actually enjoyable, to be honest with you.
And yet,
sorry, Derek. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. They'll sit there and tell us that we don't matter, and then sit there and argue with us all day.
Yeah. The most enjoyable part, Saliva, that I'm looking at with this conversation is that they're most triggered by what we're saying, and we're not. When they're upset, they're in here spinning their wheels. You guys are dumb. I'm like, that's great, but you still didn't provide the evidence for the shape claim.
Yeah.
Off you go. Until you do, come back. We'll see you next time. But yeah, no skin off our backs, man. And it's free. It's anybody can come in. They can think about it differently. We engage with their mind, and usually when they're challenged, when people are challenged that way, And there's a sense of cognitive dissonance that sits in, and they get upset and they leave. So
yeah.
No,
I like
but it's
the,
not discouraging. It's great.
Yeah, you can learn something. But I think you can learn something from the interaction anyway. You just refine your argument the more you talk to people or argue with people. You refine what you already know. So
Yeah, but it's also important to listen to what somebody has to say. So if they come in here, just like they gave you the opportunity to explain like your introduction, it's good that we hear you out. Otherwise, how am I to assume what you know? So I can't know that until you tell me. So with the introduction, it's most important that we hear them out. So that's why I said, so if you think the earth is, and I say this to everybody, Saliva, like if you think the earth is a globe, just tell us, how do you know it's a globe? Give us some evidence, support it. And, if you really do honestly think you have some evidence, then we can talk about it. Because like, we're not beyond reasonable where we're not going to be like, oh, yeah, you're dumb. Like if you did some work or you did something, we're going to peer review it. And everybody here has done a lot of work within that context of the shape claim. So we'll know. Either some of us will know how to respond or we'll address it as it is, on its face. So.
You mentioned a little earlier about oh, sorry.
No, you're fine, man. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you mentioned a little earlier about like speculation talk and stuff relating to flat Earth, and I was just wondering what you guys might think about the moon being a dead sun.
These are speculations, I would say. Usually speculation chats, and I'll preface it this way, Saliva. Usually speculation chats are held off on a speculation channel. Like we do have many channels in this Discord, but this specific one is for the physical and material demonstration of the Earth being what it actually is. So we reserve those chats for other rooms, which we don't mind having. But because this one is being live streamed, we got 48 people in the live stream listening, wanting to hear if there's any evidence for the shape claim. We do reserve that for this specific chat because those chats, they wind up leading into other speculations, and we can never end speculation chat. It'll just be one guy what one guy thinks, another guy thinks, and we just don't agree on that. So
I have a question.
Being that as it is, we do reserve those for other rooms. But yeah, Ryzen, go ahead.
All right. About I don't know if this. Hopefully, I'm in the right place, but water boiling. You know how whenever they put it in a vacuum chamber, it starts bubbling, right? But is that really water boiling? Or is it just like maybe this, or I don't know, man, like unbonding the elements that make water?
Well,
is it actually boiling?
Isn't it
I'm wondering.
The pressure like changes the boiling temperature?
Sure. But I mean, I don't know if it's just. I don't know if it's actually. I mean, are they? Yeah.
Ryzen, bring something that you're trying to reference for more context, because I think you're thinking of something, but if there's something you can cite or give us an information of where you're coming with that information from, we'll be armed with that information and we can look at it. So I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but I want the context of why you're even like that's something you want to talk about. You know what I mean? Like just for everybody's sake.
So if anyone wants to talk about sonoluminescence in another voice chat channel, just DM me, let me know, because like I know a lot about sonoluminescence, and it's pretty interesting to talk about stars and stuff rather than just the flat Earth measurement stuff.
Yeah, what chat would you want to be in? Just make sure if you tell them that way they know, Saliva.
What chat is available?
And it should be anyone. Let me see, I give you a role here. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to traverse any room right now.
I'll have a little look.
Yeah, just come back and let them know I'm going to be in this chat or whatever if you want to bounce. That way they know.
Okay, sweet.
What's up? What's up? 48 people in the live stream. Let's go. Dun, 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 ch, ch. All right, we got Hornet Wop 645. Hornet Wop 645. What's going on, man? Just unmuted you. See ya, Hornet 465. Yeah, if anybody wants to pick up a topic or continue the conversation, I'm going to dip out for a little bit. I shall return.
I'm driving. Is my mic working right now? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you, Dave. You're there, brother. You're good.
All these people in here, there's no new people at all. It's all globe deniers. You crazy globe deniers.
Yeah, just a bunch of globe blasphemers in here, bro.
What's wrong with you guys? You just gotta believe. Come on, man. Everybody believes it. You just gotta believe. Anyway, I'll shut up. Well, nobody else gonna talk. My mic's still working. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. Maybe you're listening to YouTube chat. You're curious about this subject. Now would be a great time to come in and discuss what you think you live on. Even if you think it's a globe, we all got taught it was a globe. We have some information to share with you. We will civilly and politely discuss it with you. I'm probably roboting now. Dave, shutting up.
What happened to live stream, folks? Anybody alive? Bonjour. Anybody in the house?
I play robot.
Yo, bro. What's happening, Dave?
What's going on, man?
Oh, much, mate. I just thought I'd drop in because it was dead. Maybe get somebody talking at least. That NASA, he said that the last thing he had figured, Dave. That's what he says.
Hopefully somebody else will start talking to you because I know I sound like shit. Good to hear from you, though, man.
I'm saying, do you know that? Do you know who I'm talking about, Dave? That guy, NA space SA, NASA, almost. But he says that when he was in here before and he says that his debunks triggered you and someone else. But then he also said that fucking somebody put a hit out on him because he came into the server and he got doxxed and then somebody put a hit on him. Like, what the fuck is he talking about, man?
Yeah, whatever.
Fucking insanity. No, it's the craziest thing I've heard in here so far, like all the years I've been here, that somebody's fucking trying to murder him because he's fucking a glober. Like anybody gives a fucking one iota, like 10 a penny.
That's a keyboard warrior with a wild imagination, sounds like to me. That's just my opinion.
Aye, nothing better to do. Sits for hours in the chat claiming that flat Earth's delusional, but he sits there all day. If I thought something was that stupid, like, I might drop in every now and again and say hello and maybe like have a little just like back and forth argument, but I wouldn't just sit here for hours and hours and hours every day. Like, that shows that they're obviously got some mental problems.
Yeah, those guys like that seem to have some issues for sure, don't they?
Just a few. Let's see if I can get us a customer from Cogdas, maybe.
It's a simple thing. We're not asking too much. I don't think. Everybody keeps talking about this globe, but nobody wants to prove it. We always known it's a globe, but we just don't know how to prove it. It makes sense. Is it just me? I don't know.
Oh man, if, like back years ago, man, if I could have found some place like this, I would never have acted how these people act. Like, I would, even though I just got here and I never completely like believed in anything to do with flat Earth, the information that was making sense to me, I would have instantly showed respect to the people saying it, and I would have like been listening and fucking thankful for the information. How they can just sit there and give us abuse all day, it makes no sense to me at all.
Yeah, what you just described there, Spike, is somebody that's honestly inquiring with an unbiased mind about their reality. And once they hear information that conflicts with what they think reality is, if their first instinct is to add harm and defend it, that's not good. You should absorb the information and go probe it for yourself, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'd be well thankful to be here all those years ago. Because instantly the information would have started making sense to me. So, like, they're doing the opposite. The information's making sense to them, so their subconscious is forcing like a really disgusting reaction.
Somebody else start talking, please. I'm going into a robot zone. We're done. All right, then. Keep your secrets. Go ahead, Panto.
What was that, bro? Sorry.
I shouldn't even be opening my mic. I'm probably robot.
Nah, I thought you sound okay, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man, you sound okay.
I'm surprised. I'm in a zone where my satellite usually goes offline, so I don't know.
Alright. Maybe you got some new satellites up there.
They went up there and did a few satellite repairs. Those guys know what they're doing, don't they?
What's up? Talk about something other than it's called that's we learned about it. We tell you more, but no, I can't just normally get out. Great. I'm excited to find you. Oh, love and almost said that. We sang that for a long time. If we talk to our baby, he'll learn the sound of our voices.
Anybody else there want to talk? Ask a question? Pose some kind of, I don't know, conversation topic till we get our next customer. I need to get people from Cog this, but it's looking like it's kind of fruitless.
What do you do for dinner? Oh, good. No way. I know that I can't meet her mom for the first time at her graduation. It's too much pressure. What if I put up with that little in my place? Then you can be when I can change it. Oh, good. I'll bring her a letter. Everybody will look it, right?
Well, hell. Fuck. Sorry.
Mike checked it, disconnector. Nobody's still talking. Not disconnected.
Oh, we can still hear you, Dave.
Thank you, Andy. Hold my beer. where is this globe they speak of? Basically, the question we're asking here. Everybody keeps talking about this globe. I haven't seen it. No. Good place to start would be measurements for the claimed globe. Doesn't seem to be those in reality. That's all I got. Spells talk.
Yo, back on the airwaves. Anybody want to talk? Start a conversation? Get other people involved?
I just tried, Pinto. Like, where is this globe that people speak of? I don't see it anywhere. Do you? Weird.
That's one thing I'd try, man. When I found this place years ago, that would be the initial thing in my mind. I'm going to prove to them that the Earth's not flat. Right, fucking right, man. And if I came in and everybody was just being complete imbeciles, then I wouldn't waste any more time. I wouldn't sit in the chat talking shit all day. Like, I'd try and defeat them through argumentation, and then I would just give up if they were just being idiots. But they just can't handle the truth.
Yeah, like in their mind, it's like going to like a Loch Ness monster server and trying to convince them that this,
It's worse than that, bro. Like, they think it's so obvious. Like, the Loch Ness Monster is about believing stories and old shitty pictures, but they think that the evidence for the globes are in them, like boats over the horizon and like the sunsets and like, what the fuck, man? Delusional. Literally delusional. I think it's literally a mental problem. Like, it's not just about strong belief or even religious belief. I think it's literally a mental issue that their brain has. And certain people are susceptible to it.
Sorry, but I would guess a large percentage of people, it's just they really don't care. They don't actually put much attention to it. They just figure smart guys got it figured out. Why do I need to worry about it? So, but the people that actively defend it, I agree with it. There's some kind of issue there. I don't know.
Alright, man. But we must keep up the fight. It's not even much of a fight, man. It's like fucking. It's not we're not up against anything difficult.
Yeah. At this point, we're like, hey, we got some information to share. Accept it or reject it. That's up to you. I mean, this is, we're not trying to convince anybody of anything except to think for themselves. At least that's what I'm trying to do.
Nah, bro.
Just think about your own reality. But what's really going on? What can I prove to myself? What is real and what isn't? If you're like that guy earlier, you don't even know what reality is. And what's the point? I don't know.
It was a long night. I'm sorry. I just really wanted your mom to get it. We have to continue. Oh, and tell mom that the joke. You see, happening and boom. Oh. How's that gonna fix it? The mom's really good now. I was thinking I'll come back to what I did to Peter.
Speak to people's ears.
You stopped at my school.
Oh man, I need to make some food or buy some food, get an order or something from the delivery place. I think I'm gonna get hungry.
Ahoy. What's happening, Phil?
Yo. How you
Hey,
doing, bro?
Spake. I'm good, brother. How are you, man?
Fuck, starving, mate. Starving. I was thinking about phoning for a delivery of some sort or another.
Listen, I spoke to you 24 hours ago, and you were waiting to eat the sub. Did you eat the sub?
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. That's grand. That I ate that about 4 o'clock in the morning. Something
I'm just
like
making sure that you ate the sub, because that was a conversation.
Yeah, it was really good. It was good, man. There's a lot. One end of it was a little bit soggy because it had been sitting for so long.
Yeah.
That was fucking good, man. Because anytime I'm in Subway, I get them to put fucking loads and loads of stuff on it. Like, and they're like, is that enough? And I'm like, nah, put some more on it, man. Put more. So, like, when they're trying to seal it, it's fucking falling all over the place. Like, that's awesome. Probably at least twice what would go on, or at least 2 sandwiches worth, maybe 3 sometimes. Depends on the guy who's working behind the counter. If it's a female, I'm like, come on, doll, put some more on it, put some more olives, put some more of that shit.
You know what I love? When they get the knife out and they have to like start pressing the knife in to like almost chop it up to make it all fit in.
Well, they have to saw it.
Yeah, exactly. Cut down the lettuce. Oh shit. That's funny.
But Spike Face, how do you know you're really hungry right now? It could just be an illusion you're having. You don't know that you're hungry.
It's just a chemical and electrical signal, really. So maybe I'm not hungry. Maybe it's like fucking, I don't know, the elite are programming me to eat so I get fat. And then I have to buy bigger jeans, waste more material.
I like big butts, I cannot lie.
You other brothers can't deny. I'm gonna go walk in with the minute wait.
That's funny. Yeah, I don't know how we can. We definitely cannot engage in mathematics and calculations and numbers and all these things if we're not in a place where we can conceptualize them. So I don't know how we can. Like, Lord knows, if that conversation ever broke out with guys that were out at sea attempting to navigate the waters on a ship, they would be lost in no time. Our location is just a conception. Conceptualize you're safe on the shore and all will be well, gentlemen.
It's like the globe, Kiwi, is just a conception. Just getting people to realize that's the tough part. It's just a concept. It's just a man thought of somewhere.
Conceptualize. Conceptualize your globe. Just a model. Conceptualizations, man. Just make that leap of faith. Make the leap of faith. Make the leap of faith. What is the leap? The floor is made of lava. The floor is curving. Make the leap of faith. Reality check. Floor ain't curving.
Well, we lost the lunch crew there. We want to talk about anti-flat earthers. They'll be back in a couple hours.
Right, once they get some fucking like food in their belly and build up their energy to come back in for the next fucking battle. No, it's not even a battle, it's just like they're fucking throwing down their arms and letting us kick their ass.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like they're coming here flailing their weak bodies in front of us and saying, hey, kick the fuck out of me. And then we're like, no, but you're going to be mean to me, so I guess I'll swing a few times.
What about, hey, you look at it and we're like, okay, how about we play catch? Okay, I'm going to throw the ball to you. You're going to throw it back. Okay, and we're going to have a nice, fun game. Okay, catch. Hits him in the face, drops to the floor. Okay, that takes care of that.
Well, I'd be like, okay, so please throw the football back. They'd be like, this isn't a football. I'd be like, come on, just play the game with me. And he goes, do you think this is a game? And I'd be like, well, okay, what do you want to do? Well, technically, you're never doing anything. It's all a concept and a philosophy. You can never know anything to be perfectly sure. So even if it looks flat, measures flat, everything is flat, it's still not objectively flat. Okay?
It's just flat relative to something not flat.
Legendary. Absolutely legendary.
See that dude
Floor's made
there?
of lava.
Sorry, bro.
No,
you go, mate. Sorry. I was just going to say that guy, NASA, earlier, man. That's the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. That he came in, got doxed, and there's a hit put out on him, man. What the fuck? I'm never going to let him forget that. Like, every time I see him, man, I'm going to mention
Oh my gosh. I was spat my drink all over the TV or all over my screen.
I couldn't hear both of you there.
He didn't get doxxed, did he?
He says I got doxed. Miggy asked him because he was listening to the, what do you call it? You could tell he was listening to the chat. And he's like, Miggy says, come in and have a discussion. He's like, nah, I got doxed the last time, Miggy. And then somebody put a hit out on him. I'm not sure, like I'm paraphrasing it, but he says,
that's quite, listen to this, that's quite the peppering of fear and alarmism. And nobody needs to fucking even give that attention. So that's what I think.
He says, Miggy, it happened. I had someone put a price on my head. Nice try, but we're already having a chat. What?
I'm saying, dude, if there was a price on your head and you're still talking about it, then there wasn't a price on your head.
You wouldn't be sitting in the same fucking chat discussing it, man. You'd be fucking hiding. You'd be literally fucking hiding.
Hey, it must not have been that high a price then, partner, because welcome to the
So I went into one of my other fucking YouTube accounts and changed my name to 24/7 fucking Hit Squad fucking seeking NASA reward for information. That's what I changed the name of my account to.
Yeah, silly. All that stuff, it's silly. Earth is flat. It measures flat against the globe math and the globe narrative. Please come in and try to convince us otherwise. Now, it's kind of sadistic. I understand. You'll never be able to do that, so it's rude, right? It's like asking a pig to fly, right? Well, it can't do that, but we're going to keep asking it to do it. But the problem is,
you all try.
Give it a bash.
Listen, the pig will come back to us, kicking and screaming full with shit everywhere on him, and be like, no, I can fly, and you're going to teach me, and you're going to show me how I can fly. It's like, man, you can't fly, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to tell you. You're getting violent now. You're threatening me. I don't care. I have to be able to fly. It has to be that I can fly. And so on.
You have to let me fly. Give me my wings.
Knock yourself out, literally.
Holy shit.
I'm
gonna watch you try. Go ahead. Love to hear about it. Bring it forward. So good.
They're running out of fucking vapes. Shit. Oh man. That's brutal. I've only got one left. Hopefully that'll last me till tomorrow. Run out of tobacco. Run out of vapes. Not got any food unless I phone for an order. Shit, man.
You better send out a carrier pigeon to bring you some shit.
A flock of them.
You, I need this. You get me this. Go. Or that'd be a pigeon.
I see there's a guy called Pigeon in here. I've not seen him for a long time. I don't know where he is, man. He's been away for months.
Yeah, he came in a while ago.
Right. You always hear him if he's in, he always...
Yeah.
Because I remember he came in about 6 months ago or something, and I couldn't really recognise his voice, to be honest, but he'd lost his account or some shit, and he was trying to get rolls back. I think he was silver.
Right back. Going on mute for a sec. I bet. I need to get a conversion from Google.
What kind?
Looking at a sign, 26 feet, converted to meters, dated to listed in metric.
Good at numbers, man.
Pardon me?
Unless I've got a calculator. I'm not good at numbers at all. Like, I've hated maths and shit, like, since I was a kid. Just in general, like, I hate numbers. It's like dyslexia for numbers, man. I've got... Stresses me out. I'm alright with a calculator, obviously. I can count, like, basics, but when it comes to, like, long division and, like, fuck... algebra and all that kind of shit, man, it just goes over my head.
What did you learn growing up?
Well, I mean, what do you mean, like subjects in general?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when I was at school, when I was in third year, I took the 3 sciences. I was able to, just because my grades were good enough. But maths was a stickler for me. But I always loved science. I loved space. Loved animals and like just everything about your average Glober, like the beliefs a Glober has about like this place that we live in. All the systems and stuff. I always used to love that shit. When my mother's boyfriend, because she's still with him, and the first thing he remembers about me was I was holding a book, and I was the first time he was introduced to me, and I showed him a book, and I was showing him the moons on Saturn. I mean, I don't remember it, but this is what his first memory of me was. So since I was like that age, I've loved space and planets and shit like that. So I was always into that.
What did
kind
you
of stuff.
study growing up, or not growing up? But what did you end up?
At school.
Did you get into?
I was in construction, man. Well, groundwork, like drainage and like slabbing, curbs, pavements, stuff like that. And electrical as well. I done like running cables and fitting smoke detectors, and it was basically a mate for an electrician.
Right. Yeah, but the thing that when people talk about not being good with numbers, I think of the left brain, right brain. So the left brain apparently does sciences and
the analytical stuff,
the numbers and things like that. And then
I seen a thing ages ago, right? It was a documentary, and it was saying that if you're trying to learn a task, to keep your legs and or your arms folded when you're doing it, because if you cross your like 2 appendages, that engages both hemispheres of the brain at the same time, and it's meant to be able to help you learn better, supposedly. But worthless information for you.
Wow.
Supposedly, like this is what this documentary says, but documentaries also tell you you're on a spinning globe. But
Yeah, exactly. I've never even thought about that, man. Interesting.
But since I learned that years ago, anytime like if I was playing the guitar or like when I was practicing like chords or finger picking or that, I would always like cross my legs just in case. Just in case it worked. Even if the placebo effect made it work, like if you were convinced that doing it worked, then probably it would help anyway.
Love it.
Worth a try.
Pardon me?
It's worth a try.
Yeah, right. Trust me, I'm all about trying it for sure, man.
Doesn't it cost you anything to do it while you're learning something, eh? So, like, if you're, especially if I'm playing a game, like on the Xbox or something, like, because I play XCOM Enemy Unknown, it's like a strategic game. I don't know if you've played it, but it's kind of like a chess game. You're like you control the world and you you put satellites up, but you go on missions, and each one of your team gets like so many moves on the tiles. So you'll set your man up, like move so many steps, and then set him up to have cover and fire, or you'll just start shooting straight away. That'll use up all your moves. But if it's a difficult bit, I always remember to cross my legs, just in case it does make a difference. Probably doesn't. I'm probably wasting my fucking time, like, but worth a bash.
Just don't cross your eyes, though. That would be bad.
Nah. Double vision.
What else do you play on Xbox?
I love Assassin's Creed Brotherhood on the online version of it, man. I fucking love it.
Did you ever check out Outriders?
What was that? Check out
Outriders. Outriders.
I don't think I've even heard of it.
It's a shooter, third-person shooter.
Aye.
So you
I don't think so, man. No.
You get it's on Game Pass. If you're playing Assassin's Creed, then you've obviously got Game Pass.
I just got the 360 again there because I bought. I bought the fourth generation one, thinking that it was going to have kind of a similar game online but better quality. And when I bought it, I took it home and I bought fucking one of the Assassin's Creed. I can't remember which one it was. And then I bought that never had the online version, so I bought another Assassin's Creed version, and that was I think it was set in London or some shit. And that never had the online version of it either. So I just went back to the 360 because that was the only one that's got the online game that I love playing. But when I bought that Xbox, unbeknown to me, it never had a Wi-Fi system built into it. It's one of the ones where you've either got to add the Ethernet or connect the little fucking the two aerials. Yeah, man. And I never realised I bought it and fucking took it home and plugged it in. I was like, you dirty bastard, man. I was fucking devastated. But the guy sold it to me for like 20 quid. So, plus I've been spending a lot of time playing XCOM. I've managed to set it so I've got all the satellites I can have. I've got the best power generators. I've been stripping. When I made it all, it's like a hit and miss because I'd never played it before. So I'm starting to dismantle some of the things I've built and trying to take up less space with more stuff.
Yep. Redefine your resources.
But it's a great game, man. Yeah, man.
Nice.
Really good game though, man.
So
really time consuming.
Are you attempting to introduce me to my next bottomless pit?
That kind of is, man. You could sit there I sit there till fucking God knows what time in the morning, either listening to the live stream plus playing Xbox.
I love it.
Fill 2 pits with the one shovel. Ah, man. You never played XCOM before, no?
No, I never checked out XCOM.
It used to be on the very first PlayStation as well. It was really basic on that as well, man. But I think it was an old browser-based game. But you can play it on the browser as well. If you just go into Google and put XCOM, Enemy Unknown or Enemy Within, it's one or the other, and you can play. That's really basic in comparison to the Xbox. but it's the same idea. Where you've got like a view of the globe, and then you're putting satellites up and building ships, spaceships and stuff to carry your troops and stuff to like fighters, so you can shoot down the UFOs. And then once you shoot down the UFO, you go to the crash site, investigate, kill the aliens, take some of them alive.
Nice.
Build alien containments, and that's a brilliant game, man.
That's
Brilliant.
awesome. I'm gonna hold them for ransom. Give us your leader, or else.
I've only managed to catch one alien, man. Fucking this thing called the Arc Thrower, but I just updated that to the highest it can go. So I'm hoping I'm able to catch some more aliens because I've updated the electric charge thing to capture the little bastards.
I think we had somebody in check-in, but
right now,
like apparently looking like a troll. The boys are sussing them out. Q's up there, and
I'm going to jump up to interview. I don't know if a minute. No, there's somebody VC verified up there.
There's a couple up there.
Awesome. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah. I love it. Spake, ladies and gentlemen, off to suss out the potential new members that could be looking to join the Brotherhood of Chats. If you get through your interview, welcome. You get to chat with me. Kiwi. I'm sitting here, chilling. 24/7 server. Welcome, folks. Hope you guys are having a great day. You know, it's funny. I'm looking out at I'm on the 5th floor of my building. I'm looking out at a horizon. I don't even know how far off this line is. I should probably find that out. And the thing about it is I've got window blinds. And they are horizontal blinds. Like, just horizontal, long blind. These things are perfectly horizontal. And they're the ones where you turn on the little wand and they open and close. And what's funny is these things are perfectly straight. And I'm looking at level, if you will. I'm looking out at the horizon, and these things match up perfectly with the horizon. Ain't no detectable curve. Even with something as prehistoric as taking a blind to observe the horizon in the distance. What a shame. What a shame. How's that for a long range observation? I don't know what the distance is, but I know it's pretty damn long. That's what she said. Somebody stop me.
Hi guys.
Welcome. Thanks so much for joining the chat, my friends. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for asking. Welcome to the 24/7 Discord. So, who's talking right now?
Hello, it's Izzy.
Hello, Izzy. Welcome again. Welcome, my friends, to the server.
Customers. We managed to get some customers, so
Yes,
yeah.
see?
Customers?
Good job, man.
Yeah, customers from basically sometimes the live stream goes dead, so we try and get people from wherever, either from YouTube or from we've got a couple of sort of jails, rehabilitation units, if you want to call them that. Basically, cognitive dissonance and detention. People that have been trolling, we just remove them from the server and we try and reintegrate them back to the server at some point if we can get through to them and ask them to chill. So anytime the server dies, I try and get people from anywhere, basically. So if you've got questions, you found legitimate flat earthers. We are like real flat earthers. We're not like some of the stuff you'll see online in the media, disinformation, like the Flat Earth Society. I don't know if you've heard of them, but basically they're there to disinform people. If you Google Flat Earth, the first thing you come up with is the flatearthsociety.org. You go there and they say batshit crazy stuff like they claim that we live on a disc, and they say there's no gravity because when you drop something, the floor is accelerating upwards. So they claim the frisbee type thing. Most people, when they think of flat Earth, they think of like a disc, like a frisbee type thing. It makes you think that water's pouring off the edge and stuff. So we don't think that. As far as we're concerned, there's no motion and there's no curvature. That's all we're saying. We don't know how big the land masses are. We don't know where the continents, how far Antarctica goes. So we can't verify any of these things, so we're not going to make a claim to stuff we can't prove. So that's what you will find, especially staff members in the server. If we don't know something, we're just going to say we don't know. We're not going to make up a story to fill in the story you've already got.
So I have a question.
Please go ahead.
On you go.
So with flat earthers, I'm still on the verge of believing in flat earth. Do you believe that every
don't
planet,
believe us.
Do you believe every planet is flat as well, or just the Earth?
We don't think we live on a planet in the first place. I mean, if you go back to the initial word planet, the Greeks and all these ancient civilizations, they saw the constellations revolve in circles, but the planets is now termed retrograde, where the planets move backwards and forwards in the sky. So the Greeks, and I think it goes back to is it maybe an old French word, planetas or planetes, meant wanderer. So they saw these other stars, these wandering stars, they named them wanderers. So to say that we live on a wandering star, we don't resemble anything that's in the sky. Earth's not in the sky. So whatever these things are above us, I don't think it's got any resemblance to the Earth whatsoever.
I have a question.
There you go, man.
So, do you think the education system for i.e. people who study physics, do you think that's essentially invalid information? And have you tried changing that?
What specifically?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to tell you don't listen at school and don't learn your stuff, because you've got to, in this world that they've created, that's kind of what you've got to do. You've got to follow the education. You've got to answer your stuff in your tests, your exams. But if you want to progress to university, higher learning, you've got to jump through their hoops. So they're giving you some valid information, but there's a lot of stuff that's unverifiable that people just go along with it. It's got loads of maths and equations to back it up. You've got loads of footage on TV and pages in books, but when it comes down to reality, we all experience the same thing. We've never seen curvature with our own eyes, and we don't experience motion. So what else can I say about that? It goes against reality. The stuff they teach us, that doesn't resemble reality whatsoever. But I would say, sticking at school, learn all your shit, pass your tests, get yourself a job, and don't just ignore stuff because you found out about flat Earth. Make sense?
Yeah.
Well, one thing as well, see, when we're having a discussion, there's a text channel directly above the VC. It's called live stream voice text. So any relevant information, like any GIFs or like clips, videos, links, anything related to the conversation, PDFs, whatever, that'll be in that text channel. So it's advisable to be in there if you're just listening along to the conversation. It might help you sort of grasp other things that we're talking about. I don't know where that fucking meme is, man. Has anyone got that? The GIF that's got the 4 circles, and it's not 100% which one's the sphere, which one's just a flat disc. It's like 4 red circles on the screen, and the guy, you see a hand turning them over. Anyone got that? Like I was asking anybody who's gold or mod or anybody that's been here regular, because they'll probably have it.
Sorry.
No, you're alright. I mean, if you've got a question, just fire away. I don't want to just like hog the mic. If you've got a question, somebody else can jump in and answer it.
Liv, do you have any questions?
Hmm?
Do you have any questions? I know you're new here.
No, I'm not.
So what about this? I'll ask you a question. Would you agree that you experience a flat stationary Earth? Like in reality, your everyday experience, would you agree that the Earth appears to be flat and stationary?
Trying to think about my daily life.
If you said no, you would basically have to be saying either you've experienced motion or you've seen curvature with your own eyes.
Can I just ask a question, like a separate question?
Wait, just to see if they've got an answer.
What?
I
No,
don't.
it's just not about that.
Yeah, they just hold it just to see if she's got an answer.
What do you mean by motion?
Like movement, like according to the globe, we're meant to be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. We're meant to be orbiting the sun at almost 70,000 miles per hour. The sun's supposedly dragging all the planets on its own way around the Milky Way. It's meant to be travelling at almost 500,000 miles per hour, and then the whole galaxy is meant to be blown away from the Big Bang towards something they call the Great Attractor. So that's multiple different vectors or directions, sort of to the layman's way of explaining it. So you've got all these different motions to the Earth. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't experience any motion. I've never felt movement. I don't see any difference in the stars. The constellations have been the same since they were named thousands of years ago.
Yeah, that is true, and I must sound silly for saying this, but if we were like constantly spinning, I guess I'd be dizzy.
Surely.
You would be dizzy.
Surely the oceans would be affected, I would imagine, like lakes and stuff like that. It would have affected the way that all this water came to like eventually reside. Like as the planet was flowing down and it spun from billions of years ago when the solar system started evolving, then surely all rivers, they would all be sort of flowing in the same direction as well, because it would all came eventually to rest. But,
yeah, and do you know when you're in a pool and you like spin around really fast and it creates that like bit in the middle,
like a little typhoon sort of thing in the middle, like a little whirlpool sort of thing.
Yeah, I guess the ocean would be like that if we were just constantly spinning.
Well, they say also the atmosphere. They say the atmosphere is moving along with the Earth. So not only is the Earth spinning, but the air or the atmosphere surrounding it, that's also spinning at the same time. So that's why, like a helicopter, like I would imagine that if the Earth truly was spinning, that helicopter could take off and hover, and then the Earth would spin underneath it. But they say the atmosphere's moving with the Earth somehow. And if that was the case, as you gained altitude, the atmosphere would have to be covering more distance, so it would have to be moving even faster than the Earth. And how could that be possible?
Yeah.
It's ludicrous. Absolutely ridiculous. So have any of you seen any of the NASA footage that shows that they're faking it?
No.
If you take a look at live stream voice text.
Sorry, can I ask my question? It might be
sorry, bro. Sorry, man.
It's fine. it's probably a dumb. Oh, but I was just like last time I was in the server, this guy explained it as in like if like water can either be flat or curved. That's what the guy said. But I know. Sorry.
I don't know what you said.
No, basically, this guy told me that water can either be flat or curved. Do you agree with that?
Well, at rest, like water, when you're moving water about, if you're putting energy into the system, water will continue to move and slosh about or whatever. It's just the same if you've got like a bottle or a glass of water, you tip that to the side, and it'll move when you move it. But when it comes to rest, water's always trying to find its equilibrium and it'll lay flat. If you've been to the ocean, I mean, surely you're quite close to a large body of water. Like when you look at the ocean on a calm day, it's blindingly flat. So water doesn't like hold shapes. Like bodies of water lay flat when they're at rest.
So sorry, I didn't read the channel, so you probably explained it in that. But what causes waves on like the oceans if it's not the moon?
A lot of stuff, man. It could be to do with the moon and the sun, the relationship between them and the earth. Just to say it's the moon alone.
The most waves you get is when you have, for example, a storm in a far distance. So if you go to the Mediterranean Sea, for example, which I do sometimes on vacation, you will, when you see a big thunderstorm in the distance and everything is still like sunshine on the beach and it seems calm, but the waves are already hitting the shoreline. It's just because of the wind, you know. The more wind, the more waves.
That's more than just the wind, though, bro.
Yeah,
look at some of the extremes, like the storm surges.
Yes, I know, but I'm trying to explain that most of it is actually caused by the wind.
Nah.
That's why you have when you have storm. Why nah, man? When you have storm,
because the wind's above the water, bro. Look at the storm surges. Look at some of the fucking extreme weather conditions that are under the sea.
Waves.
Extreme tides. See that? I just posted a video in the live stream voice text. It's about magnetism and the sun and moon's relationship between the earth and tides, and it gives quite a reasonable explanation for them, man.
I think wind is quite a reasonable explanation. You can literally get a leaf blower and put it over your pool and you will see how it creates waves.
Yeah, man, no, but like if you put a direct jet of air onto like a water surface, it's not going to cause like undercurrents.
So, like, you're both flat earthers, but you have different opinions.
Of course, man. Like a lot of flat earthers are religious. I'm not religious myself. I mean, I do accept that this place is some kind of creation, but I'm not religious personally. We do have a religious room in here, but we keep that kind of discussion for those rooms because people kind of start getting a bit argumentative.
I can tell you why I have only that argument, because that's the only thing I observe in reality. Everything else would be assuming the same way as the heliocentric model does when it says, oh, waves are caused because of the moon's gravitational force doing this and blah, blah, doing that. But it's all something we can't reprove. But what I can see is, and observe in reality is, when I see a thunderstorm in the far distance, I ain't gonna get bigger waves on the shoreline. That's just how it is.
No, but I'm not saying that it's not to do with that, but I'm just saying it's not solely that, man.
No, I'm just trying to explain to her why I have a different opinion, because the other thing is, you know, if it's magnetism or something to do with the sun and moon or whatnot, it's just assumptions, you know.
No, man, if you take a look at that, save that link that I posted, man, it makes really reasonable explanations, and it shows you some like real life examples of what magnetism does to water.
I take a look at it.
Especially salt water.
Well, maybe there's a combination, you know, of both variables and other variables.
There's probably stuff we've not even thought about.
Right.
Or could ever even know. There's probably like so much stuff that we'll never ever be able to prove or even know of its existence. In my opinion, at least.
With respects to what we observe the floor doing, we have all gathered here, Izzy, to address your question specifically under the observance that there's no deformation in the floor occurring. And that's a story that you've been sold commercially. So
we could all agree on that. Yeah,
give me a quick sec, Spake. So we're here just to say, hey, let's pay attention to the floor is not deforming, right? And this is the truth that Spake, that Clay Under, that myself, everybody in this room has gathered under that one observance, and we've just been deconstructing everything else. Thanks, Vic. Sorry, go ahead, dude.
No, I was agreeing. I was saying that that's one thing we can all agree with. I was agreeing with you, bro. Like, we all know that the Earth's not moving and it's not curved. But apart from that, we're all different people. We've all got different beliefs, different lifestyles, different, like, everybody's their own person, man.
But the thing is, you don't need to be a scientist or anything special to understand what you see in the night sky every day, the same stars, and the way the sky moves above your head has nothing has nothing to do with the heliocentric model, where it tells you that you're on a tilted axis on a rotating ball that rotates around other planets while flying through ever expanding universe in incredible speeds, while everything else in the sky never changes. Like, it makes absolutely no sense. No matter how you want to explain it. Then Globus would explain, yeah, the stars are still the same, because actually what you see are stars that have already exploded, and the light just needs so much time to travel to the Earth. Yeah, cool story, bro. For some reason, the light of the sun is the only one that is expanding, but the light of huge other stars is not expanding, and it's just gonna keep it like a laser dot in the sky. Yeah, it makes so much sense. Like, as if the properties of light change for stars.
So I have another question.
Go ahead.
So, like, with the flat Earth, how thick is it? Like, is it really thick? That might
at least 8 miles.
Yeah.
We know the deepest drill hole in Russia, the super deep Kola borehole, that's 7.6 or 7.7 miles. So we know that it's at least that. But beyond that, who knows?
No clue.
Wait, I got a question.
Okay, you can go, Liv.
Okay, so, like, pretend like I couldn't die, okay? And I was drilling down, like, what would happen?
You would hit a dense material and your drill bit would tap
Yeah,
out.
but let's, like,
Say,
pretend
sorry, boss,
I've drilled all the way through.
Hold on. Allow me to just answer your question. If you were a drill bit and you could drill down to that depth, you would hit an imaginary depth, or 6 miles exactly, and the drill bit would tap out and stop spinning. We can't answer anything beyond that. We can. And, and here's the thing. Anybody that attempts to engage with you to give you an answer is not taking you to a place where they can actually demonstrably back it up. Right? All the stuff that we're here observing is all the stuff that we can demonstrate that.
Yeah, but I think, like,
sorry.
I just want, like, your opinion. Like, what do you think? It's
but why ask us to give you an imaginary scenario? Like, what does it matter what scenarios we imagine? Like, that's not what we're about here. Like, what good will that do?
And that's one of 8 billion possibilities, because there's 8 billion people on this earth, let's say, or however many, right? So I'm just one person. But we do know that the floor is not curving.
Can I ask, like, do you guys agree that every 100 meters you go up or down, it changes 1 degree Celsius? Is that true or false in your minds?
It changes, like, it's all over the place, man. Like, the pressure changes, the heat changes.
No, but just temperature speaking.
Who knows? That's something that you've observed. You have a demonstration for that.
Well, yeah, I think it has been proven.
Okay. High five. Cool story.
So if that's factual, which I'm pretty sure it is, but honestly, I can't, But if it is factual, would you agree that there's some sort of kind of hot liquid, like below?
Okay,
if that makes
hold
sense.
on a second. Here's the thing. Okay, you can't use anything that exists beyond the crust, i.e., the surface that we're walking on, to attempt to disprove the shape of it. Right? All we can do is criticize the surface itself. And the surface itself shows us that the mathematics they're giving us, the number, doesn't actually give us an observable drop. That's the meat and potatoes of this whole discussion. Right? So you can lily pad to stuff that's happening in the sky, the density gradient, 1 degree variations, all these different things, right? But again, please realize that it all brings you back to the foundation of the observation of the floor. And the floor ain't curving. Or even distorting, for that matter. It's flat.
Yeah, we seeing too far.
Like, here's a question for you. Have you not found it funny that the higher you go in altitude, it only extends out the distance that you can see to? How come the floor doesn't misshape in any form? Have you noticed that, my friend? What do you think?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I wasn't.
Have you noticed the higher you go in altitude, the floor does not change. It just goes out. The horizon line extends further out. Where the ceiling meets the floor, that line called the horizon just seems to get further out. Have you noticed that?
I can't say I have, no.
Okay, so do you realize that as you go up in altitude, you're leaving a surface, you should see the surface leaving beneath your feet. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I give you a shape with a set number to it, as I go up higher above that surface, do you think that at least the floor should be deforming?
Oh, and curvature, he means. Like, appearing to curve.
This is my last what do you think question, and then I'm going to take you to a hard number thing that you can check yourself. So again, do you see any change in the floor happening when you go up in altitude?
Well, I've not I've not wanted to study that and measure that, so I don't want to base it off some images, if that makes sense.
Okay, cool. So you agree that if you're leaving the surface with a known geometry, right? If you're going above that surface, you should see some kind of deformation in the horizon, in my opinion. Okay. Now, my next question for you is Earth Curve Calculator. Have you heard of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you checked into the drop over 100 kilometers?
No.
Okay. What I'd like you to look up Earth Curve Calculator on Google.
Okay.
Okay. Punch in 100 kilometers as a sample size that we can check.
So just one of the websites.
Earth Curve
If you
Calculator.
take a look in the live stream voice text, I'll post you the Metabunk calculator.
Okay.
And he's a notorious globe debunker. Oh, the bot's not working. Oh, there's there. There you go. You can plug in all the variables into that elevation and whatever.
So I like using, and again, we always will want to present people with multiple sources so they can back check it, whatever. I like using that one that I just posted up, Kiwi. It's super simple because it's one thing I got to punch in. So I'm going to change my variable to kilometers and put in 100. Now you can use either one of those, but we're just basically looking to pull out a sample size of the measurement that they supply to check in real life and see if it's there. Did you have an opportunity to check one of those sites?
I think I'll search them in my own time, just because I just want to make sure.
Okay, cool. So you're at the point where you're willing to withdraw then to go do homework and come back and share with us what you find?
Nah, you're still going to stay.
Or did you show up to the lecture expecting a circus show?
I think he was just asking a question. I just
asked a single question. I didn't expect me having to do some homework and research.
Oh,
that's
okay,
what it's all about.
No, I don't.
It's all about learning stuff, man. You've got to do some work, bro.
And this is why, my friend, we collect under this truth, because we've all done these mini observations in real life, and this is why we collect here, because we see that the story that they tell us, it ain't there, man. There's a lot of stuff missing, especially the floor.
The what?
Yo, William, I got a question for
especially
you.
the floor. Did
I just wanted to say that me and William came here with high hopes to learn, but also I don't think it's helpful for us when we ask a question and get told we're creating a circus show. I think it's kind of
No. You misunderstood. Hold on. Let me clarify, because I'm the one that made that statement, and I want to clarify what I meant by my statement. A lot of people come to this forum expecting a circus show. They don't realize that they're actually engaging with people who have been observing real life and have gathered a bunch of observations, especially this Earth curve calculator, that we can show you is not there. So the fact that we're here having this conversation with you is the idea that we're presenting you a, quote, lecture versus a circus show. That is all, my friend. So the snickers and the laughs in the background, I all understand that you guys were expecting something a little bit different. But it's cool. We're all here to engage conversation with you. So respectful debate is always appreciated, but it's really hard to debate the truth. That's the problem. But thank you for being here.
Yeah, Kiwi, they come in and they don't realize that we all believed in the globe before.
Yeah, man. We used to love the globe.
And as soon as we actually researched it and stopped looking at it with children's eyes, basically, we took an adult approach to it.
I'll admit, I was a fucking globehead. I was a hardcore globehead.
The human mind is prone. The human mind is very susceptible to flights of fancy, you know, like all these magnificent stories and explanations for what the big mysteries of our reality, and that's what people come here expecting from us as well. And we're just saying, no, just get out in reality, make observations, do tests, see if we can verify these claims that are made. That's all we're doing.
Somebody here asked just like 10 minutes ago what we think is beyond 8 miles down. It's like, why would you ever ask that? Like, we're not God. We didn't create this place. How would we know?
We don't know if there's a God or not.
Speak for yourself, man. I'm a God.
Gosh, yeah.
Bow down to me.
With respects to the Earth grid calculator, I took a screenshot of the number when you choose to do the homework and see that, again, over 100 kilometer distance, there should be a depression of 785 meters. So that means if you take your point of reference from where you're standing and then you shoot out a drone or some kind of whatever, by the time that whatever it is you shot out in the distance, car, whatever it is, gets to that point 100 kilometers away from you, it should be at a depression beneath you by 780 meters based on their mathematics, their geometry globe number. It's just food to think about, food for thought. Stuff to think about.
Mind-baffling, isn't it?
Yes, really, it's really interesting. It's nice to take it all in.
You're in the right place. This is a school day every day in here.
Yeah.
Even us, I mean, we've been in this debate and discussion for years, and you learn something every day in here. There's always somebody got something to say that you'll find interesting. Maybe not every day, because some days we're fucking infested with trolls. You get a good laugh at least.
Also, if you scroll down on Discord, you'll find a section with a lot of topics about Earth and other stuff. Maybe that will raise some more, curiosity and questions, whatnot. The additional information section, if you scroll down.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, tons of topics there, subjects.
And Izzy, I just want to apologize if you thought I was referring to you guys as clowns. No, it's very much the opposite.
Oh, it's fine. Don't worry. Maybe I read the situation wrong.
I appreciate you, my friend. And again, guys, thank you for coming. Thank you for asking questions. Right, we're here. We're always chatting, and I think Spake, did you hook him up with roles?
I think they already had roles.
Hey, let's go. Welcome to the family, guys.
Thank you.
So how long have you actually been in the server for? A while, or just a couple of days, or what?
Literally just today. We joined today. We did the interview.
Cool.
With-
Who was it? Check Jen.
Let me check. They just spoke in the live stream voice chat.
Heratos. I can't pronounce that.
Heratos Themes.
Yeah.
All right. Banker, central banker.
Yeah.
Oh, we
That's
love
it.
Banker. He takes care of the
Everybody's-
money.
It was my fault. I admit it.
Everybody's been using Eratosthenes' name lately.
I was the first. I'm just gonna put that.
Nah, man. Wait till you take a look at live stream voice text, bro.
No, I did this Sunday. Heratosthenes. I was stoned, and it just occurred to me, and then everybody else started following suit.
Nah, bro. Take a look in live stream voice text, man. Unless the bots just gave up. We had what's his name? We had Fight the Flat Earth convinced, or I convinced him. Me and Bev try thinking that I had what do you call them? What are those fucking GoFundMe's, and I had convinced all the mod staff to pay money into a GoFundMe to dig holes on an Eratosthenes experiment, and he believed me, and he thought he was informing Red's rhetoric. He announced it on the show, and he's like, "I've got this guy Pantomath, and he's fucking fooled all the mods in 24/7, and he's got them all to pay money into a fucking GoFundMe," and he thought he was announcing it to the internet, man. It's fucking hilarious, bro. That was the picture I sent him. I says it was me in a hole.
Yeah, I don't go that far back with it. I missed the first wave.
It was a classic, man. Honestly, fucking hilarious. I had a little clip as well of him announcing it on Red's Rhetoric, but when I lost my last YouTube channel, they fucking deleted the bastard. Devastated. Probably never ever see that again, man. It was fucking hilarious. Red Rhetoric was pissing himself. No, I think it was Team Skeptic. He was pissing himself laughing at it when he showed him that picture.
Yeah, I don't go that far back either, but that's a better, man.
That's a fucking classic. Look at the facial expression on the dude. It's pure gormless.
I know.
It's like,
It's exactly what they expect the flat earther.
Aye, man. Whereas they're actually looking at him.
Come on, man, grab a shovel. Fucking get down here.
It looks like a drill hole anyway, man. Like one of those big excavator drill things with the big teeth.
Well, at least we know the Earth is not 2D. Suss that one.
Wish I'd kept that joke going, man. But Fight the Flat Earth, he was full hook, line and sinker with that one, man.
I believe they're on a globe, man. They'll fall for it.
How can you wake up in the morning and look in the mirror before you jump onto Discord to argue for the globe? You think to yourself, like, what the fuck am I playing at here, man?
It's real in their minds, though.
I don't know if it is, mate.
Well, I mean, some of them are clearly at it. You know, it's just that they've got the persona, they're playing into it. But
especially when they're making money off it, like Fight the Flat Earth, mate. Like, he's making a fortune. He's getting like supercharged constantly. He's got loads of members, so he's going to keep it going until the wheels fall off.
Oh yeah, man, that's a fucking cash cow. He's not going to give that up.
And he'll debate anybody just because he's not really debating. It's complete, utter sophistry, and the tactics he uses. And then if he is getting like under pressure, he starts to use stuff playing up to the audience sort of thing, where he's like mocking them and shit. So even if he is like getting thrashed to his ignorant audience, they still think that he's winning.
Did you listen to Dell beyond imagination.
Nah, somebody asked me that last night, man. He kicked me off. Well, either him or his mods kicked me off years ago, and because all I done was he was talking about Antarctica, and all I done was said like, till we physically go to Antarctica ourselves, how could we ever know what's there and what's truth and what's bullshit? And then bang, I was banned. So I jumped in my other account, went back, and I was like, whoa, what's happening here? I just got banned for no reason. Banned again. Jumped back into another account because I had like 6 accounts open on the iPad at the time, or on the tablet, whatever it was. And I changed the name of the account to, why are you banning me? I never did nothing, basically. And then fucking bang, banned again. They banned like 5 or 6 of my accounts. So I just, in principle, I never ever went into any streams ever again.
That's fair enough. I was just bringing it up because like one of his streams like the other week, he got into something with Fight the Flat Earth. And he was wanting, Fight the Flat Earth wanting to debate Dell, or he's like, you know, calling him out, saying, Dell, you won't debate me and all this. And then, you know, Dell's just like, I'm here, I'm open, you know how he is. But anyway, he wanted him to sign like a contract and stuff. Have Dell sign this contract, basically said, if you like, you know, if you go against the terms, I get ownership of your YouTube channel and all this nonsense. And then this thing he sent him to sign was like, it's just some utterly ridiculous thing. It's no kind of legal document, but you'd have to see it yourself. It's just total farce.
Let's see. Sounds like Fight the Flat Earth.
But just the usual, like, just absolute lunatic tactics from these people, man. You know, always making it out to their audiences that they're doing everything in their power to get flat earthers on to debate, but flat earthers, you know, are hiding in their holes, you know, when it's the opposite way around. It's like, we'll go anytime, man, just...
And look at the low front, like, hanging fruit that he always has on his show, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, complete lunatics, man. Like that guy, what's his name? Seek Truth, Speak Truth as well, when he converted from Flat Earth. Like, it's obvious as fuck that he was never a flat earther. Like, when you watch the first videos that he had, I don't know how Eric Dubé put a comment in his video saying, "I keep up the good work" and shit like that. It made me pure suspicious. I was like, what? But he was
I don't know, but as far as anybody being a real flat earther, actually understanding the information and then going back to the globe, it doesn't exist, man.
No.
There's always an ulterior motive, like with what's his face, Rumpus. What was his name? It's like it was a monetary thing or like a social thing, like, you know.
No, was it Rumpus?
Rumpus is an ass.
Getting picked on by flat earthers or something, so he went back to Team Globe. But I don't know, just drama. Not that the globe's real, you know.
No, it's not Rumpus. It's the other guy, man.
I forget, man.
Well, Rumpus is another one, though. I'll throw him in gladly.
What's his fucking name, man? English dude, yeah.
He flipped back over to Globe side and dropped the Blackpool Swan.
I remember that. After like debating for years.
Yeah.
He's obviously still a flat earther, right? But somebody must have paid him to do that shit.
Exactly.
Well, I guess our new friends.
Nobody goes back.
Our new friends left us.
Nobody goes back to believing in Santa Claus.
And the Easter Bunny, huh? Tooth Fairy. Yum yum. Let's go. So our new friends left us, huh?
Aye.
Yeah, they dipped once they realized it was real.
As CB said, they thought they bought tickets to the circus, but they showed up to a lecture.
Yeah, I love the way he puts that. It's perfect. I always used to say that, like, people think they're coming in here for 2 hours of just random entertainment for, you know, kill time, and they leave with an existential crisis. You know, it's fucking hilarious.
And a migraine.
When the spotlight gets thrust upon you, what do? Speak. Go ahead. We're all listening.
You know,
you're on the mic.
Like, the mainstream is obviously, it's built them up completely. I think we're just a bunch of raving lunatics, man. We just go down the beach and stare out at the horizon. It looks flat. It must be flat, you know. That's what they expect. And then they come in here and they're dropping all the fucking information on them. all the, sound reasoning and logic and everything, and they're like, what the fuck is this?
Have you seen the meme from The Matrix with the losing brain cells one? Have you seen that meme?
Maybe.
I'll post it. I'll post it in the live stream. For folk that say, like, once we've bombarded them with information and they're like, oh my god, I've got a sore head or I'm losing brain cells. I think it was Martov that made this.
Yeah, post it.
I'm just typing it in, it's quite long. That's that one. Like, it's my brain.
Oh, yeah. That's brilliant, yeah.
It's a peach
exactly. Yeah, that's them.
It's a killer meme.
It's true as well. It's fucking totally true.
I know.
It's not just comedy, it's absolutely true. They have not used their brains in any real fashion ever in their lives. If we get people in here that like don't know anything about, like, they still believe in the moon landing, 9/11, everything, they haven't researched one thing, then yeah, they've not used their brain for real.
Land in the sky, gentlemen. Land in the sky. Let's just think about the idea of building a vehicle to go land it on land in the sky, on something that disappears every 28 days.
Sounds kosher.
I think that's well too heavy, Kiwi, for dropping on newbies.
Come on, man.
And it kind of comes off a bit mental, honestly.
I know I've said it before, and you've always checked me on it, but I love saying it, man. Land in the sky, ladies and gentlemen.
They have no fucking clue what you mean by... Well, they know what you're referring to, but when you say something that disappears every 28 days... They just think like, oh, does this guy think because when it goes new moon that the moon's disappeared?
What I mean, and this is why I immediately am going to the absolute end of whatever it is they're attempting to hang their hats on and illustrate how ridiculous it is. We're going to spend money to get a vehicle or to build a vehicle to go land it on land in the sky. And
we already did, man. Have you not seen this fucking, I don't know, just genius of humanity?
Well, and I'm going to base my existence, my potentiality for existence on what's happening out there in the sky. I don't see no land and water out there, but I see things out there and I must be the same as them.
I mean, just look at the marvel of technology.
Look at the state of it, wires hanging everywhere, man.
Absolute tweaker sheller.
Oh no, I was talking about the ISS there. I just saw that as what was posted. I thought that's what you were talking about, the ISS. Like,
that's
the money spent on it, but like, imagine all the hairs and eyelashes and skin and food and everything that's all caught in between all those wires and all those nooks and crannies. The place would be absolutely disgusting, mate.
Oh, gross.
It's pretty brilliant, kid.
Who cleans this mess?
I've never seen anybody ever cleaning anything. All you ever see them is throwing food everywhere.
We saw those guys working in their garage, though, right? Those astronauts.
Oh yeah, on the news clip or whatever. They don't look like
astronauts. In the garage. What the hell?
My favorite part about the ISS is their flappy doors supposed to hold back a 10 to the negative 17 door vacuum. I'm uploading.
No, but they say it's just a cover. Like, they say it's not a door. Like, I've heard Glober say it's just a cover. It's just a fucking, it's not for pressure. It's just a cover. Like, what's the point of it then?
Yeah, just leave it open.
There's NASA.
Were you in here yesterday, when we were speaking to Eric?
Aye. I was here for the start of it, man.
Did you see what happened to him when he saw that GIF of the guy fading out on the ISS?
I started laughing.
Nervous laughter. Aye, but he got really nervous about it.
Aye. I think it was me that said it, in fact, that's a nervous laugh. And you agreed with me, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But we rolled past it, and I wanted to hold him on it because, like, that was right the point where he was crumbling. Like, it's so fucking obvious, you can't deny it. You know what I mean? That you have to say, okay, there is CGI involved in this footage, one way or another. Like, you can't dispute it.
I think it's all deliberate as well, and all that stuff for these supposed mistakes.
Well, leaving the mistakes out in the open.
Aye, man, I'm convinced it is.
Well, what is it? The tacit agreement, right? They put everything out there. If you're too stupid to not see it, then you consent and kind of be fooled. You know? Yeah.
Suppose, man. That's how they got away with it with the karma laws.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. You know?
Aye, man.
Nobody said you had to be obvious about it, you know, but you just got to leave a little breadcrumb trail, one way or another. And if you can't spot it, then you're the dumbass, and so be it. The consequences that come.
That's a classic.
Your entire life under a delusion, you know.
Yeah, that's a classic meme I just posted there as well. Same the name of it for the bot. I thought it was fucking hilarious, man. I don't know who made that, like, but it's a peach.
I've not actually heard a Global rationalise what he said.
What about?
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. We'd have CGI.
It's the same one, I think.
That astronaut looks like it's like the first time he's getting in that like hole, basically. He's fucking confused, man.
NASA says, here you go, Elon Musk was making fun. NASA, you're never gonna stop being made fun of for accusing 24/7 of having Hitman fucking gonna kill you, bro. For fuck's sake, man. That's insane. That's the crate. I've been here for almost 5 years and I've never heard none as ridiculous as that in my life. And I've heard some fucking ridiculous shit. But to claim that people have put a hit on you for being a globe troll. Wow. Even if you had explosive information that destroyed Flat Earth, nobody's gonna kill you, man.
Yeah, I mean, just come in VC and drop it, man.
Drop it like it's hot.
Yeah, who's it? CB's always saying you got the cards, play them, you know.
Right. Do you have actual proof of FE? Aye, man. Reality. Nothing's moving. There's no curvature anywhere. There's 88 constellations that revolve in concentric circles like they have done since they were named. I just dropped it, NASA. I'm not going to play your game where I'm talking to you on VC and you're answering in text. If you've got any testicles, come in. If you've only got the ball that you believe in and you've not got any balls between your leg or metaphorical ones, we'll have to do. Scallop, where was all the loads of information I gave you there? Like I told you about the stars being the same for thousands of years. It's like one bit of information. You asked for it. See if we can get some Cog Disc customers, man.
I'm always like Flyer 2 just posted something there, and I'm always taken aback that people had to discover flat Earth to learn about perspective. I knew about fucking perspective when I was 10. You know, I mean, I thought this was like the most common of common knowledge.
You showed this in art, remember? Did you never have to like draw like a street scene, like a cartoon street scene, where you had to draw the angled the lines to make it look like the roads gone up?
I did art in high school, but then after that, I didn't do anything else with it. But I didn't need high school to know about art. Just doodling, you understand, you like intuitively understand the concept. You don't know the terms and all that and how to properly describe, but you intuitively understand.
Perspective.
And
that's the
know how you're always given like the common person on the street the benefit of the doubt that they have in their mind the same kind of general common knowledge you have, and then to find out that people are running around this world not even understanding perspective, until they hear it in relation to flat Earth. It's pretty fucking astounding, honestly.
It's exactly the same as what NASA's asking yet again about star trails. That's just perspective. If you're standing on a road and the car's coming from the right of you, and then you cross the road and turn around, the car's coming from the left of you, it's still coming in the same direction. The star trails are all going the same direction, man. Jesus Christ.
All you've done is just change your perspective. The ceiling doesn't change, man. You change your location in the room.
They're like the first questions that you ask when you come into this subject.
Love it.
How ludicrous, man.
That meme you just posted at the bottom there, that's perfect, man. Great one.
2 seconds, I'm going to go and put a couple of macaroni pies in the oven.
Still about, Kiwi?
Yo. What's going on, Obi? How you been, man?
Yeah, all good, man. Yourself?
Very good.
What's happening?
Thanks for asking. Same old shit, different day. Observing level.
Of course, man. What else is there to observe?
Everywhere we go. Talk about the floor. I don't care about what you think about the hemisphere, what you think about the sky, the moon, I don't care about all this stuff, man. Just care about the floor. Just care about the foundation. You have no foundation, I don't want to know about your house. Nope. You have a faulty foundation, that shit is gonna come down.
I want to ask you a question. Do you think it's the consensus of the world that people fundamentally can't change? Like they can change like preferences in food or where they want to live, but core personality and all that nonsense can't be changed. Do you think that's like the consensus of the world, what most people would agree true?
I think it's a question of yeah, I think that's a fair statement. Will I say that humanity is lost? No, because I think we can still demonstrate and rationalize with them. I think what we get a sample of here is the, I want to say the antithesis. Oh, let me pull that up. But I think we get the absolute opposite of what we are, right? The yin to our yang. And I'm never going to say that they are necessary for us to exist, i.e., they define us. That's not what we're talking about here. What I find is interesting is that people engage with a server like this, which has such amazing substance to it and such depth. They don't realize that they're attempting to debate the truth. They just haven't realized that they're observing the truth yet. So that's where I say that humanity is not lost, because we're able to observe it and point it out if they're willing to look at it. But But the interesting question that then comes about from that is, have you made it so comfortable for the person that you're attempting to engage with that they're just full of complacency and they could really give a shit? Because that's ultimately the answer that we get when we've ultimately brought them down to the point, where we've shown them the stuff and they come back with, well, I still have to get up to tomorrow morning and go to work.
Well, I ask you because I'm going to assume that you don't believe that people can't change like fundamental aspects of their mind and the way they think and how they see the world, right?
Yeah, I think they're pretty locked into the way that they see it from their perspective.
No, but I'm asking, like, do you believe people can change, correct?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and so do I. But I was wanting to lead on, like, don't you find, like, the most hard-headed people that will defend the globe, they're all the type of people that have this kind of notion that, you just reach a certain age and that's the person you are for the rest of your days, They are locked into that mindset, and I think that's another one of like the big like psyop layers of society that's been built for people. It's convincing people, but it's only like a self-fulfilling prophecy, because what is the catalyst to like deep change in a person? It's new information, and what is most people in this world like most allergic to? Actually taking other information, different information seriously. Giving it its place and time.
Onboarding. Yep.
Yeah, onboarding.
Yeah. You can tell even when we engage with these people, and it drives me up the wall, and that's why you get that jumpy syndrome, where it's somebody of magnitude in this server says something to the person they're speaking to, and the person, the Glober knee-jerk reaction has an answer for that. And it's like, look, did you actually take time to onboard what this person just said to you? Because these things that we say here, this isn't just like throwing a ball against the wall. Like, we're not theory crafting. These are facts. And if you are paying attention to the facts that we're presenting, you definitely need to be doing some onboarding, active onboarding for sure. But, yeah, I'm hopeful that our argument becomes so focused that we give them no wiggle room. Truth is truth, man.
Yeah.
Well, people need to be able to accept new information, and that's very difficult for a lot of people.
Well, okay, so AI made an absolutely awesome point on Monday. And I timestamped it was like 4:30, 4:45 Eastern. And he said, when you're born and you experience life as flat, stationary, things in the sky move, you don't. Like, these are the things that we experience. You go into your classroom and you see the globe sitting on the front of the room, and you make that connection, and then the teacher goes and the teacher pulls down the overhead map from the rack above, and you see this thing. So, of course, your mind automatically takes that map, grabs it by the left and right side, and it wraps it around the ball, which is sitting right beside it, right? It's an automatic connection that you make. And the funny thing is, people don't even have to really say anything. You just sit there and you look, and your brain automatically starts doing it because the suggestion was made.
Right. The symbols do all the work.
Yeah. Once the suggestion is made, right, it's crazy because you can just put those two things in front of 100 people and they will all interact with those two ideas differently, but you will fundamentally walk away with pretty much the same observations, that they're going to take a map and they're going to wrap it around the ball. It's like a knee-jerk reaction. So, the controller can sit back and say, well, we didn't tell you to do that. You automatically did that. And then they can just start formulating everything based around the presupposed notion that it is a ball versus a flat and stationary non-rotating plane. So, yeah. Do I worry? No. I'm no man's savior. But we have whittled this down to a very focused argument, whereas there's no deformation in the floor, dude. No matter where you go, above water, above land, there's no deformation happening.
Well, I had a family member in the car one day, and I had happened to have the Discord chat going.
Nice.
And basically she said, well, what does it matter? I mean, life's not going to change. I mean, I'm not going to stress out about it. And what I told her was, I'm not stressed out about believing in flat Earth. The main thing is just living reality in truth. And if you had a loved one that was lying to you for 20 years and you found out they were lying to you, would you want them to continue lying to you, or would you want to move forward and acknowledge the truth and then continue to live your life? And no one wants to be deceived, and it's about living truth, and getting outside of that deception. And some people stress out about it. Some people freak out. Some people will be like, oh, really? All right, cool. And then some people fight it to the death, to ignore it and to try and deny it, the dissonance.
When somebody asks that, like, what difference does it make? That's a concession right there,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. At that point, yeah. And
in their mind, like, no matter how much they kick back, deep down in their mind that they'll never be willing to admit, we see it every day, the types that come in here and play that act. And in YouTube chat,
and then,
deep down, they
they
know it's flat. They know you're talking sense. They know you make sense, and your points hold up. But they don't want the responsibility of it.
And this is where you realize that your concessions, right? Just like I go to the movies, I want my concessions: popcorn, candy, soft drinks, whatever. I can't believe I call it a soft drink, but it's better than calling it a soda. Anyways, you get your concessions, i.e. gravity, refraction, and what difference does it have to make? Or, sorry, what difference does it make? Right? Those are the three top ones, right? But realize that when you're presenting people with these arguments and they're conceding and handing you these as reasoning, you're actually making progress. Because once they start to lean on those things, it doesn't take much to start destructing that house of cards, let me tell you. Because refraction makes rainbows.
Right.
And,
then she says,
does it make? Yeah, what fuck?
Then she says, well, I'm not a scientist. And then that's when I told her, look, that's appeal to authority, or I'm still learning my fallacies. But I said, look, you have all the logical capacity and reasoning and cognitive spatial ability to come to your own conclusion. You don't have to be qualified to measure a distance or to measure something. This is just measurement. We see too far. You don't need to be an expert to have the common sense to understand.
I would say when someone says I'm not a scientist, it's not an appeal to authority. It's actually an appeal to deitism in their mind, because that's how they regard science.
Right. Oh yeah, I see your point there.
Yeah.
Well, it's
even beyond authority.
It's a defense mechanism too, yeah. Like, so they go, oh, I've been caught out. Oh, I'm going to play dumb here.
Right. Like I don't have the white coat, so I don't know. Let's just give up.
It's not about science anyway. It's just observation. Observation's not science. It can be part of it, but if you're trying to measure depth over distance, then that's not science. I don't know why they always go, oh, you guys aren't scientists. Well, you don't need to be a fucking scientist.
Yeah, it's not a scientific inquiry. It's a geometric one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they've pretty much become the high priests of modern day. Is anyone with letters after their name is all of a sudden a higher power that should be listened to?
No, really, Kyle. I mean, like the group that just came in. Again, I'll say it. They asked us. They were trying to get us to tell them what was, beneath the earth or deep in the earth. It's like,
right.
Who with any kind of sound mind asks this of another human being? It's like, do you think gods walk among us or something? Oh, you do. You think you obviously do. They wear white coats, white lab coats.
Yeah, we can't answer those questions that they are presupposing, or they're asking based on their presupposed ideas. I had a guy yesterday, and I was strictly just asking him, like, you guys know how I feel about triangles and trigonometry and the fact that you need a flat baseline, you need flat lines in triangles, 3 angles, trigonometry. I said to him, so how do you propose sine, cosine, tangent works? Trigonometry, the study is such. And he said to me, well, I'm not Einstein. I said to him, I learned, luckily I can say this, but I learned this stuff in grade 10 when I was like 15. So if you're going to try to tell me that this is Einstein level,
it is for him,
understanding,
like 60
right?
IQ,
Then, buddy, at the age of 42, you're really elevating me to a level of like understanding I can't even understand myself, right? Because I can understand that application. And if you can't understand that you can't apply a curve in any of those 3 lines, what's left?
Right, because all you do is you imagine the baseline of that triangle having a curve on it, and you don't even have to be an expert. You can just visualize it, and it's not going to make sense. The angles would change, and the area of the triangle, everything would be different.
But again, and remember, right, the fundamental principles of the construction of a triangle, right? I'm not even talking about the 90-degree requirement yet. I'm just going to talk about the 3 angles which have to close up the shape. It's 3 angles that close up the shape. That means the 3 angles have to add up to 180 degrees. You know what else is 180 degrees? The bloody horizon. Isn't that crazy? I can take a triangle, I can unfold the triangle and make the same damn line as I observed in the horizon line, no matter how high I go. Coincidence? I think not. Shit. Now,
Yeah,
that's
because
worthy
all
of a
those
mic
lines have to be straight.
Damn
you
straight.
guys haven't heard of curved straight lines?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm waiting on someone to debate and say, well, there's not really any line that's actually straight if you go down to the nano level.
Oh, that would have been the guy that was in earlier. What's his face? Angst. Yeah, he would go there.
What about that NASA dude who's trying to say that they offered dollars live for somebody to take him out?
Oh well, it's a really big event in his life, so I'm sure he knows exactly which live stream it was, and he can pull it up and post it.
He'd have it recorded, and he'd have the evidence saved for a fucking police investigation and shit, man.
Of course he would, but no doubt in about 5 seconds his new excuse is coming out, like fucking dog ate my hard drive or something,
Hey, be listening, so tell us, NASA, like, where's the evidence that people from 24/7 offered live on air to YouTube, Twitch? If it was a good few months ago, it would have been on Periscope as well, DLive and Facebook. So there's plenty of evidence that we set up a hit on you, but you're still here giving boats go over the fucking horizon. The fuck? We've got people coming in with multiple degrees.
Oh, fuck, they feed them some good drugs on the MK Ultra programs,
So what?
What happened? What happened?
He tried to say earlier that Miggy told him to come in, and he's like, oh, well, last time I went in there I got doxed, and then somebody tried to put fucking money on my head, and then I've been like winding him up since then. And then if you look at live stream voice text, he said, but I kid you not, they offered dollars live for anybody who could take him out. And all he's gave all day is boats go over the horizon and fucking what else? Some other like retarded fucking claim.
Yeah, we got to take him out specifically after we deal with the last 100 people that we just say boats don't go over the horizon. Here's the proof. But we got to go and take him out.
Look at the amount of people that's in the banned list. You know what I mean? There's like fucking 10,000 people or something.
Why do you need to take anyone out that's got no proof?
No. But he did not say boats. You said boats earlier. I watched you literally, and I argued with it this afternoon about boats going over the horizon. I've seen you saying it several times today.
Why don't you just drop a few memes of zoom outs just to put it there for him, and the rest of you know?
Some guy like maybe thinks that he's got some kind of, I don't know, his fame if he's getting spoke about on the live stream. So regardless of what he's getting spoke about for, it's just because they know he's getting spoke about, like, he maybe feels kind of famous.
Globers certainly are an insecure breed. I've been not having the conviction enough and the intellectual backbone to come on voice and defend your worldview. That you can prove hands down, because just, you know, fucking boats go over the horizon.
Of course.
Amazing how flat Earth is just like the biggest magnet for people that can't afford a $5, you know, microphone, and two, have no conviction to actually defend their worldview. It's amazing that, isn't it?
For those reasons, they get death threats live on air. The fuck, man.
Me and Flat Out A Saints got stuck into Octane Weasel the other day.
How'd that go?
Oh yeah, he ran off.
He's a weird one.
Well, he's been there for that long, and he still says boats go over the horizon, and you can't zoom back in on them eventually because they eventually go over the horizon.
Yeah, him, Fortes, Matthew, they're all like at it, totally. Every time, like really good points are being made by really articulate speakers among us in the VC and Octane, or that is sitting in the VC, they dip out. You know, and they never stick around for like the gravy. You know what I mean? The real gravy.
Or Forte's best one is he pretends he doesn't know, and then pretends what you've been talking about. Now he doesn't. All of a sudden, he doesn't understand what you're talking about, and then changes the words around. Mate, you can't do that. That's really dishonest.
Let's talk about their boats going over the horizon. What are the contributing factors to it? So the guy that was in here earlier was talking about theorizing why we can't see things off in the distance, and theorizing that you have to gain an angle on them and blah, blah, blah. So he was coming at it from an explanation of, what is it now? Angular... I was messing this up. Resolution, thank you. Angular resolution. Last night I said angular refraction, and I was like, wait, that's not right. Angular resolution. Here's the thing. Angular resolution has a limit of 3 miles. I believe it's 2/100ths of a degree that it goes down to based on a 6-foot observer height. Now, the thing about a boat is, gentlemen, how high is a boat deck? From the water surface to the top of where I'd be walking around manning the boat. How high do you think that is, roughly? Meters?
Depends what size boat.
Okay, yeah, true enough. My bad. Okay, let's just say on a sailboat, the boat deck comprises, what do you think? Maybe 1/7 of its overall mass?
Yeah, I think the sails will be like 5, like a small little boat. Like 5 feet above the water.
Right. So all I'm attempting to illustrate in talking about the boat is the fact that when the boat disappears, your eye is going to resolve the bottom of the boat first. Or dissolve the bottom of the boat first. Because it's the smallest thing. The boat is going to appear like it went over an edge because the bottom is missing. There's two things happening.
As the angle decreases, it can't come between, your eye can't separate what it's sitting on and what it actually is. So that's why you see the top of it. Yeah.
Exactly. And then because as if we were to unpack it and talk about how it comes to you, it starts off as a little dot, And then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. You see the sail first, then you see the bottom of the boat. Holy crap, it's coming up over an edge. No, your eyes just unpacking the image as it's coming towards you. Angular resolution, right? You can't theorize angular resolution. This stuff all exists within our purview, and we can explain these things. This is why, like, you're gonna attempt to argue methods of measurement down to the nano. Well, my next question is, can I have a nano brick, a nano joist, or a nano beam? Because I'd like to build on this plane, and it appears to me I'm observing level. Ain't no curve showing up. Yeah. Angular resolution. That's why boats disappear bottom first. The boat's the smallest thing of the boat, therefore the boat deck disappears first, then the sail disappears. Because the sail is the biggest thing. Sail's going to be the last thing to disappear because it's the biggest thing. Does that make sense, guys?
The bottom of the boat, that's the least angle you've got to view it, so that would be the first thing that disappears, man.
Exactly. This is the point.
And the resolution doesn't pick up. Can't decipher
and you've got
it.
the horizon. The horizon is sitting on the boat's ass saying, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. The closer you get, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. And yeah, the boat's getting closer and closer to the horizon. Therefore, the horizon gets to eat the bottom of the boat first because the horizon is the closest to the bottom of the boat, so to speak. Or the floor, if you will. Sorry.
But sometimes the bottom of the boat doesn't disappear first. It kind of all disappears roughly the same sort of time. It all sort of like becomes unresolvable as it gets smaller and smaller. You can't really distinguish whether the bottoms disappear first or not.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say that on a nice clear day with no wind, no moisture in the air. That's exactly what happens. But on other days when there's moisture in the air, you can't see it for maybe 5 miles. It'll disappear. So, what's the horizon getting further away, and is the Earth getting bigger and smaller? And every time it disappears, like the distance is way too far to be Earth curve anyway. So that boats go over the horizon. Such a ridiculous argument. Doesn't make any sense.
I see Lino Tomo in the chat. What's going on, Lino? How are you, man?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good, brother.
Well, I always used to think you were a flat earther, bro, till I seen you the other day in red. I was like, fucking hell, man.
How you doing, man?
I thought you'd been converted.
Nah, not yet.
Have you had any opportunities to check out some long observation? Long distance observations?
I did some observation, yes. I showed it like a couple of days ago.
Yeah, well, no, last time you were here, you were talking with Miggy, and I think you presented some beach front shots, did you not? I think a pier bridge was in the background.
Was the Bay Area, like...
Yeah, I remember I was asking you about your the pier bridge that was off in the distance. Question for you. What do you think about level?
Well, I think the kind of like the same thing of the globe model, like, is following like gravity.
Okay, so you're saying that it's like a localized gravity then?
Well, it's not really localized. It's just everything is attracted to the same thing.
Okay, because the thing I'm trying to you again, in one of the pictures that you shared, there was a pier bridge that was shown in the background, right? So that has a foundation which goes down to the bottom of the sea or the bottom of the floor, right? And I would imagine that they, in construction, they would have oriented down, and they would have observed perpendicular to that, which would have been level, don't you think?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So with respects to like observing level, it's just a question for you of if it's localized level versus level everywhere.
Well, each level has its look. I mean, my level is different from your level.
Really?
Yes. Like it's relative, you know. Like I have my level right now. I'm in southern Italy, so it's different from your level, probably.
I see. Okay. Now, did you have a chance to look into that Earth curve calculator at all?
Yeah. I've been in this argument a long time. I mean, I
Yeah,
mostly listen. I've
seen you, Leonard Tomo. I've seen you here for years, bro.
Phantomas, you're the one that let me in from the vid. You checked
Was
me
it,
in.
man? Yeah. Did I, man? Oh, shit. Fuck.
Yeah.
I remember
Long
you, like,
time
from
ago.
a long, long time ago, man.
Yeah.
Shit,
I
that's
mostly
crazy.
listen.
Yeah, man.
I just listen people talk, that's all. Like,
Was that, I take it that was in the other server, the first one?
yeah, it was the first one.
Yeah.
I follow all the saga.
That must have been when I was just a gold then, because I only got my moderator maybe a few months before we lost that one.
Yeah.
Because I was doing the check-ins. I was doing the check-ins with Marlena and who else was it? Can't remember. Bambi, I think.
Yeah, Earl was there. That was a long time ago. Oh yeah, I know all the argument.
It was a busy server back then, man. I joined just after Mimulus, and it was like non-stop. It was constantly people, like fucking 2 live streams, fucking 2 VC check-ins full of people.
Yeah.
It was good.
I think Miggy's doing a good job now. You guys are all doing a good job now to revamp it a little bit.
It's better than it was, man.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, it was a little too much.
I'm glad I found the place, man.
Jump back and forth, rapping.
Do you ever sit over in Gem Pandas, like the Globe servers?
Not too much, because it's like preaching to the choir. I like different idea, like different opinions.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's why I listen to this one and also like the Geo one. These two servers.
Do you think you're a flat earther, but you don't want to admit it to yourself?
What you say?
I'm saying, do you think maybe you're deep down a flat earther, but you just don't want to admit to yourself?
No, I just know that I learn like a lot because I did get into researching like and also being in Italy I got to check all this all the globes from like 1500s, and I mean it's interesting. I've been to the to the Vatican. They have all the maps and all the stuff.
Yeah, cool.
So it's kind of fun.
It's better than watching TV, bro.
Yeah, no, I've been. That's why I just listen on the phone, but I'm always around.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm not usually in live stream, man. I'm most of the time on YouTube, dropping links and trying to get people to come to the server.
Yeah. Yeah, like when somebody from the other side comes in and you guys debate. It's interesting also, like the art of debating and all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, if everyone's not shouting over the top of each other, sometimes it just gets fucking too much, man.
Yeah, it's
And
difficult.
No one can hear anything that's getting said, and it's like just noise.
Yeah, it get a little too rowdy. But anyway, nice to talk to you, Phantom.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah. I go back to
Before you go, have you got a what's your best proof of the globe?
Oh, just observation every time.
Observing the TV.
No, like the horizon, like the horizon, for example.
You can see
horizontal, bro.
Well, for example, I took a boat to come to Sicily, and you can just look around you, and it's like a circle all around you. And it's pretty much around like maybe 7-8 miles, because the height of the boat, and it's just everywhere you go, you can see that.
That could just be the limit of your vision, creating a circle around you.
It could be, but then you see like mountain behind the horizon, and so they can see farther.
So you can see further.
But can you see the bottom of the mountain?
Well, no, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, you don't see the bottom. Like, there is like when I was in the Bay Area, I just went to Sausalito. I don't know if you guys know, but there is a little city north of San Francisco, and it's called Sausalito. I took a camera and I put it 4 feet from the bay, and in elevation, and then I took picture all around, and you can see that actually I took a picture of a rock that later on I look, it was 2.9 miles of distance, but then you see the background is missing maybe like 40-50 feet, and then I check on the curve calculator, it's supposed to miss like 40 feet. So I did some stuff like that, but I do it mostly for fun. It's not that I want to prove anything. It's just like, since you guys say stuff, and then I check it out, and I enjoy doing this stuff. I just observe, but like I say, everybody can think whatever they want.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Sometimes it's the talk that lets you know somebody's thinking something without them having to come directly out and place a label on it. Right? Because Lino he's listening and hearing a lot of the stuff, and he sees it. That's all good, dude. We appreciate you, man. And the biggest thing is, thank you for opening your mic when I said hello to you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for calling me.
Dude.
Yeah.
Your pictures were appreciated. The shares are definitely take them in. Right?
Okay. Cool. Thanks. Yeah, I just take pictures sometimes. I put them up.
Right, find a picture of that elusive curvature.
What you say?
I was saying, see if you can find the curvature. If you find a picture of that, we'd shut the server down.
The problem with taking a picture of the curvature is that when you take a picture, your field of view is too little. But if you look at it with your eyes, if you go on the beach, where do you live? Edinburgh? Where do you live? I don't remember. Are you near the beach?
Yeah, man. Edinburgh. Yeah, I'm close to the estuary, right next to the water.
Exactly. So you go one day that is not foggy, You have a couple of those days. Just kidding. But you can look like around left to right, and you see that basically is a semicircle if you are on a 180 beach. And you look left to right, you see that it's not straight, it's actually a circle around you. And the only possibility, in my opinion, it's being on a sphere.
I still go back to every time, when you see in circles, like we see in circles. So if you look directly in front, you can only see a certain distance. If you go 5 degrees to your right, you can only see that certain distance as well. If you go 15, you can see that certain distance. So what you're doing is you're creating a circle with your vision anyway. So it's explainable not on a sphere as well. Yeah, like you can see it as a sphere. I can see it as the limits of my vision.
Sure.
So, like it's not really. Visuals are probably not the greatest proof of either. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have all the means, so I can only observe. I just say I don't have any other means. I just observe.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we can't go to space, so we've got we're supposed to have photos from up there, and they're not photos, so we've got to discount all that. And then what we get back to is who measured it, and how did they measure it, and how did they verify it? And it seems like they just go.
Yeah, if you read, like I read this lecture and about how they measure the Earth, they actually use chain. In 1700, like a French expedition, the one went to I think Peru, and the other one went to the north because there was a dispute of if the Earth was shaped more like an egg, so taller at the poles, or like fatter, like Newton was saying, right? So they did this experimentation. You can read like a book. It's pretty interesting. I mean, you can tell maybe it's a fake story, whatever, but there are like different. Because it was a pretty adventurous thing. Because they actually measure like with chain, So they did.
I know chains are. I know chains are measurement, but how do you measure that measurement when you're in a boat?
No, they did this on a piece of earth, like not on boat. On boat, I think you would use something else like the sextant, or they used to have the geo or something. But
they found a flat piece of land and then measured in chains, and then did what?
Well, yeah, it's a long story. I don't really remember all of it because I read it like a couple of years ago. But I know that they did all these because the dispute wasn't like if it was flat. Like for all the longest time, people always thought like geocentric means that is in the center of the universe. So it's geocentric, but geo has always been like a sphere. Like even the church, was fighting with Galileo because Galileo was saying we weren't at the center. But that was the only dispute. It was never like if the Earth was flat or sphere. The Earth always thought as a sphere by anyone that would. I mean, not people that live. Well, that's what, like all the
geo just means land.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, it's always been thought as a sphere. Even like the church knew was a sphere, but it was geocentric, which means at the center of the universe. And heliocentric is the sun is at the center, which is even wrong because even the sun is not at the center of the universe, right? So but there was a dispute. Was not the shape of the Earth. Was if like if it was at the center or not at the center. And one of the reasons why they think it wasn't at the center is like the moon of Jupiter. That you can actually take a picture of it. I took a picture of it. It's pretty cool. Like with the P900, and you can actually see the moon around Jupiter. I mean, whatever that is nice.
Yeah, whatever it is, yeah. But, I don't know how they're going to measure, how they're going to work out in a measurement on land whether the poles are tall and skinny or short and fat, like just by measuring a piece of land. I'm not sure how that would work.
Because they already have the dimension. They actually. If you redo the, I know that you guys don't believe maybe the Aristotle's works, but if you do it with your friends and you see that it actually works, and you can do it any day, you don't even need to expect like if you are 3-4 people. I think Kosho did an experiment with like 20 people, and it did make sense to me. I know that not to everybody makes sense, but to me it makes sense.
The assumption is that the sun, you have to assume that the sun is a certain, like pretty much unlimited distance from the, and the problem with that, it goes back far enough where they got the size and the distance of the sun from Venus
transiting the sun.
Right.
So to get that, they had to estimate that Venus was the same size as the Earth. So you're always coming back to the size of the Earth. So
I understand all the assumptions.
You need the size. Yeah, you need the size of the Earth, and then you need to know how Venus is the same size of the Earth to get the sun. To get the size of the sun when Venus is transiting it and the distance away. So the problem is that you start with an assumption and you end up with something that's not true because you didn't start with something that's true.
Right.
So
I agree with you that
every other
I agree that there are a lot of assumption about the distance. I mean, one of the things that to me is a killer is the sunset. I saw so many sunset, and I mean the sunset. Even the old religion and all the old how you say tribes and everything. They thought the sun was actually going under the earth. I mean, nobody thought it was going around. I mean, that is to me one of the strongest thing. And I feel sometimes. I feel the moon rising, and it's freaking big, and it comes up. It doesn't come close to me.
It's big. It's big because of atmospheric lensing. It's got and optical illusion. It's a combination of both. So that's another thing where you can't say it's a convincing kind of argument. Sorry, Spake, mate.
No, I was just going to say the worst thing about if you believe in the globe story of the sun, basically you have to accept that instead of the sun going away from you, you're spinning backwards at 1,000 miles per hour away from where the sun sets. So it's not the sun that's moving; it's the Earth that's spinning backwards. That's fucking insane.
I know it sounds insane, but you know how many insane things there are in the world. I mean, think of like a butterfly. I mean, that's insane, right? So it's not as a turning is not the most insane thing.
Well, why is a butterfly insane? It's got wings. It generates lift.
Well, I'm just saying, it's a miracle, right? It's amazing.
I mean, it's amazing, but it's not a miracle, man. I mean, it's fucking life. Life's fucking amazing in general. There you go, bruv.
I don't know, even if we're going to give you that stuff, it's circumstantial evidence at best. You still need to substantiate it with an actual direct measurement of the surface to demonstrate that's curving. So, do you have something like that?
I took some observation where I took a picture of 10 miles away with a altitude of 4 feet with a P900. And I took a picture in the Bay Area. I already posted, but as always, there is some problem with everything. So I am not here to convince anybody. I just want to say hi to Pantomat because it's a long time that I talked to him, and I don't want to piss over anybody. I just I'm enjoying people talking about stuff and. I have my idea because honestly, I have my idea. I can't tell you, maybe it's like that. I have my idea because
it's up to you, man. You believe what you want, bro.
Everybody,
but it makes a change, bro, to have someone with an attitude like yours. It's kind of refreshing for you to basically just be so fucking chilled about it. Most people are really, they want to fucking force it down your throat and they want to prove that they're right and that they're not wrong.
Each people is a personality, I don't mind some people with stronger personality because it's fun to hear, and it's just a different people. It's interesting.
Yeah, but you don't know that we got people coming in here all day, every day, talking about sky stuff. When we're actually, it's the ground that's in contention.
Yeah, but like I say, I spend my life at the beach maybe 300 days a year, and I never saw any problem.
Lucky you, bro.
I know.
Lucky you. I wish I was at the beach 300 days a year at the fucking beach, man. That'd be amazing.
It's because here there is a lot of cost, and when I I mean, there's a lot of cost, so I go all over the place.
And you observe curvature at the beach.
At the beach, like I say, you look left to right. If you're on a straight beach, let's say you have imagine your arm, right? Like you look 90 degree to your left, you see a horizon, right? And it's straight. Then you look in front of you, there is an horizon and straight. And you look right, and there is another horizon. Now, if you just turn your head around, you see a semicircle. I actually filmed something like this. I can post it if you are interested, because I did it from a boat. And basically, you see the horizon that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, circle around.
Make the Earth a globe. That's just how we view the world.
Yes, but then you see something way behind the horizon, like you can see a mountain popping up the horizon. So you know that you can see farther because you can see actually clouds. You can see the moon if there is a moon. So you can see farther, right? The only thing that you don't see is because it actually it is going down. So it's from like 360 around you at a certain height. Like if you are low, is around.
Yeah, but you can't just be wishy-washy saying, "Oh, I look out and I see this," and that's within the limits of the globe or whatever. You have to have the numbers.
Well, like I say, I did one.
That's what we're saying. We say we see too far in the constraints of the globe claim.
Oh, I understand. You see too far. I see far enough. I don't see too far.
Don't see far enough.
It's very vague when you say that.
Like I say, it's not this. I'm not debating. I'm just telling you what I see. Like I notice, and especially these last years, I've been even like more attempt to look what like my surrounding. And like I say, I always see the horizon like turning around me, when it's clear. And here it's like the Mediterranean Sea. It's pretty clear. It's not too hazy.
Well, I mean, you sound like an intelligent enough dude, man, and you're clearly, taking this somewhat seriously. I feel like if you did debate it, you'd probably be a flat earther.
I don't know, because I don't have any argument for the flat earther. All the argument that I have like support the globe Earth.
What do you got?
I mean, the stuff, like the horizon, the moon rising and setting, the sun rising and setting, the rotation of the stars. I mean, I can go on and on and on. Like, let's say one thing that I probably can prove is that we move. Okay, that one is something that I can't prove. To me, I'm not saying prove in general. Like to me, I can't really prove it. But the fact that it's a sphere, let's say 99.999%.
Okay, so if you see the stars move, are you saying that you see the Earth move?
No, that's what I just said. Like, I can't prove that we are moving. I'm just saying that I can prove by seeing the star moving that we are on a sphere. Because I've been to South Africa and I've been
what you're seeing and experiencing, the stars moving, not you.
Well, for me, because when I'm in the northern hemisphere, I took a star trail, and they turn counterclockwise. And when I went to South Africa and I took star trail there, they were clockwise. So to me, maybe the stars are turning, but they're turning around a sphere.
No, you're just observing an anti-rotation, essentially, depending on your direction of viewing it. All stars, every luminary in the sky rises, comes from the east to the west.
Yes, but you have south stars and then a north star. And the south star can be seen not just from South Africa, but can be seen from Chile, and can be seen from Australia, New Zealand, and they can see the South Star, and they are in like location far from each other, right? Same thing with me and you. I'm in Italy or in the US or the UK. You can see the North Star, but they can't see it because they're on the other side, right? But
okay. Can I paint you an analogy? If we were in a huge warehouse, say it was 1,000 miles long, the ceiling is 50 feet above our heads, spans for 1,000 miles, and it's black. We paint it black, and we dot it with white dots all across this 1,000 miles. Right? You stand at the center, and I go 1,000 miles the other direction. Now, the collection of white dots you see above your head, do you believe I will be able to view them 1,000 miles downrange?
No, you would see the one on near you. Exactly. But another guy.
This is the same thing happening in reality with the sky and stars. This is why certain stars are only visible at certain latitudes and not visible at others.
I mean, I know that now I can't bring up the AI map, so I'm not gonna bring it up. But on that map, it didn't make any sense.
No, now you can. You can bring that up because that's two things when you bring that up. It's either the globe or math. So bring it up all you want because you'll have, at the end of the day, if you say that map does not work, it's either the globe that doesn't work because the global projection is a projection based on math. So bring it up. Let's have at it.
Well, what I was saying is that, what he was saying about the warehouse, right? If you're in the center, so we are in the North Pole, right? So we see the North Star. Now we go on the AI map on Chile, and we see the South Star, right? So let's say the South Star is near Chile, but then look on the AI map where New Zealand is. New Zealand is on the opposite side of the AI map, but they see the same star.
Yeah, but we don't make claim that the AI map is the facto representation of our world.
That's what I just said. I said I don't want to bring the AI map. And then Krit said, no, you have to bring the AI map. So I bring the AI map.
I said if you do, you're now talking about the globe. You're not talking about flat Earth anymore.
Okay, I misunderstood.
The AE map is not flat Earth. That is a globe projection.
Okay, it was until like a year ago. So I have to catch up.
There's not any flat Earth maps that we can claim.
But Panto, you were here. Like you remember Effie Jedi? He was saying, the sun was going around the Tropic of Cancer, and then it was Tropic of Capricorn.
It's a good concept. I mean, a lot of flat earthers like to claim it as gospel. Like they like to say that this is the flat Earth map because it's on the UN flag, and that may all be disinformation, bro. Like
I understand, but
I don't claim it as a flat Earth map. It kind of it's going to be roughly. It's going to be quite close to the land masses, I would imagine. Going by if you look at all the rest of the maps, it looks like it would represent close to where these land masses lie. If you look at the air maps and stuff that like commercial airliners use, kind of similar.
Yeah, I don't know about all the stuff, so I don't know about all the flight paths that they do. Like I say, I can only observe what I can observe. Everything else is like, I'm just decide to trust, or I can decide to not trust.
The problem, though, is that we both agreed with the warehouse example that we wouldn't see the same constellations or specific stars depending on our location in that warehouse, right? So that obviously can be scaled up to the flat Earth that we're talking about.
But which one are you talking about?
Apply, but the issue comes in when you're seeing stars or constellations from certain latitudes that should be absolutely impossible on the globe because they would be blocked by the physical Earth itself. Now, I don't have the specifics for you. Maybe somebody else knows exactly the latitudes that the North Stars mean viewed at below the equator and such. But there's a very real documented cases. Many of them.
I've heard of it, yeah.
No, I believe you. I don't know. There's stuff that we don't know. But like I say, I'm not here to.
We do know.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you're invoking it. You're invoking it that. Oh well, we go certain places and then we can't see this constellation or this star, whatever.
Yeah, but I don't know exactly what latitude. But I don't know it.
Then that should stand that, when we were in a specific place on the globe, we shouldn't have visibility of whatever star. But when we do, what does that say about the assumption that we're standing on the globe?
I don't, like I said, I don't know enough about what you're saying. I don't know enough about what
but you do, because you're using it as an argument for the globe.
I'm using it in general.
Now you don't know what you're saying, is what you're saying.
I'm using it in a general form, that if you are in the south, you see Southern Star. If you are on the north, you see Northern Star. Now, the latitude, the name of the star, the constellation, this and that, I don't know. I did my observation, star trial in the north, star trial in the south, and that's what I saw. I can stay there and calculate if it's exactly, I don't know that stuff, but I'm just doing simple observation.
Okay, so can you see the North Star below the equator, like southern hemisphere?
No, not from.
So what happens when you are in the southern latitudes and you can see the North Star?
Well, then I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, well, it's kind of vague too. You're telling me I'm vague, but.
No, I'm telling you, there's documented cases of seeing constellations and stars that are only supposed to be visible in the northern latitudes, visible from the southern latitudes.
Okay.
So, how does that compute for you?
Don't take the stars. Take the sunset. Explain the sunset to me.
So, why do you want to jump away from stars now?
Well, because you just say that you I don't know about stars, so let's talk about something else, which, is actually a star.
But you do actually know about stars because you were using it as a defense for the globe.
I say one of the argument.
Yeah, but your argument's like bunk, essentially.
Okay.
Are you going to not acknowledge that?
In your opinion, my argument is the bunk.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with that. What you say? Sorry?
I'm saying it did kind of sound a bit bunk, bro. It was a bit vague.
That's fine.
From me, speak.
No,
you understand what I'm saying, speak, right?
Yeah, man. That's, it doesn't really sound like you've got good enough grounds to claim you are a glober. Nothing hardcore enough to to stipulate any evidence. Kind of like I could sit and go on all day about stuff that makes me accept that the Earth's flat and stationary. You could just talk about it for hours.
Yeah. Well, that's what you guys do.
Better than watching TV, bro.
Yeah.
Per mile squared at? Where do we observe that at?
What do you say?
Where is that 8 inches per mile square?
Well, hold on. I put some picture. Hold on.
I want to see this 8 inches per mile square. I have all the stats, right? So like I even made a meme about it to help you Globers understand what it is your model says, and put it in the text chat, right? No. That's what your scientists tell us. Everything there is to know about that.
Lino, just to bring to your attention, Chris V posted some more specific information on what I was trying to explain to you there. If you want to see it, it's in the VC text.
And Professor Phil might come in, he's in my DM just now. He's asking me what maps representing flat Earth do shipping companies and airlines use for navigation if there's not a flat Earth map. I just told him to come in the live stream. But he probably won't.
Yeah, he's been doing that to everyone again. I don't think he's allowed anymore.
Professor Phil.
Aye.
Does mind if I said something real quick?
There you go, man.
Hey guys, I'm not sure if you guys know me. I'm Big Boy Khan. I listen all the time. I'm a flat earther, but I've been listening for the past 30 minutes while y'all were having a really civil discussion. I'm actually really I admire how civil you guys are being. But could I just say, like, I feel like every single point that I'm not sure his name, but the guy who was defending the globe, I feel like every single thing that he was saying could easily, like, in my mind, I could have easily said it the other way. You know, he said he goes to the southern hemisphere and he sees the stars. But it's really, we could explain it on the flat plane, just saying, oh, we're looking, facing the different direction, And he's saying the sunset, when you look around the horizon, he's saying it looks like a circle, but a circle is not necessarily a sphere, Like there's no curvature in his observations, So anyway, that's my only thing I wanted to say is I just felt like every single thing he was saying that could also... that he was using as an argument for the globe could easily be used as an argument for flat Earth as well.
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to Big Boy for that, man. I know you're a new listener, and shout out for you for stepping up and making that observation known. Very, very good, man. Appreciate that.
Fair enough. Are you guys still there? Hello?
Hey, man. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, one question that I have about like the sunset, right? Because I don't know if it was Wiz that was doing an example of pointing a torch towards you and then walking away and eventually disappear. And I was thinking, we actually have the sun, like light, but then we have like the source of the sun, right? Which is the circle. And it goes away before the light goes away. If you have a torch and you point to a wall, right? And you go back, in the back, the wall is gonna, like the light goes away from the wall first, but you can still see the source. I don't know if I explained myself well, but you understand what I mean? Like, let's say that you're against a wall, right? And you're looking somebody in front of you with a torch, and he walks backwards. So basically, before you see the light, the circle of the torch disappear, all the light that was illuminating you and the wall behind you is already left. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Sure.
So,
something
you got to think about. What about all the noble gases that make the colours in the sky? So you're thinking out on a kind of a perspective where you've got a torch light. Yeah, it's just a light.
Yeah, no, I understand. It was just an example. Stupid example.
We don't know what the sun is. We don't know how it's lighting, but sunlight's different to the sun. So is the sun lighting up the gases to make the blue, the red, the pink, the orange?
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's another one that you say, okay, well, how does that work? Yeah, how does it work? Where's the curvature? That's what we're asking.
Where the sun goes.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. It's exactly where the sun sets. That's the curvature right there.
Well, it's too far to be what they tell us is Earth curvature. So you're saying that sun is setting at 3 miles if you're standing at the beach?
Yeah, 3.5. If you stand at the beach.
So the sun that you see in the sky then sets at 3 miles in front of you?
No, I mean, it's far away, but the object that is at 3 miles. The object obscuring it is at 3 miles away. If you go higher, it goes to let's say 10 miles away. You go higher, it goes 20 miles away. But the sun is still there.
That's funny because if you're looking at a sunset and then you see a boat that's 20 miles away, then how is that sun setting over 3 miles of curvature?
It's setting behind.
Yeah, but that should be setting. Like you shouldn't be able to see that boat either. So the sun should be setting in front of that boat. You know, not literally, but you see a boat at 10 miles out, 10, 20 miles out, and the sun's behind it, you can see the boat. It's no curvature. So where the sun sets is too far to be the Earth curvature that they've given us. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense that you say the sunset proofs.
Timbo, you sound like you're using one of them things on your throat that fucking smokers
I
use.
thought it was me.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
man,
you're kind of underwater.
At the moment.
So do you think that are you saying that you think the horizon, just correct me if I'm wrong, are you saying that you think the horizon is the curvature of the globe?
Yes.
That can be easily disproven, man. Like if the horizon is the curvature, right? So once say the sun sets beyond the horizon and it's the curvature, the Earth would be blocking the view of the sun, correct? Because it's beyond the curve, so there will be Earth in between us and the sun, right?
Yeah.
So then how come I can take a high-def camera and zoom in and then the sun will reappear, right? Yeah. It's not an X-ray vision camera. I'm not seeing through the curve, the actual
but you actually can't do that. One time that is offset, you can't bring it in with any zoom. You can bring like the biggest telescope you want, but it's not gonna. The one that you're showing me is because it's not set yet.
Man,
like I saw this a long time ago. It's not set yet. You wait another like 10 minutes, the sun is halfway down, and you don't zoom at all.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen nobody bring back the entire sun because by the time it fully sets, it might be too far away for our cameras. But the principle is the same, man. Whether it's a boat or a city in the distance, right?
Where do you live near water?
Yes, I do.
Do you see sunset?
Yes.
And you see go away?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I don't know what to say. Maybe we live in two different planets. Maybe mine is round and yours is flat.
Okay, when you see the sun move, do you see you're seeing the Earth move, or you see the sun move?
You see the sun move, like I say.
Oh, okay, so you're on the same planet, quote unquote, planet. So at some point for your model, though, the Earth is not moving. The sun is, or I'm sorry, the other way around. In your model, you have to say the sun is not moving. It's the Earth that's moving. But you just said that from your point of view, you see the sun move.
Pete, I told you before, I'm not saying anything about the rotation. I can't prove the rotation.
Okay, so when you see the sun move, and you say, "Hey, I see the sun move," that's not a separation from flat Earth. You're still on flat Earth when you say that.
Whatever you want to say. I just don't get upset.
No one's upset.
No. I don't want anybody to get upset.
I don't
like
understand.
I
I don't understand how you can say that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, right? This is what gets me.
I don't
respectfully.
understand.
You think I know? Let me just say my piece real quick, because this is what's kind of like confusing me. You're saying, you already said it. The horizon is the curvature of the Earth, is what you said, right?
Yes.
If that is the case, right, without changing my height or elevation or anything, right, you've already said if we go up, it expands, right? But let's just say with a camera, things that go over the horizon in your world, right, how come I can zoom in and they reappear? Like, I don't understand. If it's the curvature, once they're over the curve, wouldn't they be gone? How am I able to use tools to see them?
Are you talking about the sailboat footage?
Everything. Yeah, sailboats, cities, all kinds of stuff.
Okay, so the sailboat footage is, first of all, a sailboat is not a good object to film. You want something bigger, like a city, like you said, or a ship, big boat. Yeah. Because you're looking far away. So the observation I did in San Francisco Bay, I took picture around with 4 feet elevation, and there was a horizon close to me at 2.9 miles. Everything else was behind the horizon. I have like 7, 8 picture. If you want, I can post it. I don't want to piss everybody off or anything. I don't know. But I did this stuff. I look. That's what it showed.
So finish what you're saying. Okay, 2.9 miles. Okay, you could see out 2.9 miles. Did you use any other advanced optical tools to try to zoom in to those objects that you're looking at?
I used the maximum zoom in some cases, and I mean, I can post it.
I'm asking you, what did you observe when you used the? Because what I'm not understanding is, if you're saying that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, right? Once something goes past the curvature, that's it. We should not be able to see something once it goes past the curvature. But there's many examples of being able to do that.
There are not many examples.
Yes,
I just saw the one of the ship going.
Bro, listen, you would get lost in our examples. Check the server out. It's unreal that you would say something like that. There's no examples. Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
That's crazy, man. There's so many examples, dude.
Can you post one?
Yeah. I'm sure I could find one.
What do you need, man? I got you. What is he looking for?
He's looking for an example of something that's passed over the horizon becoming visible once you zoom in.
We got some sun examples here. Hang on.
I've got the sun down almost starting to go below the horizon, and you zoom into it, and there's a good bit of distance off it. There's a couple on the bot under sun zoom.
Look, I just put 5 pictures of the Bay Area. The one is this is from San Rafael to Oakland. I think it's around 20 miles. There's a ship passing by.
Do you think that that's Earth curvature that's obstructing your view?
Absolutely, Earth curvature.
Really? So you've never heard of ocean swells or ocean waves or tides? Never heard of those things that might also explain it?
Yeah, if you have a tide, the tide it doesn't.
I'm saying, curve, sir, right? How did you rule out that it's not those other three, at the very least, options?
Well, for waves, this is a Bay Area. I don't know if you've been to the Bay Area, but the biggest wave, probably like half a meter, which is probably 25 inch or something like that.
Oh gosh, no, you're way wrong about that. Oceans do all sorts of things when you're not looking. So once again,
the Bay Area.
Once again,
not an
how
ocean.
did you rule out? How did you come to the conclusion that it is 100% without question the Earth's curvature right there in those pictures?
Because this is not the first
measure that distance. And did you go there? Check this out. Did you go over there to see if it actually starts dipping?
Yes. Yes, I actually
You went there with the boat and you were like, okay, check it out, guys. To the shore. You looked from the shore to the boat and you were like, yeah, I'm doing tests in this specific spot right now. Can you show us that data?
Okay. The circus started, so I'll go back to listen now. Thank you.
Anyway, we'll find you some Zooms.
Yeah, I think at this point, you can't claim that the horizon is the curvature. Like that's just asinine, man.
We call an assumption. That's all that happens is the assumption. There's a handful, guys, of options or more in the physical world that any kind of obstruction could be from A to B. The problem that happens is if we ever once, not let alone many times, see as far as we should to debunk the globe math, then it's debunked. That's how that works. We should never be able to see that. Not even in rare refractive conditions more than a couple times, right, guys? Fucking ridiculous.
And this guy said he could see for my bad, man. What's the real polite guy who's arguing for the globe?
Atomo.
Atomo? Yeah, I mean, like, oh, didn't you just say that you have pictures where you're seeing 20 miles out, but then you're saying the horizon is 2.9 miles? That just seems contradictory, man.
Is that refraction, or is there a new word you want to come up with for that?
Am I disconnected? Or has everybody just stopped talking?
Here, I just posted a zoom out from something on the horizon. Many, 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 many miles out. So, my friend, go ahead and eat a dick, and there's a lot more of that footage all over the place. We'll find it for you.
I think the guy that took that zoom spot, I'm sure he said that it was 12 miles, or I think possibly it was 12 miles from where he was to the other side, like where those hills in the background. And he worked out it was roughly, was it fucking 2/3 or 3/4 of the way across? So it was like round about 8 or 9 miles, roughly about 8 miles. That's what we worked it out as, because I had the images. I'm sure I put it on the boat with the maps showing roughly where that boat was. So there should be at least multiple feet of curvature obscuring the bottom of that boat. Like 20 or 30 feet or something. I remember it was that long ago.
I really appreciate server guys, and I've listened a lot, and especially that guy Mickey. I don't think he's in here right now, but I really just like the administrators and the way that y'all are, debate flat Earth with like Globies. It's really helped me being able to not get caught up in like, oh, what there they're trying to single me out on one little thing that I say, and that's why I appreciate this channel, because it allows me to talk to, and I've talked to many close friends and family now that I would like to say now see the truth, without just thinking I'm crazy off the back. So this channel is very useful.
Definitely. Best place on the internet, man.
Appreciate you, dude.
Pardon me.
Yeah, it was good to hear you on the mic, man. Big boy.
I listen a lot, man. You guys, everything I'm gonna say, y'all always say it before me, and y'all say it way better. So,
Yes. Doesn't mean that you don't get to say it, right? Every man's voice is valued in a community like this.
Like, comes down to the curvature. There's no curvature to be measured, right? If y'all are, if they're saying that we are on a floating ball in space, I mean, forget all the errors in thermodynamics and like all the the how it just verify or what's it called, how it just goes against like the way that the world actually works. But just plain and simple, like, when it comes down to it, there's no curvature, and there's never been any curvature measured, right? You can look up and say, oh, what's the radius? It'll say, oh, it's 3,900 something miles, right? And you'll say, okay, how did they get that? And then they won't really go into it, and then it'll go back to some ancient Greek dude who put the shadows of the poles, but he was already assuming that the sun was very, very far away, and it just kind of, it's abstract. There's no really verifiable proof of how that number was came to, but yet all these people believe it so easily. And that's my view on it. Just real simple. And that's what I tell, my friends. That's what I told my mom. And, I took her out to Sunset one time and I said, Mom, like, let's just be real, right? Let's just look. And we looked, and, at the end of it, she's like, oh my God, something so simple. They always want to make it complicated. Like, oh, well, we know what the core of the Earth's magma is made out of because of earthquake seismic readings. I'm like, okay, well, let's look at those seismic readings. And then, no, nothing, it doesn't ever play out. It's always complicated, and it's never a straight answer. But I just think, verifiable, we cannot measure any curvature. No one has ever done it. There's not any proof of anyone ever detecting any curvature. So I just, especially when they give us the dimensions, of it being, okay. But they give us the dimensions. So once they give us the dimensions, okay, the radius is 3,900 something miles, right? We could easily, we can either use the Earth curve calculator or do our own calculations with that number. And there should be a certain distance that we shouldn't be able to see, but yet we can still see it. So either, okay, if you're still going to say that the Earth is a globe at that point, did they lie about the size? And if they lied about the size, who's to say that they didn't lie about the whole concept entirely? And that's just my perspective on it. Thank you, guys. I'm not trying to rant.
I got it, bro. You're cool, man. Everybody's entitled to a wee chat. You come in more often, bro.
It just sucks because I do have a lot of friends that are still like, I don't even really want to tell them about the whole flat earth thing, just because they're going to give me the classic, what, you actually, you think the earth is flat? Like I'm stupid or something. So it's always something I have to wait till there's a lot of rapport that's been built between.
Invite them in, bro. Just don't even tell them that your mind's changed. Just say, like, I found this server. It's really interesting conversations. Like, you should have a listen to it. See if they get back to you. See if they're like receptive.
Yeah, get more people on the server. That sounds like a good idea.
Man, I've got, like, you know how you get the infinite invite, or you can set it to 10 hits or whatever. My infinite invites had, like, I think it was 1,600 hits the last time the admin had a look at the server, like, details, and they told me it was like 1,600 and some hits. Just because I put it all over Facebook, all over YouTube, like, for years, literally for a few years now, I've been sharing it. But I'm hoping it's up to 2,000 by now, man. I was going to ask them again maybe by Christmas time to see if it's got up to the 2K.
Damn, bro, those numbers are insane. It's crazy how many people are starting to like become curious on this subject. And it's like, oh, if it's such a stupid thing, like, oh, flat Earth is so dumb. Yet how come it's catching so many people's interest?
And they've been saying since I got into it, oh, flat Earth's dying. Like fucking 7 years or so, 8 years or something, man. Because I've been in this server for a few years now, just over 3 years, I think it is. And I was 5 years I'd known about flat Earth before I found the server. So it's like,
when did you finally, when did you finally, I don't want to say believe, or when did you realize the truth?
About 8 years ago.
Oh,
This
8
server,
years ago?
well, we had another server, but this one we started after the episodes with the other server. This one I think's been open 3 years, so I was already 5 years known about flat Earth before I found the server. So that's 8 years in total. Best part of a decade.
Dang, you're an OG, man. Original gangster. Yeah, I just
seems like the other day, man. Honestly, this seems like fucking several months.
That's how I feel, man. Like I've known about flat Earth for like, I mean, I would say like forever. I mean, I've always heard about flat earthers and all this stuff, but I really never really got into it until about 3.5 years ago. And I was like, you know what? I was like, I'm just gonna go ahead and disprove it, because I met somebody who was like really smart. They were like in all their finances, their fitness, like all around. It was just a really smart individual. And then they told me, the earth was flat and I should question it. And I was like, what? I was like, well, hold on. How is this guy who is so smart, so charismatic, so financially set, all this other stuff, and then yet I'm going to think he's stupid? Because I was like, okay, I'm going to look into this. And if anything, I'm going to just try to disprove it, right? And the more I got into it, the more I couldn't disprove it. The more that the globe was disproving itself. But I've really only, I'd say, been a flat earther, I would say, for only like 3.5 years. So I'm still pretty new. And I still learn stuff every day.
Yeah, man. Especially in here, man. You find out a lot of stuff in here.
Yeah. My favorite movie genre used to be space sci-fi. I used to love watching space adventure and like exploration of space and stuff. And now it almost makes me want to vomit. It makes me sick. Like I used to watch Star Trek all the time and different.
I still like Star Trek, bro. The Next Generation. I don't like all the. I've never liked the rest of them, but I still like Captain Picard. Man, he's the man.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good leadership. But yeah, I can't watch that stuff anymore. I just feel like, I see all like, once I really woke up to flat Earth, I don't know what it was, but like something, they always say that waking up to flat Earth is like something that like unlocks your mind in a way, like to the Matrix or in some way. I'm not sure how to explain it, but once I realized, I went outside and I looked up at the sky right after watching. Have you ever seen that documentary? It's like The Lost History of Flat Earth. It's like 10 hours long or something crazy, but it's really good. Well, I watched that whole thing and I went outside and I was like, fuck. And from that point on, like I started noticing things in movies and just like advertisements. I started noticing things. I felt like that dude from They Live. You know that movie They Live, where he like puts on the glasses and he sees all that stuff. Like I felt like kind of like that in a way.
All right.
But I actually live. I live like near Houston, where they have like NASA over here. So I see like NASA stuff all the time.
Moment of silence for the globe.
Is moment of silence for globe. Moment.
For the globe.
1 moment for globe.
That's alright. Rest in peace, Das Globe. Rest in peace. Pieces on floor. Kick you curb by globe.
In Soviet Russia, globe debunk you.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled.
Birds to join in.
But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily...
Right, if you're listening, saying that I was telling lies about that,
from several different
what's his name, Robert Simmons, when he saw the new iPhone picture,
the really cool
and he
thing
said that was lying.
Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
Has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. So Bendy Light, if you're listening, that's exactly what I was talking about. Robert Simmons saying that he got a mobile phone or an iPhone for his Christmas or whatever for a present, and he saw his Blue Marble image, and you told me I was a fucking liar, so you're full of shit.
Come in, you lot.
I tried to look for that on YouTube, man, but I couldn't find it.
Nope. He's hiding.
There's that NASA as well. He was trying to say that he came here before and somebody threatened him with putting a hit out on him, but then he's just said there just now, he's just proven that he's never been in the server because he said that somebody admitted that people are interviewed before being allowed on, but he says he was in the server before and he got his life threatened. So he would know. If he'd been in VC before, he must have been checked in. Bullshitters, man. Now he's like, what are you talking about? I've just explained what I'm talking about, man. You just heard me saying exactly what I was talking about. Bullshit. Fucking bullshitting bastards, man. How can you have nothing else to do apart from sitting in a YouTube chat full of people you're claiming is delusional and make shit up and get busted and claim people are trying to murder you and that the server's got a hit squad against you and you've been in before because that's where you heard it and then you've just admitted that you don't even know that you get checked in. There's Bendy Light there, the Blue Marble photo of Earth. What I said to you yesterday, man, was that fucking Robert Simmons got a fucking mobile phone for a present, his Christmas or his birthday or whatever, and it had his Blue Marble image, and you says I was telling lies. And that was the clip. So you can listen to it. If you rewind it back, you'll be able to hear data visualizer Robert Simmons saying exactly what I said to you yesterday.
Oh, Bendy Light. He's the guy that made the Blue Marble photo, the iPhone.
Well, the composites after the first one that they claimed they took on the way back from Apollo. But then we see, if you look at Astronauts Gone Wild or A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, they were fucking about with the image anyway, so...
It was just a bad situation. Lies on top of lies on top of lies. They don't even know who's lying anymore.
Well, NASA's definitely lying. No, like no, the company NASA that's in the YouTube chat. I don't think anybody will ever top that comment that he thinks somebody's putting a hit out on him.
No,
that's fucking insane, man.
The truth does not fear you.
Especially when all you've got is boats go over the fucking horizon. Again, Bendy Light, said to you yesterday, I said that just a minute ago, Robert Simmons made the composites of the Blue Marble. There was only one photograph they claim was a fucking photograph on the way back from Apollo. I'll fucking say it again. And that was getting manipulated. If you see the footage, the unedited footage that Bart Sibrel came up with in Astronauts Gone Wild, where fucking, what's his name, punched him in the mouth. Fucking... What's his name? I can't remember
Buzz
Buzz
Aldrin.
Buzz One Punch Aldrin punched the guy in the mouth for pulling a Bible and asking him to swear on it because he's guilty as sin.
Yeah, and all these talking points to see, well, he doesn't have to swear in the Bible. But he was a high-grade military officer. He's sworn in the Bible dozens of times. They're constantly swearing under the Bible. Anytime they go under oath, anytime they give a sworn statement, this guy probably has sworn on the Bible more times in one day than most people will do their whole life. So he shouldn't have a problem with doing it. It wouldn't be like somehow that's a Mick Looney Tune excuse. He doesn't have to. No, it's not that he had to or didn't have to. He should have no problem with doing something he's done 1,000 times before. And Bert Sabella said, as the only proof I need that you've been to the moon, do something you've done 1,000 times before and I'll believe you. And he sucker punches. He punched after he said he went to the moon for peace. Instead of just swearing on the Bible, said, "Yep," he sucker punches.
Buzz always jerk Aldrin. Oh crap! Guy be using the Bible to tell lies. Not cool, dude.
He'll lie to you. He'll lie to the American people, but he knows he won't risk his eternal soul and lie to God. That's why he didn't know what to do. He felt trapped. He was a rat. That was a trapped rat. That's what you saw there. It wasn't an angry explorer trying to, that felt like he had to vindicate, his risking his life for the betterment of humanity. You saw a trapped rat, a trapped animal reacting out of fear, and it went into fight or flight. Because he knew he couldn't put his hand in the Bible and say he went to the moon, and he couldn't run away because there's no place to go. Bart Sabella had booked a room at that hotel.
The penthouse.
Yeah, so there's no way. The only thing he could do is go home with his tail tucked between his legs. And so this guy has the ego the size of the Empire State Building. He sucker punched.
It was funny when the guy at the front, the concierge dude, when he's like, "Oh, you're going to have to stop this and that." He's like, "Mate, we've got the fucking penthouse. Fuck off."
Yeah, he's like, "Hey, do you like tips?" Because right now, telling the guy who rented the penthouse to F off is not how you get your tip. Because I think you work for tips, right? Okay, good. The guy who's renting the penthouse, you don't tell him to F off. You tell the guy out here who's acting like a trapped rat, tell him to F off.
Let's see if I can get us a customer from Cogdis. Worth a try.
What's good thing about the Bart Sabel is that he doesn't like flat earthers either. So when people come in here like, oh, flat earthers deny the lunar mission, they deny the advancement of humanity, I go, okay, sure. Now go talk to your fellow globalists who do the same thing. Bart Sabel thinks flat earth is a controlled opposition. He hates flat earth more than you do.
He's flat earth. He's controlled opposition himself.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
For sure.
He's just the diet woke type thing. It's like, oh yeah, well they faked the lunar mission, but they went later on, or they faked it, but they could have done it anyway. They just decided to fake it because it'd be easier, or they faked it, but they also did it. They just didn't record. It wasn't good footage, so they redid it like a posing for the image, like Iwo Jima or something like that.
Oh shit! Right, bro. I've got somebody coming for cock this, but for some reason, because when I go into his profile, for some reason, it just keeps crashing in the Discord.
Where is he in the Cogdis?
Cogdis VC, your local raccoon is called.
Okay, here I can move him down. I think.
Cheers, man. It's just first. I don't know why somebody done one of the profiles I tried to click on last week. Done the exact same. Every time I click on it, it just crashes Discord.
Well, I can move him to. I can't move him to live stream 1. I can move him to live stream 2.
Oh shit! How the fuck's that then?
Which I just should take Cogdis off him. And is he?
You could do, man. Can you? Are you able to do that? Like,
yeah.
Just get him VC verified. No, I'll jump down and speak to him.
Have you heard that the landing tractor beam in the shuttlecraft hangar deck is malfunctioning again? No, I hadn't. It takes quite a while to repair it each time. Yes. I wish we would stop landing the heavy shuttles on patrol first, before the scout ships. Why? Because every time we land the heavy shuttles before the scout ships, the landing tractor beam soon breaks down. I don't know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of cum hoc ergo propter hoc. In other words, false cause, or correlation is not causality. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. An argument committing this fallacy attempts to establish a causal connection between one event and another event that just happens to occur before it. Just because one event follows another on a number of occasions does not mean that the first event caused the second. Your argument commits this fallacy and is therefore not valid. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as cum hoc ergo propter hoc, or false cause. It's only logical.
So, Ensign Gert has colic. As a Tellarite, that's a serious condition.
Yeah, but I bet Dr. McCoy will treat him successfully.
He's a great surgeon. I wonder what surgical technique is the best to restore full functioning of the Tellarite quad stomach after a bout of colic.
I don't know. Surgery is tricky. I'm not sure what surgical procedure is best.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of complex question, also known as the false dilemma.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. This is the fallacy of phrasing a question that, by the way it is worded, assumes something not contextually granted, assumes something not true, or assumes a false dichotomy. Your argument assumes a false dichotomy. Asking what surgical technique is best assumes the proposition that the needed technique is a surgical one. Ensign Gert's colic might be treated by medicine or a change of diet.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as complex question or the false dilemma. It's only logical.
My internet kicked me.
What's that, bro? Was that Raccoon?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. I thought you disappeared, bro.
my internet kicked me.
Cool. So if you've got questions, you've got some real genuine flat earthers here. If you want to ask some questions, man.
My brain cells aren't working right now.
Nah. You've been in Cog Disc too long. Oh, the Cog Disc customers are crazy. That jail that you were just in, that's what it's called, cognitive dissonance. Some
Yeah,
of the customers...
I'm pretty sure I was in there for like 3 months.
You're joking. You should have told someone that's on staff, man. We would have let you out.
The max is supposed to be 7 days.
Yeah. Usually the bot just lets you back out after 7 days.
I had spammed like Earth is round like 100 times.
Yeah, that's fine. And then you get told not to do that. Explain. Sometimes like that, it's only a matter of minutes. It's like, dude, hey, don't spam. Don't spam. The Earth is round. And you're like, okay, well, here you go. You're all the Cog Disc.
Yeah, man.
Sometimes what happens... Oh, go ahead.
I just like didn't talk for like 3 months in the chat, and like I forgot that I was in it. So that's probably why.
You're free now.
Yeah, sometimes what happened is like a moderator could add the role to you manually, but that's not what happened. Something happened with the bot because I was able to use the bot command to remove it from you. So it definitely was added by the bot. Just some reason something happened where it didn't because it should automatically remove it after 7 days or sooner if somebody takes it off you.
Yeah, man.
Well, welcome to the server again. This is a live stream.
Try no spam this time.
Okay, I won't spam.
It's a good server, man. If you like science and you like space and you like learning about stuff, you'll find out a lot of stuff, man. If you've got an open mind and you want to learn.
The thing too is though it's a good place to be because now you get to find out reasons for why you would say the Earth is round or why you think the Earth is not flat. Because right now, I'd be hard pressed to say, like, do you know why you disagree with flat earthers? Do you even know what flat Earth is?
No, I was just kind of taught that the Earth was round my whole life.
Yeah, man. Us too.
All lakes are curving. Are you saying?
Hmm?
All lakes in the world are curving. Are you saying?
Honestly, I don't know anymore.
Oceans and lakes are curving. Are you saying?
I don't know.
Or do you just? I take it you agree that you just believe what you were taught.
But if Earth
Yeah,
is if Earth is
I was
sphere,
just kind
then
of told the Earth was round.
Yeah, man.
yeah.
Yeah, we got taught the same stuff, bro.
Not only told, they are showing us on TV that it's spherical.
Did he disappear?
Yep, it kicked me again.
Oh shit. Yeah, I was saying. Oh, fuck, I can't remember what I said. Yeah, I'm saying, have you ever personally experienced anything that makes you think that all these things you got taught at school and stuff was true? Like, not on TV or in a book, something that you've experienced yourself?
Not really.
Nah. And the Earth doesn't feel like it's moving, does it?
I gotta go.
Did you say he's got to go and bail? He's
Yeah.
gone. Hardcore.
Just join, and then as soon as she was questioned, she left.
It was a he.
Oh, that was a guy.
Yeah, I think so. It's just about a young kid.
That guy. Oh. Yeah, man. That's somebody in here put a GIF in the chat. It was pretty funny. I sent it to my mom. It was like a globe believer whenever they're asked for measurements, and it was like somebody, just a dude that like puts up the peace sign and he just disappears. Gotta go.
Yeah, they'll tell you the whole Earth has been measured. Every square inch has been measured, and it measures a globe. Okay, sure. Can you present some? Nope.
What happened? Testing 1, 2, 3.
What?
Did we lose our new person?
Yeah. I asked them if they ever experienced like anything that makes you think what you've been taught is true. Gone. Lasted longer than I thought. I've seen a lot quicker than that. Bail.
I think once they realize we're not just playing around with the flat Earth, they just like get that Neo in the Matrix. No, no, it can't be. Shriek back in fear.
Big responsibility waking up, man. Most people want to be like Cypher in the Matrix. They just want to stake and to be an actor, someone famous. They don't want the fucking responsibility.
I want to be famous. Put me back in the Matrix. I can eat my filet mignon. Whatever you want.
Yeah, we all know what happened to that guy.
And I want to be famous. I think you can work to be famous on your own, but I think some of these people are made to be famous like a plant.
Mr. Thrax, please ensure the partial pressure of argon in cell J14 is increased by 15%.
Understood, sir.
I tell you, Cyrano, my good man, as far as duping convincing a mark customer, it is always best to prey on their greed. It always pays off, don't you know?
I find that leveraging upon their sympathy works better.
No, CJ. Greed. Greed is much more effective. Better than any other emotion, sir.
Harry, I would say using their own honesty against them is also an excellent ploy. Or how about preying on their weaknesses? These have worked for me.
Cyrano, you are a fair merchant, sir, but you must listen to me about this. Each person's desire for profit is the biggest motivator. Greed.
Oh, all right then. Greed, I guess. Okay.
Yes, greed always wins out. Greed, my good sir. Greed. Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad nauseum, also known as the argument from repetition.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of stating a position repeatedly until one's opponent gives in and accepts the argument or simply walks away. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you stated that a salesman should use a person's greed against them over and over again without addressing any of Mr. Jones's attempted refutations of your point. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual support of those premises, instead of simply stating and restating your position over and over again until your listener gives in.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad nauseum, or the argument from repetition. It's only logical.
Yeah, I'm going to bail, folks. I'll catch you later. Yeah.
Howdy. I'm back. How y'all doing?
Howdy, man. How's it going?
What up? What up? What up?
It's rock and roll, man. Who's in here? Who's alive? We got 48 people still hanging out. Wow.
I'm active and listening.
Let's go. Let me refresh the page, see if it's still. It's
Hey,
way down
Biggie,
at
how are you, mate?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, well, I'm listening in. I'm just at work, though, so.
No worries, man. Didn't have too much going on today. A few guys came in here. One was asking about the curvature and all that, but he was mainly on the fence, so nothing too. Oh wait, no, we had Angst this morning. Angst was a guy who is a third-year undergraduate with a study in philosophy. So, he doesn't know 100% sure if he was talking to us on the internet on Discord. He's not 100% sure that he was communicating to us via Discord. That's an issue.
Is it Wednesday?
No, he don't know that either. At least not 100% sure. He's not 100% sure that today is the 19th. Not really sure if it's October. Could be. Then again, we could be in a simulation.
He may not be sure how to put his pants on or do anything.
He's got a justified true belief, I think, to put his pants on. But he could be 100% sure if he can or not. You should have heard him this morning, Chili. It was.
Yeah, I was here a little bit of some of it.
Oh, you were here? Okay.
Yeah, some of it. Kind of in and out at work.
Yeah, not too much, but there's been other characters like him that come into the server that say about the same thing.
Yeah. What gets me is like he kind of reminded me of I can't remember the guy's name. He's a Glober in here. Been around for a while. No, I can't think.
Jim
Trying to
Panda?
find it on the- Who?
Jim Panda, he says that.
No.
Jim
was that
Panda
guy?
says that. Justified true belief. We can't know everything 100% sure. He's on that tip. Sure is.
But they
Hey,
seem to be somewhat smart, you know. I mean, I know everything that they sit there and talk about is bullshit, but you know, I mean, as far as even get to that point, I mean, it seems like they have some sort of intellect, you know, but they just still don't grasp this very, very simple concept.
No worries. We're here. There's a bunch of people in here that know reality is real. We don't have to just think that it is. We know it is.
Yeah.
It's crazy though to be in that mindset. You know, you're all mixed up.
And I don't know, you know, like I wasn't in that mindset. Like I know I didn't always know that, or you know, think the Earth was flat or whatever. But it did. I mean, I never even thought about the shape of the Earth ever until I come across the subject, and in which case it was just easy for me, just because I don't know. I guess I'm a very mechanically inclined person. Maybe that's part of it, or you know, the automatic. I already had distrust in government in almost every subject, so that could have been, I guess, part of it. But I don't know. It was just simple. It seemed to me like it was very simple.
Yeah, the missing element here is being 3 years undergraduate in philosophy. That would get you right. That would get you the ticket you need to be just as clever as that guy to not know anything. No, I'm just gonna get a quick plug for Helio Skeptic. If you guys like the program here that we got going on, you like the Discord all of us having that conversation. Why don't you shoot him something to his PayPal? Helio, if you're listening, man, drop your link in both the live stream voice text and in your go ahead and drop it in the YouTube live stream. Yeah, just if you appreciate it or whatnot, just shoot him whatever, a couple dollars, just say what's up. Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, every little bit helps. Trying to keep the lights on, folks. Nah, but it's cool. He's had this channel going for years now, but we do appreciate everything that you guys do to donate to this to the cause, and really supporting him really supports us. So anything that you guys do is appreciated. Helio, yeah, if you get a chance, man, put your PayPal link up so somebody wants to donate something to you. It's all donations, folks. You ain't got to do it, but if you do, we thank you. That being said, that's a little plug. But yeah, man, back to the guy who was all mixed up. And so we were talking a few things about like how we can know something is real. I got into Discord with him, like letting him know about Discord and just telling him about like us talking on Discord and knowing 100% sure. And I think that's where everything started going a little wonky. See, the thing is, he started ranting about how flat Earth is a parasite for the mind, and which is crazy, right? Because it's like, why you gotta say that, bro? He went all out on it though. He kind of lathered it up, kind of got everything ready for his next point, which was a non-point. But he just wants to talk about his feelings and how he feels about how people are just listening to the information that we're putting out, and because we're tricking them into like the information, and they're just, because it sounds good, they'll start knowing about flat Earth and give all that stuff up. So that's not true. He's saying a whole bunch of things that's not true, on top of that saying that flat Earth is a parasite for the mind. So it's crazy, right? But needless to say, man, that's really all he wanted to do, was burn down the house. He wanted to burn down the house. That means that he didn't care if he had to destroy flat Earth. He's going to take down Globe with it, meaning that we can't know anything 100% sure. And he went out so far as to say we can't know the flat Earth, we can't know the globe Earth, we don't even know if we're on a purple elephant. And if you don't believe me, look back on the tape. And that's crazy, right? But that's what he was saying. And then he comes back and says, oh, we can have a justified true belief for the globe Earth, because they got people saying that it's true. So just saying. Oh yeah, so Helio put his links up real quick, guys. Let me draw your attention to the links, but those are it right there. Those are his PayPal links. Yeah, just show him some love, man. Little gift here and there. But I just want to get your attention on that. Anyways, it's crazy, but we're dealing with these types all the time. And every single time I invite them into this chat so you guys can see. It's for your benefit. And it's 25 people listening right now. It's for your benefit. So that you guys can make discernment and know that this is the mentality that they have to get to take everything out. Because they can't come against the truth. They're going to take everything out, no matter what paradigm it is. And at the very end of it, we're even questioning him about a lake. Sasha was here. I don't know, Sasha, you wanted to tell him? Sasha was asking him about, is a lake philosophy? And he doubled down, says, yeah, lake is philosophy. And Sasha was like, how about a table? A table's philosophy. I kid you not, this guy was on a trip. But everything's philosophy, according to Angst. 3-year undergraduate studying philosophy, coming in here and just talking about his feelings. That's all we got. We got people in here talking about their feelings. We got people in the live stream upset because we're speaking truth, and they're talking about their feelings, how they feel. I'm telling you, man, these guys get up in the morning with their morning cup and pull up their computer and start typing away about how they feel that the flat Earth is hurting their feelings, that people are talking about this, but they have no evidence to combat us. No proof that the globe Earth exists. Oh, and mind you, we were rocking and rolling with 50 people in the live stream earlier today. I did an all call and I said, all right, 50 people. We got 50 people in the live stream, about another 30 that are sitting here in the panel. Anybody that wants to can step right on in here, and I'll give you the floor and the mic, and you can say whatever you need to say about your evidence for the globe. And it's great. Talk about it. Let everybody know. No one showed up. Even the ones that were chatting in the live stream voice text. I always call those guys out. Come on in. And if you're banned, I'll unban you. We need to hear what you got to say if you have any evidence. You got the winning hand, lay it down. Let's see it. No one comes forward. No one wants to. It just feels like everybody wants to be on the keyboard chatting away. No one wants to say what the evidence for the globe is. So we sit and we wait. And that's what it is. So, but either way, people are chatting in the chat rooms. You got to tell them, hey, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go on over there. Copy the link to the Discord. I would say use that as your best weapon. If you don't want to confront these guys, let me do it. Send them over here. And then tell them Miggy sent you. Yeah. Just give them a link to this place, man. That's all you got to do. Just say, look, just go talk to these guys if you don't believe me. Yeah, we'll take care of the rest. We got enough people in here. We got Andy is flat, Ball Kicker, Big Boy Con, Chili, Chris V, Clay Underseal, Batman, Godrock, and King's Clown, Michael, Morvis, Sasha, Timbo, and who's the last one I didn't see? Let's see. And Yoke Smasher. And every day the menu changes, so you never know what you're going to get when you come in here, right? Either way, people in here are well equipped to handle any of these questions that people have. So we're ready, we're willing, and we're able. I'm just throwing it out there, man. Because it seems like we always put it out there for you guys, for the Globers that are listening, the 24 that are out there, but nobody steps up. Shobovich is in the chat, in the YouTube live stream, saying, I don't want to prove the globe and shut the server down. I would have nothing to do all day. Oh, man. You hear that, Helio? There we go. We get shut down, it seems.
All we hear is excuses.
I highly doubt it. I don't think Chili's not impressed, basically. So you didn't impress him. In other words, click that link. Come on in here. Let's talk about it. I mean, if you have evidence, that is. Otherwise, you might be best off sitting there and typing your little emojis and whatever you want.
All we have to do to make that happen is just say, hey, let's just believe all the mainstream shit, and we won't have anything to talk about.
Yeah, let's just get plugged right back.
Let's just right back in the Matrix. Yeah. What kind of shit is that?
Yeah, hey Storm, cheer him on or her on. Shobo, you can do it. Yeah, let's go. Shobo.
But let's just believe him. Close the server, and that's it. He said that he has approved. Now close the server.
I mean, that's the only way it would happen, though, is that we just have to swallow all the mainstream bullshit and just be like another.
No, but this guy is more concise. He says that he's destroyed. That means.
Yeah, he would hate to come in here and destroy the globe. Then he wouldn't have an argument, And
no,
it wouldn't have anything to do. He'd be bored because everybody.
No, he doesn't want to present, but it's there. That means that we need to close the server because it's there. Proof.
You know what it reminds me of, Sasha?
But I already know what he's going to say to shut the server down. It's going to be just like believe the media, believe NASA, believe the science. And
in this case, to believe.
Go ahead.
Nah, we're not going to do that, Ken Langolis. I don't know what your position is, but we won't do that. Nah, man, I'm just like, we do okay. So Flurf Williams, I don't know if you know him. He's hanging around the chat in the morning. He gets his cup of coffee. He's always talking about morning cup, whatever, and pulls up his computer and gets ready to gatekeep. It's like, man. If you want to be in there, you love to hate Flat Earth, step in here. We ain't going to bite. We just want to talk to you. You got some evidence for Globe? Lay it down. We got people ready to listen to what you got to say, especially if you have evidence. I'm kind of provoke. Listen, I'm gonna provoke you guys because I don't take whether it's in the YouTube live stream chat or it's up in here. I don't care. This
Dude,
is
listen.
an open forum, ready and willing to take your questions. Go ahead, Vlad.
He's right. Listen, I've never seen a bluff like this, and I played a lot of poker. You feel me?
Y'all gonna make
Where
me
is
prove
that?
the globe. Up in here, up in here.
I'm saying. You got that winning hand? Because you claim to. Don't say that you don't, because you claim to have that shit. Let's see it. Best hand in poker, right? Globe evidence can't be found. But you be bluffing about it, so let's see that hand.
Yeah, now there's nowhere safe, man. You guys can't sit and chat anymore in the YouTube live stream because I'm on patrol right now, and I see your little comments. I'm gonna put you front and center. Are you talking all big and bad behind that keyboard, but you don't want to step in here, huh? Yeah.
Hang on. We can't let him. We can't let him get our goad and let us get worked up past that point. Okay, I know their tactics pretty well, and that's all they really want to do is get us angry and kind of troglodytic, like troglodytes. You know what I mean?
You know what? That's for the birds, man. This isn't that at all.
I know.
I'm cool, calm, and collected.
I know. I hear you loud and clear.
I want these guys because they're in here every day. They're making it a point to come in here every day, and I see the back and forth that they're doing in the text chat. I'm like, all right, I see you now. All right, so I'm gonna make a list and check it twice. We got Flurf Williams up on deck. We got NASA. Who else we got in there in the mix?
With this NASA guy, I've heard a lot about guy or gal or
Bendy Light's in there.
Bendy Light and still ain't came to Discord.
That brother seems to never sleep.
He's always on there, right?
Dude, I think they gave Bendy Light a raise because
He's a secret flat earther. You don't want to tell nobody else.
That motherfucker must be on meth.
So funny. It's like, how many of those do you think are genuine flat earth? Like they know all about the flat earth, but they just lied it for a paycheck, and they're so good at both arguments. They just make money on the side.
I asked Ben if he clocked in and make sure he gets his overtime.
Sure. You know what I'm saying though? Like for real, there are people out there that we know and we talk to. A lot of us are like that. We know both sides of the argument. So if there were money to be made and we were a piece of shit, if I was a piece of shit, I would totally try to find out how to do that. Absolutely.
But they still bring up straw men like in the chat. You know, they're just like, flat earthers only think the flat earth is flat because of YouTube videos. You know, Ben will say some stupid shit like that. I guess
I want to let the audience decide on that nonsense.
I don't know why he would say some shit like that.
Dude, listen, it doesn't matter how we came to this conclusion. You look for yourself. Don't trust us. Don't trust YouTube videos. Look around all over the place, not just on the internet. Bruh, get out there. See the world that we're talking about. See it doesn't match the globe narrative for yourself. I don't care if you do it. It doesn't impact my life at all. I hate to see my fellow man act that way, but, if you're done ostriching, right? Bring your head out of the sand. Let's go check out the earth real quick. It's not an emotional fucking, slight. I don't know how to put it. It's not a big deal, guys. Big boy pants, big girl pants. The earth isn't a globe. We have so much more things to think about than that. And y'all are stuck on this nonsense because you just can't admit it. Why? Why can't you admit it to yourself? Are you not an adult?
They think it's stupid, but they hang out all day here.
I'm saying in real life, dude, they might be flat earthers, but they come here to do something nefarious. I don't care why. Like I said, they're smart enough to know the earth is flat and stationary and enclosed. They know that. There's no way around them already knowing that, and that's why they're good at both sides of the argument.
Well, I mean, you have some experience in psychology and stuff, so you might know better than I would about why they're here.
Maybe I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here.
What you got, Sasha?
Okay.
Go ahead, yeah, Sasha.
You guys are wrong. First, we need to perceive how to check. Then we need to perceive what is observation. Then we need to perceive what we observe is. If you observe water, we need to perceive, is that a water or maybe something else? Then you need to perceive, are you real? Are you that person who are perceiving? Are you there? Is it that the time where you are perceiving? Then you can do then you can make some steps in measuring. First perceive, then, because because people perceiving different, Sean, you're perceiving different than me.
Hey, thank
Kinda.
you, Michael Gleason, for sharing the link constantly on Facebook, bro. Appreciate you. That's the way
Because
to do
what-
it, man.
You
Yeah, I
must
see him
understand.
on Facebook a lot. Yeah, sharing all the time. Yeah, thanks, Michael.
You must understand. Maybe when you say horizon, people think something else. When you say level, people think something else. You need to, to reach the point to perceive the same thing what other person perceiving.
Well, they gotta say that it's a different definition than what matches reality. They have to. It has to happen for their narrative to work.
It's not only that; it's a complex philosophy.
Shout
Yeah,
out
it's super
to the
well, there's
family
parts of it that
out
are
there in the
complex.
bleachers.
Go
You
ahead.
guys are hanging out there and just you're keeping it real, man. You guys are out there.
There's so many
some
out
of you
there.
guys might be lurking. Some of you guys might be just in the wings, preparing to come in here. But yeah, if you're out there, man, if you're still, what we consider closet flat earthers, you don't want to admit to anybody because it might be detrimental to your job or something. Don't worry about it, man. Just when you get time, when you muster up the strength and the fortitude, come on in here, man. We'll train you in the ways of the flat Earth. Watch out!
It's okay to go test the earth once and still look yourself in the mirror the next day. I promise. It'll be fine.
We need to ask.
Don't worry about it.
We need to ask, for example, what the person who take the camera and go to the beach and making some kind of measurement and this, what he is doing, where he is wrong, for example. And he say, for example, look, there is an oil rig on 9 miles. Now we need to say where he is wrong. Why he is showing that even? What is wrong with him? Why he wants to show oil rig? What is he wrong?
Appreciate you guys putting the likes down too, man. 30 likes today. Nice. Keep it going.
That's funny. That metadata is fine. It's kind of some bread and butter coming back to us, but it's the YouTube agents that are making that possible. It's those listening who are the anti-flat Earth group that are making this happen. You guys are detrimental to your side of the fight now.
You
at this
guys,
point,
you guys
fight the
remember
truth.
when they used to have a dislike number, and then they got rid of it, because they wanted to be like Facebook, I think.
Because that's fucked up, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just like we could have 30 likes now, and we could have 50 dislikes and nobody would know, except for me.
Well, and that's the thing. It brings the mood down. It's like, I don't care who doesn't like my shit. I only care who likes my shit, and that's not like
exactly
selfish. That's just a good way to be about stuff.
I mean, I don't put shit out just so pumped.
Oh, you're sugarcoating
dislike
reality.
Dude, it's still a reaction, so they obviously like it, because they hit.
Oh, they're paying attention
time to
either way,
click
and that
on
doesn't
it.
help
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
So, yep.
Yeah. Helps us.
Totally helps. Well, you know what? I don't even care if it helps you and me with spreading the truth. I hope it. I do, right? But the bottom line that I'm here. Hold on. The base reason I'm here is to be able to experience with somebody else this realization and do that over and over and over and over and help them get to the realization of, number one, they've been lied to. Number two, how and why and when. Right?
And
as best as we know.
With the thumbs up, thumbs down reaction.
Most people don't think about it, dude. And we don't know how many people are out there wanting to think about it, and they don't even know it yet. They haven't stumbled upon this kind of information. It might spark something inside of them, right, that they never knew they had.
Of course. And I'm just saying the reactions on the videos help people find the video. No, the more dislikes or likes you get, that helps people find the video. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's
how
over
much
anyway.
longer do we have on this stream, Helio? Until you go to the next one.
What's that?
How much time do we have before you go to the next one?
About 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say share the link, but wouldn't do any good right now until you get to the next one.
I'll share the channel.
Oh, the channel will be all right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
really interesting. I mean, I had the YouTube chat shut off for the same reason that we're all like looking at stuff. But it's just like if I have too many moderators in there, I have too much drama in my emails, and people are just like, "Oh, you don't like the way you moderate." They're all bitching at me about moderation. I have selected moderators now, and it's kind of a free for all.
Fucking Karens, literal Karens. Can I speak with the manager?
Like, yeah, no, it's just like, bro, I'm gonna
dear
open it
Lord,
back up.
get a life, guys. Sorry, I'm sorry. Someone had to say it.
And just do it, And so I have selected moderators that that's.
They're like, Helio, look, man, I'm in here to cause havoc, and these guys are stopping me from doing that. What are you gonna do about it? It's like,
Yeah, and so far with the mods I've had, I haven't seen a problem. So no, I mean, and all the shitheads are obviously in there, all day long. That's why we were talking about it. But that's okay.
How excited were all those? Listen, how excited were all those losers when they found out that
when
chat
they
was
found out they could start typing
Holy
in the chat again.
You're doing so many people a favor, man. Keeping them, out of the public for us.
well, you didn't even like. I'd say, man, just keep that going because it's good.
Yeah, I feel like it's fine now. We're fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Just keep it rolling. Even if there's more people that come in there that are a bit rambunctious, as long as they're not way over the top, then that'd be all right.
They're not just like. I mean, that was always a rule. Just like as long as someone's not being overtly rude and just calling people names and flat earthers are retarded and all that kind of shit. Even though they're borderline sometimes, but that's it's like if you ban them, they're just gonna create another account and come back in. So what the fuck? What the fuck can we do? We don't really have.
Okay, so after a while, you can't get more Google accounts on the same cell phone. I just wonder how many cell phones those people are going through, or how they're hacking that way to get like all those brand new accounts and emails.
You can do it
and
on
shit.
your PC.
You know what I'm saying?
Dude,
that's got to be a lot of work.
I remember somebody got like Jim Panda had. There was a video that somebody put out that got a hold of Jim Panda's account. He had like over 100 accounts that he created. Back, it was like 4 years ago, I think, 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know if anybody remembers that shit.
My original account on Discord for my phone is disabled, and so I can't do Nitro or anything like that. And I'm using a second account on my same phone, so it's possible you just log out, log into another account.
Sure. I mean, well, my second account is the one that's live streaming this.
I'm talking about the Google accounts to be able to chat in the YouTube chat. That's different.
Oh, you have to create
I'm on an iPhone.
Different emails, man, to do.
Right, so like they only let specific, so they check your two-factor authentication on your cell phone,
email.
Right? And you can only have like 3 email addresses or 5 on the same cell phone, and then
Yeah, I don't know.
But that's only for the people who use two-factor authentication. There's a lot of dummies out there who don't even do that.
Anyway, I mean, I've been using the same email since I started, so it's been my account the whole time. Because I ain't scared.
I ain't scared either.
Wait, that's the YouTube channel. You guys can see it there. The people on the YouTube chat know what the YouTube channel is, so I don't have to post it there. Anybody in here, if you want to listen
all kinds
live, I know you have to explain this to people now.
We got freaking aerospace engineers coming in here, 3rd year undergrads studying philosophy coming in here, and none of them have evidence for the globe. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, and keep smoking.
Matter of fact, if you're studying philosophy, you don't have any real world experience, in my opinion.
You know, you keep smoking on that. You keep smoking on that, you might get high enough to see that curve there. Shoot.
How high do you need to be to see that curve, Glad?
Apparently,
and get a different perspective.
Listen, apparently there's no amount of elevation, spiritually, physically, what have you, that will allow you to view the curvature of the Earth.
Now that deserves an alrighty then.
Looks like in that picture that Sasha posted, we got Aristophanes, Isaac Newton. They're just coming down. Team Sphere, bro. Team Sphere.
Team Sphere.
Dude, they're just like coming in like a gang of bros. Yeah, here we go.
They're about to school you, man. Take you to school, bro. You got that look on their face. They're mad dog, and they're just like, yeah, let's get it done, folks.
Imagine the stink on those beards after the game. Ugh. Look at that.
Oh my God, Sasha, that's hilarious.
Can you imagine all philosopher in the world and quote me only one who came with this table, and now table.
Well, which
Sasha,
one of those
you're not
people who didn't
understanding,
exist is the most important?
Table.
You're not understanding. A lake is philosophy, man. It is.
Miguel,
Also,
listen,
your table too. Don't get it twisted, bro.
It's reflection.
But listen, table, rectangular table, circular table, table 3 legs, table 4 legs, table multiply legs.
Be like water, my
wooden table, metal table, plastic
Sasha,
table.
you sound like a Dr. Seuss book, dude.
He does.
One fish,
He does
two
kinda
fish,
like
red
sound like
fish,
Dr.
blue fish.
Did someone say plastic table?
In all engineering.
What's up, Sonny?
Hi, family. I just wanted to pop in and say hi.
Yo, how you been?
I've been okay. Actually, I have a problem with my arm right now, but I'm doing all right. I've been playing music, getting in trouble a little bit, and I'm done with getting in trouble. So,
wait, you got in trouble playing music? Hold on, you got in trouble playing music?
No, I have personal trouble. Like that's separate. So.
Oh, okay, well, I
music isn't the trouble.
Oh, okay.
Well, you came to the right place, man. Listen.
Said your
you came to
arm
the right
hurts.
place.
That
We
means
have.
that you were playing too much music and your arm started hurting.
Well, there you go. See, it sounds like a good problem to have, and also it brought you to us, so that's awesome.
Yeah, no, I was listening. I turned on the YouTube chat and I heard you guys talking, and I liked the conversation. And I haven't been on in a week or so, so you lured me back in, and I couldn't, I need to check in and say hi. And
Well, we were about to switch the topic, Sonny. So yeah, sorry. I'm just kidding, bro. Nah, hey, but on the real, check this out, man. Your table, the one in your kitchen, that's philosophy. We were schooled today, man. If you go to a lake, that's also philosophy.
Wait, I was late.
I ain't even kidding, bro.
Wait, I was late for my class. So the table is philosophy?
Yeah. You better believe. You can take that to the bank, sir.
Yeah, Sasha brought the philosophy team in. I mean, he just posted the.
Dude, earlier I was thinking that kid take that bullshit to a job interview. Okay,
I got a little song for you. It's only 2 lines or 4 lines, might be 4 lines. So this is like a little story.
I would pay hundreds of dollars to see that employer's reaction to him talking like that in a job interview, dude. No, nothing is real technically.
Can you imagine him giving the freaking long-winded speech to somebody, like giving a job interview? The guy's face is just like, what's happening?
He tries to go to work for an aerospace company.
Look what philosopher has in hands, man. The unique shape.
I'm a shattered soul from a broken society.
I think you should pay me for the idea that I'm at work, and let me tell you why.
For the idea of me doing something for your company, right? It's got to be worth something, right?
God.
Hey, we need so if there's going to be a meme that comes out of this, we need that one with Buzz Lightyear holding Woody and him putting his hand in the air like it's all philosophy.
It's all.
So check this out. I had this thought. I would almost sometimes like to only respond with my guitar, like.
But for me,
might as well, dude. Anything at this point. They don't even care what they're saying. Like,
yeah, hey, dude. Hey, man, check this out.
I'm not kidding.
I asked him if he knew what Discord, if he's not talking on Discord. Yeah, for sure, man. That's a justified belief. And I was like, hey, so are we talking on Discord? Do you know that 100% certain? Well, probably not. We don't know that. I was like, dude, What?
Yeah, the No Objective Truth crowd. They're great, aren't they?
Yes.
And it went from there.
Miggy, you stopped me when I started.
That's a
I'm
spectator.
gonna pull a stomach muscle with these people. I swear it's.
Miggy, you stopped me when I started to explain how I'm perceiving drinking water.
No, oh yeah, oh shit. You're like,
you might end up snarfing if you're trying to drink at the same time we're talking.
no, dude. Sasha was all in the sauce with that guy, man. I mean, he was lathering it, dude, like freaking lasagna, dude. He was just all on it. He was like, so if I'm drinking a glass of water, somebody that's a third person seeing me drink the glass of water, I was like, dude, we're doing all these mental gymnastics and whatnot just to get on this level, you know.
It was fun, and you know what? He's young yet, so I feel like he's smart enough to pretty much get it at some point. I hope he does. But yeah, I mean, it was fun to. Yeah. Anyway, it was fun.
Yeah, but you, on the end, you get that sentence. You know, you get that lake is a philosophy, and you can quote that, and that's it. Well, that is like a space-time in donut, man.
I like it a lot.
Sorry, I come in and off topic right away. I'm trying to.
Bro, you're fine. That was perfect.
Yeah, see Derek Nelson in the YouTube chat. That's good to see you back, brother.
D-Nail.
He's got some old school shit. I mean, he's been around for a while. I don't know.
Yeah, we got the after school crowd right now. So
Amy the Pagan or Am I the Pagan? I don't know.
Him and Derek and Jen were screaming at each other the other day.
Pagan doing some witchy.
Old married couples. Gotta love them.
They kept on going. It went for like an hour and a half, just screaming at each other. I'm the flat earther. You're a
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
It's Gizmo. It's just like that baby was like, not the mama. Not the mama.
Not the mama.
Not the mama. And so it could be like, not the flat earther.
What is that claim? If you see the horizon, that cannot work on the flat Earth.
Who said that?
I saw that the people are quoting Globers like, "You cannot."
It's a knife.
Horizon on the flat Earth. What the fuck you can see then? I don't know.
It's not a knife. That's a knife.
Knife is a philosophy.
When you look at the horizon, that's not a globe. That's a globe.
That sounds more like a person from the UK, Helio.
I don't know. I'm not fucking Paul. What's his name?
Paul Hogan.
Paul Hogan. Dude, I watched that movie like 15 times when I was a kid. I loved it. It's one of the best movies made ever.
It's good fun. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Crocodile Dundee is one of the best ever movies made.
One of the parts when they're eating bat, they cooked bat over an open flame, and someone asked the other guy, "How is it?" And he goes, "Needs garlic."
My favorite part was they were in a bar, and it was like he was like, "Well, that dude's a chick. I mean, that chick's a dude," and he was like, "No." Dude was
they tackled some pretty good subjects.
And then he walked over to me, grabbed him by the crotch. Man, that shit. That was fucking hilarious.
You couldn't do that in a movie today. Well, you probably could, I guess. You probably could.
And we got Flatulated. I don't know. He's an OG flat earther. Looks like you got some tags in there. What's up, man?
Hey, you guys, I'm not making change.
Yeah, I'm good, brother. How you doing? You good?
Oh, yeah, doing all right. Yeah. I don't think I've seen you in here, man.
Sonny, I think.
No, I've been on YouTube for many, many years. But no, I don't think I've come into this room before. I'm just kind of listening and gauging the level of acceptance and intellectual discord. We'll see. What's your name? My name is Randy.
Randy, my name is Miguel, but they call me Miggy.
Nice Miggy, all right. That's easy. But no, my pleasure. Mucho gusto. Yeah, I live here in the Dominican Republic. I'm Canadian from Toronto, but I moved here 7 years ago. I'm a pastor, so I do a lot of ministry work over here. So
nice. So what drew you to the topic of the flat Earth? Like, what was it? Because I mean, I know maybe a biblical side of it, but like, was it how it was presented, or what introduced you to it? Like,
kind of crazy. Like, no, I'll answer. My daughter, back in 2014, late 2014, had said to me, and she wasn't a flat earther, but she said, "Dad, explain to me how planes don't fly off a ball. Like, it seems like, shouldn't they fly off the ball, or are they nosediving to go around the ball?" And it got me thinking, so I researched that just to give her an answer. And next thing I knew, I was getting all of these side videos on YouTube, flat earth this, flat earth that. And of course, I got a little interested and started doing some study and some research. And it all kind of made perfect sense. But as a pastor, as a believer in God, I'm not just going to believe the world or anything that comes up off the internet. So I took it to Scripture. And as I looked into Scripture and started seeing, certain verses, certain passages that led to the fact that we are not on a spinning wet ball rocket hurtling through space at 1 million miles an hour, I was like, wait a second. The Bible seems to be a quote-unquote flat earth book. And it just resonated with me, and I prayed on it and thought about it and studied. And I became one of the very first Christian-based flat earth channels on YouTube back in early 2015.
Dang, dude, you were like right in the beginning of it all, like the movement anyway. But yeah, that's so cool, man, that you've been here that long. That's great. Glad to see you in here and still going strong. Even the fact that you're in here shows that throughout all of the I would say quote unquote changes that we've had, like within the flat earth community. Because I would say this, like, if you started like with us at the very beginning, then there has been a lot of like refinement within the discussion, like of how we presented. Like, there's a lot of things that have changed from like the way we were talking about things before into the way it is now. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you probably are up to speed of like where we're at, but the question of like, even the way your daughter proposed it, there was an aerospace, you missed it too. Yesterday, we had an aerospace engineer who was in here, and he also described that they teach them that when they're reading their information, how they're learning their field, that they have to understand that the Earth is assumed to be flat and stationary. Right. They have to assume it that way, which is interesting because
that's actually in NASA documents. That's in NASA documents. Right. And the Russian military came out years ago exposing that the Earth is absolutely flat. Most Russian people, whether they have the courage to say it or not, most Russian people believe the Earth is flat. That's a common thing in Russia. So, and I have a lot of Russian friends over here in the Dominican, and it's very hard to find one that doesn't believe the Earth is flat.
Well, it was interesting because the conversation with the gentleman yesterday was very, very telling on his part. He's a young guy, it was like in his 20s or whatever. But needless to say, because of the fact that he was learning that, and still he couldn't see past like even assuming the Earth has to be that, instead of it being like, well, if it is truly a globe, you wouldn't assume it anything else other than that. Like, it would be definitely in motion. You'd have to configure craft that would like move across the Earth with all the variables involved that it would take for you to be flying over a globe that would be spinning. You had to take the Coriolis, and like all that stuff would have to be like involved with like how you would prepare any type of technology, any type of craft. So 100%. It's crazy that you don't use that. So we were just going over that with him. But then yet he came up with an answer. He's like, well, there is the Blackbird that does account for curvature, which we were pressing him. Oh, really? Show us the document and the citation and all that. He never came forward with that because he said, oops, I made a mistake. I'm going to recant that. So we went back on that, that he said that he had any evidence for that. So he didn't have evidence for it. So it was like he thought in his mind that was something done that there was an actual craft that was taking account of curvature and dropping his nose down, and he found out that he misspoke. So like there's a lot of people that would, in whatever field they are, think that they have the answer, that is the way it operates, when it's just the idea that they have to presuppose the earth being flat and stationary, and then it's operating on top of a globe. So their mind is working that it's a globe, but we just have to assume that it's flat and stationary. So it's
which is absolutely ridiculous and contradiction when you think about it. To be able to have your brain accept that, that's like eating an apple but assuming it's an orange. To me, it's ridiculous. It's either A or it's B. They're either flying on a flat, straight flight, or they're making the compensations for a curved ball at 500 miles an hour, which you would feel not only as the pilot, it would be very obvious, but even as a passenger 8 rows back, you would feel the nose diving in order to compensate at those speeds. To me, it is absolutely ridiculous that anybody at this point that has studied flat Earth for even 15 minutes wouldn't at the very least know that we're being lied to about the ball. Can I say absolutely 100% for sure in full truth that I know what it is that we're on? No, I can't. I can take scripture and give you an idea, but I've never seen this Earth from a view where I can describe it or draw it, and I don't believe anybody has. We know NASA is lying. The question is why? And if it was absolutely true that they had a space station and had gone to the moon and done all these things, there would be no reason for CGI or Photoshop. They would be able to take a camera or a telescope, zoom down in real time to the NFL Super Bowl in an open stadium, show us the Super Bowl from your telescope. That's what you got to do. You got to do it in real time. So on my TV, I can see the Super Bowl, and I can see flat earthers with their signs up, looking like idiots. And then you take the telescope and go all the way around your curvy, wet, spinning ball rocket and show me people diving off of upside down diving boards and upside down pools on upside down cruise ships on upside down oceans. Show me that. And all flat earth dies the minute you do that. But they won't do it because they can't.
Well, the most impossible thing that they can't do is what I've been asking them for over 9 years already. They can't produce the geometric shape claim at all. And that's been done. That's demonstrated. I've given everybody a chance. Everybody comes in here. I always give them the all call. They can step foot in here. I clear the room. Yep, go ahead. Tell us. And I'll tell them the shape claim, radius, diameter, circumference. Who's gave us that method, or at least show us the method of somebody that's actually done it. And then we're going to go ahead and test to see if that method actually reigns true. But I guarantee you that I'm going to give you the answer to this, right? It's the cheat sheet. There is no answer. So you can search and search, but you'll never find the answer to what I'm asking you because it doesn't exist. It's all a mathematical construct. It is just given to us by these guys who have made a calculation and have not measured it at all. So you can't go out in reality and go see that the Earth has drop over distance. It's not going to be able to be measured ever. So that right there is what stumps everybody from the most intellectual to the most common. And that's what I always present to everybody that comes in here. Then I don't have to go to images and pictures and nothing. It just demonstrate to us that it's actually a geometric shape. If you don't got that answer, then you don't have your ball until that's provided, and a measurement of how it's provided, and a method that we can go and test ourselves. Because and that's another thing too. It's like they could show. I was thinking about this too, flat out. A lot of people would ask for like what you just asked for, but with technology advancing these days and the metaverse gaining traction, a lot of people are going to get really smart with it. They're going to create like, oh, you can have a space experience if you like. We're going to take you on a journey, and they'll put a drone that carries cameras and whatnot that you're going to experience space with them, and they'll give you like a VR headset to enjoy that experience, and then you're going to be going along with them, and all of a sudden that computer technology will be so advanced that it looks real, and it's going to fool people just like they did with the moon landing when they were watching their TV sets, and they were very much fooled by that. So that, I think, in the future, technology will always continue to keep people entrenched in that. So I also often say, if you watch out what you wish for, because then you're going to get that, and you're going to also be deceived by the technology that they're going to be able to produce, because these guys are pretty crafty with technology. So imagine they can create something so realistic that people will start believing in that technology and say, oh, we're actually going to space. Check it out. And uncut footage from ground to the moon. And now we're going to Mars. And like, yeah, it's not real. But in that VR world, it will be. So that's because like stuff right now, video games starting to look really real. The graphics in that. So very,
so your question is absolutely flawless. I mean, that's the question right there that you posed, because it is unanswerable. But isn't it kind of a warning on the end of being a non-ball believer that flat Earth is growing because they don't know how to stop it? Right?
Absolutely. Like listen, like these guys, they spin their wheels in the YouTube live stream voice and the text chat, and they're always continuously throwing in there like, man, if I was in there, I'd debunk. And I was like, you know what? All right, guys. So I call them out by their little names that they got on the text chat. Hey, why don't you come on in here? If you're banned on this chat, I'm gonna unban you and I'll give you the floor, because really what we're waiting for is you guys to demonstrate some evidence. So I'll take whoever and I'll clear the floor. We'll listen. We'll hear you out. We'll even ask you questions. We'll be polite, civil, and we'll get to the bottom of this thing. But if you don't want to, then go ahead and keep continuing to type on your keyboard and pretend that you think you know something, because we're not going to get anywhere. So yeah, they are very much afraid. Nobody will step up and admit that they don't know, because it looks like if you are in a chat room, at least that way you can hide behind your keyboard and you don't have to actually speak about what you know or you don't know, whereas that would bring you to the light that you don't know. So they're afraid of that. And it's almost like, why? You know?
It's lack of courage and, being biblical, but God hates a coward. And I don't know about you, but I don't have much respect for cowards neither. And it takes somebody with courage to be able to come to this truth, number one, to get through the details of the research, to come to it, to escape the imprisonment of the deception. But it takes even more courage to get up and be a voice against the deception and speak truth. And I had asked many, many people, I go, let me ask you a question just between you and I. Let's say that you did the actual research and came to the conclusion that I'm telling you, that the Earth is not a spinning wet ball rocket hurtling through space. Let's say that you came to that conclusion and were no longer a believer in the globe. Would you tell your friends and family? They said no. I go, why not? They go, because I don't want to look crazy. I said, well, that's why you don't get to know. If the truth was for everybody, nobody would be deceived. And so it takes courage. This is a courageous thing. You lose friends, you lose family, you lose reputation, you lose status, you lose jobs, you lose a voice, you lose invites. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that comes with exposing the deceptions of this world. And you got to be okay with losing those things. And I applaud you. Huh?
Yeah, we call that counting the cost.
Yeah, exactly. And I applaud you. I don't know how old you are, but you sound young. And I applaud you for being a voice of truth in a world greatly deceived. And I applaud you for that.
I'm in the, truth be told, I'm in this. Well, I used to be a pastor for a number of years myself. And, but not only that, for me, it's always like in this forum, especially, it's all about the physical and natural world, the material, so that people understand, we understand that this place was something that couldn't just spontaneously create itself. It had to have a designer, right? So there's the hallmarks that are left behind that we understand, like everything has a design to it. So there's an intent behind all of it. So we see that. But beyond all of that, we see that we can examine this physical and natural realm, right, with tangible evidence. So we can do things that actually provide evidence to us, whether or not it's actually doing what they say that it's doing, like curving over distance. So we actually put that to the test. Not only that, we give the people the tools by which they can do it themselves, which furthers that, like, not only are we saying that it observes that it doesn't have any curvature, it actually doesn't measure curvature at all, period. Well, not at least the radius, diameter, circumference that they're saying, but I mean, further than that, we can see things past and beyond the idea where they take the limitation for where the curvature should be obstructing our view. So for us, it's an easy win because it's the truth, right? We observe it to be flat. it doesn't measure like it's curving anywhere, so it is flat.
Experience it not moving. I mean, if we're going to get honest, we experience it not rotating, wobbling, figurating, and flying through space. We don't feel any of it, and there's a reason for that, because it is not. And I think the one thing you got to be able to take back when you come to this research with an open mind, an open heart, and a willingness to understand that you not only can be deceived but have been. I think you have to take back common sense. You have to take that back from the system that took it from you. And that's the beginning stage. That's the first rung of the flat earth ladder, is that you accept that your common sense has been taken from you. You take it back and you look at things from experience and observation. And you understand that the people that have done the research laid it out for you, so you have less research to do than the people in the beginning that had to really go through the trials and tribulations of research. That research has been laid out now. It's very easy to find the truth with the amount of people that put it out on different platforms. And I mean, to me, it's absolutely obvious that we've been lied to. To convey it, you have to convey it with love. You can't be angry. You can't be hateful. This is a beautiful truth to come to. I could talk to you about the pedophilia rings in the world. I could talk to you about DUMBs, deep underground military bases, the starvation agenda. I could talk to you about 100 different agendas that I've researched, from secret societies to the Satanism in the Catholic Church. And they'll make you angry, and they should make you angry. Flat Earth is not an angry come to. It is a beautiful truth that is so freeing and so amazing and so gentle. It is a beautiful truth to come to. Outside of the fact that they're lying about it, there's no real anger that should be involved in coming to this reality. And it is a beautiful truth.
It fills your eyes with wonder.
Yeah, it just makes everything clear. Whereas, go ahead.
Yeah, whereas everything used to be, explained. With the sun, we know what it is. It's a ball of burning gas, nuclear fusion. The moon, we already been there. We landed on there and all that. Like, they've already discovered everything. Every inch of the world has been known. But when you come to this truth, it's like it's all brand new. You're looking at the world as in, no, they didn't even go to the moon. They don't even know what it is. Like, they're trying to say things because there's this specific rhetoric that they have to follow, right? This particular ideology, the cosmology, the heliocentric nonsense, really. But they don't know what the sun is. And we ask these guys who are in academia coming into this server, we press them. And it's like, well, our best guess is, and I'm like, is that all you got? Because when you teach people, they're spouting it as fact to other people. No, we know what the sun is. But I'm asking you, the educator, and you're telling us our best guesses. Now, these guys are taking it as real truth, as that's what it exactly is. So,
have you ever seen the image? Because they're all images. The image of the Earth cut in half, where they go through all the different layers into the core. So the Earth, according to the ball, is from top to bottom 8,000 miles from top to bottom, and then in the center being the 4,000 mile mark. The furthest they've dug is 8 miles. How do they know what is all the way through those layers to the center, that they could cut it in half and show you? They don't know anything. They're just putting images up, and people don't question it. They just believe it. It's ridiculous, because if that's true, I'm in the Dominican Republic. Toronto, Canada is 4,000 miles away, about the center of whatever this ball is. You should be able to walk 8 miles down your street and describe my house here in the Dominican. But people just believe whatever these so-called name tag professional experts put up. They're an expert. They know.
The worst part about it is that this isn't something that's immaterial, something spiritual. This is actually material, very much physical. That's the weird thing is that they're telling you that the Earth that you're standing on is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, at a drop over distance rate from whatever distance you're looking at. So that is the strangest thing, is that you could actually tell somebody, if the Earth is curving at that specific rate with that distance that you're going to tell them about, then you should definitely see obstruction from a certain distance away from a certain elevation height. Like, absolutely, there should be curvature blocking your view from the thing in the far distance. So, like, there's no way that you're telling people to, like, just take my word on it, just have faith. No, It's gonna be there. That mound of dirt is physical. That mound of dirt that I'm seeing my friend walk over is like tomorrow when I come back and he walks over that mound of dirt again, I'm not going to be able to see him tomorrow. Like I'm never going to be able to see him because that mound of dirt is obstructing my view. Just like the Earth curvature, every single time will be obstructing my view. But yet with the curvature, some days you can see past the curve and some days you can't. Like it's selective. So it's like, no, you're trying to have it your way with curvature. But when it comes to actual physical obstructions, there isn't any other idea. It's only that you can't see past it. Only when it comes to curvature, you can't.
Mickey, if I may, quickly.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
This is relevant. Flat out elected Elkton.
Yeah.
How do I say it?
Randy. You can call me Randy.
Hey, Randy. Okay, my name's Sean.
Hi, Sean.
So in the live stream voice text, I posted a picture that I found. I was just looking for the ridiculousness that we're supposed to believe, and it's that it shows all the supposed layers coming to a nice little molten somehow magnetic thing in the middle. Anyway, so bullshit. You got that direct physical radius measurement. Look at this. No, you didn't. Look at that. You went to the center of the Earth, did you? Okay.
It's a gobstop Earth, never fails.
So funny.
It's ridiculous. And another one for me is we all live by an ocean. I live here in the Dominican. I'm on the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. In Canada, in Newfoundland, the Atlantic Ocean, the West Coast, the Pacific Ocean. All ocean horizons are flat. That is a straight line. So if you take every ocean horizon in the world and put them beside each other, how many straight lines does it take to make a ball? Horizon is a straight line, and water seeks its level in a container. These are just obviouses, but they can't wrap their heads around one fact. You've been lied to. Their egos, their imaginations, their way of life,
it's psychological. As we talk to them when they come in here, we tell them, look, this concept, it's all psychological. It has no correlation to reality. There isn't some place you're going to find the globe existing anywhere. So what it is just you have this preconceived notion that you live on a globe. That's what it amounts to. So when we're talking to them about this, we even like the aerospace engineer, he's glad to say that a calculation is all he needs. As long as it works out, the math works out on a piece of paper, he's good. He doesn't have to check it out because it works on math. But how ridiculous is that way of thinking, though, right? That only the calculation and the mathematical construct is the only thing you need. You don't need to check reality because it says it works. The math works out. It checks. It works. So just based on that, that's all you need, according to the way they look at things. So that's what we're dealing with when we talk to these guys. So it's all these ideas of these wizards, right? They're coming up with concepts and ideas and fantastic ideas about spinning space spheres that are all out in the this vast, ever expanding cosmos. And they got their mind enthralled with like all kinds of space goodies. So they're constantly focused on abstract ideas. They never can focus on the reality of where they're living on and perceiving it for what it really is. Because their head is filled with nonsense from the time they were small.
Yeah, of course, all of us too. Did you see the new thing NASA invented, the catapult? The NASA catapult that they've invented. It fires objects 5,000 miles an hour into space. A catapult. Just Google NASA catapult. Now, why would they invent that? Well, what would that be about? And I'll tell you what it's about. It's about breaking whatever the firmament is. That's what they're attempting to do. They're the same thing Hillary Clinton said, that they have almost broken through the glass ceiling. They can't leave this Earth. They can't leave here. They know it. They've never left Earth's atmosphere. But this catapult is interesting as to why they came up with this. And to me, it looks like they're trying to hurdle something and break whatever it is that prevents them from leaving.
Yeah, it's a pursuit of futility. They'll never break through it.
Of course. But this is how ridiculous anybody that has any faith